growing up in the 80s, she had a happy and carefree childhood. Not much else is known about the early life of Jennifer Brown or where she came from. In 2014, she had her first and only child, a beautiful boy named Noah, who was the apple of her eye. His father was not in the picture, and she raised him on her own. She was a devoted mother who doted on her son, especially since he was diagnosed with autism at an early age and needed extra care and attention. In 2023, Jennifer was 43 years old and her son Noah was 8. They were living a happy life at 1408 Stratford Court in Limerick Township in Pennsylvania and needed nothing except each other. Their loved ones and neighbors saw the bond the two had and loved them for the kind and caring people they were. Tragedy was waiting just around the corner, and it arrived when they were least expecting it. On January 3, 2023, Jennifer Brown disappeared without any explanation to where she could have been. The last person to see her was her friend Blair Watts, who had been at her place from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. that day and had agreed to pick up her son Noah from his bus stop after school to take him for a sleepover to his house with his own 3 children, something that they did quite often. The next day, on January 4th, Noah was dropped off at his bus stop by Blair and attended school like he always did. However, that day at school, Noah seemed distraught and was acting out in class in a manner that was quite unusual for him. Concerned about his behavior, his teachers tried to find out why he was acting like this, and they learned that he had missed the last 2 doses of his autism medication. Something that never happened. The end Noah also told them that his mother had gone to the grocery store and never come back. This further worried his teachers, as they knew Jennifer was a very hands-on mom who loved her son and would never forget to give him his medication and would never leave him alone. They tried to get in touch with her throughout the day, but could not do so, which made them sure that something had gone wrong, as Jennifer always responded when it came to any problems her son might be having in school. At the same time that day, Jennifer's friend Blair Watts had also been trying to get in touch with her, but had had no success. He went over to Noah's bus stop at 4 p.m. that day to see if Jennifer would be there to pick him up, but she did not show. He picked up Noah himself and had no option left but to report her missing to the police. At 4:20 p.m. that day, Officer Stephen Crawford of the Limerick Township Police Department went over to 1408 Stratford Court to conduct a welfare check on Jennifer's home after she was reported missing. He found that her car was parked outside her home, and after entering the residence, he found her keys, purse, tablet, and work cell phone were all still inside the house. However, her personal cell phone was nowhere to be found, and when the police tried to track it down, they found that it had been switched off at 7 a.m. on January 4th and hadn't been traceable since. Its last known location was within 400 meters of Lewis Road and Ridge Pike in Limerick Township. Now sure that something bad had happened to Jennifer, she was confirmed as missing, and a thorough investigation was launched into her disappearance. Police began by interviewing her family and friends, as well as her neighbors, to find out if anyone had seen or heard anything around the time she disappeared, or if they knew of any personal reasons that may have caused Jennifer to leave. But no one had seen or heard anything at the time, and everyone they spoke to, including her aunt, Diane Bream, her friend, Tiffany Barron, and her friend and business partner, Blair Watts, said that there was no way Jennifer would leave on her own, as she would never abandon her son, Noah, who she loved with all her heart. With no real leads to follow, they launched a search for her in the town and the surrounding areas, which was conducted by authorities as well as her family and friends and other volunteers who joined in. Despite a large number of people working together and thoroughly searching the area for the next 2 weeks, they could not find any traces of her or clues as to where she might have been. Her loved ones put out statements to the public pleading for anyone with any information to come forward, but nothing was reported. It seemed like Jennifer had vanished without a trace and may never be found. But on January 18th, 2 weeks after she had been reported missing, 2 employees who worked at a warehouse near the city of Royersford, a neighboring municipality to Limerick Town, went out for a smoke break in a field behind the warehouse. While they were smoking, they noticed something strange. It was a hole that they had not seen before that appeared to have been freshly dug. When they went closer to examine it, they were horrified to find the body of a woman buried there in a shallow grave. They immediately notified the police, who arrived soon after, and on examining the body, police identified the woman as the person they had been searching for the past 2 weeks. None other than Jennifer Brown. When the body was taken for an autopsy, the examiners determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means. They were able to determine Jennifer had died from asphyxiation, which means that she had been strangled or suffocated to death in some way. They also found that she had 3 broken ribs, indicating that she had likely struggled against her killer, who had beaten her to subdue her. Now, the nature of the investigation changed from a missing persons case to a homicide, and police once again began to interview and interrogate everyone close to her, including her family and friends. However, the interviews they conducted did not turn up any new information or leads for them to follow. Due to this, they could not even identify any possible suspects in the case. It seemed like the investigation was going to fizzle out with nothing for the police to follow. But then, when they were least expecting it, they got a lead from an unexpected source. When the news regarding Jennifer's murder was released to the public, the police asked that anyone having any information that might be useful to the investigation should come forward and disclose it. In response to this, one of Noah's teachers came forward and revealed to the police that on January 4th, the day that Jennifer had gone missing, Noah had told her some information that she thought was unimportant at the time, but she realized was suspicious after learning of Jennifer's death. She told them that Noah had told her that when Blair Watts had picked him up from his bus stop on January 3rd, he had stopped at Noah's home under the pretext of getting Noah's iPad from the house. But when he returned, Noah saw that along with his iPad, Blair also had Jennifer's personal phone with him. Noah was sure that this was his mother's phone, as the image on the lock screen was a picture of him in the 2nd grade, something he recognized immediately. This was a major breakthrough for the police, as they had previously believed that whoever had killed Jennifer had taken her cell phone and knew that if they could find the person with the phone, they would have a suspect. Blair Watts now became the prime suspect in their eyes, and they decided to take a thorough look into his relationship with Jennifer to see if there was anything they had missed. When they did this, a number of details emerged that shocked the investigators looking into the matter. When the detectives began to look into the relationship between Jennifer and Blair, they discovered a number of suspicious details. On the personal side of their relationship, everything seemed to check out. The two did appear to be close friends who spent a lot of time together and knew each other's family and friends. But when they looked into their professional relationship as business partners, things were not as rosy as they seemed on the surface. Blair had owned a restaurant by the name of Birdie's Kitchen that ultimately went out of business and shut down in the early months of 2022. After this, he turned to Jennifer for help, and in August 2022, she agreed to help him by investing in his business so he could reopen Birdie's Kitchen at a new location. They signed a contract that said Jennifer would provide Blair with money every 6 weeks or so, which he would use to eventually get Birdie's Kitchen back in business. According to Blair, between August and January, Jennifer sent him around $36,000 to help him set up his business again. He also stated that according to their contract, she still owed him another $9,000 to fulfill her side of the deal. Blair had found a new location for the restaurant and was supposed to pay the property owners a sum of money and sign a lease so that he could open Birdie's Kitchen there in January of 2023. This money was given to him by Jennifer as an investment, but Blair never actually paid the property owners. He instead secretly blew the money on himself and his personal activities. On December 26, 2022, the property owners revoked the agreement they had with him as he failed to pay them the sum he owed them for the lease. This put Blair in a desperate situation. He now had no money and no location to open his restaurant. Police were sure in his desperation he had done something atrocious to try and save himself. They looked into the transaction history on Jennifer's iPad, which had been present in her home, and they found that on January 3rd, there were 2 cash transfers from her account to Birdie's Kitchen, which totaled an amount of $17,000, which was never a part of the written agreement between Jennifer and Blair. They also saw that the transfers had failed multiple times and were only successful when the 2-factor authentication system on the iPad was disabled. Police then interviewed the property owners who had revoked the agreement with Blair, and they learned that on January 4th, the very same day that Blair had reported Jennifer as missing, he had shown up at the property and told the owners he now had the money that he needed to put down a lease. Police were now sure that Blair had murdered his friend and business partner, but since they knew he would likely not confess to the crime, seeing the lengths he had gone to cover it up, they decided they needed more evidence against him. Next, they interviewed his wife, Tiara Taylor, and asked her about Blair's whereabouts on January 3rd, the day that they believed he murdered Jennifer. His wife told them that Blair had gone over to Jennifer's around 1 p.m. on that day and had then returned home at around 4:30 p.m. with Noah after picking him up at his stop. She then told them that he had only been at home for a short time before leaving again at around 5 p.m. and not returning home that night. When police looked into where Blair had gone after leaving home, they found out that he had spent the night with his mistress, a woman named Tatiana Garrett. But when they interviewed Tatiana, she told them that Blair only met her around 8 p.m., which meant that between 5 and 8 p.m., there was a window of time where his location was unaccounted for. The detectives now had enough information to construct a timeline of how they believed the murder had taken place. They believed that on January 3rd, Blair had gone over to Jennifer's while Noah was at school at around 1 p.m. and murdered her. He then made the cash transfer to his account from her iPad and left to pick up Noah from his bus stop around 4 p.m. He then returned to Jennifer's home, saying he wanted to get Noah's iPad, but also stole Jennifer's mobile phone as well, the crucial piece of evidence that had led them to suspecting him. After this, he had returned home, dropped Noah off, and then left again at 5 p.m. to Jennifer's, where he collected her body and then drove it to the field near Royersford, where he buried her in a shallow grave. He had then gone to meet his mistress and spent the rest of the night with her, before returning home in the morning so he could drop off Noah at the bus stop. He had then gone to the property owners to tell them he now had the money for the lease and then returned around 4 p.m. to pretend to see if Jennifer would pick up Noah from the bus stop so he could then report her missing to the police and make sure that they did not suspect him. He had meticulously planned everything out and may have gotten away with it if it wasn't for the mistake he made letting Noah see his mother's phone. It was Noah seeing the phone and telling his teacher about it that led the police right to Blair. The police now had enough evidence to charge him, but they did one final thing to be sure. They used a cadaver dog that was trained to smell out biological remains and identify them, to first sniff out Jennifer's home, where it identified that she had been killed in her kitchen from the smell that lingered there. They then took this dog to Blair's car, and it identified the same smell as being present there as well. This was the final nail in the coffin for Blair, and it was the last piece of evidence the detectives needed. On February 8th, Blair was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, third-degree murder, and theft. He is currently being held at the Montgomery County Correctional Facility without the possibility of bail and is awaiting a preliminary hearing. Jennifer's friends and family, who were devastated when she was found dead, are happy that her killer has been identified and that they have some form of closure. However, they are still reeling in shock that it was someone they all knew and trusted and who was supposed to be a close friend to Jennifer. It's literally like we're living in a movie that we watch on TV. It's so surreal and unbelievable. Tiffany Barron, Jennifer's friend who is acting as a spokesperson for the family, said in a statement to the press, "Once the case goes to trial, if Blair is found guilty, he will likely spend the rest of his life in jail." And there we have it, folks. The tale of how a case was only solved because the 8-year-old son of the victim noticed a mistake the killer made and didn't forget about it. This case serves as an example that when you commit a horrible act like Blair did, you will always get found out in the end. But what did you think of the case? Do you think Blair would have gotten away with it if Noah hadn't noticed his mother's phone? Or do you think it was only a matter of time till the police found out about the transactions he made and began to suspect him? Let us know your thoughts in the comments down below. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. 31-year-old Steven Lynch was from the Glenshane estate in Tala, South Dublin. He lived for his family and was the oldest of 4 siblings, a devoted partner to his girlfriend Kelly, and a loving father of 3 children. On April 13, 2017, Steven was walking in Brookview Close, just a few miles from his home, on his way to his mother's house. Just before 7 p.m., he was deliberately struck by a silver Ford Focus. The car then drove over him and dragged him down the road. The occupants of the car abandoned and ran from it, and it is believed that at least one of them got into a red Volkswagen Polo, which was later found abandoned in Crumlin, another suburb of Dublin. One passerby unsuccessfully tried to run after one of the individuals fleeing the car, and others worked to free Steven from under the car and then resuscitate him. They, too, were unsuccessful, and Steven did not survive his extensive injuries. The Guardi were able to trace down the owners of the 2 cars and identify 4 suspects in the case. Neither of the cars had been reported stolen at the time of the incident, but the owner of the Ford Focus would later try to report that the vehicle had been stolen before Steven's murder. The 4 suspects, all men in their late teens or early 20s, could not be located by the Guardi at their homes. The 4 men had ties to criminal activity in Crumlin and had at least one known associate who was very violent. They were connected to a drug-related feud over a debt that was responsible for escalating violence in Crumlin. Steven Lynch had no such connections to crime, a fact the Guardi were able to quickly confirm. They believed that Steven was hit with the car after he got into a verbal altercation with the men inside of it. Steven yelled at the car to slow down as it sped down the street. As there were children playing nearby, Steven feared would be hit by the speeding car. This would be very much in line with Steven's personality. He is known to have saved the lives of at least 5 people in 3 different incidents. While suspects were quickly identified in the case, no one has ever been charged in it. In February of 2019, the Director of Public Prosecutions determined that the 4 suspects identified immediately after Steven's death would not be tried for Steven's murder due to lack of evidence. The investigation into the case would remain ongoing. While the cars tie the 4 suspects to the scene, witnesses have not come forward to confirm that they were actually in the cars. The lack of witnesses cooperating in the case has been very painful for Steven's family, especially his mother, Vera Donovan. All Steven did was tell the people to slow down because kids were playing on the road, she said in 2018. We are talking about the kids of witnesses who have not yet come forward. There were dozens of people outside that day. As painful as the loss of Steven is, it is. The lack of cooperation from the community, presumably due to fear of the criminals responsible, makes it even worse. Vera says that the wall of silence from the people who witnessed Steven's death is slowly killing her and torturing her family. I'd walk past people in the street who witnessed my son's murder, but they are still choosing to remain silent. She said in 2019, it's never been about revenge for us. All we want is justice. Vera has vowed to never give up in her fight for justice for Steven. She actively worked with the Guardi, gives media interviews to keep attention on the case and beg witnesses to come forward, and uses social media to keep Steven's memory alive. In particular, she is very active on the memorial page for Steven on Facebook. There, she posts letters to her late son, telling him how much she misses him and promising to keep fighting for him. Vera's continued efforts to bring her son's killers to justice, in particular, her use of Facebook to do so, have made her the subject of threats. A get well soon card was sent to her house, and inside of it was written the warning, "Keep your mouth shut on Facebook." Just a few weeks later, she received a letter telling her, "If you don't stay away from Brookview, you will be joining your son." Vera refuses to let the threats deter her from fighting to get justice for her son. "A light in my world was switched off when my son was taken from me, but I will never stop fighting for him," she said just before the 2nd anniversary of Steven's death. "I won't be intimidated by anyone, and I will always be the voice for my wonderful son. I don't have my first child in my life, and there's nothing else they can do to me." In the summer of 1985, 20-year-old Kristen O'Connell was preparing to go into her junior year of college. The Burnsville, Minnesota native loved to travel, which led her to majoring in hotel and restaurant management at the University of Wisconsin-Stout. Her dream was to move to Hawaii and open a hotel there. Her spring break trip that year had taken her to Florida, where she met a young man from Ovid, New York. He invited her to visit him over the summer, and she accepted his invitation. She arrived at Syracuse Hancock International Airport on August 12th, and one of her father's business associates gave her a ride to Ovid. She stayed with the man she met in Florida in his rented mobile home behind the Golden Buck Tavern on County Route 139. Kristen attended a party held at the mobile home on the night of August 14th. Around 11:30, she left the party barefoot, took over a walk, leaving her purse behind, indicating that she planned to come back to the home. Kristen did not drink or use drugs, so she may have left the party because she was uncomfortable with the alcohol being consumed at the party. A witness saw her walking west on County Route 139 between 11:50 and 12:10. They also witnessed a green or blue car pull up alongside her and a second vehicle pull off the road behind her. Between midnight and 12:15, another witness saw Kristen, who had turned around and was now headed east. The witness also reported that Kristen was being followed by two men who were roughly 50 feet behind her. One of the men was estimated to be between 6 feet 6 feet 2 inches tall with shoulder-length hair. He was wearing blue jeans and possibly a jean jacket. The other man was shorter, around 5 feet 10 inches tall. He had brown hair and a thin build. Kristen was reported missing after she failed to return to the party. On August 16th, her body was discovered in a cornfield along County Route 139. She was nude with her clothes in a pile nearby but had not been sexually assaulted. Her throat had been slashed and she had several other stab wounds. Defensive wounds indicated that she had fiercely fought her killer. Kristen had called her mother the day before she was killed to tell her that she would be coming home earlier than planned, although she did not specify why. It may have been because she learned upon arriving in Ovid that the young man she had come to visit had a girlfriend. He and all the other people present at the party that night were cleared of involvement in the crime by the authorities. On August 23rd, a phone call came in to the police. The caller said that if they wanted to identify Kristen's killer, they would need to look in the trunk of a green Chevrolet parked on Main Street in the village of Waterloo. While a blue or green vehicle had been seen pulling up to Kristen during one of the final sightings of her, police were unable to locate the vehicle in Waterloo. The caller had indicated that he would himself, trying to distract investigators with a false lead. Kristen's parents were actively involved in the case as soon as they learned their daughter was missing. Unfortunately, Kristen's father, Michael, passed away in 1993. He was buried next to his daughter. Kristen's mother, Phyllis, has continued to advocate for her daughter for almost 35 years. As a mother, I will not give up until I die, Phyllis said in 2015. Phyllis regularly travels from her home in Minnesota to Ovid to meet with the police about the case, ensuring that new investigators stay focused on the case as previous ones retire or are reassigned. She employs a private investigator to run an independent investigation parallel to the one being performed by the police. Phyllis believes that there are witnesses who have information in the case who have not yet come forward and has given media interviews imploring them to reveal what they know. As the years have gone on, she has fought for new techniques to be used to identify DNA on items and evidence in the case. She was my daughter, and they're not going to kill my daughter and walk away, Phyllis said in 2019. I'm not going anywhere. I will not rest. I will not give up. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In 1965, 17-year-old Olan Eberton lived in Tifton, Indiana with her parents and 3 younger brothers. She was a student at Tifton High School and planned to attend Ball State University to study to become a teacher. If she had achieved this goal, she would have been the first person in her family to attend college. On Saturday, October 16, 1965, Olan had a date with one of her classmates, Phil Rudebush. She picked him up in her bright red 1957 Chevrolet, and they drove over to the Diana Theater where they watched a horror movie starring Vincent Price. They then went to 6 Acres, a drive-in restaurant that was a popular hangout spot for teenagers. They cruised around the parking lot once and then decided to leave. Olan and Phil saw Olan's 16-year-old brother, Floyd Wayne, walking down Jefferson Street and picked him up and gave him a ride back home. Olan did not stay home as she still had to take Phil back to his house. While Phil did not live very far away, Olan did not want to make him walk. Olan dropped Phil off at approximately 11:30 p.m. and began the 6-block drive back to her own home. The following morning, Olan's mother, Roxy, went into Olan's room to wake her up for church. She screamed when she realized that the bed had not been slept in and that Olan had never made it home the night before. She had assumed that Olan had made it home because she had heard someone come into the house, but it was her son returning home that she had heard. The sheriff's office was called and they, along with the Eberton family, began the search for Olan. Olan's father found her car that morning parked on Green Street, roughly halfway between Phil's home and her own. Number 1 in the neighborhood heard any loud noises outside the night before, and there was no evidence in or near the car that indicated a struggle had occurred. As best as investigators could surmise, Olan had willingly parked her car and left with someone. Olan's disappearance was front-page news in the local paper on Monday. Tipton was a safe community, and speculation amongst some students at Tipton High School focused more on the idea that Olan's sudden disappearance was the result of her eloping with an unknown man rather than on the possibility that something bad could have happened to her. Something terrible had happened to Olan, and it would forever change the small town of Tipton. Shortly after 2 p.m. on Monday, October 18th, an emergency call came into the Tipton County Dispatcher. The mother of a farmer had discovered an unresponsive woman lying on the grass between a small country lane and the fence surrounding one of her son's soybean fields just north of Tipton. She had made the discovery when she went to open the gate to the field for her son. She was too distraught to speak on the phone, so her son was the one who had to make the phone for help. When police arrived on the scene, they realized that the young woman was deceased and that she was only in Eberton. She was found nude with her underwear draped across her head and the rest of her clothing folded neatly in a pile next to her head. Her glasses were found near her feet. Olan's autopsy created more questions in the case than it answered. The autopsy was performed by Dr. James McFadden, and Tipton's chief of police, James Pratt, was present during it. Dr. McFadden was unable to make any kind of determination about how Olan died. Her body was free of any marks besides insect bites, and extensive examination of her neck and throat showed no evidence of strangulation. Dr. McFadden told Chief Pratt that he couldn't find any reason why Olan was not, and explaining what had happened to them herself, and that her heart had seemingly just quit. Dr. McFadden therefore could not conclusively say that Olan had been murdered. His examination did not reveal injuries consistent with rape, but Olan may have had consensual sex shortly before her death. Since she was found nude, it is possible that she met up with someone else after dropping off Phil at his house and died of some sort of heart condition undetectable upon post-mortem examination during a romantic encounter with an unknown individual. This unknown player in the story then dumped her body along the road in an act which, while not homicidal, would still be callous and illegal. While authorities were unsure if Olan's death was a murder or an accident, there clearly was someone else with Olan at the time of her death, and only that person could answer in the confusing case. Olan's parents were of course devastated by the loss of their daughter. They were both extremely hard workers who had grown up in poverty, but eventually owned a nice house that they had built themselves and 2 small local businesses they created while Olan's father still worked full days at his factory job. In his grief, Olan's father Floyd had turned his discipline and dedication towards finding his daughter's killer. He accosted several of Olan's male classmates at her viewing, demanding to know if they were responsible for his daughter's death. Floyd Eberton was highly suspicious of one boy in particular, Tom Preston. Olan had dated Tom, but he did not have a very good reputation in town. While he was handsome and charismatic, he was not a nice person and had a reputation for his smug demeanor and penchant for chasing after numerous girls. The police did question him about Olan's death, but did not consider him a strong suspect. Floyd Eberton, however, was not so quick to rule out Tom, and he made sure that the teenager knew it. He parked Olan's car outside of Tom's house every day for a month, and the principal of Tipton High School was so concerned about what Floyd might do to Tom that he locked all the doors to the school while it was in session. Tom was also driven to and from school by a sheriff's deputy for a time, and he slept 2 nights in the county jail because he felt safer there. Tom's behavior became more self-destructive throughout the rest of his senior year of high school, and he developed a drinking problem. Less than 2 weeks after he graduated high school in 1966, he was driving with a friend along State Road 28, east of Tipton, when his car skidded out of control and went off the road, wrapping around a tree. Tom's neck was broken, killing him instantly. In the years since Olen's death, suspicion has fallen on another one of her classmates, Perry Stephen Miller. Miller was ahead of Olan in school, graduating with the class of 1965. Olen's mother, Roxy, found a school picture of Miller taken during his junior year of high school with a note written to Olan on the back of it in her daughter's room following her death. 6 months after Olen's death, Miller committed what would be the first of many crimes against young women. While he was being interviewed following his arrest for assault and battery following what was believed to be an attempted rape of an 18-year-old woman, he was asked about Olen's case and denied any involvement. Various legal delays meant that Miller still had not gone to trial for that charge in 1969 when he committed 2 abductions and rapes of teenagers, one 19 and one just 15, within a month of each other. The first of these attacks earned him a life sentence following his conviction. He only ended up serving 19 years. In November of 1990, he and 2 other men abducted, raped, and killed 19-year-old Crystal Helmgen. He was originally sentenced to death in that case, but his sentence was commuted to 138 years in prison as part of a plea deal in which he admitted his guilt in the crime. Given the fact that he knew Olan, was in Tipton at the time of her death, and went on to have such a troubling criminal career, reporters tried speaking with Miller about Olen's death while he was in prison. He refused such requests, but in 2017 he agreed to meet with Mike Terra, who had taken a job with the Tipton County Sheriff's Department after retiring as a detective for the Indiana State Police. During their meeting, Miller denied involvement in Olen's death or any other crime. Miller further claimed that he barely even knew Olan. When asked about the school picture he had given Olan and the note he had written to her on the back of it, Miller dismissed it as a typical high school pleasantry. Olen's parents, Floyd and Roxy, did seemingly everything possible to try to get answers about their daughter's death. They hired a Pinkerton detective, offered a $5,000 reward, and Roxy consulted psychics for decades. Despite their best efforts, both Floyd and Roxy never received answers about their daughter's death. Floyd died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on July 4, 1981, while his wife was visiting family in Kentucky. Roxy passed away in 2011. Olen's death was a major event that completely changed the community of Tipton and has haunted many of its residents. One of those former residents is Janice Thornton, who went to school with Olan. The memory of her classmate's death kept nagging at her over the years, and in the 1980s, the journalist began toying with the idea of writing a book about the case. Her parents were horrified by the idea, afraid that her investigation would put her in danger. Janice did eventually begin an extensive investigation many years later. The subsequent many years of work culminated in her 2018 book on the case, Too Good a Girl. Janice used the release of her book to help with the launch of the Olan Eberton Memorial Community Grant-Making Fund through the Tipton County Foundation. All donors who gave at least $100 received a copy of the book. Between donations and matching grants, the effort raised more than $40,000, well over the original fundraising goal of $25,100. While Olen's death has not been forgotten by her community, the questions that surround it still have not been answered. Nicholson, Georgia, is a small town in Jackson County. Josh Adams was born and raised in the area, where he was surrounded by family. He grew up fishing and exploring the outdoors on his family's large property. Josh was a natural athlete, excelling at any sport he tried, despite his height and strong build. His sister has described Josh as a teddy bear, kind, sociable, and caring. Josh grew up having a close relationship with his family, which continued after he reached adulthood. Many members of his immediate and extended family made their homes on the family property, and Josh worked with his father and brother in their family business. While Josh loved his entire family, one member of it was especially important to him, his niece Ava. Josh's sister Shannon was raising Ava on her own, and Josh played a major part in her life. Josh's life was not perfect, however. He struggled with substance abuse issues. By May of 2013, however, 25-year-old Josh seemed to be getting his life back on track. He had recently returned home after completing a 6-week-long drug rehabilitation program at a facility in Michigan. On May 20th, surveillance footage shows Josh at a local gas station and a bank, where he cashed one of his parents' checks for $400. That same day, his car was found on property owned by members of his family. On Brockton Loop, the car was parked in a pasture behind an out-of-use chicken house. This location was not far from a lake where Josh would occasionally go to fish. Josh's relative's neighbor was also there, did not recognize his white 2009 Chevrolet Malibu, and notified the sheriff's office of what they thought might be a suspicious vehicle. After running the car's license plate and learning that it belonged to Josh, the sheriff's office was able to get in contact with members of his family who came to collect the car. The following day, unable to get a hold of Josh, his family made their own call to the sheriff's department. To report him missing, Josh had left behind his wallet, car keys, identification, cell phone, and $25 in cash in his car. Curiously, his family also found his shoes, a few hundred yards away from where the car had been parked, closer to the lake. The property where Josh's vehicle had been parked was searched thoroughly. Dogs were brought in to help with the effort. Divers searched the lake, but because the water was so muddy, the lake was then drained and a lake bed was searched for evidence by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. No sign of Josh was found. The Sheriff's Department was able to reach some of the last people Josh had spoken to on his cell phone. They called a man listed in Josh's phone as Tony, but the man provided a different name when he answered the call. He acknowledged that he had spoken with Josh on May 20th, around 9 a.m., but refused to tell them what they had talked about. The next person investigators called denied speaking to Josh on the 20th. When asked about the 5 phone calls, cell phone records showed him exchanging with Josh on that day, the man hung up the phone. Rumors have plagued this case since it began. One of the most long-standing ones involves Josh's body being put through a wood chipper, but the sheriff's department has not ever been able to find any evidence to support the rumor. They have received numerous tips in the case in the years following Josh's disappearance, but none of them have moved the case forward. While Josh's body has never been located, the sheriff's department is treating his case as a homicide, while Josh's family has accepted the very real possibility that he is no longer alive. The uncertainty his disappearance has left in their lives, and their inability to lay him to rest, have created unbearable stress that they will only be able to find some relief from when they finally get some answers about what happened to Josh. Josh's mother passed away after he went missing, and his sister believes she would still be alive, were it not for her heart being broken over her son going missing. Josh's family is still offering a reward of up to $50,000 in the case. Cosby, Tennessee is a small, unincorporated community just north of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. 26-year-old Roger Hooper lived there, in a double-wide mobile home, just a few miles outside of the park. With his wife Kim, he worked as a courier for a local antiques broker. On Friday, February 22, 1991, Cosby High School's basketball team had a home game against North Greene County High. Roger, a graduate of Cosby High, attended the game. He left the school around 10 p.m. with 2 of his younger cousins and one of their friends. Roger lived near several of his family members, and his cousins lived just 2 homes down from his. After dropping his cousins and their friend off, he made the short drive to his own home. One of the cousins he dropped off was then 13-year-old Shannon Hooper, who would later describe Roger as a big brother to him, and the kind of person who would always inspire a good mood in everyone around him. Less than 2 minutes after Shannon got out of Roger's car, while he was inside his home, he and his family heard several shots. Upon hearing those shots while inside of her own home, Kim Hooper ran out to her back porch, where she found her husband lying on his back. He had been shot several times in the upper half of his body. While new road construction has since improved transportation in the Cosby area, in 1991, it took first responders approximately half an hour to get there from the town of Newport. When Kim found Roger, he was still alive, but he died as a result of his injuries within a few moments. At the time of Roger's death, Kim was pregnant with the couple's first child, a son that Roger never got to meet. Roger's injuries indicated that his killer had shot down at him when he got to his back porch. This led investigators to believe that the killer had parked in a nearby cemetery, taken their shotgun into the wooded area that overlooked Roger's home, and waited there for him to return. The cemetery and the woods were up an embankment behind the home. Roger's murder was not his first experience with violence, and it would not be his family's last. Roger had been shot at just 2 months before his murder. On December 21, 1990, Donnie Webb had fired a pistol at Roger on the entrance ramp to Interstate 40 at Wilton Springs. He failed to actually shoot Roger, and the bullet instead struck the windshield of a truck that was exiting the interstate. The driver of the truck was injured when the broken glass from his windshield cut his forearm. When he pulled over, he was able to locate the bullet that struck his vehicle and subsequently turned it over to the authorities. The day of the incident, Roger had Donnie Webb charged with reckless endangerment. He asked for the warrant to be dropped a few days later, but then went back to the authorities on February 8th to ask for the warrant to be reinstated after he got into an altercation with Webb at a high school basketball game. Roger was murdered 4 days prior to a preliminary hearing in the case. Authorities were obviously interested in talking with Webb after Roger was killed. They found him in West Virginia a few hours after the murder and instructed him to return to Tennessee. He did, and was interviewed by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent Ross Haynes. During this interview, Webb admitted that he had fired his pistol at Roger back in December. He would later unsuccessfully try to suppress the statement in court, but was still convicted of reckless endangerment. He has never been charged in Roger's murder. Following Roger's murder, other members of his family were subjected to attacks. The home 2 doors down from Roger's, where his cousin Shannon's family lived, was fired upon during 2 different drive-by shootings. Luckily, no one was home during one of them, and while the entire family was present for the other, no one was killed. The Hooper family is sure that they know who killed Roger, and immediately after Roger's murder, they believed that the case would be resolved quickly. However, it has not. Investigators do have information that they are withholding so as not to potentially jeopardize any future prosecutions, which they still believe could occur. In February of 2020, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation announced that there had been movement in Roger's case in the past 3 to 4 months. They also have evidence that they can retest with technology not available in 1991. However, they do not believe that this evidence alone will result in a conviction. The TBI suggested to a local news station that they cover the case, because they do not believe that the case can be formally solved in court unless witnesses who have remained silent for almost 3 decades finally come forward. On December 12, 2019, Heidi Brousard, who was 33 years old, took her 6-year-old son to his school in Austin, Texas, around 7:30 in the morning. Heidi had her 2-week-old baby, Margot, with her. When Heidi's partner Shane returned home from work, he was surprised not to find Heidi in their apartment, even though her car was parked in its usual spot and her belongings, including the diaper bag for the baby, were still there. The only thing missing was Heidi's cell phone. Shane felt that something was wrong with the situation. He picked up their son at after-school care, and when he picked up his son, he asked his staff there for his daughter too, and he immediately knew something was wrong. They didn't have Margot. She was still too young for daycare, and wasn't due to start for several more weeks. It was at that point that Shane called the police to report his wife and daughter missing, and an extensive investigation began. Shane made this plea to the media for the safe return of his wife and child. Immediately, this case took the media by storm. Many parallels were drawn between Heidi and the horrific murders carried out by Chris, who had been convicted of murdering his wife and 3 children in 2018. Unfortunately, Shane bore a significant amount of scrutiny during this time, with many people on social media claiming he was guilty. After a few days with little headway in the case, the Austin Police Department brought in the FBI to assist with its investigation. They were able to determine from witnesses that Heidi had returned the morning that she disappeared, shortly after dropping her son off, but no one saw her leave the building after that. Her phone had been turned off since her disappearance, and the last time it had pinged was at the apartment. Both Shane and Heidi's mother stated that there was no way Heidi had left voluntarily. They said in this statement, she wouldn't leave, not without an ID, all of her cash in her purse. Her purse is here, her car is here, and she's a talker. She loves to talk. She loves her friends. She loves her family. And she would tell somebody, and all of her friends don't know. Her mother went on to say this, it's only her and the baby and the cell phone and her keys that are missing, and that's it. Both Heidi's mother and Shane adamantly stated she never would have left her son behind. As the investigation progressed, a witness from Heidi and Shane's apartment complex came forward. They stated that on the morning of Heidi's disappearance, they had seen her talking outside of the building with a woman. They said that they saw the baby was with them and that they watched as Heidi got into the vehicle parked outside the building, and that woman drove off with Heidi and the baby in the vehicle. Officers showed the witnesses a lineup of known people in Heidi's life, and the witness pointed out Heidi's best friend, Megan Veramusca. Heidi and Megan had been friends since they were teenagers and had met at church camp. Megan had been present at the birth of both Heidi's children and had even stayed at their apartment to help out after Margot's birth. Megan even had a key to their apartment. Officers continued their investigation and were able to confirm that Megan had seen Heidi that morning of her disappearance with surveillance and tracking where her phone had pinged on December 12th. Megan lived in Houston, Texas, 162 miles away from Austin. Texas Rangers were dispatched to check out the home, and once there, they sent up a helicopter to get aerial surveillance and noticed that a vehicle registered to Megan was parked in the backyard of the home. It was noted as odd as it wasn't like a driveway or some sort of parking spot in the backyard. It was just like a normal home backyard, and the vehicle was like parked on the grass. It looked more like they were trying to conceal the vehicle rather than it being a practical place to park it. Texas Rangers were watching the house and saw a man leave the residence. They followed him to a local Target. They approached him and asked who he was. He revealed that he was Megan's ex-boyfriend. The couple had separated months prior, but had continued to live together when he was told that Megan was pregnant. Officers asked about the pregnancy and noted its close proximity to Heidi's pregnancy. They asked about the birth, and he said it had taken place while he was out of town, and she had given birth to a girl that she named Luna May. They showed this man a photo of Marco, who confirmed looked exactly like Luna May. Law enforcement was allowed into the home by Megan's ex-boyfriend. When they entered, they spoke to Megan, who couldn't recall where she'd given birth. She couldn't show officers any sort of records that matched with Luna May, and officers found that incredibly suspicious. On December 19th, Megan Veramusca was arrested and the baby was taken from the home and put into child protection until a DNA test could be conducted. DNA for the baby was confirmed to be Margot, and she was returned to her father's care. During a search of the home, officers found several suspicious internet searches on a device. Google searches for reasons for Amber Alert in Austin, and 162 searches for Heidi Brousard starting from December 12th. Officers also searched the vehicle that was in the backyard, and there they made the devastating discovery. Heidi's body was found in the trunk of the vehicle. A week after Heidi and Margot's abduction, there were now some answers, but more questions remained. It appeared that Veramusca had premeditated this attack for months, maybe even years before she carried it out. When Heidi revealed to friends that she was pregnant, that was when Megan announced that she was also pregnant and had the same due date. That Megan had been possessive over the newborn. But all these red flags had been just that. Red flags concerning behavior. No one thought Megan was capable of this kind of violence. In January 2020, she was charged with capital murder, tampering with a corpse, and 2 counts of kidnapping. An autopsy revealed that Heidi had been strangled to death and the murder weapon was alleged to have been a dog leash. Veramusca's trial has been delayed several times due to COVID, but she has been in the Travis County Jail awaiting trial since her arrest in 2020. She is being held on a $1.6 million bond. If convicted, she could face the death penalty. In March of this year, she had her first court hearing and her defense mentioned to remove evidence collected from the day she was arrested. They argue that law enforcement didn't have a warrant to enter the home, and Texas Rangers defended their actions, saying there was a young child who had reason to believe to have been kidnapped. There had been a strong smell of decomposition at the property and had acted accordingly with a suspect who was capable of murder and kidnapping. They stated that when they saw the baby, she appeared to have jaundice, and for that reason, they couldn't wait for a search warrant. They also had permission from the ex-boyfriend to enter the property, who was also on the lease as a tenant. They even have him on body cam saying, "She is not my child, are you serious? Go get that baby. What are y'all waiting for, man?" Texas Rangers arrived at the property at 1 p.m. and the search warrant wasn't approved until 8:30 p.m. Faramusca's attorneys are trying to get any evidence, testimony, and anything else collected before 8:30 p.m. thrown out of the trial. The state cited 3 exceptions justifying the search and seizure of the home at the time. 1. Law enforcement isn't required to show probable cause when action is immediately necessary to protect human life. 2. There was an objective standard of reasonableness to enter given the facts and circumstances of the case. And 3. Consent was given by someone authorized to provide consent, allowing Texas Rangers to enter the home without a warrant. And Texas Rangers also stated that once the baby was removed and in safety, they made everyone exit the home, conducted only a safety sweep, and waited until the warrant arrived. Only then did they open the vehicle, which they had already determined to be the source of the smell. They stated that they only immediately entered the home to preserve evidence and get the baby to safety. It does appear that the trial is still set to go forward. At this point in time, there hasn't been a trial date set, just a few smaller court proceedings just to get both sides ready for court. There is also still an option for a plea bargain or an admission of guilt, which may mean that no trial goes forward. We will just have to wait and see, and I will keep an eye on the situation and update when there is something new. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Min Lin and his wife Yoon Lin, also known as Lily, were caring parents and a dedicated couple. They met in Sydney after moving from China as students, got married, and had 3 children. Henry, who was 12 years old, Terry, who was 9 years old, and Brenda, who was 15 years old. Brenda described her parents as loving, attentive, and hardworking, always putting their children first. Henry was passionate about sports, especially badminton, and was outgoing and popular. Terry looked up to his older siblings, especially Brenda, whom he followed everywhere. The Lin family was very close-knit, and the siblings had a strong bond with each other. Min and Lily worked hard to give their 3 children the best life and education they possibly could. Min set up the Epping Central News Agency in 2002, which became a fast-growing and lucrative business, turning over more than $1 million a year. The news agency was always bustling and busy, and the Lin family quickly became very well known and respected within the local community. The family lived on Boundary Road, in a nice suburb of North Epping. Lily's sister Irene also moved into Boundary Road with them. Irene worked part-time at the news agency to help Min and Lily. Min had bought his parents, Yang Fei Lin and Fei Ching Su, a new home about a 30-minute drive away from them. Min and Lily also lived a short walk away from Min's sister Kathy, her husband Lien Binzi, known as Robert, who was previously an ear, nose, and throat specialist in China, and their son. Both Robert and Kathy migrated to Australia in 2002. On Friday, July 17th, the Lin family went to Min and Kathy's parents' house for dinner. This was a regular weekly gathering, and everyone apart from Brenda was there as she was away on a school excursion. Henry's grandmother asked him to stay over that night. However, he declined due to having plans with his uncle Robert the following day to play badminton. Min left his parents' home at around 9 p.m. to deliver some newspapers for the following morning. Eventually, the whole family headed back to their home on Boundary Road. Early the following day, chatter amongst locals started. Min's news agency was unusually closed, and the newspapers had mounted up outside the store without being taken in. It was a busy Saturday morning, and Min not opening his agency without any warning was a cause for concern. Min's sister Kathy received a phone call from a worried customer asking what was going on. Following this, Kathy and her husband Robert headed straight over to the Lynn family home, less than a 5-minute walk away. At around 9 a.m., they reached the house and found the door was unlocked. Downstairs, everything appeared as expected. Nothing was disturbed, but the house was eerily silent, and no one was responding to Kathy and Robert's calls. Heading up to the second floor, however, it was a very different story. They were met with a terrifying sight. In the master bedroom lay Lily's body. She had been bludgeoned to death and the room was full of blood. Upon making their way through the rest of the upstairs floor, each room had an equally horrifying scene. Irene's body was found in her room, slumped against her bed. Min and Lily's 2 young sons Henry and Terry were also found dead in their bedroom across the corridor. Blood completely covered the walls, floors and ceilings in each room, and the crime scene and the murders would go down as one of the most brutal in Australian history. Min Lin, however, was nowhere to be found. Kathy dialed 000 for an ambulance. Towards the end of the call, a hysterical Kathy could be heard pleading with her husband, Robert, begging him not to leave her alone in the house. She was heard saying in Cantonese, "I am more scared than you are." But Robert insisted he had to go and pick up hers and her brother's parents, leaving a frantic Kathy in the house alone. Police and paramedics arrived on scene and were met with Kathy at the front door, screaming for help. Min was still unaccounted for, but on Kathy's advice the police did a further search of the master bedroom and looked under the duvet. It was here that they finally found Min Lin's body. He too had met the same terrible end as his family. Robert, Kathy, Yangfei Lin, and Fengqing Zhu were taken to hospital to be treated for shock. A short while later, Brenda, still away on her trip, decided to log into Facebook to catch up with things back home. Tragically, she learned what had happened to her family shortly after signing in. People began messaging her asking if she was okay, and sending her articles that showed pictures of her house. At first, she thought they were all playing some sort of sick joke, but her school arranged for her to travel back to Sydney on the first available flight. After landing, she was met with Kathy and police officers, who confirmed the horrific news. The last time Brenda had seen her family was when her father dropped her off a few days prior to begin her school excursion. Not wanting to draw attention to anything in front of her friends, she and her father awkwardly said goodbye and parted ways. Brenda said the Strike Force No Burn was a secret operation that was implemented to investigate the 5 murders, and pressure was on to solve a case that had become very high profile very quickly. The deaths of the Lin family started dominating the media, with all outlets keen to get the next scoop or lead on the case. It was initially reported that it may have been a murder-suicide, and the police said this was a possibility that was being investigated. Judging by the severe injuries sustained from the lengthy attacks, and the fact that the injuries were consistent across all 5 people in the house, this theory was quickly ruled out. Investigators noted several things about the crime scene. It appeared that whoever had gained access to the house knew the layout and was very comfortable with their surroundings. There were no signs of a break-in and nothing appeared to have been ransacked or stolen. The power to the house had been cut from the outside. Police quickly determined that due to there being no signs of a forced entry, whoever the killer was most likely had a key to the property. 15-year-old Brenda's bedroom was completely untouched, and unlike the other bedrooms, which showed blood on all the door handles, her door handle was clean. This further fueled the police's theory that whoever had committed the crime knew the family and therefore knew Brenda was not there, deliberately avoiding that specific room. It was also determined that it was likely the killer had been wearing gloves, due to the way the blood was smeared and spread. Officers quickly concluded that there was only one perpetrator, and although there were 24 bloody footprints found, they were all the same size and make of shoe. The prints were between a US size 8.5 and a 10. The family were all so disfigured from the attacks that forensic analysis had to be used to formally identify them. It was determined that the murders had taken place between 2 and 5:30 a.m. Police believe that Min and Lily were killed first and Irene was killed after, before the killer went into the young boy's room last. Detectives concluded that the 2 young brothers most likely woke up after hearing their parents and aunt being killed. Experts also confirmed that due to the blood splatter analysis and the position the boys were found in on the floor, they had fought for their lives with everything they had. Henry was killed with 3 blows to the head. Terry was the only one not killed instantly and potentially stayed alive for up to 2 hours after the attack, which ultimately saw him struck 6 times. Blunt force trauma was listed as the cause of death, and with 4 out of the 5 victims, asphyxiation was also a contributing factor. A distinct pattern was visible on the family's faces, and a forensic pathologist determined that a hammer-like object with a rope around it was the murder weapon they were looking for. It was likely that the killer wrapped the rope around their wrist during the attacks. Over the following days, police brought Robert and Kathy in for interviews. Robert held his head in his hands through most of the interviews, crying and staring down at the table. Through his translator, he told the police that he and his wife Kathy had left hers in Min's parents' house the previous night. When they got back home, he'd watch sports before having a bath at around 2 a.m. After this, he headed to bed. 3 weeks after the family were killed, business at the Epping Central News Agency resumed. Kathy and Robert took over the ownership of the store and became Brenda's legal guardians. Robert offered to adopt Brenda a matter of hours after her parents were found. The funeral for the Lynn family was held in August. Hundreds of mourners turned up to pay their respects, including the children's school and the police looking after the investigation. The outpouring of grief was immense. A trust fund was set up to help Brenda with her future education, and the public came out in force to show their support for the family. As well as family and friends of the Lynns, the community wanted answers and justice too. Strike Force Nobun and the investigating team began to draw some conclusions. The lack of a break-in indicated the killer had a key, and the fact this person knew the layout of the house, including how to cut the power from the outside. The killer's knowledge that Brenda was not home, hence the reason her room was left undisturbed, and the shoe prints that covered the house, pointed to just one person. Robert the 000 call Kathy had made to authorities that morning also added more weight to this case. During the call, Kathy could be heard talking in Cantonese, begging Robert not to leave her alone in the house. For all anybody knew, the killer may still have been lying in wait somewhere, or may have potentially come back at any time. Robert left her for an hour to pick up her parents. Police concluded that only he would have known for definite that his wife was no longer in danger of meeting the same end as her family, hence the reason he left her. It was also alleged that when Kathy and Robert first went to the Lynn family home at 9 a.m. that morning, Robert told Kathy, "Don't look," before they could even see anything, indicating he already knew the scene that lay ahead. Police needed more before they could make an arrest. As Brenda was now living with Kathy and Robert, police set up pinhole surveillance cameras inside the couple's home. They had conducted a risk assessment to determine whether or not Robert posed any threat towards Brenda, and ultimately they determined he did not. Robert would have known Brenda's schedule, and therefore could have easily waited for her to come home before carrying out the murders. But he didn't. Further analysis of the Lynn's house found that the bloody shoe prints at the scene were from a make of a 6 trainer, the same trainers that Robert could be seen wearing in old photographs. Observing more from within Robert's and Kathy's home, police made another big link to the shoes in question. Robert was seen on one of the cameras talking to Kathy at the dining table. Whilst talking, he could be seen cutting a box into small pieces. He then soaked the pieces in a bucket before flushing them down the toilet. The box was an A6 trainer's shoe box, and the shoes in question were found out to be a men's US 9.5. Robert also made a curious phone call to a detective. He phoned to clarify something he may have said back when the Lynn family were discovered. He said he may have told a police officer at the scene that there were 5 bodies inside the house, but he claimed what he meant to say was that there were 4 or 5 bodies, and that he was phoning to clear this statement up. This only added more to the police's case. Although Min was the last to be found inside the house, police believed it was obvious that Robert knew exactly where he was, and had slipped up when he said 5 bodies during a time when the 5th victim couldn't be accounted for. It wasn't long before police began a thorough search of Robert and Kathy's home, and seized Robert's car. The couple had both confirmed in previous interviews that on the morning the family were discovered, they had both been up early. Robert told the police he had spent the morning in his garage. Knowing this, police were keen to search that particular space. During the search of the garage, a stain was found on the floor, and this was labeled up as stain number 91. Experts believe this was a transfer stain, and it contained a mixture of DNA. It was quickly sent away for testing. After the results came back, it was concluded that stain 91 contained DNA from 4 out of the 5 victims. It matched 9-year-old Terry with a 1 in 50 quadrillion chance of the DNA belonging to anyone else. Following this huge discovery time after 2 a.m., he then headed over to the Lynn's house with a key that had been cut. It was also concluded that Robert killed each member of the family in the order in which they presented a threat for resistance or detention. It is thought that the 2 boys and Irene were collateral damage or secondary victims, who may have woken up when Min and Lily were being killed. Police phoned Brenda's school, and she was quickly pulled into the principal's office and told the news about her uncle's arrest. Brenda's principal, Susan, said she herself had become suspicious of Robert when she witnessed him reducing Brenda to tears in the schoolyard. She said he was so physically close to her, speaking loudly, rapidly in Chinese. Brenda with her head down, tears falling down. It was clear that he was trying to get her to agree to something. I told my husband, I think I've just spent all day with a murderer. I just got a gut feeling he was dangerous, and I was very worried for Brenda's safety. Susan was so concerned that she eventually persuaded Brenda to obtain a lawyer. Brenda's lawyer soon began to suspect Robert as well. At this time, Brenda did not think it was possible that her uncle could have ever been involved. For a lot of people, the motive remained unclear. It was initially thought that Robert's motive stemmed from nothing more than jealousy and greed. Since coming to Sydney, he had been virtually unemployed after a restaurant venture he had failed. Police also found no evidence to suggest that he was actually an ear, nose, and throat specialist back in China. His brother-in-law, Min, was a successful businessman by this point, and police believe that Robert's jealousy of Min consumed him. Robert believed he was entitled to respect and admiration from his extended family, but felt he was denied it because of the attention given to Min. 3.5 years on from the Lynn murders, the brother-in-law of one of the victims has been ordered to stand trial. In December 2012, Robert was committed to stand trial. Some of the DNA evidence was still in the process of being tested, and the trial was delayed and pushed back. But in May 2014, the trial of Robert Z began. He pled not guilty. Since July 2011, Robert had been sharing details with a fellow inmate who subsequently reported this back to police. The informant took the stand to testify against Robert in exchange for a reduced sentence. The inmate, known as Witness A, said that Robert had told him he had bought a hammer, which was the murder weapon, from a $2 shop, as he knew the CCTV cameras in the shop were fake. He also alleged that Robert had said he'd planned to steal a dead man's DNA from a funeral home and plant it on the murder weapon. Witness A said Robert told him that on the night of the murder, he had sedated Kathy before leaving the house. Despite Witness A pushing Robert to find out where the murder weapon was, to this day it has never been located. It is thought that on the morning Robert drove to pick up Yang Fei Lin and Feng Qingzhu, he took the murder weapon with him and disposed of it along the way. Robert's defense team stated that it would have been impossible for one person to commit all 5 murders and escape unharmed. They also argued that Robert was not the only person living in Australia that wore size 9.5 A6 trainers. They stated that there was potentially 3 different sets of shoe prints at the crime scene, not just one. During the trial, Brenda, who was faced with all of the evidence against her uncle, said she finally had to accept the reality of what he had done to her family. Brenda's identity was kept hidden during the trials. She spoke to her lawyer and gave him evidence that added even more to an already shocking story. She told her lawyer and later the New South Wales Supreme Court that Robert had sexually assaulted her on a number of occasions before the murders. After she moved in with him and Kathy, the assaults began to escalate. The Lynn family estate, which likely would have gone to Brenda, was now being controlled by Robert and Kathy, and Robert evicted Min and Kathy's parents from the home that Min had bought for them. This added more weight to the theory that he was so fixated with Brenda. He did everything in his power to make sure she would be left with no choice but to move in with him and Kathy. While observing the family through pinhole cameras, police did observe Robert touching Brenda in what they called an uncomfortable way, but police said the touching they observed didn't amount to molestation. Brenda's grandfather Yang Fei-lin told the court that he had seen Robert staring into Brenda's bedroom during the early hours one morning. The juries in all of the trials knew Brenda's evidence, but journalists could not publish anything that identified her. She was referred to as Miss A.B. After Brenda told the courtroom about the abuse she had suffered, she said that her Aunt Kathy began sending Brenda messages, proclaiming that Robert had been framed by the police and that everyone had it all wrong. Brenda spoke of how disappointed she was in Kathy's reaction. After the accounts of sexual abuse were brought to light in the courtroom, Justice Johnson declared a mistrial. A new trial had to be set for August 2014. On the first day of the second trial, the prosecution presented a new theory behind Robert's motive. As well as his jealousy of Min, he evidently had a disturbing sexual obsession with Min's daughter Brenda. But unfortunately, not long into the second trial, Justice Peter Johnson fell ill, and the trial again was postponed. 6 months later, in February 2015, Robert's third trial began. Justice Elizabeth Fullerton was now presiding, and the trial went on to last for 10 months. The jury took 19 days to deliberate. However, they could not reach a unanimous verdict, and it was again declared a mistrial. Justice Fullerton granted Robert bail while he awaited his next trial. After almost 5 years behind bars without a conviction, he was fitted with an electronic monitor and allowed back home. In June 2016, the fourth and what would be the final trial began. With Justice Fullerton still presiding, and 8 months later, in February 2017, the jury had reached their verdict. Robert was found guilty by a majority verdict of 11-1. Kathy and Min's parents said they were happy with the verdict they had waited so long for. Justice Fullerton said of Brenda, "I acknowledge the profound grief she has suffered and continues to suffer. While the law does not permit a sentencing judge to take into account any additional because a family member of a murder victim has suffered through their death. In this case, the far-reaching and immeasurable harm done is also an aspect of the harm done to the community, and for that reason, I also take that into account when imposing life sentences in this case." Robert was given 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. It would be years before the suppression order that concealed Brenda's identity was when she agreed to appear in an exclusive interview with Channel 7. Robert's wife Kathy still believes he is innocent and said that he is a caring man who would never hurt the family. Kathy and Min's parents, however, agree with the rulings and believe that Robert is now where he belongs, saying, "He is not a human being. He is a monster." Robert appealed his sentences in June 2020, but in 2021, after just 10 minutes at the New South Wales Criminal Appeals Court, 3 judges dismissed his appeal. In her interviews, Brenda Lynn said she is still trying to rebuild her life as best she can. She credits her amazing family with making her the person she is today, and she said she is forever grateful for how the community came together to help her. She wants to make sure she carries on doing all the things she knows her family would have wanted her to do, and said she hopes in the future she is able to do something to help other people and give back to everyone that supported her. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On June 17, 1924, Archibald Hall was born on Ibrox Road in Glasgow, Scotland. His early years were difficult, marked by social exclusion and a fragmented childhood. He struggled to make friends and often skipped school, spending time watching variety shows instead. Inspired by the admiration these performers received, he aimed to rise above his working-class upbringing and turbulent home life. In his teens, he began getting into trouble with the law and was noticed by the police from as young as 15 years old. Hall was also bisexual, and his marriage ended shortly after it began. In the late 1940s, Hall left Scotland and traveled south to England. London was still under rationing, as was the rest of the country, and the rebuilding of the city wouldn't fully get underway until the 1950s. Hall traveled to Soho and soon became a firm fixture in the nightclubs. During that time, not only was homosexuality illegal, but members of the LGBTQ+ community were treated appallingly by both police and society in general. The London club scene, however, was more open. During that time, various gangs controlled different parts of the city, and this gave Hall an insight into London's criminal underworld, a life he was desperate to be a part of. His love of performing made him a consummate conman, and he soon began committing theft. Between 1945 and 1977, Hall had spent more time inside prison than out of it. Alongside his love of variety shows, cinema was another fixation for Hall. Upon his release from prison, he began using the name Roy Fontaine, named after legendary actress Joan Fontaine, after he saw her in Alfred Hitchcock's Rebecca. He would confidently pose as an aristocrat or a wealthy American, and quickly perfected his skills as a conman and thief. He would introduce himself as Dr. Roy Fontaine to gain people's trust, and according to one report, he was jailed in the 1970s for selling secret papers to the Russians. In a letter, Hall explained that this was a miscarriage of justice and that he was an innocent man. On one occasion, he stole the invitation meant for his employer and impersonated him at a party at Holyrood House in Edinburgh. As he began to move up the social circles, he got a job as a butler in Dumfries, Scotland, working for Lady Margaret Hudson. Lady Hudson was the widow of Sir Austin Hudson, a former Conservative Member of Parliament. Hall made a good impression with those in the community, and he was described as polite and incredibly well-mannered. In 1977, one of Hall's former lovers arrived in Dumfries, throwing Hall's life into chaos. David Wright had shared a cell with Archibald Hall when they were both serving time in Hall prison together. The pair had a sexual relationship, and Wright's presence in Dumfries was a major threat to Hall. David Wright was given a job as a gamekeeper and began doing odd jobs throughout the house. He knew too much about Hall and his past and threatened to reveal this to Lady Hudson. Wright also began to steal from the house, leaving Hall enraged. Wright stole some of the antique silver and a ring, but Archibald Hall told him he needed to return it, and this quickly sparked an explosive row. As the argument escalated, David attempted to shoot Archibald, but missed. In an attempt to defuse the situation, Hall plied Wright with alcohol before the pair slept together. Although the argument appeared to be over, Hall had made his mind up. David Wright had to die. The next morning, they decided to go rabbit hunting on the grounds. Before they left, Hall ensured that Wright's gun was not loaded. David Wright remarked what a lovely day it was. Hall, ever the performer, allegedly replied, "Lovely day. Shame this is the last day you will see." He then pulled his gun up and shot David Wright in the head. Archibald Hall had gone from a thief and conman to a cold-blooded killer. He buried Wright next to the river that ran through the grounds. When he would take Lady Hudson's dog for a walk, each time he would put more stones on where he had buried the body, so that the dog couldn't smell it. Hall told Lady Hudson that Wright had left suddenly due to being offered a job elsewhere. Soon after, Hall headed back to London. Lady Hudson was none the wiser about the sinister goings-on and gave him a glowing reference to help him secure his next job. In October 1977, he got a job as a butler for Walter and Dorothy Scott Elliott. Walter Scott Elliott was 82 years old and had served as the Labour MP for Akrington between 1945 and 1950. He was from an aristocratic Scottish background, and his wife Dorothy was also incredibly wealthy. The pair lived at 200 Sloane Street in the prominent and affluent area of Knightsbridge, West London. Like Lady Hudson, the Scott Elliots found him to be affable, polite, and developed a real fondness for him. Being part of their household gave Archibald Hall the opportunity to case nearby properties and seamlessly move about in their social circles. He intended to rob his elderly wealthy employers, but he knew he couldn't do it alone. He made contact with his former lover, an Irish woman named Mary Coggle, and asked if she knew anyone that could help him pull it off. She arranged a meeting, and in November 1977, at a pub in King's Cross, she introduced 53-year-old Archibald Hall to 39-year-old Michael Kiddo. Like Archibald Hall, Michael Kiddo had an unstable childhood, and he also spent time in the foster care system. After moving around a lot, he ended up in the armed forces, but he was dishonorably discharged after committing a robbery. Kiddo had 2 failed marriages and a daughter, and with no stable address, he moved around the country often. He would take on odd jobs where he could find them in an attempt to support himself. He had many run-ins with the law and was frequently in front of judges for committing petty offenses. Despite his long rap sheet, This wasn't the experienced accomplice that Archibald Hall had been looking for. But for Kiddo, this was the perfect opportunity to make some big money. Money that was unprecedented for him. When they met, Kiddo was on the run after robbing the pub he had worked at as a barman. The crimes that Hall was talking about were a huge step up from the petty offenses that Kiddo had committed thus far. The dynamic between the pair was instant. Hall was in charge, and Kiddo did what he was told to do. Kiddo greatly admired Hall and was hugely flattered that he had been asked to help him in his criminal endeavors. After committing several robberies in the local area, they set about devising a plan to rob Walter and Dorothy Scott Elliott. They would steal little and often, in the hopes that the vulnerable elderly couple wouldn't realize. This plan, however, quickly and rather spectacularly fell apart. In December 1977, less than a month after they had first met, Dorothy Scott Elliott walked in on Hall and Kiddo discussing their plans and what could be stolen from the home. Kiddo had no right to be in the house, and it appeared that their crimes were about to come to an abrupt end. In reality, they were about to escalate in the most appalling way imaginable. They both immediately decided that she had to be killed. Dorothy Scott Elliott was smothered to death while her beloved husband Walter was asleep upstairs. In murdering Dorothy, they had killed a popular socialite in the busy UK capital, someone whose disappearance would not go unnoticed. They knew they had to leave and leave quickly. They moved her body to the boot of their car before drugging Walter and driving to Scotland. So as not to draw attention to themselves, Mary Coggle dressed up as the deceased Dorothy Scott Elliott. According to the Daily Record, they convinced the confused and semi-conscious Walter to allow them to drive him to various banks, withdrawing huge sums of money. After traveling 400 miles, they reached Braco in Perthshire. After they pulled into a quiet road, they removed the body of Dorothy Scott Elliott and buried her. Walter was still under the influence of the drugs they had given him, and after burying Dorothy, they carried on driving. They took him to an isolated spot in Inverness. He was taken out of the car and strangled with a scarf. Believing he was dead, Hall and Kiddo walked back to the car, but they began to hear a groaning sound coming from where they had left Walter's body. He was still alive. According to Hall, he sent Kiddo back with a shovel and told him to finish the job. Walter Scott Elliott was then beaten to death. 3 people were now dead, and the crime spree showed no signs of stopping. But the trio soon ran into problems. Mary Coggle insisted on continuing to wear Dorothy's distinctive fur coat, as well as her jewelry, which started to bring them unwanted attention. Desperate to escape, they headed to Cumbria and arrived in the small village of Newton Arlosh. They began to rent a cottage nearby, and Kiddo and Hall became regulars at the local pub while they attempted to lie low. Unbeknownst to the residents of this sleepy English village, 2 brutal murderers and their accomplice were now living in their midst. Hall told local residents that he was an antique dealer, another part of the web of lies he was spinning. During their time at the cottage, they had made several trips back to where the Scott Elliots had lived to sell off more of their antiques. They told the Scott Elliots caretaker that the couple had gone abroad unexpectedly. A few weeks later, on Christmas Day in 1977, a shepherd was walking down by the stream that ran past the village. It was here that he made a horrific discovery. He found the body of a woman lying in the water. She had suffered appalling head injuries and had seemingly died a very violent death. It soon became clear who it was. It was Mary Coggle. As the investigation into her murder got underway, a few weeks later in January 1978, Hall contacted the mother of an old associate and asked if he and Kiddo could stay for the night. They headed off to East Lothian, but due to a snowstorm, they had to stop mid-journey. On the night of the 16th of January, they arrived in North Berwick and booked a room at the Blenheim House Hotel. Norman Wright, who was the owner of the hotel at the time, said there was something about the pair he immediately didn't like. Listening to his instincts, he called the police, as he thought they had fled from another hotel and not paid the bill, and he was worried they might do the same to him. The police arrived and checked the tax disc on the car. The tax disc didn't match the number plate. When the police said they wanted to speak to Kiddo and Hall, Norman Wright said they were extremely calm and willing to talk to the officers. It was reported in the Watford Observer that Hall had the number plate changed, as the original one had 999 on it, the UK emergency code, which Hall didn't appreciate. The detectives then took them down to the station to answer questions. Officers described them as calm and collected, with Kiddo being quiet and Hall doing all the talking. Hall was also confident in answering the officers' questions. During their interviews, he made regular trips to the bathroom, and on one of those trips, he escaped out the window and fled the station. Officers from CID came to remove the car, and upon seizing it, the duty inspector made a terrifying discovery. In the boot of the car was the body of a naked man. This had gone from a petty driving offense to a major murder investigation, but one of their killers had just escaped. Archibald's flashy style ultimately caught up with him. He was immediately recognizable as he was smartly dressed, with a red and white polka dot handkerchief in his breast pocket. And later that night, he was caught as part of a road check in nearby Wallaford. Finally, Archibald Hall was back in custody. When he was back at the station, he allegedly swallowed pills that he had concealed and subsequently collapsed. He was taken to hospital and later discharged back into the custody of officers. He was initially arrested for handling stolen items, giving police more time to build a case against him for murder. It wasn't long before he started talking, and officers could not believe what they were hearing. In the case of Dorothy Scott Elliott, both men began to blame each other. But what had happened to the woman who had bought Hall and Kiddo together? What had happened to Mary Coggle? In his statement, Hall had said that an argument had broken out about her refusal to part with Coggle was drawing and wanted attention to them, while Hall was desperate for them to fly under the radar. He explained that during an argument near the river, she had fallen off the bridge, cracked her head open and died, but scientific analysis said otherwise. Officers believed that what had actually happened was far more deliberate. They believed that the argument had began at the cottage they were staying in and that Mary Coggle had been beaten with a fire poker and then suffocated with a plastic bag. At the cottage, police also found blood stains and fingerprints that matched Mary Coggle. They also found linen that had the crest of the Scott Elliots on it. The men then drove her body to the river and threw it over the bridge. Then came another question. Who was the man in the boot of their car? And why had he been murdered? The final victim was not a stranger to them. He was Archibald's half-brother Donald. It is believed that after Mary had been murdered and before they fled to Scotland, they arrived back at their cottage and found Donald waiting for them. Donald was a pedophile who had just been released from prison. Despite being related, the pair had an extremely fraught relationship and there was no love lost between the two of them. They told Donald that he could be part of their next job, which would include tying up their victims. Donald was persuaded to let them practice on him. Once he was restrained and unable to move, Hall used chloroform to render him immobile. Archibald Hall then drowned Donald in the bathtub. On the 16th of January, 1978, the pair put Donald's body in the boot of their car and headed north toward Scotland. But why had he murdered his brother? According to Archibald's lawyer, the one person he cared about was his daughter, Caroline. As his brother was a pedophile, his lawyer said he likely had killed him to protect her, although this has been called into question. He didn't regularly see his daughter, and she was barely mentioned in his later written autobiography. In his confession, he remarked how surprised he had been with Walter Scott Elliott's strength. During their interviews, it also became clear that Kiddo had, ironically, had a very lucky escape in being arrested. Hall had no loyalty to him and saw him as dispensable. Kiddo was likely going to be the next victim, as Archibald had planned to murder him too. When talking about why he had committed his appalling crimes, Hall's defense was staggering. He blamed Michael Kiddo for starting him off again on a career of crime and said it was all his fault. He also made a second attempt to take his own life. While in hospital, he finally confessed to officers about his very first murder. He went on to explain how he had brutally killed David Wright. Archibald Hall eventually confessed to the murders and led the police to the bodies of his victims. As the murders had taken place in both Scotland and England, trials had to be held in both countries. The case for the murders committed in Scotland went to the High Court in Edinburgh on Kiddo's 40th birthday. The confident and performative Hall was unusually silent. For the first time in his life, he had nothing to say. Unchanged Kiddo turned to the press bench and said, "Kiddo was convicted of the murders of Mary Coggle and Walter Scott Elliott. and the manslaughters of Dorothy Scott Elliott and Donald Hall. Hall was convicted at courts in both London and Edinburgh of 4 murders. The murder of Dorothy Scott Elliott was ordered to lie on file, meaning that a judge acknowledged there was enough evidence to make a case, but it wasn't in the public interest to proceed, normally because the accused has acknowledged more serious offenses. In the summer of 1978, Hall was given 2 life sentences for the murder of Wright and Walter Scott Elliott at the High Court in Edinburgh. He was later given 2 more life sentences for the murders of Coggle and Donald Hall at the Old Bailey. In 1999, Hall wrote an autobiography called A Perfect Gentleman detailing his life and crimes. He stated in the book, he went on to cooperate in writing several other books too, including To Kill and Kill Again, The Chilling True Confessions of a Serial Killer, and The Wicked Mr. Hall. A film about his life was also due to be released, with acclaimed actor Malcolm McDowell starring as the titular monster butler, but the film was cancelled due to lack of funding. While in prison, Hall went on hunger strike several times and spoke of not wanting to grow old in his cell. On September 16, 2002, while serving his sentence, Archibald Hall died at HMP Kingston. A spokesman for the coroner's office said that Hall had died of natural causes. He was 78 years old. At the time of his death, he was the oldest prisoner serving a whole life sentence. Kiddo was eventually released, and his whereabouts are unknown to the public. The crimes of Archibald Hall were shocking, calculated, and cruel. 5 people lost their lives due to greed and ruthlessness, and many more fell victim to the consummate conman's lies. The chance checking of the tax disc had brought to an end an extraordinary chain of events that had left a trail of chaos and destruction. If they hadn't have been stopped, one can only speculate about how many more may have fallen victim. In the early hours of October 28, 1994, a newspaper delivery person from the Seattle Times began their route in Renton, King County, Washington. Around 3:30 a.m., they noticed something unusual on a small dead-end road surrounded by trees. There was a vehicle with its doors open, and nearby, they found the bodies of a young woman and a child lying on the road. They immediately called 911. When officers arrived, they identified the woman as 23-year-old Stacy Falcon Dwey. The child was later identified as her 3-year-old son, Jacob Dwey. Both had multiple gunshot wounds, which was the cause of their death. Initially, it was thought to have been a robbery gone wrong. The contents of Stacy's purse had been strewn both inside and outside of her '84 Buick Century, but further evidence suggested that there may have been a darker motive behind the crime. Packing tape that appeared to have been used to bind Stacy was found on the passenger side of the vehicle. Stacy's belt was undone and several buttons from her shirt were found in the vehicle. The medical examiner also suggested that Jacob may have been killed facing Stacy, or she might have been holding him when he was killed. The 2 fatal shots that had killed Jacob had gone through his body and hit Stacy in the arm and shoulder. Then she was killed with 2 shots to the back of the head. Stacy had been covered in bruises, including around her neck and a significant head wound from what was assumed to have been a blow from the back of the gun. Stacy's clothing had also been caked with mud, whereas Jacob had been completely clean, indicating that she might have tried to run away before being wrestled back into the car. The bodies were moved into the middle of the road, and it was presumed the killer had intended to drive off in the car, but the keys had fallen between the driver's door and the seat and had only been found when the seats had been fully removed. Officers suspected that when the killer couldn't find the keys, he then fled on foot away from the crime scene. Neighbors who lived in the area reported hearing gunshots at around 2:10 a.m., giving law enforcement an estimated time of the death of the 2 victims. Earlier that evening, Stacy had dropped Jacob off with a babysitter, a friend who lived in an apartment complex that Stacy had recently moved out of. Stacy and Jacob had recently moved into an apartment 4 miles away, and she lived with her boyfriend. Jacob was with a babysitter because Stacy was going out to celebrate her birthday with and had returned to pick up her son around 1:45 a.m. Witnesses said they saw her get into her vehicle and drive off, and it should have been a short journey home, only a few minutes drive away. Her boyfriend was reported to have been at home at the time of the murders, and he had expected them to return, but he didn't notice they hadn't until officers knocked on the door because he'd fallen asleep. Officers extensively investigated the brutal murders for several years. Several suspects had been ruled out, which had included Stacy's boyfriend and ex-husband, but eventually the case went cold. In 2001, several advances in DNA technology had been made, and it was this case that was reopened to look at for new leads. That year, several samples that had been collected from the autopsy were tested for DNA, and they found male DNA under her fingernails. In 2002, the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab got a match from the incarcerated inmate, Jerome Frank Jones, who was in federal prison in California for a murder he committed in 1995. They flew to California to interview him, who, when shown photos of Stacy, denied having known her. In 2002, they also interviewed the building manager of Stacy's old apartment, the one that her friend had lived in, and he confirmed that a man named Jerome Jones lived there in 1994. No other connection between Stacy and Jones was found, and in 2002, due to what was described as delays, budget cuts, and other procedural hiccups, the case fell between the cracks for nearly a decade. A podcast highlighted the case in 2019, and it was only because of that coverage that the family had been alerted of the DNA connection when they hadn't known about it before. They then pushed law enforcement to answer why that evidence hadn't produced an arrest. In 2021, the case was officially reopened. Several more advances in DNA had occurred since 2002, and investigators wanted to see if there was anything else from that crime scene that could be new for the case. In December 2021, additional DNA evidence was found, this time on the sleeve of Jacob's coat. This DNA connected Jerome Jones directly to the crime scene. On February 18, 2022, the now 51-year-old Jerome Jones was charged in the 1994 murder of Stacy Falcon Dwey, as well as the murder of Jacob Dwey. He has also been charged with robbery and sexual assault. Jones had been scheduled for release in 2030 from his previous convictions, but if convicted of these charges, he will likely be sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. 26 years after Patricia Barnes, a 61-year-old Seattle, Washington resident's body was discovered in Olalla, Washington. Her case has been solved thanks to the advanced DNA testing. In 1995, Patricia Barnes was last seen by acquaintances 3 days before her body was discovered in a ditch. She was found nude in a sleeping bag with several gunshot wounds to her head. Her social circle was very small, which made the case more difficult to solve. During the investigation, the Kitsap County detectives collected and documented over 130 pieces of evidence. The evidence included the sleeping bag, evidence from her body, and cigarette butts found at the crime scene. However, after a large amount of follow-up, they could not identify a suspect. For some time, it was suspected that Patricia was the victim of Robert Lee Yates, also known as the Spokane serial murderer, even though her profile did not match those of Yates' previous victims. Detectives later proved that Yates was stationed in Alabama at the time of Patricia's murder, eliminating him as a suspect. In 2018, the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office reopened Patricia's case. According to an interview with Detective Mike Grant, he and another detective decided to submit evidence they felt would be significant to finding the murderer to the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab. The crime lab developed an unknown male profile using the evidence submitted, which would be the first solid break in the case in decades. However, there was no match after entering the DNA profile into Cody's. Yet another roadblock in the case, but the detectives were determined to find justice for Patricia Barnes. With the help of the Attorney General's office, the detectives were given several private labs to submit the evidence to for processing. One of those labs was Ortham Labs out of the Woodlands, Texas. Scientists were able to build a male genetic profile. According to Detective Grant, Ortham Labs had identified a first or second cousin, which led them to a name, Douglas Keith Crone. Detectives tracked Crone to Nogales, Arizona, in 2016 and learned that Crone had died at his home during an electrical accident. The Pima County Medical Examiner conducted an autopsy and sent blood samples to detectives in Kitsap County. They then in turn sent them to the state crime lab for DNA testing. 2 weeks later, they confirmed that Douglas Crone's DNA matched evidence collected from the crime scene, using a cigarette but left at the scene, and it was concluded that Crone had been the killer. Mary London was a sweet and friendly 17-year-old teenager who lived in Sacramento, California. She was a sophomore at the local high school, and her family described her as being developmentally disabled. On January 14, 1981, Mary was reported missing by her family after she wasn't on her scheduled bus ride to the Sacramento High School. The following day, Mary's body was found by a passerby on a stretch of the San Juan. She was stabbed several times and sexually assaulted. According to Mary's friends and family, Mary grew up in foster care. Her daily routine was the same every week. Detectives determined that she was in school the day before she went missing. After school, Mary went to a friend's house. The friend told detectives that Mary had left her home to go and visit someone in downtown Sacramento. That friend saw her get on a city bus. Detectives also had a witness who saw Mary get off the bus in downtown Sacramento at 8th and K Streets. This was the last confirmed sighting of Mary. In the 1980s, there wasn't technology like we have today. Detectives talked to everyone who knew Mary and collected evidence carefully from the scene, including DNA from Mary's body. When DNA procedures advanced, the DNA collected from the crime scene was resubmitted in the early 2000s to try and find a match for a suspect. Unfortunately, there were no DNA matches in Cody's, so the case went cold again. After 35 years, the case was reopened in 2016 by the Sacramento Police Department detectives. According to a posting on their Facebook page, the detectives were asking for community to help in finding a man named Daryl. He was a known friend of Mary's, however. He was not considered a suspect at the time. After submitting his DNA to Cody's, it was determined that Daryl did not murder Mary. 40 years after Mary's murder, detectives announced that they had found who murdered Mary. Detectives named Vernon Parker as Mary's killer. They had identified him using genetic genealogy and advanced DNA practices. Detectives learned during their investigation that Parker was involved in sex trafficking and a prostitution ring. According to detectives, Parker had been murdered in downtown Sacramento, about a block from where Mary had went missing, and they knew that was not a coincidence as he was known to hang out in that area. While justice cannot be served, the determination and persistence of the Sacramento Police Department have given Mary's family closure. On February 21, 1987, a couple walked into a Super 8 motel in Elizabethtown, Kentucky at 6:30 a.m. to check out. They immediately noticed something amiss. The telephone had been ripped from the wall. There were desk items strewn about the small office, and there was no sign of any staff members. They returned to their room and called 911 at 6:38 a.m. An officer arrived and confirmed that the scene did look like something had happened. He described it as looking as if a brawl between a large group of people had occurred. The officer called for backup when he couldn't immediately find the missing staff person. More officers arrived and began searching the property. It wasn't long before they found 41-year-old Vicky Heath, who had been the only employee on the property for the overnight shift. She had been sexually assaulted and had been shot twice in the back of the head. It had appeared that Vicky fought to the very end. The struggle appeared to have started in the lobby and made its way all the way out to the back of the building near the dumpsters and had passed that. Her clothing had been ripped and the mud and grass around her body had been disturbed, with one set of muddy footprints that went from Vicky's body to the parking lot at the front of the building. Vicky was new to the job and new to Elizabethtown. The recently divorced woman had 2 adult children and she was starting over. A manager had left Vicky that night around 11 p.m. Though it had been a Saturday night, it was still the off-season and the motel still wasn't very busy. All had seemed normal. There were no guests that had seemed of any concern, nor had anything happened recently that drew any cause for concern for Vicky or anyone else. Despite what seemed to have been a huge commotion, none of the patrons that night heard anything. Officers also noted that an undisclosed sum of money had been stolen that night as well, and theorized that the crime had been a robbery gone wrong. It had been a shocking murder in the community. Officers never established any suspects and the case quickly went cold. 2 years later, another similar murder occurred in Marydale, Indiana. Mary Margaret Gill, known to friends and family as Peggy, spent the evening with her father, as it was his birthday, on the evening of March 2, 1989, before heading out to work the night shift at the local Marydale Days Inn. Little did Peggy's father know that his birthday would be the worst day of his life the following day. Peggy arrived for her shift at the Days Inn at 11 p.m., as she did every time before she started her shift. Hotel records showed that Peggy checked in at guests between the hours of 1:30 a.m. and 1:40 a.m. A witness told police that he attempted to check in the hotel at 2 a.m., but no clerk was found, so he left. This time frame leads police to believe that between 1:30 a.m. and 2 a.m. is when the crime occurred. 5 a.m. rolled around and Peggy was supposed to call the general manager, Betty, before leaving the hotel. This call had become routine because of the recent crimes at the local hotels. Minutes after not receiving the call from Peggy, Betty decided to try and make contact with Peggy and called the hotel. When Peggy did not immediately answer, she knew something was wrong and called the police. The Maryvale Police Department was dispatched immediately. The first officer arrived at the hotel around 6 a.m. Upon his arrival, several guests were waiting to check out, but no clerk was in sight, which was unusual. After finding Peggy's car keys and wallet behind the desk, the police decided to reach out to Peggy's family to see if she was with them or if they had heard from her. Her family informed the officer that she was not with them, nor had they heard from Peggy. Meanwhile, the general manager, Betty, arrived on the scene. She discovered the cash drawer appeared to have been pried open and that money was missing. The officers began to search for Peggy and made a gruesome discovery. Peggy's body was found in a hotel hallway in a vacant wing where all the rooms were empty. One of the unusual things that the police officers noticed was that Peggy's clothing had been removed and folded neatly and placed beside her naked body. It was determined that Peggy had been sexually assaulted and shot in the head with a .22 caliber firearm. She also had a fresh cut on her shoulder. It did not appear to be a violent struggle based on the evidence observed on Peggy's body. They theorized based on the evidence that the suspect robbed Peggy, directed her to the vacant hallway at gunpoint. He forced her to take her clothes, fold them and lay them beside her on the ground. It was then that he attacked her and killed her. Family members and members of Peggy's social circle were questioned. It was then determined that Peggy did not know her salient. In a shocking discovery, an hour later, a similar crime occurred an hour away from Maryville in Remington, Indiana. The victim, Jean Marie Gilbert, was born and raised in Rensselaer, Indiana. She was a single mom, recently divorced with 2 children, Kimberly and Scott. Jean and her children had moved in with her mother while Jean was attending school and working several jobs to provide a better life for her children. Jean worked at the Days Inn to supplement her income. The Days Inn was located in the small town of Remington, right outside Rensselaer, a small rural town very similar to Maryville, Indiana, where Peggy's murder had occurred. Jean was taking business classes to obtain a career where she could support her children. On March 2, 1989, Jean switched shifts with a coworker because she needed to attend her daughter's final cheerleading event the next day. The shift started at 11 p.m. It is important to note that the Remington Days Inn where Jean worked was only 50 miles away from the Maryville Days Inn where Peggy worked. Both hotels were in the middle of nowhere and both were in rural towns. Based on hotel records and witness accounts on Friday, March 3rd, Jean made a courtesy wake-up call to a guest at around 4:30 a.m. Then around 6 a.m., the Jasper County Sheriff's Office began receiving calls from guests trying to check out but could not find the hotel clerk. Officers were dispatched to the scene where, upon arrival, they discovered that the hotel lobby door was locked. The police then reached out to the hotel's general manager and asked her to come down and give them access to the lobby. A hotel employee was also waiting to get in to start her shift. Officers eventually gained access to the Remington Days Inn and discovered that there had been a robbery. The cash drawer appeared to have been pried open and the money was missing. Not only that, but the hotel employee, Jean, was also missing. Like the Maryville, Indiana crime scene, officers find Jean's purse, keys, and school books at the desk. While all of this is happening, the Indiana State Police were contacted by a school bus driver in White County, which was not far from the Days Inn. The bus driver had spotted a nude body on the side of a county road. Indiana State Troopers and the White County Sheriff's Department were dispatched to the scene. There they found the body of a woman only wearing her shoes and socks. It appeared that she had been sexually assaulted and dumped on the roadside. Not long after the remains were found, they were able to quickly identify that the remains were that of Jane Marie Gilbert. Interestingly, her Days Inn uniform that she had been wearing that evening was missing and had not been recovered at the crime scene or where her body was. The investigation would be conducted by the Indiana State Police, who found Jane's body, and the Jasper County Sheriff's Office, who were investigating the robbery at the Remington Days Inn. Police believe the suspect, after robbing their hotel, led Jane to the car at gunpoint, where he drove her to where her body was found. The exit off of Interstate 65, where Jean's body was found, was isolated with no gas stations, restaurants, or hotels, and completely deserted. And she was attacked and killed in that clearing near where her body was found. Jean's autopsy revealed that she had several scratches and scrapes on her body. Those wounds would indicate that she'd been dragged from the vehicle. Jean was shot 3 times with the .22 caliber firearm. Once in the back of the head, once in the shoulder blade, and once on the left side of her torso. A witness, a farmer who lived in the area, told police that he'd heard gunshots around 5:30 a.m. This was around the same time that the bus driver stated they saw a tan-colored Toyota van with its lights on, heading westbound on the same road where Jean's body was found. Police began to put 2 and 2 together and realized that the Maryville crime scene was extremely similar to the Remington crime scene. The only difference was that Jane was taken from the hotel where Peggy was killed on site. And just like in Vicky's case, there were no suspects, and eventually the case went cold. Tianda and Diamond Bradley were born to Tracy Bradley and lived in an apartment in Bronzeville, Chicago, Illinois. Diamond's father was reportedly a man named George Washington, with whom Tracy had an intermittent relationship and paternity dispute. Tianda's father's identity was never confirmed. Tracy Bradley was a single mother raising 4 daughters, and her family provided consistent support by babysitting and helping her raise her children. As well as her family, there was a neighbor and good friend of Tracy, who lived in the same building, and he supported her too. His name was also George. George Senior. 10-year-old Tianda was described by one of her sisters as very outspoken and honest around her family, someone that had a strong sense of right and wrong, and was very intelligent for her age. Around people she didn't know, however, she was much more reserved. Tianda loved nothing more than riding her bike, dancing and gymnastics, putting herself up to be in every school talent show. Younger sister Diamond was 3. She followed her older sister Tianda and mother around everywhere. Her sister Rita said she would jump from couch to couch and had bundles of energy. Tianda was fiercely protective of her little sister, and the pair had a very close relationship. On July 5, 2001, Tianda and Diamond's other 2 sisters, Rita and Victoria, left the apartment to stay with their grandmother for the night. Tracy stayed home with Tianda and Diamond. Allegedly, also at the apartment was Washington, who spent the night there too. They had all been planning a camping trip and were set to celebrate Victoria's birthday in a couple of days. The following morning, July 6th, according to Tracy, she awoke before 6 a.m., kissed both of her girls goodbye before leaving for work at Robert Taylor Park, where she prepared lunches for children in a summer program. She said she left the apartment secure and locked, and Tianda was asked to watch over Diamond, and as always was given strict instructions not to open the door to anybody. Washington also left with Tracy and dropped her off at work. Most reports state that Tracy and Washington left the apartment at around 6:30 a.m. Tracy used a phone at work to call the apartment sometime between 7 and 8 a.m., but the call went unanswered. She said she was concerned, but told herself her girls must have fallen back to sleep. When Tracy's shift finished just before noon, she returned to the apartment with Washington again after he had picked her up. She called out her daughters' names, but got no response. Tracy panicked and asked Washington to help her look for the girls, but he left and drove away in his car. A small pile of clothes was left on the couch, alongside a handwritten note. It was written by 10-year-old Tianda. The note said that she and Diamond had gone to the nearby school playground and a local store and would be back soon. Tracy said her girls would never have left the apartment without her telling them they could, and they wouldn't have opened the door to any unknown person. And the rest of the Bradley family agreed. Tracy said she searched for hours that day, panicking that if she phoned the police, she would be in trouble for leaving her children alone, and this may have resulted in her other girls being taken away. However, at around 6:30 p.m., 12 hours after she had last seen them, she called 911. She initially panicked and told the police that she had simply taken a nap and woken up to realize they were missing. But after more questioning, She told them that she had left them alone to go to work. At the time of the girls' disappearance, Tianda was enrolled in summer school classes at Doolittle Elementary School, but school officials confirmed she was definitely absent that day. Several children in the neighborhood's day to the sisters were seen playing outside their apartment at around 12 p.m. Other children told the police they saw the two girls at the school playground at around lunchtime. Authorities didn't fully feel these claims could be substantiated, however, and worried the children that said they saw the girls may have got the days and times confused. In the beginning of the investigation, a rotating crew of 100 detectives worked around the clock, searching everywhere from sewers and lagoons to abandoned buildings and factories. They questioned more than 100 registered sex offenders in the area, and more than 30 relatives were interviewed and then re-interviewed. Almost 1,000 tips came in. Psychics claimed to know the location of the girls' bodies, while other people said the girls were being held as sex slaves in a small town in Illinois. Another tip said that the man who some people think may be Tianda's father, who was from Morocco, had kidnapped both girls and taken them overseas. But all of these leads went nowhere. Investigators believe whoever was involved knew the girls, and in turn the girls trusted the person or persons implicitly. Their Aunt Faith agreed and said that Tiander would not have opened the door for a stranger. In Chicago in 2001, at the time the girls went missing, there had only been 5 cases of abductions at the hands of strangers within the 15 years prior. Many people just didn't believe it was a random abduction. One day, when Tracy was being questioned by Chicago police, a vital piece of evidence was brought to light. Tracy had left her phone with family members while she was speaking with detectives, and a few people decided to check her voicemail. A voicemail had been left on the phone by 10-year-old Tianda on the morning she and her sister had disappeared. On that morning, Tracy's cell phone wasn't with her according to family members. It was with Tianda and Diamond's grandmother. It is understood that the voicemail said, "Mama, this is Tianda. Mom, pick up the phone. George is at the door. Can I open the door? He said that we're going to Jules to pick up the cake there. We're coming to pick you up from work." This cake was for her sister Victoria's birthday that was the following day. It is unclear whether Tianda was referring to George Washington or the family's neighbor, George Senior, but George was the name heard on the recording by 10 family members. For unknown reasons, this voicemail would be lost. Whether it was deleted on purpose or simply not saved, the message Tianda left no longer exists. A few days later, an image of 2 young girls resembling the pair was found on a surveillance video at the store named Jules that Tianda had spoken of in the voicemail. Police asked if Tracy could confirm whether it was her girls on the tape, but they were met with resistance from her. Tracy said she didn't believe it would be her daughters, despite not seeing the video. Tracy eventually agreed to view the footage, which was now in the hands of the FBI. But sadly, although very coincidental, it wasn't the missing pair. Another key piece of evidence was the note left on the couch. One of the girls' aunts said, other family members said that if Tianda had wanted to tell her mother something, she would have just called her cell phone, not left a note. Tianda's school provided handwriting samples, and the FBI said to the best of their knowledge, Tianda did write that note. But questions surrounding whether or not Tianda wrote it of her own accord and free will are still being asked today. Washington was interviewed by police within the first few days of the investigation. It is said he did this voluntarily and agreed to his home and vehicle being searched. Several hairs were found in the trunk of his Lincoln. Forensic testing concluded that these hairs could have belonged to either Tianda, Diamond, or Tracy, but the lack of clarity surrounding whose hairs they were, and when the hairs got there, meant there was little the police could do. As well as the hairs, Washington also had a receipt from Home Depot showing that shortly before the girls went missing, he had made some questionable purchases. Gloves, garbage bags, and bleach were all purchased at the same time, and authorities and some of the Bradley family deemed this to be suspicious. Washington also had a criminal record for burglary and soliciting prostitution. Authorities stated that Tracy was uncooperative regarding her daughter's disappearances. She did not allow police to talk to her other 2 children, Rita and Victoria, and she refused to give a handwriting sample to use as a comparison to the note that was found on the couch. In 2002, Tracy reportedly shoved a police officer who requested that she accompany him to the station to discuss new leads in the case. Authorities also said that Tracy missed several scheduled appointments with detectives. Tracy's spiritual advisor told the media that officers had violated her rights by forcibly taking her to the precinct. Authorities argue that Tracy was physically combative and they needed to restrain her. Tracy did take a polygraph test shortly after Tianda and Diamond disappeared, which she passed. And although police said her actions and changing stories were suspicious, she was never named as a suspect in her daughter's disappearances. Tracy moved away a few years after her girls went missing and changed her phone number. She still holds vigils for her daughters and says, "I know in my heart they're still alive." Tinder and Diamond's sister Victoria said that Tracy had 2 more children after the girls disappeared, and these siblings knew nothing about Tinder and Diamond. Victoria and Rita said they had to explain to them that they had 2 other sisters and that they were missing. The girls' great aunt, Shalia Bradley Smith, said several years ago that she got in touch with the family that now has the phone linked to the number that Tracy used to have. She wanted to let them know about the girls, just in case Tonda ever dialed the number that used to be hers. Shalia has been a huge driving force in keeping the case in the public eye and has many thoughts on it too. She believes that Washington had something to do with the disappearance of her great nieces. She also believes that Tonda and Diamond actually went missing on July 5th, not the 6th. Tracy disagrees with Shalia and doesn't believe that Washington is involved. Tracy kept her on-off relationship with him going and went on to have a son with him, whom Washington took custody of. A private detective named James Miller jumped on board the case and worked free of charge to help the family. He started traveling far and wide in his search for the girls. In 2007, an email was sent to Shalia. Part of the email read, they linked this email to a MySpace page. On the page, there was a photo of a girl that bore a strong resemblance to the age-progressed photos of Tianda. When some of the children in the family saw the photo, they even asked if they had finally found her. A forensic artist named Lois Gibson was given 3 pictures from the MySpace page to compare against images of Tianda from 6 years earlier. Gibson didn't want to build up any false hope for the family, so was initially looking for signs that it wasn't her. But Gibson said, "I went over every feature and went, oh my God, it's her." Sadly, the IP addresses and associated details did not link anything to Tianda Bradley. The hope of the family came crashing down even more when a man came forward and said the girl in the photo was his daughter, and through DNA, this was confirmed. In 2013, Shalia received another email. The sender lived in Gary, Indiana. She said in the email she needed to clear her conscience. She said on the morning the girls had disappeared, her boyfriend was unaccounted for. Later that evening when he turned up, he was visibly shaken and distressed. He told her that he had done something messed up and stated, "She saw it, I had to kill her." These details were passed on to the police who made contact with the sender. Police remained very tight-lipped about this tip. For unknown reasons, the sender, once cooperative, suddenly stopped engaging with the police and no longer wanted to give information. In 2017, private investigator James Miller, who had dedicated so many years to trying to find the girls, passed away after a battle with cancer. Tianda and Diamond's family were devastated and didn't feel it would be as easy as someone simply carrying on his behalf, due to the amount he had personally put into the case. Detective Ed Carroll, a Chicago police veteran for 26 years, worked the case on and off until his retirement in 2013. He said, "Almost every case I've ever worked, especially the violent crimes, you're always able to either include someone or exclude someone, and this was the only case I worked in my entire career where I couldn't exclude anyone or include anyone." In 2019, Shalia posted on the Missing Diamond and Tianda Bradley Facebook page, pleading for the girls to come home. Shalia said a woman responded saying, "We're trying." Through a series of messages, Shalia said she went on to say that she was Tianda and that she and Diamond have been together this entire time, that they both have kids and Diamond is in college. The woman was willing to take a DNA test to prove she was Tianda, but this was nothing more than a cruel hoax. Every year, the family holds a vigil on the anniversary of their disappearance to honor the girls and hopefully spark more interest in the case. Today, the release of this episode falls on July 6, 2021, and this marks the 20th anniversary of the disappearance of Tianda and Diamond Bradley. If you have any information relating to the disappearance or whereabouts of Tyonda Bradley and Diamond Bradley, I've left links in the description box for any tips that people may wish to leave that could help locate them. Susan Seymour Adams, aged 42, resided in Austin, Texas with her husband, Tom. They both enjoyed the outdoors, although Susan was less adventurous compared to Tom. She preferred activities like birdwatching and leisurely walks in the woods, while Tom was drawn to more challenging outdoor pursuits. In 1990, the couple spent several months preparing for a trip to the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness near the Idaho-Montana border. They booked their trip through Iron Horse Outfitters, an outfitting and guide business, to ensure that they would have a memorable but safe time in such a remote area. On September 22nd, the couple arrived in Idaho Falls and then drove to Hamilton, Montana. There, they met up with Art Griffith, the owner of Iron Horse Outfitters. On September 26th, the three of them embarked on the journey to the campsite Art's company owned. The camp was in the Battle Lake area, not far from the Bitterroot Divide. The final leg of the trip to reach the camp was a 7-hour-long horseback ride. On September 29th, Tom and one of the guides from the camp set out on an overnight hunting trip. Susan and another guide rode on horseback with them up to a ridge above the camp. There they parted ways. Tom and his guide began their excursion, and Susan and the other guide brought the 4 horses back to the camp. This ridge would be the last place Tom Adams saw his wife. Tom and his guide returned to camp the following afternoon. When they arrived, Susan was not there. The camp's cook said that Susan had told him that morning that she was going to a nearby meadow to spend some time doing some bird watching, but had never returned. When she left the camp, Susan had only binoculars and a camera with her. Tom immediately began looking for Susan in the area surrounding the camp. When it began getting dark, he expanded the area he was searching. He finally found some of her tracks on a trail. He followed the footprints to a spot roughly 20 feet away from the meadow, where they abruptly stopped. The guides from the outfitting company helped search for Susan all throughout the night, and the following morning one of them rode on horseback 25 miles to get help. The weather was a major obstacle in the search for Susan. 2 days after she went missing, snow began to fall, and the search had to be called off. After a week, the weather cleared up enough for the search to resume, but it only went on for another 3 days before more snow forced the efforts to be halted for the winter. Unable to search for Susan in the wilderness, authorities spent this time investigating the last people to see her. Tom, the cook, and at least one of the guides from the camp were all given polygraph examinations. They all passed. In 1991, a massive search was launched to try and find Susan's remains. Tom Adams worked for the governor of Texas, who helped get resources for the search. Helicopters, the National Guard, tracking dogs, and numerous volunteers were all a part of the effort. Members of the search teams covered acres and acres of territory, walking almost shoulder to shoulder in an effort to make sure they did not miss any potential clues. During the course of the search, some footprints were discovered, although they were not conclusively linked to Susan. The tracks appeared to be from someone who was injured, with their left foot angled out to an unusual degree, indicating that it was fractured or sprained. No other sign of Susan was found, either in 1991 or since. Arvin Nelson was a popular member of the community in Big Sur, California. The 55-year-old was a longtime server at the Big Sur River Inn. His sweet and outgoing personality made him known to almost all of the town's local residents. Arvin was also an avid outdoorsman who was very familiar with most of the terrain in the area. On August 6, 2014, he decided to begin a backpacking trip through an area he had not previously. He had a friend drop him off at the China Camp trailhead in the Los Padres National Forest. He planned to spend a week hiking the eastern side of the Ventana Wilderness, passing through Sykes Hot Springs on his way back to Big Sur. The area was very remote, but Arvin packed enough food and equipment to help him survive in the wilderness for that extended period of time. Arvin made sure that people knew about his plans and that he expected to return home by August 14th. He left instructions with a friend to notify authorities if he did not arrive back in Big Sur when planned. August 14th came and went with no sign of Arvin. On August 16th, he was reported missing. The The subsequent investigation discovered that the last known people to see Arvin were Jack English and his son Dennis. They had an isolated cabin in the Pine Valley area of the Ventana Wilderness. The day he entered the wilderness, having discovered the cabin by following the sound of Dennis playing guitar, the three of them struck up a conversation and spent the following 2 days playing music and hiking around the area. When Jack and Dennis left the area by helicopter on August 8th, Arvin told them that he was going to remain in the area until the morning of the 10th, when he would continue on his planned hike. A massive search effort was launched by the local sheriff's department to look for Arvin. The National Guard, the U.S. Forest Service, the California Highway Patrol, and the Coast Guard all aided in the effort. 3 helicopters and 1 small airplane conducted an aerial search. Dozens of volunteers turned out each day for the ground search, and search and rescue teams from 4 different counties all helped look for Arvin. Typically, this kind of search would only be conducted for 5 to 7 days. However, since Arvin had the skills and the supplies needed to survive in the wilderness, the search continued on beyond this window, even without it producing any clues. The final ground search was conducted on the 9th day of the effort. The aerial search continued on for a few days before wrapping up. No sign of Arvin or his belongings has ever been found. Connie Johnson had decades of experience working in the wilderness. She had worked as a U.S. Forest Service wilderness ranger at the Moose Creek Ranger Station in the Nez Perce Clearwater National Forests. She had also been a member of the Selway Bitterroot Foundation, leading tours of the Idaho backcountry. Even at 76 years old, she maintained an active lifestyle in a remote area. In 2018, she was working as a camp cook for Ritchie Outfitters. The company's camp was in the Fog Mountain area, near Big Rock, in a remote part of the national forest that could only be reached on foot or by horseback. On October 2nd, a group of hunters left the camp to go out deeper into the wilderness to hunt. The following day, they were in contact with Connie over their radios. However, they could not make out what Connie was saying. When they arrived back at camp on October 5th, Connie and her beloved border collie were gone. Several teams of tracking dogs were brought in to search for Connie. In the U.S. Air Force, the Idaho National Guard, and the Clearwater County Backcountry Helicopter Rescue Team all contributed aircraft for the aerial search. Members of the search teams combed the area on foot and on horseback. None of these efforts located Connie or Ace, and the official search was eventually called off on October 14th. An area pilot spotted a dog at the Moose Creek Ranger Station airstrip, 15 miles from where Connie was last seen. It was Ace. After he was fed, he was examined by a vet and found to be in good health. He had lost weight during the time he had been missing, but was otherwise perfectly fine. Once Ace was cared for, Connie's family worked with a non-profit search dog organization out of Montana to transport him back to the search area in hopes that he would lead them to Connie. The effort was unsuccessful. Connie's disappearance remains unsolved. 28-year-old David Morrison was originally from Fresno, California, but was living in San Francisco and working as a chef there in 1998. That Memorial Day weekend, David and a group of his friends decided to visit Yosemite National Park. On the morning of Memorial Day, May 25th, David decided to hike up to Yosemite's famous Half Dome. He left Curry Village in Little Yosemite Valley, where the group had been staying, around 7:15 and told his girlfriend that he would be back later in the afternoon. David has not been seen since. David was an experienced hiker, but he had essentially no equipment with him on this particular excursion, carrying only a belt bag around his waist. He left for his hike wearing layers, but the thickest of them was a sweatshirt, which would have provided little protection against the snow that fell that night. Another 4 inches of snow would fall later in the week. The weather complicated the search effort for David, both because it made hiking difficult for the search teams, and because the snow covered up potential clues like tracks that could have led to David, who was presumed to be lost and most likely injured. Resources were also diverted away from the search for David the day after he was last seen when 2 trapped climbers needed to be rescued. The search effort included David's family, numerous volunteers, teams of search dogs, and a helicopter. Despite all of this effort, David and his belongings were not found. 3 days after David was last seen, members of the search team found 6 tracks. The tread impressions in them matched the kind that would be left by the type of shoes David had been wearing. It could not be confirmed that the tracks belonged to David, and they did not help locate him. The full-scale search ended the Friday after David went missing. The search then entered a limited technical mode, with only a dozen trained climbers and 24 search dogs continuing to search for David. David's family has continued to return to Yosemite every year to look for him and to visit the small memorial his mother placed near Half Dome. His family hopes that even after more than 20 years, they will be able to find David's body and resolution to his disappearance. 53-year-old Teresa Schmidt lived in Avon, Indiana, where she worked as a social worker. In September of 2002, she traveled to Colorado with her husband. He was an anesthesiologist and was attending a medical conference there. The couple was staying at the Lost Valley Guest Ranch during their trip. On September 6th, Teresa decided to go for a hike. She left her room at the ranch with 2 water bottles and a jacket in her backpack. She was seen hiking along a trail that led to an overlook on the east side of the ranch's property around 3 p.m. that afternoon. She was never seen again after that. Teresa was an experienced hiker and had stayed at the ranch in the past, so she was familiar with the area. However, a recent forest fire had dramatically changed the area's landscape, so Teresa may not have been able to rely on visual clues to guide her back to her room like she may have expected to. Teresa's husband reported her missing at 7 p.m. the day she was last seen, when she did not meet him back in their room, but the search for her was not started until 2 a.m. on September 7th. The search was extensive, however. More than 70 volunteers helped search for Teresa, and authorities used tracking dogs and helicopters. Teresa's husband used a motorcycle to cover a larger area during his own several-day search. Were 2 sets of footprints, one on each side of nearby Chessman Overlook, believed to belong to her. Neither she nor any of her belongings have ever been found. Teresa's family, acknowledging that she most likely succumbed to the elements while lost in the wilderness, held a memorial service for her after she went missing. However, her case remains unsolved, and her family is still waiting to give her a proper burial. On April 24, 1980, in Sacramento, California, a horrible discovery was made. Robin Brooks had missed her shift at the donut shop she worked at. The 20-year-old had recently moved to the area from New York and worked 2 jobs to afford her new apartment. She was last seen the previous evening. She worked a late shift at the donut shop and finished at midnight. She said goodbye to her coworker and left. Her apartment was only around the corner from the shop and should have only taken her minutes to get home. The next day, Robin failed to show up for her 4 p.m. shift, and her coworkers found that unusual. Robin was incredibly dependable, and it wasn't like her to not show up. A friend walked over to her apartment and knocked on the door several times with no answer. She knew something was wrong. She went back to the shop and got another coworker, and they forced their way into the apartment. Robin was found in her bedroom. Her friends described what they saw that day. She had been stabbed several times, and her killer had punctured her waterbed, making for an even more traumatic scene. The police were called, who also determined that she'd been sexually assaulted. Robin didn't have a car, and she only recently moved to the apartment, since it was closer to her job. There were no immediate suspects. Robin didn't have a boyfriend or anyone around her that may hurt her. None of her neighbors reported any disturbances that evening, but it would have been quite late when the attack occurred. The coworker that had seen her the previous evening remembered when Robin was telling her that she had washed all of her bedding before her shift, and it was unfair that she had to make her bed before being able to go to bed so late. Officers noted that Robin's bed was not made at the crime scene, leading them to believe that her killer likely attacked her soon after she arrived home. Her sister stated that she had been told by some friends that Robin might have had a stalker. In the days leading up to her murder, Robin had committed a murder, complained to friends that a customer at work had been bothering her. Officers had not been able to locate that man for questioning. At the crime scene, officers were able to recover some evidence. Most notable was DNA evidence found at the scene. A sample of blood determined not to belong to the victim was discovered, and it appeared that the killer had cut himself during the attack. There were also fingerprints on the windowsill indicating that's how the killer got in and out of the apartment. Though despite a thorough investigation, the case eventually went cold. A profile for the DNA evidence was generated years later in 2004, but never came up as a match in state databases or federal databases. It did, however, link to a second victim that had been attacked and assaulted 3 weeks before Robin's murder. In 2017, Parabon Nanolabs created a genetic snapshot of the suspect. They used the genetic markers to make an estimation of what the suspect might look like. But the real break in the case came in 2020 when the DNA was approved for funding for genetic genealogy testing, and after 4 decades they had a match. Philip Wilson was arrested in April 2020 and was charged with the murder of Robin Brooks. The now 73-year-old would have been 30 at the time of the murder, and law enforcement discovered that he lived near Robin's apartment complex and had been a regular at the donut shop. He had never been a suspect and didn't have any run-ins with the law after Robin had been murdered. While in the trial he maintained his innocence despite extensive evidence, his lawyer argued that they had a consensual encounter and that the blood evidence was from a workplace injury. The other sexual assault case that Wilson's DNA was linked to could not be brought into this trial, and he cannot be charged as the statute of limitations has expired on that case. Initially, the jury was hung on the conviction, but on March 9, 2022, they came back with a unanimous guilty verdict. Robin's sister Maria Eriks said after the verdict was read, Wilson's defense attorney has indicated that they will likely appeal the conviction, but as of this reporting, they have not. Sentencing is set for sometime in April. It was a Sunday afternoon on November 6, 1983, when 11-year-old Laura Ann Weiser was walking home from a friend's house in Fort Pierce, Florida. Her parents noticed that she was late coming home. They called the friend that Laura had been with and discovered that Laura had left her friend's house hours ago. They did a quick search of the area, and when they couldn't find Laura, they went to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office to report her missing. A large-scale search by law enforcement was never undertaken, but they did put out a bolo bee on the lookout sheet for her. A deputy who came forward, James Howard Harrison, saying that he saw the girl walking near a gas station. Harrison had been on patrol that day she went missing, and it had been in his area of patrol. He gave the estimated time he saw her and claimed to have continued his patrol without talking to her. Feisty and outspoken, her family claimed she never would have gotten in a vehicle with a stranger and that she was very street smart. There was disappointment that the local authorities didn't do more to find Laura and 3 days later her body was found in a citrus grove less than 600 yards from her home. The medical examiner confirmed that she had been murdered the day she had been reported missing. Her cause of death was strangulation and she had been sexually assaulted. 2 men that worked in the citrus grove had discovered her body. When they called the police, it was James Harrison who arrived first on the scene. The men said that Harrison took brief statements and dismissed the men. No one from the STCSO ever followed up with the men. Harrison was alone at the crime scene for 20 minutes before other officers joined him. The investigation had been brief, no suspects were ever identified, and the case was quickly filed away, not revisited for nearly 4 decades. In 2020, the St. Lucie's County Sheriff's Office established a dedicated cold case squad, and it was Laura Ann's cold case that was selected for the team to reinvestigate. Detective Paul Taylor was in charge of the investigation. Early on, it was discovered that there were many holes in the initial investigation. Detective Taylor interviewed one of the men who had initially discovered Laura's body and had been shocked that he was the first officer, besides Deputy Harrison, to talk to him. The man remembered that day vividly and the crime scene, as he had explained that it had been a deeply traumatic discovery. He explained what he saw that day with crystal clear details, but Detective Taylor had been shocked to realize that it didn't match what was in the file. The man had told him that Harrison had asked the 2 men to leave, which they thought had been strange. And what had been more strange was that no one else wanted to talk to them further. For the first time, there seemed to be a suspect in the murder of Laura and it was one of their own. Detective Harrison was also a preacher in the region. Taylor discovered that 5 months after Laura's murder, Harrison was let go at the sheriff's office. Several accusations had come forward that Harrison had molested several young girls in his church. Harrison also had complaints brought forward from within the sheriff's office as co-workers felt he'd been inappropriate with young women while conducting his duties as a deputy. Detective Taylor uncovered several definitive instances where Harrison directly tampered with evidence, moved things in the crime scene, and had hindered the investigation. Harrison was never charged. He was let go from his job and kicked out of his church, so he and his family picked up and moved. Harrison actually moved a lot, working in law enforcement in 10 separate agencies within Florida, Orange, Orlando, Osceola, Edgewood, Glades, and Okeechobee counties. Because he was never formally charged, he was allowed to just start over in a new county, using both the church and his uniform to maintain access to potential victims. James Howard Harrison died in 2008, and in 2020 his body was exhumed for DNA collection. DNA collected from the crime scene had been poorly stored and conditions had degraded the sample, and they wouldn't be able to get a definitive 100% match. However, they are certain that Harrison is responsible for the murder of Laura and Weiser. Based on witness statements, the tampering of evidence, and the history of sexual assaults of little girls, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office have stated that they are certain that Harrison killed Laura Ann. They've also input his DNA into federal and state databases, and his DNA is being tested in several other cold cases in Florida to determine how many other victims he had. It was on March 20th, 1976 when Elizabeth Ann Wilson went missing from her place of work mid-shift. The 45-year-old mother was working an overnight shift as a spinner at a textiles factory in Chester, South Carolina. Halfway through her shift and last seen at the cafeteria around 3:45 a.m., a coworker said she saw her resume work around 4 a.m. and didn't notice anything unusual. Not long after, a security guard thought he saw Elizabeth and in a vehicle, a green and white Chevrolet belonging to a manager of the plant, and allowed the vehicle out of the facility. This wasn't unusual. The manager had been known to drive employees that were sick or if there was an emergency and either took people home or to the hospital. However, it hadn't been the manager driving. When he finished his shift, he noticed that his car was missing and reported it as stolen to the police. At that time, it was noticed that Elizabeth Ann was missing. Around 7 a.m., a motorist noticed an abandoned vehicle on the highway. He saw what he believed to be a body under the car and went straight to the home of a nearby sheriff's deputy. They went back to the vehicle together and confirmed it was a deceased half-clothed woman underneath. Initially, it had been thought that she had been hit by a car, but an autopsy revealed she had been strangled to death, severely beaten, and sexually assaulted. It had been the second vicious attack in the area that week, and there was concern that the crimes had been in the work of a serial predator. But it was later determined that the attacks were either a coincidence or a copycat. Elizabeth Ann was confirmed as the victim, but no one could figure out what had happened. The security guard hadn't gotten a good look at the driver the night that she'd gone missing. There had been no obvious signs of distress. Law enforcement had interviewed several suspects, but all were cleared. She had been a widow, her husband had died a little bit before her, and her 2 daughters were grown, married, and had families of their own. The state offered a $5,000 reward for any information that led to an arrest, but nothing solid came of it. DNA found at the scene was input into federal and state databases, and nothing came of it for years, until 2020 when they finally got a match from a recent convicted felon. Charles Eugene Coleman, now 66 years old, had been convicted of pointing and threatening a weapon. He was required to submit DNA at the time of his arrest, which connected him to the murder from 1976. Coleman had an extensive criminal history, which included a 12-year prison sentence for assault and battery in 1977. His other convictions were assault and battery with intent to kill, larceny, and other minor felonies. He was charged with the murder of Elizabeth and Howell Wilson in 2020. And in 2022, he entered an Alford plea, meaning he would not accept guilt, but acknowledged there was sufficient evidence to convict him and would accept the punishment. South Carolina law stated that he needed to be sentenced based on the laws in 1976, which gives him the option to be eligible for parole in 9 years. The sexual assault charges were dropped as part of the plea agreement. He has already served 16 months and will be eligible for parole in 2029, expressing relief that there was some justice in her mother's brutal murder. In 1933, the 22-year-old was nearing the completion of his astronomy doctorate at the University of Chicago. Over the summer, He worked at the university's Yerkes Observatory in Williams Bay, Wisconsin. While Joe excelled in math and science, he also had a talent for languages, being fluent in French and German, and proficient in reading and writing Cyrillic. Despite his scholarly pursuits, Joe had a playful and humorous side. He enjoyed using his wit to entertain and occasionally played pranks on his friends. Joe had a deep love for the outdoors, which led him to embark on a road trip in August with his parents and his friend, Sam Gehrig, who was the brother of Joe's best friend, Isidore Gehrig. Isidore had originally been asked to go on the trip, but when he was unable to, Sam went in his place. Joe's brother Bernard also could not make the trip. The group of four left the Halpern home in Chicago and first drove west to South Dakota and then drove south from there to Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. While visiting the park, the group stayed at the Glacier Basin Campground. On August 15, 1933, Sam and Joe left Joe's parents at the campground so that they could go on a hike. They drove from the campground in the family's Ford sedan and parked at the Bear Lake trailhead. From there, they hiked towards Flat Top Mountain, which was a very popular route. While Joe enjoyed hiking, his friend Sam was not as interested in it. By 2 p.m., after they had summit Flat Top Mountain, Sam was ready to turn back for the day and return to the campground. Joe was not. The two got into a friendly argument about whether or not to continue on, as they stopped just northwest of the summit of Hallett Peak on the trail. This was confirmed by another guest staying at the campground, who ran into the pair while they were debating what to do. Ultimately, Joe and Sam decided to each go their own way. Sam hiked back down the trail and promised to wait for Joe back at the car. Joe continued hiking because he wanted to reach Taylor Peak. Sam would be the last person to definitively see Joe. Sam arrived back at the Bear Lake trailhead at approximately 6:30 p.m. and began waiting for Joe. He knew he would be standing around waiting for his friend for a while, but by 9 p.m. he felt that his wait had been far too long. By 9:30, he contacted a ranger. By 10 o'clock, the official search for Joe began. Due to the darkness that had fallen by the time the search was mobilized, the efforts on that first night were limited to rangers with electric lamps searching the immediate area around where Joe had last been seen. The following day, the search effort expanded greatly. More than 150 volunteers would help look for Joe in the following few days. Park rangers tried to bring in bloodhounds, but there were none available in the area. Rangers checked the registers on Taylor Peak and at other nearby peaks in the park, but Joe had not signed any of them. Sam Gehrig and Joe's father, Solomon, performed their own searches as well. During these searches, the pair covered an average of 15 miles per day. No sign of Joe or any of his belongings were found during the extensive searches. The official search for Joe was finally called off on August 21st. The Halperns and Sam Gehrig left the park to return to Chicago that same day. While Joe loved hiking, he was not a particularly skilled hiker. Furthermore, he did not have a lot of supplies with him when he left the campground on August 15th. It is believed that he only had a few sandwiches, an orange, and some bananas in his gray knapsack. He had been wearing heavy boots on his hike with Sam, but the rest of his clothing was a blue shirt and khaki pants. The only equipment he had, so to speak, was a 1933 motorist's map of the park. In the days after Joe went missing, the weather in the park was pleasant during the day, but temperatures dropped into the 40s overnight, and several nights were plagued by windstorms and rain. Even if Joe remained alive in the park after his first night, he would have been cold, wet, and hungry, which would have severely reduced the chances that he remained alive as the days passed on. The superintendent of Rocky Mountain National Park, Edmund Rogers, indicated in his monthly report for August of 1933 that he believed that Joe had ended up trying to descend from Taylor Peak too late in the day, after it had gotten dark. In the darkness, he tripped and fell, and he and his belongings ended up stuck in a crevice where the search teams could not find them. This is, of course, the most simple and logical answer to this mystery. Joe's nephew, Roland Halpern, has put forth an alternate but related theory. He thinks that it is possible that his mischievous uncle, who was known to play tricks on his friends, tried to play a prank on Sam Gehrig. Sam was expecting to wait for Joe back at the trailhead because he was going back there directly, while Joe was hiking up Taylor Peak. Joe may have decided to try to beat Sam back to the trailhead to startle him. He could have done this if he came back down via the Tyndall Glacier. In his haste to carry out the joke, he could have fallen off a cliff or into the glacier itself. Joe's parents, however, did not give up hope that he had somehow made it out of the park alive. They feared that their son may have hit his head and developed amnesia and was wandering around, unsure of who he was or how to contact them. The Halperns, who had worked with the park service while searching for Joe immediately after his disappearance, also reported him missing to the police after they arrived home, in case Joe had made it out of the park and out of the park service's jurisdiction. Solomon Halpern wrote to the superintendent of the park, telling him that he and his wife had taken this action in case Joe had wandered away due to some injury having affected his reason or memory, or for some other reason. The Halperns realized that there may have been some other reason for Joe to disappear when they reached out to Joe's best friend, Isidore Garrick. Isidore provided them with letters Joe had written to him, and those letters hinted at the possibility that Joe was not as satisfied with his life and career path as he had appeared. Joe was apparently struggling under the burden of his own intelligence and was becoming disillusioned with academia. In some of his letters, he alluded to becoming a hobo and seemed to glorify the transient lifestyle of sailors and outdoorsmen. While Isidore was positive that Joe would not have hurt his loved ones by leaving without warning, Joe's parents were just happy to have one more reason to believe that their son was still alive somewhere. Their hopes were further bolstered in 1934 when a family acquaintance came to visit their house. The acquaintance had never met Joe and did not know about his disappearance, but when he saw a picture of Joe on display in the home, he told the Halperns that he had seen the man in the picture begging for food outside of a restaurant in Phoenix, Arizona in the winter of 1933. The Halperns immediately reached out to the owner of the restaurant, who agreed to help them. They sent him a picture of Joe and he took it to the Phoenix police. They in turn took the picture to an area transient camp. And some of the boys living there claimed that Joe had been staying there 3 months earlier, although using a different name. In 1936, a family friend of the Halperns named Sam Greenfield wrote to the FBI, stating that he believed Joe had been working for the Lewis Brothers Circus in 1935, and using the name Louis Hollenbuck. A man with that name was eventually identified, but his age precluded him from being Joe. Neither of these sightings were ever substantiated, but kept hope alive for the Halperns. For years, they continued to write to the FBI, as well as to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, asking for help in finding Joe. Joe's fingerprints were available because he had provided them when he opened a postal account. The FBI agreed to put these prints in a missing persons file, but since there was no evidence that a federal law had been broken in relation to Joe's disappearance, there was little else they had the authority to do. Joe's parents petitioned the courts to have their son legally presumed dead in 1950. But as their continuing search for him shows, they do not appear to have ever really given up hope that they would one day find and be reunited with their younger son. Over the years, they kept in contact with Joe's best friend Isidore through the mail. They eventually moved away from Chicago and onto a farm in Indiana. In addition to the main house, the Halperns also had 2 small guest cabins on their property. One was for their older son Bernard and his family to stay in when they came to visit, and the Halperns hoped that the other cabin would one day serve the same purpose for Joe. Sam Garrick eventually became a physician, had children, and then passed away in 1976. Isidore Garrick, Joe's best friend, passed away in 1981. He had a daughter, Linda, who would one day be the person who provided Roland Halpern with Isidore's copies of letters he had sent out after Joe's disappearance. In these letters, Isidore asserts to Joe's parents and to the Park Service that Joe would not have intentionally disappeared. Isidore kept this correspondence and other documents related to his friend's disappearance with his personal papers until his death. Would have a son, Roland Halpern, almost 20 years after Joe vanished. Roland has described his father as being very stoic, an attitude he attributes to his father's life during the Great Depression. Bernard almost never discussed his missing brother, and the only reason Roland even knew about Joe growing up was because Bernard would warn him against going hiking alone, lest he go missing like his Uncle Joe. Roland discovered that his father had continued to work to find out what had become of his brother for decades after he disappeared. Amongst his father's papers and tucked into books, Roland found photographs and letters that detailed Bernard's passionate search for Joe and the frustration he felt at the lack of answers. Bernard had continued writing letters to various government agencies, from the Park Service to the FBI, and following up on leads. Bernard had started his efforts, hoping that he could solve the mystery of Joe's appearance for their parents. But he continued his quest to find his brother, even after both his mother and father had passed away. Roland has now inherited the task of learning what happened to his Uncle Joe. The largest task he has undertaken involves collecting, cataloging, and digitizing all of the numerous letters involved in the case. He has the letters sent between Joe and Isidore Garrick, letters between his grandparents and Isidore, letters his grandparents sent to different government agencies, and letters his own father sent off on behalf of Joe. He has used these letters to find clues to help follow up on the reported sightings of Joe, inform his own opinions on the case, and learn what he can about the uncle he never had a chance to meet. He also does research into unidentified remains and has been in contact with various law enforcement agencies about using DNA to potentially identify those belonging to Joe. Roland hopes to find answers in the case on behalf of his father and grandparents and all of the decades they spent working to find Joe. Given the fact that Joe Halpern would now be well over 100 years old, it seems unlikely that he is still alive. However, Roland Halpern still hopes to answer the question of what happened to his uncle and to locate him. While it may seem that the only benefit of locating Joe's remains would be the peace it would bring to Roland and his family, it would also have more practical and tangible benefits. Joe's parents are both buried in Florida. Roland has purchased a burial plot near where they are laid to rest, in hopes of one day burying the remains of the son they spent so many years searching for, close to them. Trisha Writler was a bright and affectionate 19-year-old freshman at Indiana Wesleyan University in Marian, Indiana. She was studying psychology with the goal of one day helping to mend fractured families. On March 29, 1993, a surprisingly warm day in Marian, Trisha, who loved running, went for 2 separate runs to enjoy the weather. That evening, she dedicated her time to writing a term paper in her dorm room. Around 8 p.m., Trisha took a break from her studies and decided to walk to Marsh Supermarket, which was just half a mile away. There, she purchased a root beer and a magazine. She then began the walk back to her dorm room in Bowman Hall. She never arrived. Trisha's clothes, stained with blood, were eventually discovered roughly halfway between the store and her dorm building, in a tree in a grassy area. An earring and a small amount of blood was found on a nearby sidewalk. A search was launched to find her, with the effort including fellow students from the university. Search dogs were also brought in to look for Trisha, but Trisha's father Gary believes that Trisha's active lifestyle may have rendered the dogs less useful than they ordinarily would have been. Because Trisha ran so frequently, and the search area was so close to where she lived and went to school, her scent was everywhere because she went for runs all around the area. Investigators believe that 6 or 7 people had been playing basketball on a court near where Trisha went missing, but none of those individuals ever came forward or provided information. The search effort and police investigation did not locate Trisha. Over the years, multiple suspects have been considered in Trisha's disappearance. One of those suspects did confess to involvement in Trisha's case, Larry Dwayne Hall, who but has confessed to 30 others. Most of those confessions were ultimately recanted. I have previously covered Hall in relation to the disappearance of Lori Deppis. Like in Lori's case, Hall had newspaper clippings and notes about Trisha's disappearance in his vehicle. Like in Lori's case, he confessed and offered to tell authorities where she was buried, but a search of that area, in Trisha's case, near a reservoir in Grant County, Indiana, found nothing. Hall later recanted his confession in Trisha's case. In 2017, he admitted to retired Marion police detective J.K. that he made up the confession to get attention. No physical evidence has ever been found to link Hall to Trisha's disappearance. 5 years after Trisha went missing, a red sunset maple tree was planted in her memory in Sable Park, near where she vanished. To mark the 25th anniversary of her disappearance, a memorial was constructed on the Indiana Wesleyan campus. Trisha's parents and 3 siblings still go out to dinner every year on February 9th to mark Trisha's birthday. While they do not believe that she is alive, they still hope to be able to find Trisha and give her a proper burial, both so that they will have some answers about what happened to her, and so that they will have a place to go to remember her beyond the memorial on campus. On the morning of July 23, 1991, in New York City's Washington Heights neighborhood, the police received a disturbing call from the 34th Precinct. Two construction workers were fixing a road near the Henry Hudson Parkway, about 40 miles from Dickman Street in Manhattan. They smelled something bad coming from a wooded area by the road. The smell got worse and they found a blue and white cooler. Curious and concerned, they started to open the cooler's lid to see what was causing the strong smell. When they discovered a few cans of Coke, underneath those cans, there was a black plastic bag that contained what seemed like human remains. When the NYPD detectives approached the scene at first glance, they were not sure if the remains really belonged to a human. This was assumed given the fact that the place was used as an illegal dump site where people often dumped their waste, along with deceased animals. However, an inspection of the garbage proved otherwise, as the skeletal remains were quickly determined to be human. Inside the garbage bag, the young female child was lying in a fetal position with her hands clasped together, bound with rope and a cord from Venetian blinds. The decomposing body was completely naked and bloated. In addition to the Coke cans, the garbage bag was also surrounded by water, which the investigators suspected to originally be ice. They estimated she had been dead 6 to 8 days before the cooler was found. They believe she was dead for a week, and the hot sunlight not only melted the ice but popped several of the cans, causing soda to leak out and destroy forensic evidence such as fingerprints and DNA. The body was then taken to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Although identifying the body was impossible due to the level of decomposition, the autopsy result brought out several significant details regarding the cause of death and the physical characteristics of the victim. The coroner determined that the child was either white or Hispanic and aged between 3 to 5 years. She had long, wavy dark hair which was pulled back in a ponytail. The child was also believed to be extremely malnourished, weighing only 28 pounds, which was quite low compared to children of her age. The report also indicated that the young girl had been sexually abused and died on or about July 18, 1991, as a result of asphyxiation. Without a doubt, the findings suggested that the little girl was regularly tortured before her short life came to an abrupt end. Unfortunately, no other clue was found that could lead to the identification of the poor child. Clearly, the NYPD detectives were landed with the daunting task of not only identifying the victim, but also tracking down her killer. In the neighborhood of Inwood, Manhattan, which was considered to be a place of rampant crimes, this crime stood out as a symbol of sheer brutality. In an attempt to crack this case, the NYPD detectives tried out every tactic they could possibly think of, from distributing flyers to urging the people to come forward if they had any knowledge about this Jane Doe. Police tried everything but came up empty-handed. The murder received plenty of attention from both the police department and the media back then, and investigators had every reason to believe that someone would soon come forward with information. And people did come forward. In the initial phase of the investigation, countless tips came in. That came in just 6 days after the remains were discovered. The caller, who did not identify herself, said on a Sunday in July 1991, she was going to a wedding, and from the toll booth of the Hudson, they saw a Hispanic man in fleece and a Hispanic woman in heels walking north on the parkway with a picnic cooler in their hand. The lead seemed legit but did not go anywhere. And in the end, the woman denied cooperating with the police by helping them create a sketch. There were other tips, including a young female drug addict who claimed the girl was her niece and a grieving grandmother who insisted the child was her granddaughter, both of which yielded no results. Sadly, every other lead NYPD detectives followed hit a dead end eventually. Detectives scanned through the National Missing Children databases, but nothing panned out, leaving the deceased child without a name. As the mystery deepened in the case, so did the affection of the detectives for the little Jane Doe. Since no one knew the girl's name and the cops had no way of identifying her, she was given the name Baby Hope, because by then, hope was all they had left in their attempts to solve the Jane Doe case, and they truly hoped that it wouldn't take long for justice to prevail. After a few days of investigation, an anthropologist developed an enhanced sketch based on the bone structure of Baby Hope and distributed it to the media. This was the first sketch that showed what she might have looked like, but even this effort remained fruitless. For nearly 2 years, Jane Doe's corpse remained in the NYPD morgue when detectives decided it was finally time to let her go. In those 2 years, no family members came forward to claim her, and the NYPD took the responsibility upon themselves to provide her with a proper burial with their own money. On July 23, 1993, on the second anniversary of Baby Hope's remains being found, uniformed cops from NYPD carried the tiny coffin of Jane Doe, which was led by 8 children, to the Campbell Funeral Home on Wadsworth Avenue, Manhattan. The lead detective, Jerry Giorgio, actively participated in the funeral. While his wife bought a white dress for Baby Hope to offer their affection for a stranger they only knew by death, not only the detectives, but the community also played their part. More than 500 people from the neighborhood attended the funeral while praying for justice for the little girl. She was buried at St. Raymond's Cemetery in the Bronx with the name of Baby Hope etched on her black headstone. Over the years, both the detectives from the NYPD and the people from the community periodically visited her grave and left her things in her honor. Without any solid leads to go on, the investigation into Baby Hope's case went nowhere. Although the NYPD never gave up on this case, the urgency of the case faded away underneath all the new crimes. Throughout the years, there were minor developments in the case, but it mostly remained cold. With every anniversary of Baby Hope's murder, local media in New York ran the story in hopes of refreshing the memories of a potential witness or spreading awareness of this horrific crime. The efforts always fell short and the case remained cold. By 2000, there were many new technologies and forensic profile developments that were introduced into the criminal system which were not available back in the 90s. Seeing that the technologies were proving to be helpful in other cold cases, the NYPD attempted to utilize these techniques in an attempt to build a forensic DNA profile on Baby Hope and run it through all missing children's databases. But that effort remained unsuccessful. As technology continued to progress, Baby Hope's body was exhumed for DNA tests 2 times in the span of 4 years, the first one in 2006 and the second one in 2011. None of them proved to be significant, as detectives were still not able to unveil the mystery of Baby Hope's identity. With encouragement from the public, the NYPD reopened the case in 2013. In July of the same year, on the occasion of the 22nd anniversary of the discovery of Baby Hope, the NYPD tried another round of publicity on the case. Detectives canvassed the neighborhood where her body was found, hung flyers, and distributed the sketches of the girl and a photograph of the cooler. They even announced a $12,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. Their efforts finally got a breakthrough in the case for the first time in 2 decades. After seeing the flyers, a woman called the New York City Crime Stoppers, the tip line for New York City, to share some valuable information. She shared with police a conversation she had overheard in a laundromat 2 years ago, in which a woman claimed that Baby Hope might have been her sister. The tipster also provided several pieces of information to the police regarding the woman's family. This tip led the investigators to a 27-year married Brooklyn mother of 3, Laurencita Lorena Ramirez. As investigators knocked on Lorena's door and she opened it, they were met with a shocking Lorena had a striking resemblance to the police sketch of Baby Hope, almost providing reassurance to the detectives that they might have come to the right place. So without wasting any time, detectives began questioning Lorena about her missing sister. Lorena said that she had not remembered anything about one of her sisters being missing, even her name. That was until Lorena was 11, and her younger sister Maribel rejoined her family after staying with her father's family for years. It was Maribel who told Lorena that she remembered being suddenly awoken by something one night. She then went on to witness her sister's body being stuffed into a refrigerator and placed into a cooler later on. She also remembered looking to the other room and seeing plastic bags placed on the ground along with the conversation between 2 adults, which included the sentence, "She doesn't fit." However, neither Maribel nor Lorena ever came out with this information. Lorena did not even link Baby Hope's case to these memories until a few months after the anniversary of the discovery of remains, when she was watching it on a TV channel. The story was eerily convenient as far as Baby Hope's murder was concerned. However, investigators needed a parent for a DNA match, which led them to Lorena's mother. Detectives did not waste much time tracking down her mother, Margarita Castillo, not far from her daughter, Lorena. Margarita at the time resided in Washington Heights in Queens, New York. However, as eager as investigators were to talk to her, Margarita did not reciprocate the same feelings. She was not interested to talk to the investigators and turned them down before the investigators legally obtained an envelope that had Margarita's DNA on it. The test results of this DNA came back with the answer detectives had been searching for over 2 decades. Margarita Castillo was the biological mother of baby Hope. With tears in her eyes, Margarita agreed to talk only when she saw the DNA result and the composite sketch of baby Hope. Margarita let the investigators know that baby Hope was indeed her long-lost daughter, Angelica Castillo. After decades of lying nameless in a Manhattan cemetery, baby Hope finally got her name back. However, this revelation created more questions than answers. One of the most significant of them was why Margarita would never report her daughter missing in the first place. Claiming that she only acted that way because she had no knowledge of Angelica being missing, Margarita began to tell the investigators the story of how she became estranged from her own daughter. Angelica was born on April 24, 1987, to her mother, Margarita Castillo, and her father, Genaro Ramirez. Despite having several children, the couple's marital life was rocky, as Margarita was scared of Genaro, who had a reputation for being abusive. Just after a few years of Angelica's birth, Margarita and Genaro separated as a result of their regular fights. According to Margarita, it was after one of those fights in 1991 that she took her 3 daughters with her and left the home. The next day, Genaro called her saying that he wanted to meet his daughters. Though still angry due to his behavior, Margarita accepted, considering Genaro was still the father of the girls. As per Genaro's instructions, Margarita brought the girls to the house of his adult niece, where he was already present. After spending the night there, Margarita decided to leave the next day, when Genaro had a strange request for her. He wanted her to leave their 2 younger daughters, Angelica and Maribel, with him and take the older Lorena with her. Margarita, who was well aware of his violent nature, knew that it was not just a request but a threat. Despite not agreeing to the arrangement, Margarita left her younger daughters with him. Margarita also said that she often visited the girls after being forced to leave them with their father, and brought them little gifts. During one visit, when she saw that her estranged husband wasn't around, she asked the niece, Velvina Juarez Ramirez, if she could take her kids back, which Velvina rejected, saying that her uncle would be upset if she let the kids go. Margarita claimed that she kept visiting the place until one day the family moved, without informing her or leaving any address. Margarita had no idea where her estranged husband or daughters were. In 1995, 4 years after baby Hope's remains were found, Margarita got a call from a woman saying that Velvina had passed away. Margarita headed to the location and inquired about her daughters after giving her condolences to the deceased. Unfortunately, nobody in the family told her about the whereabouts of her 2 daughters, and she came home empty-handed. It was only later that another call from the same woman requesting her to pick up her daughter, referring only to Maribel, that she realized that there was something terribly wrong. She was then informed that Maribel was the only daughter who had been there all along, while nobody had any clue where Angelica was. Although Margarita suspected Genaro of being responsible for Angelica's disappearance, she never went to the police to report her daughter missing. Asserting an explanation for her actions, Margarita said that since her family had illegally immigrated from Mexico and she did not speak English and only spoke Spanish, she was scared to go to the police. Though Margarita accepted her fate, never taking a stand for her own daughter, detectives were dedicated to providing their precious baby Hope with justice. They now consider General Ramirez as the prime suspect in his daughter's disappearance and murder, and a massive search began for him. Unfortunately, to this day, no information about his whereabouts have come to light, as he continues to be a missing person. Yet some people, including Margarita, believe he fled the US and returned to his home country, Mexico. When tracking down Angelica's father failed, everyone thought the mystery of baby Hope's brutal murder would never be solved until police pointed their fingers at another man. The man was none other than Angelica's own cousin on her father's side and Belvina's brother. Then, 30-year-old Conrado Juarez Ramirez, Juarez was a regular visitor of the home where Angelica and Maribel were living under the care of Belvina and 5 other relatives in an apartment in Astoria, Queens. Juarez had a long criminal history comprising different kinds of crime, including sexual assault. Surprisingly, his family still let him hang around the children. Based on past records, NYPD detectives wanted to zero in on this guy and went looking for him. They waited in front of the Manhattan restaurant where he worked as a dishwasher and later brought him in for questioning. Although he was asked questions regarding Angelica's disappearance, detectives still suspected Angelica's father to be the one responsible until Juarez dropped a bombshell. After initially denying it a few hours into the questioning, 52-year-old Juarez began confessing to the murder. He revealed that in July 1991, he was visiting his sister, Belvina, in her Queens apartment, when one night he came back to find 4-year-old Angelica in the hallway in the middle of the night. Angelica was seemingly looking to go to the bathroom when Juarez took her by the hand into his room and she went with him. At some point, Juarez claimed that alcohol made him lose control and he tried to sexually molest her. And she started screaming. To keep her quiet, Juarez bound the little girl to the table, which was often done to her to stop her from getting food or water. He claimed that he did not intend to harm her and only suffocated her to stop her from crying. He then took a pillow and suffocated her until she went motionless. After he was done, he summoned his sister Belvina, who was in another room. Shocked by the incident, she began yelling at him, before quickly deciding they had to get rid of the body instead of notifying the police. Juarez claimed that it was Belvina who gave him a cooler that was in the garage and had a conversation about how they would fit the girl inside it. The very conversation Maribel had heard that night and later revealed to her sister. After binding Angelica's hands and feet, Juarez stuffed the lifeless body inside the cooler, almost in half, and placed Coke cans over it so that it wouldn't look suspicious. The pair then hailed a cab from Astoria to Washington Heights and disposed of the cooler in the wooded area where it was later discovered. Eerily, Juarez's confession perfectly aligned with the tip where a woman saw a Hispanic man and a Hispanic woman carrying a cooler a few days before the discovery, suggesting it was legit all along. Hoping that the remains would never be discovered, the pair parted their separate ways, never to talk about this again. In 1995, Belvina died, taking the disturbing secret to her grave, while Juarez went on with his life as if nothing happened. In this interview with police, Juarez also revealed that Angelica was mistreated and tortured at the hands of Belvina and her family on a regular basis for the last 2 years of her life. From starving to being harshly punished, the little girl went through an unspeakable amount of suffering in her already short life. It was finally time for her to get justice as investigators took Juarez into their custody and charged him with first-degree murder. Police would later learn that at one time when Margarita demanded that Juarez let her see her girls, Juarez responded by saying that when he returned from Mexico, there was only one girl and that the other girl was dead. Detectives who had held baby Hope close to their hearts all those years were disgusted by the fact that even after that, or looked for her daughter. When the mother was asked in an interview what she would say to her dead daughter, she replied, "I would ask her to forgive me, that I wish I could have stopped him before he could hurt her." Unfortunately, after initially confessing to Angelica's murder, Conrado Juarez Ramirez recanted his words. This time, he claimed that his sister, Belvina, called him on a cell phone one night in July 1991, describing that Angelica had fallen down the stairs and she needed his help to dispose of her body. He then admitted that he helped her bind the child's body. Then he and Belvina drove to the Henry Hudson Parkway where they dumped her body. After the recantation, prosecutors were having a hard time building a case against him. They were worried due to no forensic evidence linking Juarez to the murder. After Belvina's death, there was no potential witness either. While the investigators persisted that he described many things that only a killer would know, the defense focused more on the forensic evidence. Eventually, the case would come to conclusion after 22 years of a long battle, but not in a way anybody would have wanted. While in jail in 2018, 52-year-old Conrado Juarez Ramirez passed away after falling ill, pending his trial in Manhattan Supreme Court the following year. The case was officially closed after the only suspect was killed. As for Angelica's father, investigators concluded that although he might have other potential victims of his own, He was most likely unaware of his daughter's fate once he left home and never came back. There is no doubt that this poor 4-year-old girl had been through a lot before tragically being murdered and left to rot. Yet, it's amazing to see strangers pouring out their love for her while her own family failed and betrayed her. We can only hope that the little one could rest in peace with her name on her gravestone after 2 decades. Do you think that her death could have been prevented if her mother intervened? What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Rick Hazelton grew up on May Street in Glens Falls, New York. In October 1986, at 23 years old, he decided to move to New York City to pursue a career in music. His relationships with family were strained, and many of his childhood friends had moved away or started their own families. They were excited for Rick's new adventure, but became worried when he didn't keep in touch after leaving. Despite their efforts, they couldn't find any trace of Rick in the years that followed his departure from Glens Falls. Several years after Rick disappeared, his family had him declared legally dead. Brian Pinchin had been Rick's best friend. The two had been inseparable, spending every day together. And Brian considered Rick his brother, rather than simply a friend. Brian went on to become a police officer in Fort Edward, New York, and retired after 25 years of service. Over the years, he would lie awake at night, thinking about Rick, haunted by the thought of never knowing what had happened to his childhood friend. He spent years working on the case in his spare time. He decided to dedicate the extra time his retirement freed up to further working on his investigation and learning what had become of Rick Hazelton. Brian looked up records and scoured databases of unidentified remains. He eventually got in contact with a detective in Nashville, Tennessee, when he found a sketch of a man he thought could have been Rick. It would be this relationship that would finally get Brian answers about what happened to Rick after he left Glens Falls. Rick did not die as his friends, family, and the courts believed. Rick had spent several months in Miami. While he was there, he saw an ad in a newspaper for cheap airfare and spent $80 on a ticket to Denver. From there, he hitchhiked to western Colorado, where he met the woman who would eventually become his wife. The couple had 2 children. In 2001, Rick and his family moved to Oregon to be closer to his wife's family. Rick never contacted anyone back in his hometown because he did not believe anyone would want him to. "I didn't think anybody really cared, so I just made my own life and did it," he would eventually tell reporters. He did not know how wrong he was or how many of his friends had looked for him over the years. He did not understand that his abrupt disappearance from his loved ones' lives would result in an investigation that would ultimately end in him being declared legally dead, or the years of heartache it caused the people who loved him. That finally changed in August of 2019, when a missing persons case was opened in Nashville. Based on Brian's theory that Rick may have died there, Rick received a letter in the mail informing him that he was being investigated as a missing person. He at first thought the letter was a mistake, but then learned that there were still people back in Glens Falls who cared about him. Rick and Brian were able to exchange letters and then speak on the phone. Rick was able to save up enough money to travel back to New York State in November of 2019. He planned to spend several weeks with the various friends and family members he had not spoken with in 33 years, and then celebrate Thanksgiving with them. On November 17th, he and a large group of his childhood friends reunited at the playground where they all used to play together for a game of kickball. Brian Pinchin is very happy to have finally found his old friend and encourages others who are looking for a missing loved one to keep fighting for answers. "If you love somebody, don't ever give up on them," he said after his reunion with Rick. "If you don't have an answer, keep going until you can find out what actually happened." 21-year-old Riley Zickle, originally from California, was living in Portland, Oregon, and attending Lewis and Clark College, where he was majoring in chemistry and minoring in music. He loved the outdoors and was an experienced hiker. On Wednesday, July 27, 2016, Riley told his family that he was planning to spend the day exploring the Mount Jefferson Wilderness area southeast of Portland. He was going to camp there that night, and then drive up to the Seattle area on the 28th to meet up with friends so that they could go on another hike. The last known sighting of Riley was on the 27th, when he stopped to talk with another hiker on his way into the wilderness. Marion County Sheriff's deputies found Riley's silver Mazda parked near a trailhead for the Pacific Crest Trail that went into the wilderness area on July 30th. The same day, Riley's family reported him missing. They had become concerned when Riley had not shown up for plans he had made that day. The sheriff's office attempted to ping Riley's cell phone, but were unsuccessful, and believed that Riley had turned it off. It does appear that Riley had his cell phone with him when he traveled to the area, because the friends he had planned to meet near Seattle canceled their plans sometime after Riley talked to his family, and he told a friend that he would be extending his stay near Mount Jefferson. Given the unreliability of cell service in remote areas, it makes sense that Riley may have turned off his phone during his hike. Riley had 4 days' worth of food, a water filtration device, and camping equipment with him when he went into the wilderness area. So there was still hope that he was alive on July 31st, when the formal search for him began. The search team initially consisted of 45 people, but more than 340 people would ultimately assist in the effort. Sheriff's deputies from 4 additional counties, the Army National Guard, the U.S. Forest Service, and the Civil Air Patrol all also contributed to the search, which covered more than 350 square miles. On August 1st, the sheriff's office received a potential clue. A hiker came forward with a photograph they had taken on July 29th. The photograph showed a man standing outside a tent at Sprague Lake. Riley's family believed it could have been him, and the tent was similar to the one Riley was believed to have taken with him. Unfortunately, 2 days later, a man came forward, identifying himself as the individual in the picture, leaving investigators without what they had thought was a promising lead. The official search went on for more than a week, far longer than typical search efforts, because Riley had the equipment and knowledge to survive outdoors, even after the official search ended. Authorities still followed up on leads from unofficial sources. A private helicopter pilot helping the Zickle family was able to provide the sheriff's office with a new location to search, in a crevice in the Jefferson Glacier, based on his own flights looking for Riley. The location was searched, but nothing was found. While Riley had been equipped to survive for several days when he went into the wilderness, he could not have survived there indefinitely. That he most likely passed away, somewhere too remote for them to find him. On October 23, 2016, Riley's family held a memorial service for him in Petaluma, California. In 2017, the Riley Zickle Endowed Music Scholarship was established to help music students finance their education at Lewis and Clark, informing them that they had seen human remains in a glacial area above Jefferson Park on Mount Jefferson. Based on the personal effects that were with the remains, they believed that they belonged to Riley Zickle. The area where Riley was found had been searched back in 2016. Riley's clothing and equipment blended in with the surroundings. However, the main reason the initial search did not help locate him was because of how dangerous the area was. The terrain in that area was very steep and many of the rocks were loose, which made it prone to rock slides, so it was an exceptionally difficult area to safely search. The nature of the location also complicated the recovery of Riley's remains. However, on September 3, 2019, Marion County Search and Rescue Squad, Corvallis Mountain Rescue, the Civil Air Patrol, and the U.S. Forest Service all participated in a joint recovery effort. Riley's father, Robin, was waiting at the trailhead when the team brought his son down from the mountain 3 years after he went missing. Riley's remains were taken to the medical examiner's office. On October 15th, the medical examiner positively identified the remains as Riley Zickle and released them to Riley's family, while Riley's loved ones had prepared themselves for the reality of Riley's death. Locating his remains was still of the utmost importance to them, because it both helped them honor Riley and helped them cope. I believe that when you suffer a loss, you learn to live with it. You never get over it, but you learn to live with it. Robin Zickle told the Press-Democrat after his son was found, "I was not able to learn to live with not knowing what happened." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Hugh Turner was from Alberta, Canada, but he and his wife of more than 50 years, Joyce, spent the winter months at a home they owned in Mesa, Arizona. Even at 85 years of age, Hugh remained very active, working out 3 days a week, playing golf regularly, and taking daily walks around his neighborhood in the Red Mountain Ranch neighborhood in East Mesa. He left for one of these walks around noon on Christmas Eve of 2010. He never came home. A massive search was conducted to try to find Hugh. Hundreds of volunteers came out to assist members of law enforcement and area search and rescue groups in the effort to locate him. No sign of Hugh or any clues to his whereabouts were found during these searches. Hugh was mentally still very sharp, but his behavior on the morning of his disappearance may have indicated that he was beginning to have memory problems. That morning, he had attended a Christmas party and reportedly went up to a woman and asked her where he was. This raised concerns that Hugh may have been experiencing early signs of dementia at the time of his disappearance. Hugh's wife and 4 children struggled to cope with the void his disappearance left in their lives and the unease they felt at not knowing what happened to him. Joyce Turner was very lonely without her husband, but continued to return to their home in Mesa every winter. 2019, a hiker was near Red Mountain on the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community when they came across a set of human remains. They notified the authorities, who believed that the remains were Hugh Turner, based on the personal effects found with them. This suspicion was confirmed on January 10th, when the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office positively identified the remains as Hugh, based on his dental records. The location where Hugh was found was approximately 4 miles north of his home. While Hugh's family told authorities that he was physically capable of walking great distances, this area had not been covered in the initial 2010 search. To reach it, Hugh would have had to cross a canal and make his way up very steep terrain. The report from the medical examiner's office did not list a cause of death, but police do not suspect foul play in the case. While Hugh's death is obviously difficult for his family, they are also grateful to finally have answers. "I don't think any of us had thought we were ever going to know what happened to our father," said Hugh's daughter, Janice McCaffrey, after his remains were discovered. "And I've kind of figured that, as sad as it is, we just won the cold case missing persons lottery and someone found him. And that in itself is a miracle." 73-year-old Susie Thomassai was a beloved mother and grandmother who lived in Lakewood Park, Florida, with her husband Patrick. The couple owned 2 restaurants together. They were at one of these restaurants, the Quilted Giraffe on US Route 1 in Vero Beach, on March 16, 2018. It was a hectic Friday night and the restaurant was short-staffed, so Patrick was busy running around doing multiple tasks. Susie had a form of dementia, so she did not work as actively at the restaurant as her husband, but she still spent every day there with him. Patrick last saw his wife on the restaurant's back porch, where she liked to go out to read. He went back inside the restaurant to take a phone call. When he came back outside, Susie was gone. Susie loved talking to people and often visited South Bureau Square, the shopping center just south of the restaurant. Patrick searched up and down the center for his wife, but could not find her. He and one of his customers then got into a car and drove around looking for her. He went back to their home, but Susie had not returned there. At 6:48 p.m., he called the police. An extensive search of the immediate area did not locate Susie. The sheriff's office used a helicopter to search for her from the air, and her family searched on foot all night. Authorities believe she must have gotten into a vehicle in order to get so far from the restaurant in such a short period of time. Surveillance footage would confirm that Susie had gone to South Vero Square shortly after being last seen by Patrick. The footage shows that around 5:40 p.m., she was walking along the shopping center with a cigarette in her hand. Authorities speculate that she may have been asking passers-by for a lighter. She walked out of range of the cameras at the southern end of the shopping center, and police could not trace her path any further. Dozens of volunteers came out to search a nearby wooded area, and potential sightings of Susie began coming in to the authorities. These potential sightings were all over Florida and as far away as New Jersey. Within the first 6 months after Susie's disappearance, the sheriff's office had followed up on more than 100 leads. None of them helped locate Susie. After Susie went missing, Patrick Tomassi decided to shut down the Quilted Giraffe for the summer, in order to focus on the search for her. When the summer ended and Susie still had not been found, he decided to make the closure permanent. It was too painful for him to be there without Susie. He auctioned off the restaurant's equipment and sold the property. The restaurant was demolished and new medical buildings were constructed where it once stood. Susie had been missing for more than a year and a half when authorities finally had a new potential clue to present to the public. In October of 2019, the Indian River County Sheriff's Office released new surveillance footage taken the day Susie went missing, not far from where she was last seen. The footage, taken at 6:04 p.m., appears to show someone on foot walking up to a white truck and speaking to the driver. The person on foot then walks around the front of the truck and gets into the passenger side of the vehicle. Despite the poor quality of the footage, Patrick Tomassi believes that Susie is the person on foot who gets into the truck. The sheriff's department is hoping that even though this new footage is of poor quality, it will help identify new potential witnesses to interview and leads to follow. The Tomassi family is still offering a $15,000 reward for Susie's safe return. 27-year-old Zachary Wilks lived in Lompoc, California, and worked as a handyman. His parents had moved to the Washington, D.C. metro area, but Zachary and his younger brother Andrew remained living in the family home in California. He had a kind heart and was always willing to help people, whether they were his neighbors or strangers in need. Zachary had an aunt and uncle who lived in Las Vegas, but had a houseboat on Lake Powell. Every year, either Zachary or one of his two brothers would travel to help them do work on the houseboat to get it ready for the summer. In 2017, Zachary would be making the trip. He had been looking forward to it because while he would be doing work, he enjoyed spending time on the lake. Andrew and a group of friends saw Zachary leave for the 7-hour drive to Las Vegas at 11 p.m. on May 24, 2017. Because he was leaving so late at night, Zachary would not arrive at his destination until very early in the morning. He told Andrew that he planned to stop at a casino once he arrived in Las Vegas to kill some time so that he would not show up at their aunt and uncle's house too early. Zachary never made it to his aunt and uncle's house, and no one in his family could get a hold of him on his cell phone when they tried calling him after he failed to arrive. His brother Andrew reported him missing on May 26th. Zachary's family drove back and forth between Las Vegas and Lompoc, looking for signs of Zachary or his black 1994 Honda Civic. They checked every route he could have taken, which involved searching 6 different highways. When they received Zachary's cell phone records, they learned that his phone had pinged on a cell phone tower that would have placed him on Highway 166. The time and location of the ping showed that Zachary's drive had been going according to plan. The Wilks family then hired a private contractor to fly search and rescue drones over the 6-mile radius of the cell phone tower and use their cameras to look for Zachary or the car. Teams searched remote side roads, campgrounds, and parts of the Los Padres National Forest. None of these efforts located Zachary or his vehicle. Around the time Zachary went missing, there was speculation that he may have left of his own accord to start a new life. He reportedly did not like living in a smaller city and had a desire to move to a bigger one. However, Zachary already had plans to move to a more metropolitan area. He had told both his mother and father that he was going to move in with them in their house just outside of Washington, D.C., as he had been welcomed to ever since they first moved there. Since he already had public plans to leave Lompoc, it is hard to understand why he would choose to leave in secret instead. Furthermore, it does not seem possible that Zachary could have funded such a move, as he left all of his money in his bank account and has not accessed any of his financial accounts since he was last seen. The mystery of Zachary's disappearance appeared to be solved in 2019. On October 25th, his Honda Civic was found upside down in a culvert off of Highway 166. According to the Lompoc police, the vehicle was involved in a traffic collision causing and ended up in the dense brush off the side of the roadway. Based on the amount and type of damage, they believe that the car was in motion at the time of the accident. Police believe that the car had been in the culvert since around the time Zachary went missing, and that there were no other vehicles involved in the accident. The car is still being examined for signs of mechanical failure that may have contributed to the crash. However, Zachary's remains were not in the car. Multiple agencies searched the area again in hopes of finding them, but were unsuccessful. While the discovery of the car provides new information about the case, it also adds to the mystery of it. Zachary's family is still hoping for answers in his disappearance, and that locating his vehicle will help provide them. On January 18, 1971, 19-year-old Christy Eastston called her friend Sandy and asked her to go shopping with her. Sandy said yes, and Christy picked her up in a blue 1969 Ford Maverick. The car belonged to Christy's ex-boyfriend, who had agreed to let her borrow it. Christy and Sandy went to a Mervyn's department store, where Christy bought a pair of boots she had been saving up for. Christy made a quick trip back to her own house in Hayward, California to take a shower. She then went out again to go to Charlie's Car Wash on Mission Boulevard. In exchange for borrowing the car, Christy had promised her ex-boyfriend that she would wash it before coming to pick him up at the Jack in the Box restaurant where he worked at the end of his shift. Christy never arrived at the restaurant as planned, however. Her ex-boyfriend called her family home to see if anyone knew where she was. Her family knew that Christy had left to meet him, and that something must have happened to her if she did not arrive at her intended destination. They went out to begin searching for her. In the early morning of January 19th, they found the Maverick Christy had been driving at the car wash, parked near the vacuums. Christy was not with the vehicle. Her scarf and purse were left on the front seat, and papers that had been inside the car were scattered on the ground. These papers gave rise to conflicting theories about Christy's disappearance. At first glance, they seemed to be a sign of a struggle. However, at least one of the original police officers from the case believed that the papers had been scattered on purpose to make it appear as though there had been a struggle. Because of her age, police originally believed that Christy had run off on her own accord. Her family was positive that they were wrong. On a pragmatic level, all of Christy's belongings were left either in the car or at her home. Furthermore, she was enrolled in classes at a local college and was due to start a new job at a bank that she was very excited about the day after she went missing. They also believed that running away was not in line with Christy's personality or past behavior. Christy had never run with a dangerous crowd or experimented with drugs. In 1970, she had graduated from Sunset High, where she had been a song girl, homecoming queen, and an active member of the theater department. She had a kind and loving personality. Her family feared that Christy's beauty may have made her a target for a predator. Christy's case was cold for decades. A new witness finally came forward in 2019 after the case was featured in the local media. The Eastston family's initial concerns appear to have been correct. The witness believed that they had unknowingly witnessed Christy being abducted by two men. The witness had not realized what they were seeing in 1971. They saw two men in a white Ford van with distinctive side mirrors, sometimes called West Coast mirrors. One man was in the driver's seat and the other was putting a girl in the back of the van. The witness only saw the man putting Christy in the van from behind, but did get a passing glance at the driver of the van. Police released a sketch of the van's driver, created with the help of the new witness. They hope that the sketch will help finally get answers in what is the oldest missing persons case in Hayward, even though it has been nearly 50 years since Christy went missing. There is still a $50,000 reward for information in Christy's case. Virginia was born in 1926 to Helen and Thomas Hannon in Malden, Massachusetts. She was the oldest of four siblings, with two brothers, Paul and Thomas, and a sister named Barbara. After marrying, Virginia moved to Pembroke with her husband and enjoyed a happy life until he passed away in 1971. After his death, Virginia lived alone in their cozy cottage. Known for her kindness and helpfulness, Virginia was well known in her community. She looked after stray dogs in her neighborhood, regularly feeding and caring for them. Nobody went hungry under her care. Before that, a small update. Every time someone visited her, she would provide them with plenty of drinks, homemade cookies, and other baked delicacies. It didn't matter to her if they were new or were already known to her. After working for many years as a cook and lunch lady at Bryantville Elementary School in Pembroke, Virginia, She was on the verge of retirement in late 1983. Virginia's stepfather, who also lived in the neighborhood, was one of the people she cared for most. She would prepare his lunch and bring it to him every day. However, for 2 consecutive days in February 1984, lunchtime came and went, and Virginia was nowhere to be seen. Finally, on February 13th, her stepfather's housekeeper called her multiple times before deciding to visit her home to see if everything was okay after numerous unsuccessful attempts to get in touch with her. He entered her house just to retrieve an extra key from her, but instead he discovered Virginia on her bed, having been brutally murdered. The housekeeper was so shocked that he could not even think clearly as to what action to take next. Virginia had multiple wounds clearly visible on her body, and she was partially covered by her blanket. Hearing the screams of the housekeeper, a few of the neighbors came to see what all the commotion was about. They too were stunned, seeing Virginia's lifeless form. Everyone in the community was shocked at Virginia's passing because she was so well liked by the majority of people who knew her, and none of them could imagine someone harming Virginia. Then, without wasting any more time, the housekeeper called the police. The area around West Street was a very quiet place to live. Even the newest family had been there for more than 10 years. However, on that day, all the activity made people question why the Pembroke police were in their neighborhood. People slowly began to find out that their neighbor, Virginia Hannon, had been found dead in her bed. When the police walked into the cottage and saw the body, even the most experienced of them was speechless. They were left in disbelief by the brutality of the scene. I think it was the most brutal murder we've had in the history of Pembroke. She was assaulted, she was kicked, she was punched. She was stabbed and she was strangled with a pair of her own stockings, said one of the officers of Pembroke Police Department. The investigator looked around and saw someone had messed with the front door and the window. It likely meant that the killer had broken into the house when Virginia wouldn't let them in. This could have been why they robbed and attacked her. There was also a shoe print on her stomach, which led police to think that the person who killed her might have kicked her as they killed her. The police knew that Virginia lived on her own, so before they talked to her family, they talked to her neighbors and friends who lived close by. The neighbors told the police there wasn't a single reason someone would want to hurt Virginia. After interviewing a large number of people, the police found that Dolly Smith was the last person to see Virginia alive. Virginia and Dolly were extremely close friends and had been so for a very long time. She had last seen Virginia on February 11, 1984, according to Dolly. It was a Saturday and Virginia and Dolly had planned to go to church as they usually did. Dolly said that she and Virginia had visited St. Joseph's Church together that evening. The distance from Virginia's house to the church was roughly 4 miles, and the evening mass started at 5 p.m. as usual. After church, the two women had gone to BR's restaurant, a place they frequently visited after church. The restaurant was roughly 7 miles from the church, and they had dinner before leaving. It was around 7:30 when Dolly dropped Virginia off at her house. Other than the murderer, Dolly was the last person to see Virginia alive. Dolly also said that Virginia had difficulty breathing when climbing the stairs to her house. This was because Virginia had emphysema, which caused her to have breathing problems while engaging in any physical activity. Dolly also informed the police that she had seen Virginia carrying $100 when she dropped her off. But the money was missing from Virginia's wallet when the investigators searched for it. On both Saturday and Sunday, the neighbors did not hear or see anything. They heard nothing unusual or anything that would have suggested a struggle. According to the autopsy, shortly after she returned home from church on Saturday was when she was murdered. As the police continued their investigations, they learned about Virginia's aunt, who had lived in California before she passed away. When she died, she had left a huge sum of $380,000 to Virginia. Virginia was considering taking an early retirement from her position as the elementary school's cook and lunch lady after receiving this inheritance. Virginia never showed off her newfound wealth, although she did tell a few people about it, according to her nephew. She was not embarrassed to talk about the money her wealthy aunt had left her as an inheritance. She was a very honest person and would answer questions from anyone. She was the kind of person who would chat with total strangers and share details about her life. She had also kept a portion of the money at her house, though she deposited most of it in a bank. Those who knew Virginia well claimed that the murderer may have believed that she had money hidden in her house and that this was the reason someone broke into her home. The investigators spoke with more than 50 people, but they were unable to get any fresh leads in the case. Without any clues or leads, the case soon turned cold, and it looked like the police might never be able to figure out who did it. Her family tried to keep the story alive and in the public eye by regularly speaking to the media. The Pembroke Police Department also kept looking at the case. Investigators held a vigil in 2019 to mark the 35th anniversary of Virginia's death. With advances in technology, they also found that the DNA samples they took from the crime scene all came from the same person. The only thing that was sure was that the DNA was from a man, but they didn't know who he was. They tried to find the suspect through forensic genealogy, but it didn't work because there was nothing to compare it to. So Virginia's case was again put on hold. Virginia's murderer was unidentified until an individual called the Pembroke Police Department on February 4, 2020. The individual informed the police that Jesse Aylward, his friend, had confessed to killing Virginia Hannon in Pembroke in 1984. Police discovered that Jesse Aylward, 58, had passed away the previous day on February 3, 2020. With the help of this information, the police were able to secure a warrant, locate Aylward's body at Brockton Hospital, and take a blood sample. After that, they discovered a match between his DNA and 3 pieces of evidence discovered at the crime scene. The 3 pieces of evidence were the nylon stockings that were used to strangle Virginia Hannon, the shattered glass, and the bloodied paper towels. Jesse was about 22 years old when Virginia passed away. In March 2021, the Plymouth District Attorney's Office made the information public. Virginia most likely did not know him, which is why she refused to let him inside her home. But the detectives did confirm that there were no known ties between Jesse and Virginia. But at the time of the murder, he had resided near her house. Although Aylward had a criminal history that included some violent behavior, the police had not suspected him during the initial investigation. The victim's devastated relatives thanked the police for their unwavering efforts, but they said that the news was bittersweet because it came after the suspect's passing. "I'm so glad they finally have someone," Judy Hannon said. "Would I like to see him go in handcuffs? Yes, because that's what he deserves." Considering the advancements that have been made in forensic technology, this case does give hope to many people who have loved ones who have been separated from their family for a long time. These technologies could assist in solving a significant number of unsolved mysteries from the years gone by. Mandy Stavik was a remarkable person who excelled in many areas. While attending M.T. Baker High School, she was an honors student involved in varsity basketball, varsity softball, and track. She was also fluent in sign language and Japanese, and she played 3 musical instruments: clarinet, flute, and saxophone in the school band. Mandy was known for her bravery, independence, and drive. In 1989, Mandy graduated from high school at 18 years old and enrolled at Central Washington University. Initially aiming to become a commercial pilot, she started reconsidering her career plans during her first semester of college. That November, she returned to her family home in Clipper, Washington, just outside the small town of Acme, for her Thanksgiving break. The day after Thanksgiving, November 24, 1989, Mandy decided to go for a run and left the house around 2:30 in the afternoon. Normally, her mother Mary would ride her bike alongside Mandy while she ran. But on that day, Mary decided to stay home because her sister was visiting. Mandy was accompanied on her run by just the family dog, a German shepherd named Kyra. At home, Mandy's route for her daily runs took her down the street her family's house was on, Strand Road. She would run down to where the road dead ended at the Nooksack River and then turn around to run home. Mandy's brother, Lee, had been visiting a friend that afternoon at a house on Strand Road between Highway 9 and the Stavik home. While he was there, he saw his sister running by on her way back to their house. She had less than half a mile to go before she would reach it, but Mandy never arrived home. 2 hours later, Kyra arrived back at the house, without Mandy and visibly upset. Mary Stavik's first instinct was to call Mandy's boyfriend, Rick Sender, to see if he knew where she was. He did not. She then called the sheriff and everyone she knew in the area to begin the search for Mandy. Almost every member of the small rural community eventually helped look for Mandy. People searched on foot, on horseback, and on all-terrain vehicles. A local tracker tried to work with Kyra, the German shepherd, hoping that she would lead them back to Mandy. However, Kyra would cower in fear upon stepping off of the porch of the family home. Kyra was an older dog, but still very protective of her family. She may have been kicked or hit when she tried to defend Mandy against an assailant, resulting in the change in her behavior when she arrived home. On November 26th, a search team covering small side roads discovered a pair of green sweatpants. Mandy had been wearing teal sweatpants and a light-colored sweatshirt when she left for her run. Mary Stavik did not believe that the sweatpants the search team found belonged to her daughter, but they were still submitted to the crime lab for analysis. Lab tests would eventually show that the pants were unrelated to the case. The following day, November 27, 1989, Mandy was finally found, but the discovery did not bring her family peace. A local fire department had been searching the Nooksack River with one of their boats. They located Mandy's body in the South Fork of the river, caught up in some debris 6 miles away from her home. She was wearing only her socks and shoes. Her clothing and the Walkman she had been using on her run have never been found. An autopsy would later determine that Mandy had been raped and that she had died from there were no signs of a struggle on the riverbank near where she was found, and the water was very shallow in that stretch of the river. Mandy was also a very strong swimmer who had worked as a lifeguard. These factors led investigators to believe that Mandy had not been conscious when she went into the water. This was further supported by a wound on the top of her head that the medical examiner believed would have rendered her unconscious. Mandy also had numerous scratches and lacerations on her legs, as though she had run through dense brush or the thorny blackberry bushes that were common in the area while not wearing pants. Unfortunately, Mandy was not the first of her siblings to be murdered. In 1975, her oldest brother Brent had been killed on property owned by the Fort Richardson Army Base just outside of Anchorage, where he was authorized to go hunting. He had been shot 17 times. His killer has still never been found. Mandy, her mother, and her 2 remaining siblings then moved to Washington State from Alaska while Mandy was still very young, following her parents' divorce. More than 1,000 people attended Mandy's memorial service. There was not a church in the area large enough to hold that many people, so the service was held at the high school Mandy had graduated from just a few months before. The obvious first suspect in the case was Mandy's boyfriend, Rick. The couple had been dating for 3.5 years, but the relationship was on and off for some of that time. However, Rick was eager to cooperate with police, who described him as being extremely forthcoming when he gave his statement to them. He was eventually cleared of any involvement in the case. In 1989, DNA testing was still a relatively new technique, especially in the criminal justice field. Luckily for the Stavik family, Ron Peterson of the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office had just returned from a training at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, about how DNA could be used by law enforcement. Most state and local crime labs were not equipped to identify and sequence DNA evidence, but the FBI's lab was. Samples from Mandy's body were sent to the FBI lab, and they were able to isolate Mandy's DNA sequence, and that of an unknown male. Investigators followed up on more than 7,000 leads and tried to connect Mandy's case to other crimes all over the Northwest. But the case still went cold. In 2009, Detective Kevin Bowie inherited the case, becoming the 3rd person to lead the investigation. His strategy for trying to solve the now 20-year-old case, inspired by a famous case in England, was simple. Identify all of the men living in the area at the time of the murder, and test all of their DNA until they found a match. Because Mandy had lived in a rural area with a small population, this theoretically could be done. In practice, however, it was obviously much more difficult to do. Over the next 4 years, the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office was able to test dozens of DNA samples, but none of them were a match to the DNA from the crime scene. However, around this time, they were also able to identify a potential new suspect, who had never spoken to the police about the case, Timothy Bass. Timothy Bass had lived a few doors down from the Staviks in 1989. People who knew him then have said that he was very quiet and kept to himself. He had moved away shortly after Mandy's murder and had gotten married just 2 months after her death. By 2013, he and his wife had 3 children and were living in Everson, Washington. Investigators traveled to Everson to speak with Timothy about the case. He claimed to not remember it or Mandy's name. This made the investigators immediately suspicious of him. Mandy's murder had been major news in her small and previously very safe town. Mandy had also gone to the same high school as Timothy and had been friends with his younger brother Tom. A witness would later reveal that Timothy had also started attending basketball games at the high school when Mandy was on the team to watch her play. Mandy also ran past his house almost every single day when she was not at college. Timothy refused to provide a voluntary DNA sample. Police, however, still wanted to compare Timothy Bass's DNA to the DNA from the crime scene, so they went to his employer to ask for help. Timothy worked as a local delivery driver for the France Bakery outlet. Investigators met with Kim Wagner, who managed the outlet. They told her that they were investigating an employee and wanted access to information about their delivery routes so that they could follow the employee and potentially collect a cigarette butt or some other discarded item with DNA on it. Kim felt as though she was not in a position to comply with this request and asked the investigators to consult with human resources at their corporate office. The corporate office in turn asked for a subpoena or search warrant to share that information. Authorities asked Tim Bass for a voluntary sample again in 2015, and again he refused. A few years after her conversation with the police, an offhand remark would change Kim Wagner's mind about getting involved in the case. She and her husband were out at a bar, talking with a friend about her co-workers. The friend happened to be an acquaintance of Timothy Bass, and the group began discussing his eccentricities. The friend mentioned to Kim that Timothy had lived on the same street as Mandy Stavik when she was killed. Kim then realized that Timothy and the Mandy Stavik case must have been the reason investigators had come to speak with her in 2013. When authorities returned to try to get information from the bakery outlet again in 2017, Kim confronted them with her suspicions about what they were investigating. She also told them Timothy Bass's assigned delivery route. But this information did not immediately help the authorities get Timothy's DNA. He wore gloves, so his DNA was not left on any of the bread he delivered, and he did not smoke, so he never discarded cigarette butts. He took his trash home instead of leaving it in his delivery truck, and he was the bakery's only employee who did not turn in his uniform to be laundered by the company. His conversations with police seemed to have concerned him enough that he carefully guarded any source of DNA that could be covertly collected. Kim Wagner offered to collect a discarded DNA sample from Timothy inside the bakery building. However, police told her that this would not be possible. It would be illegal for them to ask a civilian to collect evidence on their behalf. However, on August 10, 2017, Kim Wagner watched as Timothy Bass drank out of a plastic cup and discarded it in a trash can, along with a can of Coke. After he walked away, Kim decided to collect the items out of the trash can and hide them in a bag in her desk. She then turned the items over to the police. Kim was so motivated to help in the case because she, like the rest of the community, had been horrified by Mandy's murder. Kim was just 19 at the time of the murder, just 1 year older than Mandy. By 2017, Kim also had another reason for wanting the case to be closed. She had a daughter of her own, and was haunted by the idea of Mary Stavik never finding out who had taken her daughter from her. The evidence Kim provided was submitted to the crime lab for DNA testing. These tests showed that the DNA Timothy Bass left on the cup when he drank from it matched the DNA found inside of Mandy. Timothy Bass was arrested on December 12, 2017. On Mary Stavik's 81st birthday, knocked on her door and told her that an arrest had finally been made in her daughter's case. Following his arrest, Timothy Bass originally stuck to the story he had been giving to police since 2013. He did not know Mandy and he had never so much as kissed her. However, once it became clear to him that police had somehow gotten his DNA, he changed his story. He now claimed that he had a consensual sexual relationship with Mandy, which is why his DNA was on her body. Timothy claimed that he had met Mandy before she left for college, while he and his father were out mountain biking. His father had since passed away and could not confirm the story. Timothy says that he and Mandy began spending time together, just talking, and eventually began casually having sex. They had sex again when Mandy was home for Thanksgiving. Timothy could not, however, provide any basic information about Mandy, and not one witness was ever found who had seen the two of them together. There were no phone calls or letters between Mandy and Timothy after she left for college. Police did not believe Timothy's new story. Leading up to his trial, Timothy's defense lawyers tried to get all DNA evidence excluded. They argued that police had first obtained their client's DNA illegally because they asked a civilian to gather it for them. Police can legally collect items that someone has thrown away, but they cannot enlist civilians to do it for them. The lawyers argued that because Kim had previously met with authorities, she was acting on their behalf when she collected the cup and the can from the garbage. Kim Wagner appeared at a hearing and testified that collecting the items had been her own idea and that she had done it of her own accord. It is legal for civilians to turn over potential evidence that they legally obtain. Authorities. A judge ruled in August of 2018 that Kim had not been acting on behalf of law enforcement when she collected and turned over the items, and the DNA evidence remained admissible. When Timothy went on trial for first-degree murder in May of 2019, his defense was based on his claim that he had a consensual relationship with Mandy. The presence of his DNA inside of her body, his lawyers argued, therefore meant nothing. Timothy had no proof of this relationship, however, and as the trial progressed, it became more and more evident that his word did not carry a lot of value. Timothy's soon-to-be ex-wife, who had been his girlfriend at the time of Mandy's murder, testified that her husband, against whom she had previously applied for an order of protection, had threatened her into providing him with a false alibi for the day of the murder. It was also revealed that when Timothy's family came to visit him in jail after he had slipped them a note in which he asked his mother to lie to the police, telling them that he had been Christmas shopping with her the day of the murder. He also tried to convince his mother to blame the crime on his dead father. She would not let him. The most troubling testimony of all, however, came from Timothy's own brother, Tom. Tom Bass testified that in 2015, after authorities asked Timothy to volunteer a DNA sample for the second time, Timothy had asked him to lie to the police for him. Timothy told his younger brother that he had sex with Mandy the weekend of Thanksgiving. He wanted him to go to the police and say that he also had sex with Mandy. Timothy wanted to make it appear as though Mandy was, in his terms, a loose girl, so that the police would believe his story about him having consensual, casual sex with her. Tom, who had been friends with Mandy, refused to go along with the plan. On May 24, 2019, almost 30 years after Mandy's murder, a jury found Timothy Bass guilty of first-degree murder after less than a day of deliberation. Mary Stavik and the rest of Mandy's family was in the courtroom when the verdict was read. On July 2nd, a judge imposed the maximum sentence of 320 months, or almost 27 years, in prison. Timothy is planning to appeal his conviction. Every year since 1990, a scholarship has been awarded in Mandy's name to a Mount Baker High School student active in the school's music program. The funding for the scholarship includes the $25,000 the community raised to offer as a reward for information that led to the arrest of Mandy's killer. That money was donated to the scholarship fund after years had gone by with no arrest in the case. Even without the incentive of a reward, Mandy's case was finally solved. Thanks to the impact her life and death had on her community and the persistence of Mandy's family and the investigators. Around 4:20 p.m. on November 7, 2015, an ambulance in Hereford, England, was en route to a hospital when it was stopped by 3 individuals on the road. Among them was an elderly man who appeared to have difficulty standing. He was accompanied by a younger man and a woman who had come across them near the Hereford bus station. They offered their assistance as the elderly man struggled to walk towards the hospital. Recognizing his frail condition and signs of possible dementia, paramedics decided to transport him the rest of the way to the hospital in the ambulance. He seemed to be smiling and crying simultaneously and was seemingly unaware of his surroundings. He could not answer the basic questions asked of him, although he did eventually provide the first name Roger. The man who had been bringing him to the hospital also did not provide much information about himself. He refused to give his name and contact information because he claimed to be working at a nearby base of the Special Air Service, or SAS, an elite special forces unit of the British Army. He was dressed in what appeared to be some sort of military uniform and spoke with an American accent. He told officials that he had found the elderly man face down in a country lane near Creenan Hill, a village just outside of town. He left the hospital. Shortly after arriving there, the older man was still disoriented and could not provide any information about who he was or how he got to the area. He did eventually provide the full name of Roger Curry, but it was unclear if he meant that it was his name or the name of someone he knew. He had no form of identification on him or anything else that could help police determine his identity. He was dressed in all new clothes from a British department store, but police believed he was originally from North America. The man was very soft-spoken and difficult to understand when he was able to speak, but it was originally believed that he was Canadian based on his accent. A linguistics expert was eventually brought in to evaluate his accent, and they believed the man to be from the United States. The West Mercia police initially assumed that the man, who may or may not have been named Roger, would be identified quickly. When his worried family reported him missing, that report never came. Police looked into missing persons reports from all over the UK, as well as in Canada and the United States. They checked CCTV footage from the area, but found nothing to help their investigation. They took the man's fingerprints and DNA, but found no matches in any database, with no one looking for a man who clearly required close supervision. Doctors and police began to fear that he had been intentionally abandoned by his family. Authorities then appealed to the public to help identify the man, who would eventually become widely known as the Creenan Hill Man because of the location where he was allegedly found. The story was featured on local television and in newspapers, and eventually his story spread widely through social media. When none of these efforts resulted in an identification, the Creenan Hill Man was moved to Creenan Hill Court, a local care home that specializes in caring for dementia patients. He lived a peaceful life there, and the staff adored him. Their only complaint about him was that he would take more than his share of chocolate muffins. In 2016, still with no idea who the Creenan Hill Man was, authorities decided to launch another media campaign. The story was covered by the BBC and Sky News, reaching more people and garnering much more interest from the public. After seeing the story on the news, Rebecca Reese, the woman who had helped get the man to the hospital, came forward. Police briefly investigated her, thinking perhaps the Creenan Hill Man might have been Rebecca's husband, but she was soon clear of suspicion. The case of the Creenan Hill Man became a popular mystery online, with amateur sleuths from all around the world discussing it through social media. One such sleuth posted on the BBC West Midlands Facebook page, with an image from a 1958 high school yearbook. The yearbook was from Edmonds High School, just outside of Seattle, Washington, and the image was of 18-year-old Earl Roger Curry, who looked similar to the Creenan Hill Man and would be approximately the same age as he was believed to be. A reporter named Dara McIntyre was working on a documentary about missing people when he happened upon the case of the Creenan Hill Man and had the chance to meet him. He decided to travel to Washington State to follow up on the lead that had been posted on Facebook and would ultimately confirm the identity of the Creenan Hill Man. After graduating high school, Earl Roger Curry, who went by his middle name, served in the United States Air Force. He married a woman named Mary Jo, and the couple had 2 children. After leaving the Air Force, he worked as a nurse for Kaiser Permanente. He and his family lived in Whittier, California, a suburb of Los Angeles. Dara McIntyre traveled to Whittier and was able to speak to some of Roger Curry's neighbors. When they were shown pictures of the Creenan Hill Man, they confirmed that he was their former neighbor. Roger and Mary Jo no longer lived in the home because it had been badly damaged by a fire in 2014 and deemed uninhabitable by the city. However, in August of 2015, a neighbor had seen then 75-year-old Roger wandering around behind the chain-link fence that had been constructed around his property. There was a padlock securing the entrance to the fence, so the neighbor climbed over the fence to check on Roger. Roger's wife Mary Jo was also on the property, sleeping on an air mattress on the porch of the burnt-out home. The temperature that day was almost 90 degrees Fahrenheit. The couple did have a cooler with water and some food, but they were hardly strong enough to be living outdoors in such heat. Mary Jo had Parkinson's disease. Roger had Alzheimer's disease and could not care for himself. When police arrived on the scene, he was confused and dehydrated. Police would eventually discover that the food in the cooler was being brought to the Kais by their son, Kevin. The key to the padlock on the fence was found on his keychain, which would seem to imply that he had been the one who had locked his parents behind the fence, preventing them from leaving. However, Mary Jo told the police that it had been her idea for her and her husband to live behind what was left of their home, and no charges were ever filed against Kevin in relation to the matter. Kevin Curry had been charged with a number of criminal offenses, ranging from assault to fraud to burglary in his past, and had spent time in prison. He had been caring for his parents in 2015, but they had previously been estranged. In 2000, Roger Curry was granted a restraining order against his son after Kevin tried to strangle him, pushed him against a wall, and made several threats against him. According to neighbors, he still did not treat his parents well after he came back into their lives, as they could routinely hear him yelling and making loud noises in his parents' home. The circumstances of how Roger Curry arrived in the United Kingdom did not begin becoming clear to the police until March of 2016, when they finally heard from the mystery man, who had been trying to walk Roger to the hospital in Hereford. 50-year-old Simon Hayes called in to identify himself and provided an account very similar to the one he had given to the paramedics, who brought Roger to the hospital in 2015. Simon claimed that he had been a member of the Special Boat Service of the Royal Navy, attending a course at the SAS base in Hereford, when he and a Canadian Army serviceman found Roger face down in a country road. He told authorities that he was now living in Los Angeles, but was currently in the UK visiting family. After Simon provided a formal statement, authorities followed up on his account and went to speak with his father, Ken, in April of 2016. Ken informed them that his son was not visiting, he was living with him. He had previously lived in Los Angeles, but had been deported back to the UK in 2013. He also told them that Simon knew both Kevin and Roger Curry. Simon Hayes had moved to Los Angeles in 2003 to begin an American branch of his motorsport coaching business. He met Kevin Curry through a mutual friend, and the two men bonded over a shared interest in Area 51. They became close friends, and Simon spent the holidays with the Currys in 2010, seeing firsthand the effects Alzheimer's was already having on Kevin's father, Roger. Simon was deported in January of 2013, following an arrest for drunk driving. According to Simon, he was deported because his cellmate started a fight with him, and he was blamed for it. According to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, he was deported because he had been in the country for 6 years on a 90-day visa waiver program. Upon his return to the United Kingdom, Simon immediately began applying for a visa to return to the United States. He supported his applications with a fraudulent reference. He claimed to be from a British major general that detailed a glorious military career that he did not ever have. All of his applications were denied. Simon and Kevin did remain in contact after Simon left the United States. Confronted by authorities with the fact that he knew the Curry family, Simon changed his story. He now admitted that his friend Kevin had called him to tell him that his family was about to take a European vacation, and that he wanted to stop in the UK to see him. Prior to his trip, Kevin said that he would be putting his parents in a nursing home for the time he would be out of the country. Simon claims that he was therefore surprised to see Mary Jo and Roger, who was so weak that he had to be brought out in a wheelchair when he met the family at Gatwick Airport. Simon denied that there was ever any plan to abandon Roger. Instead, Kevin asked Simon to help him get his father admitted to a hospital because he was sick. Simon agreed, and Kevin rented a car for him to use for the task. Prior to their departure, Kevin had borrowed Simon's credit card to do some shopping, which may have been when he purchased the new British clothes Roger was found wearing. Simon and Roger then drove 150 miles to Hereford, where Simon put on a fake uniform and American accent. There are several details about Simon's story and the actual events that call his claims of innocence into question. There were 2 hospitals within 6 miles of the hotel where the Carys were staying. Instead of simply bringing Roger to one of these hospitals, Simon drove 150 miles, presumably passing more hospitals along the way, to bring him to the hospital in Hereford. This decision does not make it appear as though his main motivation was Roger's health, nor does the fact that he made the frail older man, who could barely stand, try to walk to the hospital from the bus station. Simon was provided with a vehicle and did drive to the area, but for some reason would not drive all the way to the hospital to drop off Roger, instead trying to get him to attempt to make the last part of the unnecessarily long trip on foot. Simon also lied both about who he was and how he came to be with Roger and Hereford. While the fake persona of an American soldier and the made-up story about training at his dishonesty with the hospital staff, and later the police, kept them from identifying Roger for months, when he could have provided them with that information from the start. In a 2019 interview, Roger would explain his deception by essentially admitting that the plan was to abandon Roger, but just temporarily. He says that he did not want anyone to be able to identify Roger because he wanted the rest of the Curry family to have a break from caring for him for at least a week. If the hospital could not identify Roger, they could not locate his family, and they could enjoy their vacation while Roger was being cared for at the hospital. After leaving Roger and Hereford, Simon met back up with the rest of the Curry family and accompanied them on the next leg of their trip in Denmark. Kevin Curry has not spoken publicly very much about the case, but he has said that he did not abandon his father in a foreign country to place the burden and cost of his care on the British government as it appears. He claims that he did not abandon his father, he just asked a friend to take him to the hospital when he became ill after arriving in the UK. There are several glaring problems with this account, however. When Kevin purchased the airline tickets for the family trip, he bought round-trip tickets for everyone in the family except for Roger, indicating that he knew in advance that Roger would not be returning to the US with them. The most obvious reason Kevin looked suspicious is that he never returned to the UK to get his father out of the hospital before returning home, never reported him missing, and never showed any interest in finding him after he sent him off with Simon. Even if he did not plan to abandon his father, it could be argued that this lack of action amounts to abandonment. Kevin also lied to his extended family about where Roger was during the time he spent in the UK. Tim Otters, Kevin claimed that Roger was in a nursing home in Arizona and doing very well there. Police in England had researched people with the name of Roger Curry and families with that surname as a part of their investigation, and had been given Kevin Curry's contact information by authorities in the United States in March of 2016. When they called his phone number, the person who answered denied knowing a Roger Curry. There is, of course, the possibility that the police had the wrong number, or someone else answered Kevin's phone. However, shortly after police made this call, Kevin Curry made a call to Simon Hayes. Simon would later say that during this conversation, Kevin asked him not to come forward with his story about what had happened with his father because it would upset his mother. He also told him that Roger would become homeless if he was returned to the United States. There are, of course, enormous financial and emotional burdens placed on family members who are taking care of elderly dementia patients. However, thousands of families cope with these stresses without dumping their relative in a foreign country so that they can receive free care. Furthermore, all of the financial resources available to Roger do not appear to have been used for his benefit. Roger had Social Security benefits, a pension and veterans benefits that provided him with a modest monthly income of $1,500. It is unclear what happened to these payments during the 8 months Roger was in the UK. Since he was never reported missing, the issuing agencies would not have had a reason to stop making payments. While Roger and Mary Jo's house was essentially destroyed in the 2014 fire, they still owned the property in an upper-middle-class neighborhood, in a county famous for its expensive real estate. However, the property was not sold to help finance the care Roger and Mary Jo both needed. The Kays may have had limited resources, but they still had some that could have been utilized. In 2019, Simon Hayes was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for his role in Roger's case. His lies, according to Simon Davis, the barrister who prosecuted him, resulted in an enormous waste of effort by the police and the fraudulent use of public funds. Roger's care during his time in the UK cost the National Health Service approximately £20,000. The defendant was part of a plan to bring Roger from the US and dump him in Hereford, abandoning him so that he could receive care from local healthcare providers. It was clearly planned, Davis told the court. Court documents in both California and the UK allege that Kevin Curry was under investigation for fraud and elder abuse, But neither the Los Angeles Police Department nor the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office opened a formal investigation into the case, and no charges have ever been filed against Kevin Curry. While he had the most to gain from the alleged plot, only his accomplice is facing legal consequences from it. Following his identification, Roger Curry was repatriated to the United States in July of 2016. Upon his arrival, Los Angeles County officials filed an application to have a conservator appointed to handle Roger's care and affairs. No one in his family is prepared to accept responsibility for him, the application claimed. His own wife and son abused him when they took him overseas, only to abandon him there. Kevin and Mary Jo Curry did appear at some of the hearings relating to the conservatorship, but never formally contested it. Roger was ultimately placed under the care of a conservator, who arranged for his benefits to be used to get him treatment in a residential facility. Roger spent time in a few nursing homes before settling into one in Long Beach, California. Upon his arrival, he was still able to at least somewhat participate in activities like bingo and seemed happy. However, by 2019, his health had deteriorated to the point where he was almost completely bedridden, according to reports filed by his conservator. His caretaker said that he was still soft-spoken and respectful, even in his weakened state. Unfortunately, the solving of the Creedon Hill man case did not result in a happy ending. Roger Curry's identification did not result in a happy reunion with his family. Neither Kevin nor Mary Jo Curry has seen or visited Roger since his return to the United States. On September 12, 1988, Melissa Trembley, an 11-year-old girl, was found murdered at the Boston and Maine Railway Yard in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Our next case brings us to Salem, a historic city on the north shore of Greater Boston in Essex County, Massachusetts. Melissa Trembley was born in 1977 in Salem, Massachusetts, to her mother Janet Trembley. Janet raised Melissa as a single mother, as her father was absent and his identity remains unknown to this day. Everyone who knew Melissa as a child described her as a fun-loving, carefree, and caring little girl who had many friends in school and was always ready to play games and have a good time. However, sadly, it was this fun-loving nature that caused her to fall into the hands of her killer. On the 11th of September in 1988, Melissa accompanied her mother and her boyfriend to the LaSalle Social Club in Lawrence, not far from the rail yard where she was found, and went outside to play while the adults stayed inside. The last sightings of her alive were made by a railroad employee and a pizza delivery driver who were in the vicinity, both who saw her within the late afternoon hours of that day. When Janet realized her daughter was missing, she frantically searched the area before reporting her missing to the police at around 9 p.m. that night. She returned home in a state of panic, hoping and praying for news of her daughter's safety. Unfortunately, she would never receive this news. On the morning of September 12, 1988, Melissa was found dead in the Old Boston and Maine Railway Yard in Lawrence. She had been stabbed to death, and then her body had been left on the railway tracks and run over by a train. The detectives who arrived on the scene theorized that the killer had likely done this in the hopes of mingling the body and removing any possible physical evidence they had left behind. However, the forensic team that analyzed the body found that the nature of her stab wounds indicated that her killer was left-handed. The lead detective on the case was Lawrence Police Officer Detective Thomas Murphy. He was shocked at the brutality of the murder and decided to relentlessly pursue justice for Melissa. He and his team recovered physical evidence from the body and the crime scene, but the nature of this evidence was never revealed. However, it is assumed that since no arrests were made at the time, the evidence they gathered was not viable to be used in the investigation then, which is why it was shelved for later when forensic technology would develop enough for it to be used. Numerous witnesses, suspects, and persons of interest were interviewed by the police, and the only lead they found was that there was a suspicious-looking van in the area Melissa was in the day she was murdered. But when they inquired further, no one was able to help them identify the van or its owner, and as time went by, they found no new leads. The case remained unsolved, and eventually the trail went cold. Finally, in 2014, over 25 years later after the death of Melissa, the cold case was re-examined by authorities, and lead investigator, Lieutenant Peter Sherva, decided that the case should be reopened. A few years later, the evidence recovered from Melissa's body was submitted for testing. And in 2022, 33 years later, detectives finally had a suspect. On April 26, 2022, 74-year-old Marvin McClendon Jr., a former Massachusetts correction officer, was arrested in his home in Bremen, Alabama, for her murder by the Alabama State Police. While the nature of the evidence that was used to ascertain his guilt was never released to the public, the press release did state that evidence recovered from the body was crucial in identifying him as a suspect. And then when detectives probed deeper into his life, a whole set of incriminating details came to light. McClendon is a retired Massachusetts Department Corrections employee, but he wasn't working for the state in 1988. He worked for the department on 3 separate occasions from 1970 to 2002, but at the time of the murder was involved in doing carpentry work in Chelmsford, a locality close to Lawrence. Detectives found that he also had multiple ties to Lawrence, which is close to Salem, where Melissa lived, as well as being the place her body was found. He worked in the city and frequented numerous establishments there, including the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Salem Street. He also had a van that looked like one that witnesses saw Melissa and near on the day she disappeared. This, along with the physical evidence tying him to the scene, was enough for the detectives to finally make an arrest in the case after a long wait of 33 years. The family released a statement in which they said, "We would like to thank the police who have worked so hard over the years to make sure justice was found. Since her murder in 1988, we have always prayed for justice. We have never stopped thinking of Missy." Some of Melissa's friends, who are now middle-aged adults, also provided statements. Andrea Gainley, who did not want her face shown, had a message for the defendant. "You took the life of an 11-year-old girl, and then you went on for another 33 years walking free. And where is she? In a grave." Both Melissa's family and friends are now awaiting the sentencing of Marvin McClendon. They are happy to have found the killer of their beloved Melissa after all these years and receive some form of closure. On April 26, 1993, in an act that stunned the community, immigrant shop owner Shu Ming Tang was shot and killed in the store he owned. Our first case today takes us to San Carlos, a city in San Mateo County, in the state of California in the United States of America. Shu Ming Tang was born and brought up in Taiwan. He was a family man and a beloved father and husband. He served as an officer in the Taiwanese Air Force and was highly decorated in terms of service before he retired and eventually shifted along with his family to the United States. He moved to the United States in the hopes of establishing a better life for his family. He was chasing the American dream. However, this dream would soon turn into a nightmare. Initially, everything was working out perfectly for Tang and his family. They moved to the city of San Carlos in California and began their new life together. Tang bought and began to run the Devonshire Little Store, a general store that made itself integral to the community in San Carlos. Tang and his family were beloved by all in the San Carlos community, who appreciated the integrity and love that the family ran their store with and made clear to all whom they interacted with. However, while it seemed apparent that everything was going well for Tang and his family, disaster was just around the corner. On the morning of April 26, 1993, Tang opened his store like he did every day. He did not know that this would be the last time he ever did so. That very day, Tang was shot in the chest by an unknown assailant in his store. He was rushed to the hospital, but died from his wounds soon after. The San Carlos community was shocked by the death of this beloved store owner. The initial investigation had very little to work with. The detective who originally worked the case was Sheriff Mark Robbins of the San Carlos Sheriff's Department. From interviews of eyewitnesses and those in the area, he learned that Tang was shot by an unknown woman who then fled the area soon after. No one knew the identity of the woman or her motive, but the motive of the crime was chalked down as a robbery that had gone wrong. There was very little evidence to work with, but through interviews with the eyewitnesses of the crime, the detectives were able to receive a composite sketch of what eyewitnesses believed the killer to look like. She was identified as a Caucasian woman in her late 20s or early 30s, with brown hair. However, witnesses were unable to provide the police with any more details about her. While there was some physical evidence found at the scene, DNA analysis at the time was not advanced enough to provide the investigators with any further leads. Still, this evidence was stored in case it would ever be useful in the future. But at the time, with no other solid leads to follow, investigators were unable to make any progress on the case, and eventually, the trail went cold. Days turned to months and months into years, and the case was shelved as an unsolvable cold case with little chance of being solved. Tang's family were left wondering who could have murdered their loved one for over 2 decades. The case, which made national headlines at the time and was even featured on the popular show America's Most Wanted, remained unsolved for almost 29 years. Time passed, and eventually, the San Mateo County absorbed the San Carlos Sheriff's Department into their larger operations. The San Mateo County Sheriff's Office took over the investigation in 2010 after it started running police services for San Carlos. However, even for 8 years after this, there was no hope until the Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit reopened the investigation in 2018, when they believed that it may be possible to find a suspect. Were the new leads on the case. During a recent investigation of this 29-year-old case in 2022, the detectives identified a person of interest which led investigators to Washington County, Oklahoma. On March 16th, San Mateo County Sheriff's detectives conducted simultaneous operations in Oklahoma as well as in Sacramento. During the operations, additional evidence was discovered, and as a result, sheriff's detectives arrested Rayana Hoffman Ramos, 63 years old, in Oklahoma. Until now, authorities still aren't saying how they linked Hoffman Ramos to Tang's death, or whether she gave specifics as to what happened in the store that tragic day in 1993. The detectives have only released that unspecified DNA evidence was found that linked her to the case as the guilty party. San Mateo County Sheriff Carlos Belanos thanked Tang's family for their support, adding that he hoped they will finally get the justice and closure that you deserve. The Devonshire Little Store is still in business nearly 29 years later. Though Shu Ming Tang's death happened decades ago, his legacy is still close to the current owner, Chung's son, another immigrant owner who bought the store from Tang's widow shortly after his death. While he says he's relieved a suspect has been arrested, it doesn't change the tragedy that happened. This gentleman never did a bad thing to any other people, Sun said. While Tang's murder undoubtedly remains a tragedy, we hope that his family and loved ones have found some form of closure from the arrest of his killer after all these years. Justice for Tang's family is at hand, said San Mateo County Sheriff Carlos Bolanos at a press conference after the case was solved. Hoffman Ramos is currently being held without bail in Oklahoma, pending extradition to the Bay Area. On March 16, 1977, tragedy struck when Richard Bashelle Senior was killed during an attempted burglary while at home with his children and wife. Our next case takes us to Alameda, a city in Alameda County, California, located in the East Bay region of the Bay Area. The city is primarily located on Alameda Island, but also spans Bay Farm Island and Coast Guard Island, as well as a few other smaller islands in San Francisco Bay. Richard Bashelle Senior was born in 1934 in the United States of America. He was known as a kind man who would do whatever he could to help his friends and even strangers if it was possible. In his teens, he decided to join the military and became a U.S. Marine. He served in the Korean War in the 1950s and was respected as a great soldier and one of the finest of his generation. After his service, he retired from duty and worked as a mechanic and lived on the 2500 block of Lincoln Avenue in Alameda with his wife and 3 sons. He was beloved by his community and his family as a great husband and father, and a man who was kind and generous to all he met. However, while life seemed to be going well for the Bashelle family in 1977, disaster was just around the corner. In the early hours of the morning of March 16, 1977, there was a break-in and a tip to burglary at the Bashelle home. The thief was unable to escape unnoticed and was chased out of the house by a then 43-year-old Richard and his 17-year-old son. Richard Bashelle Jr., the father and son, chased the intruder onto the street, and as they pursued the thief, the younger Richard fell behind, unable to keep up with his father and the burglar. By the time he caught up with his father, he found him lying on the ground, and the burglar was nowhere to be seen. Richard Jr. found his father in a pool of blood with multiple stab wounds. In a haze, he ran back to the house and called the police and an ambulance. Richard Sr. was rushed to the hospital, but sadly it was too late, and he succumbed to his injuries a few hours later. His family was devastated by these events and were desperate for his killer to be brought to justice. At the time, investigators determined the victim, Richard Bashelle Senior, was stabbed a total of 10 times after confronting an individual who had attempted to burglarize his home, and the motive for the murder was chalked up to a burglary gone wrong. With this motive in mind, investigators looked at a number of possible suspects, including individuals with a past record of burglary, who had been convicted earlier. At the time, the investigation identified Richard Curly Bernard as a possible suspect and even searched his home, where they found a blood-stained jacket after the murder. However, due to limitations in DNA technology, charges could not be filed, and this piece of evidence was locked away in storage in the hopes that it could be used when technology advanced. With a lack of other leads, the investigators eventually hit a dead end, and the case turned cold. Over 4 decades went by, and in 2021, the Alameda Police Department quietly established a cold case unit. It was composed of a small team of retired Alameda police officers and 2 sergeants who were still active on the force. The unit is led by retired Detective Lorenzo Graham. Bashelle Jr. had asked that his father's case be reopened 23 years prior to this in the late 1990s. But at the time, the police force was reluctant to do so, as they were unsure whether the technological resources required to solve this case were available. However, once the cold case unit was started in 2021, the Richard Bashelle murder was one of the first cases they chose to reopen, due to the fact that they had a great deal of evidence from the case stored away. They began by submitting the bloody jacket confiscated from the suspect Bernard's home, as well as other pieces of evidence, to the Serological Research Institute, a non-profit California corporation that provides a broad spectrum of biological testing services. When the blood on the jacket was tested, it came back as a positive match to Richard Bashelle. Senior APD had questioned Bernard shortly after the murder, but the technology at the time did not give them the ability to determine whose blood it was. But that had now changed with the advancement in technology, said the lead detective Lorenzo Graham. With this positive match, along with circumstantial evidence, the detectives had found it was finally proved that Richard Curly Bernard was the killer of Richard Bashelle Senior all those years ago. The detectives immediately began to look for Bernard, hoping to charge and arrest him for the murder. But they were left disappointed. They found out that Bernard was a career criminal who was arrested and convicted for a series of Alameda burglaries and 2 non-sexual assaults in the 1970s. Bernard was also alleged to have committed more than 100 burglaries. He was imprisoned in 1977 after being convicted for a number of burglaries and the 2 counts of sexual assaults, but was released from jail in 1983. Upon his release, Bernard was paroled to the state of Texas. They found that in 1989, Bernard was killed in an act of carrying out another crime. Though justice could not be served to the criminal, the Alameda Police Department announced at a press conference on March 22, 2022, that the department had finally solved the 45-year murder investigation. While Bernard is deceased and therefore cannot face his day in court, we have given the opportunity to provide answers to the Bashelle family, said Lorenzo Graham. At the press conference at the Alameda Free Library, Richard Bashelle Jr., who was with his father all those years ago on the fateful night of the robbery, was also present at the press conference. It's been a long, hard road, but I'm glad we have a final resolution to this. On behalf of my family, my late mother, my 2 younger brothers, I'd like to just say thank you to everyone, Bashelle Jr. said. I don't know if there's any real closure, you know? It doesn't change a whole lot, but we are glad we do have a final positive ID, and we can go from there. Though it is truly sad that justice could not be served to Bashelle Senior's murderer, we hope that his family and friends can find solace and some form of closure in knowing who was responsible for his untimely and tragic death. Carolyn Smith, originally named Opal Mary Carey, was born in Indianapolis, Indiana. By 1944, at the age of 51 and widowed, she resided at 10 East 21st Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, living in a duplex. She had moved there shortly after her husband passed away in early 1935. Carol and shared her half of the duplex with two younger women who she referred to as her roommates to the neighbors. These women were Virginia Evans, aged 31, and Willetta Horner, aged 30. Carol and Virginia had met in 1937 at a Christian Science bookstore. They struck up a friendship and Virginia moved in with Carol, and a short time later, Carol Ann and Willetta met a year later at a grocery store. At first, they were mere acquaintances, but Willetta eventually confided in Carol and the details of her troubled childhood. Carol Ann then asked Willetta to move into the duplex with her. In 1944, many everyday items, from sugar to gasoline, were rationed by the U.S. government because of shortages caused by World War II. Items that were in short supply for civilian consumers, either because of disrupted trade routes or because the armed forces required large quantities of them, required a government-issued stamp in order to be purchased. Individuals were issued ration books containing these stamps and could only purchase the amount of rationed items they had stamps for. Carol and Smith applied for 7 ration books, telling the ration board that the books were for her children and dependents. Carol and had no children who had lived more than a few days after their birth. 2 of the ration books were in the names of her 2 roommates. However, 3 of the books were issued to individuals who were deceased: Carol and's late husband, father, and maid. Another one of the books was issued to Carol and's 11-year-old nephew, Bobby, who Carol and claimed was living with her. The final ration book was issued in the name of Carol and's bulldog, Bon Bon. The numerous ration books Carol and acquired raised suspicion with the ration board, who asked the Tulsa Police Department to investigate her for fraud. As a part of their investigation, police began interviewing Carol and's neighbors, almost all of whom had bizarre tales to tell about 10 East 21st Street and its inhabitants. The neighbors reported hearing bizarre growls and screams coming from the home, and a witness saw the 3 women who lived there burying something behind the house at midnight one night. Based on these statements, the police were able to obtain a warrant to search the home. As a part of their search, police excavated the backyard of the property. The objects that witnesses had seen being buried turned out to be coffins. Inside were the remains of 2 dogs, one of which was Bon the bulldog. Inside the house, police discovered a scene that would inspire a local media frenzy. They found Carol and Smith's 2 roommates, barefoot, cold, dirty, and hungry. Their clothes were dirty because they were given barely enough water to drink and had none left over for laundry. Police found their sleeping quarters in the unheated basement. Their beds were made out of crates, and they had only threadbare clothing. A repairman eventually came forward to confirm that at least one of the women had lived like this for some time. When he had come to work on the furnace in the middle of the winter, one of the 2 women, not specified in any of the accounts, was wandering around the basement with no shoes and inadequate clothing for the weather. When he told her he needed to extinguish the pilot light to work on the furnace, she informed him that the small flame was the only source of heat she had. Virginia and Willetta's living conditions were in stark contrast to Carol Ann's. While they lived in cold and filth in the basement without even bare necessities, she lived a luxurious life in the rest of the house. Willetta and Virginia cooked Carol Ann's meals and cleaned the home for her. She had enough makeup and perfume to stock a drugstore, according to newspaper reports at the time. She owned a $250 silver set and drove a Packard. When police searched the home, she had 18 pairs of gloves, 26 hats, and over 200 pairs of shoes. Many of the items Carol Ann had in excess in her home were rationed at the time, and it is unclear how she amassed such a large number of them, even with her extra ration books. Both Virginia and Willetta had jobs outside of the home, but they always returned to the home and the deplorable living conditions they were provided with there after work. They also turned over every cent of the money they made to Carol Ann. According to both of the young women, they never tried to escape because of a hex Carol Ann had placed on them. The women claimed that they had been hypnotized by Carol Ann and gave accounts of being verbally abused and manipulated by occult means. They were alienated from their own families and pitted against one another. Carol Ann concocted false stories about each of the girls and was able to convince them that they were true and that she could expose their depravity. Carol Ann pieced together her own religion from occult practices and Christian beliefs, convinced that they would burn in hell if they did not do everything she, the one person who could save them from damnation, told them to do. Having been convinced that they would be rewarded in heaven for obeying Carol and Smith, Virginia and Wanita lived in the basement and worked as virtual slaves in the house for years. They both also behaved aggressively against their neighbors at Carol Ann's behest. A previous resident of the other half of the duplex reported that Virginia had once lured him to a window on Carol Ann's side of the duplex and thrown boiling water on him. Other prior tenants of the duplex claimed that Wanita would regularly instigate fights with them. Wanita and Virginia confirmed these accounts after being found by police, but insisted that they only behaved this way because Carol Ann had ordered them to. The reports of hexes, abuse, blackmail, and the occult coming out of 10 East 21st Street quickly put it at the center of a media circus. The Tulsa Tribune dubbed Carol an Ashish Bengali. The house became known as the Hex House, and Carol Ann was often referred to as the Hex Mistress. While the witchcraft and the brainwashed women kept in the basement were the most sensational part of the story in the eyes of the media, there was plenty more to the concerning case of Carol and Smith. In addition to Virginia and Wanita's salaries, Carol Ann supported her lifestyle largely through fraud. She convinced Virginia's father, a wealthy businessman in Stroud, Oklahoma, that his daughter was seriously ill and required private nursing services to save her life. He sent her more than $17,000 for his daughter's care that went instead to Carol Ann's extravagant spending. Carol Ann's other attempts to defraud appear to be mainly centered around insurance fraud. Virginia and Wanita may not have been the first victims of what would become known as the Hex House. A woman ran out of Carol Ann's side of 10 East 21st Street screaming. She ran out into the street and was hit by a car. She was taken to a hospital but passed away due to her injuries a week later. Carol and Smith told authorities that the woman was Beulah Walker, a 45-year-old widow who worked as a nurse in Carol Ann's home. Police were never able to get in contact with anyone from Beulah's family, and Carol Ann insisted on handling her funeral arrangements. Carol Ann had a large insurance policy on Beulah's life. She also later told the insurance company that Beulah had been a wealthy aunt of hers, which earned her an additional payout. The insurance company was suspicious, however, and began investigating Carol Ann's policy. They discovered that Beulah Walker had in fact been a poorly paid servant in the house and canceled the policy. Just 1 month before police found Virginia and Wanita in the basement of the Hex House, Carol Ann had taken at-large life insurance policies on both of the young women. There were a number of other suspicious deaths that came to people close to Carol, and, although not all of them resulted in a financial gain for her, Carol Ann had first moved into 10 East 21st Street at the beginning of 1935, not long before the death of Beulah Smith and not long after the death of Carol Ann's husband, Fay H. Smith, using a shotgun triggered with a twig in 1934. While Fay had recently lost his job, like many others during the Great Depression, none of his friends or previous co-workers believed he would have taken this course of action, even though Carol Ann had apparently extensively discussed it as an option with him shortly before his death. Carol Ann received a $31,000 payout from the insurance policy on her husband's life. That amount is equivalent to more than $450,000 today. In January of 1935, the managers of the apartment building where Carol Ann had lived with her husband raised her rent to force her out because they did not care for her. The rent hike worked, and she moved into 10 East 21st Street. The criminal investigator assigned to investigate Foy Smith's death died shortly after taking on the case. Carol Ann's sister had also recently passed away. The driver who had struck and killed Beulah Walker, Captain Rains, died suddenly just a short time after the accident. He had refused to ever say a word about the accident to anyone, including his family. When Carol Ann moved into the duplex in January of 1935, she wanted her father to move in with her from his home in St. Louis because, she said, it was too large for her to live alone in. She went to St. Louis several times to help him prepare to relocate. However, her father died before his move to Tulsa, providing Carol Ann with another massive insurance payout. The officiant, who had presided over all of the funerals Carol Ann had to organize, also passed away around this time. The next suspicious death would not take place for several years. Mary Horner, Wanita's mother, suddenly passed away shortly after arriving in Tulsa to look for her daughter. She was only ever tried for relatively minor ones. In October of 1944, she was tried for inducing Virginia and Wanita to testify falsely against a neighbor. After a 3-day trial, she was found guilty and sentenced to a year in prison. A month later, she pled guilty to federal charges of perjury, mail fraud, obtaining money under false pretenses, and using false statements to obtain a ration book for her bulldog, Bon Bon. After serving her sentence, Carol and left Oklahoma. Nothing is known about what became of her, and it has been speculated that she may have changed her identity. The duplex that contained the Hex House was torn down in 1975, and the basement where Virginia and Wanita were held was filled in with dirt. Eventually, a parking lot was built on the site where the home once stood. The parking lot has since been abandoned. The set of stairs that Beulah Walker ran down just before being hit by a car are still on 21st Street. Reported incidents of cars starting up on their own, even without keys in the ignition, while parked in the lot where the Hex House once stood, kept alive the story of the 2 bewitched women held as slaves in the home and the mystique around it for many years. Today, Tulsans are reminded of the sensational tale that once gripped their city by an area haunted house that hosts an attraction inspired by the story of Carol and Smith and the events that transpired at 10 East 21st Street. Wilford Johnson, who went by his middle name, Ray, was a veteran of the United States Navy. In 2017, the 90-year-old was a widower, having lost his wife Ola and lived on his own in Longview, Washington. He was considered a fixture in his community, active in his church, and always willing to help his neighbors. He had 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and 15 great-grandchildren, all of whom he enjoyed spending time with. Even at his advanced age, Ray's mind was sharp, and he made sure to keep physically active. On June 29, 2017, sometime between 9 and 10 a.m., Ray's neighbors saw him out for his daily walk. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Ray. Ray's family reported him missing the following morning. His silver 2001 Honda Accord was also missing from the home, but was located later that night. However, its discovery only added to the mystery of Ray's disappearance. The car was found in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Skamania County on National Forest Road 93. This location was more than 130 miles away from Ray's home. According to Ray's family, he had no reason for being in that area. He also had not driven on the freeway in more than 7 years. One of the car's windows was broken when it was found, but police were quickly able to discover why. Pictures of the car were posted on Facebook, and police interviewed the 3 young men who uploaded the images. The young men, unaware that the car belonged to a missing person, found it abandoned and decided to break the window so that they could steal some small items inside of it. Authorities do not believe the young men were involved in Ray's disappearance. The area where the car was found was searched multiple times by multiple agencies, but nothing related to the case was found. Ray's family believes that he was most likely attacked in Longview, and that his assailant then drove his car out of town. Ray carried a large amount of cash with him, making robbery a potential motive. A clerk from a dollar store in Longview did come forward after Ray went missing, saying that a man matching Ray's description had been in his store around noon, the day Ray went missing. However, the store's security footage was not of a good enough quality for Ray's family to tell if it had in fact been Ray in the store that day. Ray did shop at that store, but authorities consider this sighting to be unconfirmed. Ray's disappearance remains unsolved. Hattie Brown was an accomplished member of the United States Army, which she entered in 1980. She became the first woman in her unit to attend airborne school and to earn her aerosol badge. She achieved the rank of Sergeant First Class and served in Operation Desert Storm in 1991. In 1998, Hattie left the Army so that she could help take care of her aging mother. Hattie was one of 11 siblings and would do anything to help her family. It appears as though Hattie was helping a family member the last time she was seen. Surveillance cameras at a Sheetz gas station at the intersection of highways 501 and 58 in Riverdale, Virginia, captured the last known images of 48-year-old Hattie on May 16, 2009 at 2:30 a.m. Hattie was with her nephew, Derek Brown. Their family believes that Hattie must have been helping Derek because she would not normally be out at that hour. There have been no sightings of her since she left the gas station in her car with Derek. Hattie had organized a bridal shower for her soon-to-be sister-in-law, but failed to show up for the event, which alerted her family that something was wrong. Several other details led them to fear that something terrible had happened to Hattie. While Hattie's car, a 2003 Volkswagen Jetta, went missing with her wallet, credit cards, medication, and driver's license were all left at her home. Her family says that she never left home without them. She also left behind her beloved Chihuahua Grasshopper, which her family says she would not have done willingly. Virginia State Police monitored Hattie's bank records, but had few other avenues of investigation to follow during the first few weeks after Hattie went missing. That changed on July 7, 2009. That day, a farmer was cutting hay on his property in southeastern Halifax County, Virginia, approximately 15 miles from the gas station where Hattie had last been seen. Behind an old barn, he discovered a badly burned Volkswagen Jetta that appeared to have been behind the barn for some time. When authorities examined the vehicle, they discovered that it belonged to Hattie Brown. The discovery of the vehicle led to speculation that someone local was involved in Hattie's disappearance, because only someone who lived in the area would know that farmer very rarely visited that section of his property. Following the discovery of the car, Derek Brown was named a person of interest in the case. He and several other people authorities believe may have information about what happened to Hattie have not cooperated with the investigation. Derek has never been charged in relation to his aunt's disappearance, but is currently in prison for burglary and will be released in 2022. 7 years after Hattie went missing, her family made the difficult decision to have her declared legally dead. 3 of Hattie's brothers have passed away in the 10 years since she went missing, never knowing what happened to their sister. In May 2013, Sarah Bandinsky faced trial for her role in a £1 billion mobile phone tax scam in the UK. She was part of a group of 18 criminals who bought cell phones without paying VAT, value-added tax, and sold them without paying taxes. Sarah's task was to launder the money, which amounted to about £1 billion or roughly $1.3 billion US dollars. Just before her trial concluded, Sarah fled and remained on the run for nearly 10 years until she was captured recently. Throughout her time evading capture, she was the only woman on the UK's most wanted list. Paninsky had been born and raised in Falford, near York in the UK, but had closed family connections in Spain. She was also fluent in Spanish and had primary residence in Spain during her trial. So it didn't come as a shock in 2015 when authorities discovered her husband was bringing her supplies in Olivella, Spain. She was reported to have rarely left her hideout, and her husband or family members had been supporting her while she evaded authorities. In 2015, an extensive operation had been undertaken to recapture Paninsky, but something had tipped her off and she managed to escape. In 2017, the ringleader of the operation, Jeffrey Johnson, was arrested in Dubai and was extradited back to the UK to serve his 24 sentence for his crime. Eventually, Paninsky was the final person in the operation to still be on the run. The other people either turned themselves in or had been captured. After 2015, she cut off all ties with her family and went even deeper into hiding. It was estimated that in 2013 she may have had at least £2.4 million in cash, and she with her that she had been required to relinquish to the courts. When her father passed in 2020, there had been renewed hopes that she might resurface, but she did not. In February 2022, a resident in Santa Barbara, Spain, reported the sighting of a woman who matched Paninsky's description. A task force that specializes in recapturing wanted fugitives called the Civil Guard Central Operative Unit's Fugitive Task Force was called in to carry out the arrest. They found the woman living in an apartment and followed her for several weeks. Now 47, Paninsky, either out of necessity or the belief that she wasn't actively being searched for, Edward lacked some of her previous methods and seemed to be living a relatively normal life. Santa Barbara was a small village of around 4,000 people, and perhaps she felt safe to resume a normal life. They arrested her on March 1st while walking her 2 dogs, and she is being held in prison while she waits extradition back to the UK. Just on her original conviction alone, she faces 20 years in prison, though her time on the run has likely added more time to her sentence. The NCA International Deputy Director Tom Dowdle said about the arrest, "This should serve as a warning to others on our most wanted list. We will not rest until you are captured, no matter how long it takes. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Karen Vilak was sitting in her Stratford, New Jersey home on March 1st when she heard several loud knocks on her door. She opened it and was shocked to see a little girl on her doorstep. She recognized the 13-year-old, whose name has been withheld from the media due to her age, as her neighbor's child. The girl begged for help and handed her a shock collar meant for large dogs. Karen brought the girl into her home while her husband called 911. The girl had marks on her necks from the shock collar, and when asked what happened, revealed that she was made to wear the collar when she was bad by her parental guardian. She also revealed several other instances of abuse, such as being deprived of food and clothing, as well as being duct-taped in the basement for hours. A girl was taken to the hospital where she was immediately removed from custody of Kelly Manaig. The exact relationship has not been disclosed to protect the identity of the child. Kelly Manaig was arrested along with her 2 adult daughters, Rachel and Rebecca Manaig. Kelly's father also lived in the home and when being questioned by police confirmed allegations made by the child. The girl only weighed 63 pounds and said that the abuse started in 2018 when she was 9 years old. She told law enforcement she had been abused by all 3 women in the house and had even been forced to shoplift for the women. You can hear in the winter through the windows, always yelling and fighting. And while at the hospital, she had several marks on her neck consistent with wearing a shock collar for extended periods of time. The little girl is with the foster family now and has since returned to school. All 3 women have denied allegations of abuse. They are all being held in the Camden County Jail while they await trial. They face charges of aggravated assault, child abuse, and neglect. It was on March 2nd when friends of 57-year-old Cynthia Cole reported her missing. Normally active on social media, friends became concerned when her feet abruptly stopped. She lived alone, and what initially was a welfare check turned into a missing person investigation. She had been last seen attending an outdoor concert in Jensen Beach on February 24th. She had attended the event with a group of friends who saw her leave in her 2015 Jeep Cherokee early on in the evening. When officers arrived at her house, there were no signs of forced entry or anything amiss in the home. Her cell phone was found in the home with a dead battery. The only thing that seemed to be missing was her Jeep Cherokee, but it was later recovered abandoned on the highway. Cynthia had a doorbell camera, and when officers pulled the footage, they saw something unusual. Cynthia returned home a little bit after 8 p.m., and on the doorbell camera they saw a man leaving her residence half an hour after she got home, and the man took her car. On the cell phone, they found a contact that matched the physical description of the unknown man from the doorbell camera. 34-year-old Kyoki Hilo Demick. Demick had a criminal history. In fact, he was required to register as a sex offender. He had been convicted in 2004 for burglary and assault of a minor, and the victim was 12. For several years, Demick had worked for Cynthia on her property as a handyman. Text messages between the two showed conversations about the work he was to do, as well as Cash App transactions. When Demick had been brought in for questioning, investigators had caught him in several lies about the night Cynthia went missing. Initially, he told law enforcement he didn't know her, and then he said he did know her and that he only did odd jobs here and there. When asked if he'd gone to her house that night, he said no, and initially claimed to have not been at the house in days. He also was caught in several lies about his cell phone. Officers asked him to hand it over for the investigation. He said it was lost. Cynthia's car had been abandoned a mile from his home, and when asked about that, he first said he had no idea about the car. When shown surveillance footage clearly showing him at the house, he claimed he'd gone by to collect money owed. He first said he walked home after that, and then he later said Ms. Cole had asked him to drive her car. The interrogation had done its job, dismantling every lie that Demick attempted. Officers continued the investigation, and in the search of the backyard, they discovered something unusual about the cover of the property's septic tank. Further inspection prompted the discovery of Cynthia Cole's body. Demick was arrested on March 4th. Officers have hypothesized, based on the evidence, that he had gone into the home around 7 p.m. that night and waited until Cynthia came home. They estimated that she died within 30 minutes of coming home, and he had already prepared the septic tank as storage for her body. No specific motive for the crime has been released. It is also believed that she wasn't aware of Dimich's criminal history or that he was a registered sex offender. Dimich is being held on a $750,000 bond while he waits trial. It was 8:30 p.m. on March 10th in Manhattan when Barbara Gustin stepped out of her building. She was heading out to see one of her students perform. The 86-year-old grandmother was a beloved vocal coach to generations of Broadway stars and was still very active in the musical community. She was just about to hail a cab when a woman walked past her, shoved her to the ground, and swore at her. It had been a violent shove, and Ms. Gustin hit her head hard on the concrete. As well as a passing cyclist helped Ms. Gustin back into the building. She had a severe head wound that was bleeding profusely, but she maintained consciousness. Police in an ambulance arrived within minutes, and Ms. Gustin was able to give a brief description of her attacker, who she didn't know. She was taken to the hospital, but days later unfortunately died of her injuries from the fall. The death had been a shock to those who knew her. Many described her as a tough cookie, who still exercised daily and was seen often briskly walking around the neighborhood. The attacker was not found that evening, but officers were able to find surveillance footage and were able to get a clear picture of what she looked like. Officers later determined that the woman had stuck around, waiting nearby for nearly 20 minutes while she watched the older woman get taken away in an ambulance before heading to the subway. And a tip from the public brought investigators to Long Island and gave them a name: Lauren Pazienza, a 26-year-old woman who worked as a designer in Manhattan. 2 weeks after the attack, she was surrendered to law enforcement with her lawyer in tow. New details have emerged regarding the timeline of the days following the attack, which until the conviction are still allegations. After the attack, Lauren stuck around nearby and waited until after the ambulance left. Then, according to surveillance, she got into a physical altercation with her fiancé. The two took the subway to their apartment, where Lauren began the process of deleting her entire social media presence. In the days following the attack, Lauren left New York to stay with her parents in Long Island and left her cell phone with an aunt. When officers first arrived at her parents' house in Long Island, her father refused to let officers in without a search warrant and said his daughter was not there, and she surrendered the next day. Lauren Pazienza is charged with manslaughter and is being held on a $500,000 cash bail or a $1 million bond. Bail was set high because the judge deemed Lauren a flight risk. She has had no previous criminal history. She comes from a very privileged background. According to a former friend, Lauren's a poster child for white privilege. She has never faced any consequences in her life. She was enabled by her parents who got her out of everything, but she called them stupid and basic. She is continuing to maintain her innocence and has not revealed what prompted the senseless attack on a stranger. More to follow on this case. Pazienza still might be offered a plea bargain, but this could also go to trial. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Sasha Samzadine, age 27, worked as a social media manager at an Orlando real estate agency. Known for her vibrant energy, sociable nature, and intelligence, Sasha was more than just a pretty face, as her colleagues often noted. She was highly skilled at her job, promoting places like the Edge Apartments in Orlando. Her co-workers admired her dedication to her work and how she thrived in that environment. According to her friends, Sasha approached life with enthusiasm, balancing hard work with enjoyment of every day and every opportunity. Recently, she had moved into a lovely new home at Uptown Place Apartments on 911 North Orange Avenue, marking a new and exciting chapter in her life. It was the last day of the Orlando soccer season, and Sasha was out in purple to support her team. When they won, she and her friends headed out to celebrate with drinks and dancing at the Attic nightclub on 68 East Pine Street. At around midnight, Sasha decided it was time to leave Attic. She told one of her friends, Anthony, that she was heading off. Anthony said as friends they would all frequently separate and meet back up later at another bar or club. So with this, everyone carried on enjoying their evening and went their separate ways. She and Anthony had made plans to meet up for breakfast the next morning, but he ordered and ate alone. Sasha didn't show up and wasn't replying to Anthony's texts. He assumed that she was simply hungover and sleeping it off. But hours passed, and with still nothing from Sasha, Anthony became concerned. Sasha was always active on her phone and social media, and something just wasn't sitting right with him. He reached out to two of the friends, and they both agreed to go with him to Sasha's apartment. When they pulled into the parking lot, they spotted Sasha's car. In the back seat was a gift that she was supposed to be taking to a baby shower that day. They banged on apartment 345, but got no response. Anthony phoned 911. Police in the building's security entered her third-floor apartment at 8 p.m. that night to do a welfare check. The apartment was still locked, and there were no signs of a forced entry. Everything was silent, and nothing in the kitchen or lounge area appeared to be disturbed. But in Sasha's bedroom, officers saw some hair coming out from under the duvet, and a hand hanging off the edge of the bed. They had found Sasha Samzadine. She had been raped and strangled to death. She had strangle marks around her neck, and she had been beaten too. She had defensive wounds to her arms and abrasions that were consistent with someone restraining her. Her necklace had been snatched off, and it was caught in her hair. Her shirt and bra had been ripped open, and her underwear had been forcibly removed, which had left abrasions on her body. Friends, family, and coworkers had absolutely no idea who would have ever wanted to hurt Sasha. And no one could offer up any names of potential suspects to the police. Sasha's purse, phone, and key fob to the building were all missing, and the bedroom smelled strongly of cleaning products. There were some discolored patches on the bedsheets that looked as if they had been caused by bleach. The cupboard where Sasha kept all of her cleaning supplies had the doors wide open. Police noted that the toilet seat had been left up, something which didn't seem impossible but definitely unusual seeing as Sasha lived alone. After this, they found a condom wrapper near the bed and the imprint of a shoe. After swabbing the underneath of the toilet seat, they found 2 fingerprints. They also swabbed Sasha's body for any DNA. While performing the autopsy, the medical examiner said he had never seen an internal neck fracture as severe as Sasha's. As well as the 15 cameras from around the building, Uptown Place had on-site security. Stephen Duxbury had been a security guard there for about 5 months, and he had seen Sasha coming home that morning. He told police he didn't actually let her in, as she had no ID and no keys to the building. She got in through another resident that opened the door for her. Stephen then went looking for her in the building, and when he finally found her, she was trying and failing to input the code to get into her apartment. Sasha asked him if he could walk her to her car to see if her keys were in there. But as the pair got outside, she said she suddenly remembered the code and ran back in. But when he returned a little while after, she was gone. But later on, Stephen said he saw Sasha in the building again. This time, she was with a man he hadn't seen around before. Police needed to find out who this mystery man was, and fast. Looking at Sasha's movements from that night, from the attic nightclub where she left her friends, it was around a half-an-hour walk away to get to her apartment building. Although it was a very busy night in town, police managed to spot her on several cameras. She was wearing white jeans and a purple top and stood out quite clearly. Another camera from down the street showed her again. This time she was walking with 2 people. Police used this footage to issue a press release, hoping whoever was with her would come forward, and to their relief, they did. 2 women said they had seen Sasha downtown that night and could tell she was intoxicated. Sasha had no ID on her and no phone. The women said they were concerned for her safety and decided to get an Uber with her and drop her home. As soon as the Uber stopped at some traffic lights, Sasha darted out, pointing to Uptown Place, saying that was where she lived. The women waited as she tried to enter the building, but because she didn't have her key fob, she was unsuccessful. Before long, security guard Stephen approached the 3 women. He told them he couldn't let anyone into the building without identification or proof that they were a resident. The women told him how concerned they were for her, and asked how she would stay safe if he wouldn't let her in. As they continued to talk, another resident of the building opened the door and let Sasha inside. Stephen carried on talking to the other women for a while, before eventually heading back into the building to see where Sasha was. Everyone's story matched up, and police still needed footage and witnesses from inside Uptown Place. Sasha's iPad was found in her apartment, and as it shared some data with her iPhone, police were able to look at her messages. A text had been sent to a man named Ben who had previously dated Sasha. He was supposed to be seeing her that weekend. They had been texting during the night, and Ben asked her if she wanted to meet him at another party. But several hours later at 5:12 a.m., Sasha sent him a text message simply saying, "Ben." This appeared to be the last activity on her devices. Ben willingly let the police take a DNA sample, and with that, plus a watertight alibi, he was quickly ruled out. Police also spoke to a man named Taylor, who was in a relationship with Sasha for 2 years. They had still spoken regularly, and Taylor said he always thought that one day they might get back together. He was working a shift at a bar that night, which everyone could attest to, and again through DNA, he was eliminated from the investigation. Just a few days after Sasha was found, she was laid to rest in a private ceremony, which blended Hindu, Islamic, and Christian practices. One of her co-workers recalled that he always knew she was popular and well-loved, but didn't quite realize the impact she had on so many people until he saw the turnout at her funeral. The CCTV footage from Uptown Place was always saved off-site, but it was now finally in the hands of the police, and they began going through it with a fine-tooth comb. One camera showed Sasha entering the building at around 1:46 a.m. She was followed inside by an unknown male who asked her if she was all right. She then headed up the stairs and disappeared from view for around 20 minutes. At 2:06 a.m., she was seen running up more stairs, followed by security guard Steven. Just as he said, he walked with her to the first-floor parking lot at 2:25 a.m. to see if her keys were in her car. But as soon as Sasha said she remembered the code, the pair walked back inside. Police were still searching to find the unknown male seen with Sasha, but they couldn't see Sasha on any of the other tapes. They appealed to the media and public and asked anyone that had seen Sasha or anyone else around the building after 1:46 a.m. to come forward. But no one did. Investigators continued evaluating the footage to see if they'd missed anyone else coming in or out of Uptown Place in the early hours. And at 6:36 a.m. on one of the cameras, they did find something of interest. A familiar face was seen exiting the second floor of the building, holding 2 trash bags. It was security guard Stephen Duxbury. He walked into the second floor of the parking lot where his car was parked and returned to the building at 6:38 a.m. Stephen had told officers that his shift had ended at 6 a.m., but he didn't actually leave the building until 6:39 a.m. Initially, police wondered if taking out the trash was part of the security guard's job, but it was soon confirmed that it most definitely wasn't. On closer inspection, detectives recognized the trash bags. They had come from inside Sasha's apartment. Following this, police obtained a search warrant for Duxbury's home and asked him to come in for a polygraph test. During the polygraph, he was asked if he had ever set foot inside Sasha's apartment. He answered no, but the polygraph indicated deception. The interviewer then asked him if he knew how Sasha had died. Was she poisoned? He asked. No. Was she stabbed? No. Was she choked? No. But on this question, again, his heart rate shot up and showed signs of deception. Information about how Sasha had been killed had not yet been released to the public, and there was absolutely no way of Stephen knowing that she had been strangled. Although a polygraph test is inadmissible in a courtroom, this definitely gave officers a lot more to look into. In Stephen's home, detectives found a pair of shoes that matched the shoe print found inside Sasha's apartment. And 3 days later, police learned that the thumbprint under the toilet seat matched the right thumb of Stephen Duxbury. The DNA found on Sasha's chest also belonged to him. His phone record showed that a disturbing Google search had been made. He had looked up how to override a quick-set keypad lock, the same lock Sasha had on her apartment door. This internet search had happened at around 5 a.m. that morning, almost 3 hours after Sasha had last been seen on camera, and just a few minutes before Sasha had sent the message to her ex-boyfriend Ben, simply saying his name. Stephen also had a bite mark on his forearm and scratches to his body. It was hard to fathom that the man who had been so helpful with the police and whose job it was to secure the building and protect the residents had been the one to commit this horrific crime. Police believe that when he saw Sasha come home that morning, he saw it as nothing more than a twisted opportunity. They believed he broke into her apartment before sexually assaulting, attacking, and killing her. He then used her own cleaning products in an attempt to destroy any DNA before taking things of evidentiary value out of her apartment to his car, where he disposed of them later. His trial began in November 2017 with Judge Lisa T. Munyon presiding. It started with Steven arguing that, as a security officer, he thought he had to cooperate with law enforcement during his questioning, otherwise he would lose his license, and his defense team wanted his initial interviews with the police kept out of the courtroom. Duxbury's attorney Aaron Delgado argued that the investigation left too many unanswered questions. Among them was not testing Steven's clothing for DNA. They also said that the shoe prints attributed to Steven inside Sasha's apartment appeared to match a size 9 shoe found in his apartment when he said he wore a size 10.5. His legal team also argued that there was no surveillance footage that placed Duxbury in her apartment or showed him entering it. But the prosecution said that although the case was largely circumstantial, it didn't make it any less strong. DNA put him inside her apartment, even though video footage didn't. This, alongside the Google searches and the removing of the trash bags, was again enough to show they didn't need CCTV to prove Duxbury was in that apartment. When asked about the abrasions to her inner thigh area and lower body, the medical examiner said that it was definitely a possibility. The marks could have been made by a utility or security belt during intercourse. The defense even made the suggestion that another person could have broken in and committed the murder after Sasha and Steven had consensual sex. But prosecutor William J. simply said, "Her body doesn't tell lies. The scene doesn't tell lies." Following a 7-day trial and just 4 hours of deliberations, Steven Duxbury was handed a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the murder of Sasha Samzadine. He was sentenced to a further 15 years for attempted sexual battery with a deadly weapon or force and burglary with assault or battery. Circuit Judge Lisa T. Munyon ordered the sentences should run consecutively. Steven declined to speak when the judge gave him the opportunity after the verdict. Sasha Samzadine's parents both expressed their sympathy for Duxbury's mother, who sat through the trial in the back row of the courtroom. They acknowledged that his parents had now lost their child too. Sasha's mother Tara also expressed her anger at how the defense team had tried to represent her daughter's character in the courtroom. Tara said, "I won't have birthdays. Her father will never get to walk her down the aisle. I've attended a lot of weddings since then, and every wedding I attend I know we will never have that for my daughter." Sasha Samzadine's family has a pending lawsuit against the apartment complex that employed Steven Duxbury and the security company Spectrum Brands, which manufactured the lock on Sasha's door. The 102-page lawsuit alleges that the apartment complex and Vital Security, which employed Duxbury, ignored other residents' complaints that they felt harassed by Steven. The Samzadine's attorney is also trying to convince a judge that the lock on Sasha's, and that's possibly how Steven got inside. At a hearing, attorney Samantha Duke, representing Spectrum Brands, said there was no way to know for sure because the lock was never collected as evidence by the Orlando police, and it was thrown away by the owner of the unit when a new tenant moved in. The Samzadine's attorney fired back, saying that Spectrum Brands knew its product was defective, citing an article that describes how someone could beat the lock in a matter of seconds with something as simple as a screwdriver. In February 2019, Steven filed an appeal claiming that the court had made a mistake in denying his motion to suppress his post-Miranda statements and in denying his motion for acquittal on the attempted sexual battery charge. This appeal was denied. Ken and Tara Samzadine worked to honor their daughter's legacy by working with the Orange County Sheriff's Office to help other families deal with the grief that comes with being a victim, someone who undoubtedly had so much more to achieve in her life. One of her friends and coworkers said, "Sasha was such a beautiful soul who cared about so many people. She made such an impact. Her loved ones continue to celebrate her life, her amazing qualities, and strive to keep her vibrant energy alive." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On Friday, October 18, 1974, on Springfield Road in Mitchum's Corner, Cambridge, A 20-year-old woman was getting ready for bed when the lights suddenly went out. She heard noises from downstairs, and as footsteps began to ascend the stairs, she realized with fear that someone had broken into her house. Before she knew it, a man was standing in her room. He said to her, "I came to rob, but I'll stay to rape." He then subjected her to a horrifying sexual attack. Before leaving, he also stole a small amount of money from the house. She survived her ordeal and told the officers that the attacker was short and young. One of the detectives working on the case was Detective Superintendent Bernard Hodson. He was the deputy of Cambridge CID, and he would eventually lead the investigation. According to him, the description given made things incredibly difficult for the investigators, as it could have been most of the men in Cambridge. An attack like this was immediately picked up by the Cambridge Evening News. Reporter Eddie Duller said this kind of crime just didn't happen in the city, especially something so violent. However, due to the lack of details, it only got a small paragraph on the inside pages. Hodson was sure that this was an opportunistic attack, meaning it was impossible to know when or where the rapist would strike next. It wouldn't be long before he would commit his next attack. A woman was at home on Abbey Road. After getting out of the bath and leaving the bathroom, the lights in her house suddenly went out. As she called out into the darkness, a man in a long wig ran up the stairs at her. Like the woman 2 weeks earlier, she was raped before the attacker fled the house, leaving his victim terrified and traumatized. Another similarity was that he would talk to the victims for several minutes and describe exactly what he was going to do. She gave the police the same description as the first victim. The attacker was short and young. Police soon connected the two attacks as it appeared there was a pattern emerging. He would strike at night after breaking in, where a young woman was home alone. Police began trying to find evidence that could forensically link the two attacks and confirm if they were carried out by the same person. The victim's clothes were sent for analysis. This was before the time of DNA profiling, so the scientific task before the team was enormous. But police carried out searches and door-to-door inquiries to try and gain any information. Despite the best efforts of investigators, nobody came forward. As the two attacks had occurred on a Friday night, the following Friday police set up roadblocks throughout Cambridge and stopped and interviewed any man that fit the description. The weekend came and went and the attacker hadn't struck, so the roadblocks were taken away. But the Monday after, he struck again, this time on Huntingdon Road. A young woman was at home in her small flat opposite Fitzwilliam College in an all-female house. She was originally from Australia and was packing her things to make the trip home, sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. After hearing a noise coming from the front door at 8:50, she went to investigate. She was confronted by a man in a long wig. He was wearing little other than a blanket. He attempted to attack her, but she fought back, kneeing him in his stomach and ripping the wig off his head. He quickly ran off into the night before she threw the wig after him and slammed the door shut. He returned not long after to retrieve the wig that she had thrown back at him, removing a vital piece of evidence from the scene. After being alerted, police quickly descended on Huntington Road, but the attacker was long gone. Investigators now knew that the perpetrator was disguising himself with wigs, but what they couldn't work out was how he was able to evade capture so quickly. Homerton is a woman-only college at Cambridge University, situated in a beautiful old Victorian house. Students would come and go to practice their music, and many of the rooms were soundproof. Although the third attack had been thwarted, he was not going to give up that easily. Just 2 days later, he struck again. Prior to this, the attacker had struck where people lived in bedsits, but this changed on the night of Wednesday, the 13th of November. On this occasion, he would take his crime spree into the colleges of the university. He broke into Homerton and abducted one of the women as she rehearsed in a music room. He used what investigators later believed to be some kind of chloroform or ether to subdue her. He then dragged her out of the house and took her across the grounds. He subjected her to a horrifying sexual assault, and just like all the women before her, she couldn't give an accurate description, nor could she identify him. Police were becoming increasingly worried as he had now used drugs to overpower his victims, meaning his confidence was growing. The women of Cambridge were terrified as he had now upped the ante by breaking into the campus, a place where students ought to have felt safe. I mean, we all work all the way around Cambridge and we sort of collect each other as we come home. And so this is the main thing, we're never on our own, ever. The police needed to make sure that the women in the city were able to protect themselves. So crime prevention officers were on hand to deliver talks, to help women secure their homes and teach them self-defense strategies in case they were attacked. At the time, the supermarket chain Woolworths sold a multifunctional torch that doubled as an alarm. Within an hour of the crime prevention officers giving their talk, the Woolworths store in Cambridge had completely sold out. Within a month, 4 women had been attacked and the police were no closer to catching the culprit. The police also knew that these were not separate attacks. These were committed by one incredibly violent and dangerous offender. Based on the descriptions of the survivors, the police were able to produce a photo fit of the man they were looking for. The incident room at the police station was being staffed 24/7 to take in any tips people had, and everything was noted down. The UK media descended on Cambridge, and the pressure was growing every day for the police. The picturesque city had now become the center of a media firestorm. In a desperate bid to stop further attacks, checkpoints had increased throughout the city, and more police were drafted in to help with the investigation. A month would pass with no attacks, but on the night of Sunday, the 8th of December, in a bedsit on Allstone Road, he struck again. A woman was asleep upstairs when she was awoken by a man in her room. After manhandling her down the stairs, they went past the room of a couple who also lived at the property. They heard the woman protesting and repeatedly saying no, but unfortunately, neither investigated what was going on. He took her out into the garden, where she was tied up and raped. This showed that he was growing in confidence as he had now changed his MO. He normally attacked women who lived on their own, but he had now attacked someone who lived with other people. However, this was also where he had made his first massive mistake. After he left, the victim heard her attacker cycling away. Police now knew that this was how he was evading them. He was using his bike to travel the back streets and alleyways of Cambridge to escape the roadblocks. This also meant he most likely was local to the area and knew it well. As the next week rolled around, there was another attack in Cambridge. He broke into a house located on Victoria Road. One of the residents who lived there said it was around 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and her boyfriend was staying with her. Another roommate who lived at the back of the house was woken up by a bright light being shown in her face. However, her boyfriend was also staying with her too, and when the attacker realized that she wasn't alone, he quickly turned and ran. She screamed and woke up the rest of the house, but he was long gone. They quickly called the police. Terrifyingly, just 15 minutes after the officers arrived on scene, they received another call of an attack. He had gone back to the same property where he had attacked the Australian girl. One of the girls who lived there had been at a party that evening and described having a dream where someone was talking and glasses were clinking. Horrifyingly, it wasn't a dream. She was actually hearing the Cambridge Rapist smashing glass and attacking one of the residents. Before they knew it, the victim was running around the side of the house, pressing all the bells to the different rooms, trying to wake people up. She had serious cuts and was covered in blood. Bernard Hodson said this had been the most violent attack to date and showed just how depraved and dangerous this man was. Despite the horrific ordeal she had just been through, she was determined to provide the police with a description to try and bring this man to justice. She described him as having a beard, and while the police thought this was most likely a false beard, they created new e-fits showing what he looked like with it. They also produced a photo of what they believed he looked like without the beard. The police started to draw up a list of the known criminals in the area who had the ability to commit these awful crimes. And one name kept coming up: Peter Samuel Cook. He was an incredibly skilled burglar who had been on the police's radar for an awfully long time. Despite his long rap sheet, he had no history of committing sexual violence, leading the police to wonder whether or not they were questioning the right man at all. But what they kept coming back to was that he was one of only a few known criminals in Cambridge that could break in undetected and leave virtually no trace. He would frequently torment the police with unsolved burglaries that he had committed, and he was cold and arrogant when questioned. He argued that while he was the same height as the rapist, he didn't look anything like the photo fit that had been produced. He also said that he was happily married, and being 47 years old, he was at least 20 years older than the person they were probably looking for. They asked him if he would provide a routine saliva sample to compare with what was found at the crime scenes. But in 1974, it wasn't compulsory for suspects to do this. Peter Cook declined to provide one. The police had no choice but to let him go. Investigators continued to apply pressure to their suspects, and it appeared to work as the attacks suddenly stopped. As the investigation continued, the attacker began playing a game of cat and mouse with the police, whilst also letting the women of Cambridge know he was still there. He would use lipstick to write on the window of the intended victim saying, "Sleep tight, the rapist." For months would pass, and with no more attacks, the police thought that maybe he had gone elsewhere and that the women of Cambridge could begin to relax. This hope, however, was soon shattered on the evening of Sunday, April 13th, 1975. The unthinkable happened. A woman was at home on Marshall Road when the light in her bedroom suddenly went on. She then felt a knife being pressed against her throat by a man in a leather mask with the eyes cut out and a zip across the lips. As in previous attacks, he spent several minutes talking to the victim, describing what he was going to do to her. After brutally raping her, he left her tied up and gagged while he fled the property. She stayed there quietly for the next 4 hours, before she was able to raise the alarm. The seventh attack and the use of a horrifying leather mask had left everyone in shock. The students of Cambridge took matters into their own hands, and a student protection group was formed. Female students could contact the group, and male students would be sent over to sleep at the property and protect the female residents. The response by female students was immediate, and many requested assistance from the student protection group. After examining the samples in the lab, they discovered that semen was present on some of them. Peter Lamb served as a forensic scientist as part of the investigation and found that the perpetrator was a group of secreta. Secretas are those whose blood group substances are also found in their body fluids. They also found something even more interesting. After examining the sample microscopically, they found that the attacker was infertile, either due to a vasectomy or another medical reason. Following discussions with the pathology departments, they estimated that roughly 1 in 10,000 would be infertile in this way. Knowing that the blood type could be found in a saliva sample would lead the police to make an unprecedented decision. They agreed to test every single man attempted to attack a woman, but she was able to escape and alert the police. He wouldn't go quiet for very long, however, as the next day he attacked another woman on Pied Terrace, this time in broad daylight. She had been away for the weekend, and her flatmates were away too. After going into her flat, she was confronted by the elusive attacker. Keen to add to his notoriety, he had written "rapist" on the forehead of his leather mask. While he was committing this crime, his victim from the attempted attack the night before had gone to the police station. While his confidence was growing, little did he know that the net was closing in around him and he couldn't run forever. They brought their strongest suspect back in for questioning, Peter Samuel Cook. He was his usual arrogant self and provided police with an alibi. He was in the boatyard talking to the managing director shortly before the attack took place, and was then believed to be in the boatyard as the ambulance went by, taking the victim to hospital from her home. In June 1975, the police were still going out each night for surveillance. The team were briefed by Charles Narn on Saturday, June 7th, and 90 officers were deployed across the city. One of these officers was stationed with another constable on Selwyn Road, behind one of the hedges. They had to stay there and stop anyone who was walking down the street. A short walk away on Allstone Croft, the rapist was breaking into the nurse's residence in the early morning hours of Sunday the 8th. One of the occupiers was in her bedroom when she heard knocking at her door and someone jiggling the door handle. She opened the door but left it on the chain. The rapist tried to force his way through, and armed with a knife, he cut her arm all the way from the wrist to the elbow. She screamed so loudly that it was heard by the fishermen on the bank, who alerted the police, who were told that one of the residents had been attacked and stabbed. All observation teams were put on standby and were ordered to stop everyone they came across. Little did the constables on Selwyn Road know, the Cambridge Rapist was heading straight for them. What appeared to be a woman in a blonde wig quickly cycled past them, and further up the road, An undercover officer saw the woman coming towards him. He called out for her to stop, but she didn't. The detective put his foot out, and as the rider came off the bike, so too did the long blonde wig. The officer shouted up to one of the residents who had come to the window after hearing the commotion, telling her he was with the police and she needed to call the station immediately, saying, "I think I've got him, I know I've got him, it's him." The arresting officer was Detective Constable Terry Edwards, who told a reporter exactly what happened. The man was the one they had long suspected, Peter Samuel Cook. Cementing the case against him, a bag he was carrying contained even more damning evidence: the leather mask he had used during his latest attacks, a knife, and the instrument he had used to fuse the lights and plunge the house as he broke into darkness. Cook knew that the game was up, and he eventually confessed. In an outhouse near his caravan, the police found the life that this supposedly happily married man had been so desperate to keep hidden. They found numerous disguises, items he had stolen from different properties, wigs, clothing, underwear that he had stolen from clotheslines. They also found ether, which he had used to overpower some of his victims. But who exactly was Peter Samuel Cook? He was born on the 17th of August, 1928 in Cambridge to respectable parents. However, his run-ins with the law started from a very young age. In his youth, he soon found himself being sent to approved schools. Approved schools were residential schools for young offenders. They were usually sent to a residential school for breaking the law, and could also be sent if their parents were unable to control them. In spite of the school's supposed security, Cook would often find a way to escape and run away. In 1952, whilst on his way to Dartmoor Prison to begin a 5-year sentence for store breaking, he found a way out of his holding cell and went on the run. He had been arrested numerous times for committing burglaries and was frequently in and out of prison and mental health hospitals, including Broadmoor, one of the most notorious high-security psychiatric hospitals in the UK. His continued criminality and ability to evade capture carried on as he moved into adulthood. He was often being sent to prison, but would routinely abscond, subsequently becoming one of the most wanted escapees in the country. He lived in a small village called Hardwick, around 5 miles outside of Cambridge, and worked as a delivery driver for Dolmore's Wine Company. His pride and joy was a seafaring boat named after his wife Margaret. Although having no history of sex offenses, it soon became apparent that he had been stealing women's clothing for a long time. There were rumors that he had been thrown out of the army for dressing as a woman, and his 5-year stretch in Dartmoor was for robbing a woman's clothing store. It was also discovered that Cook had a rare condition leading to an extra female chromosome and subsequently became addicted to violent pornography. It is believed that his time in Broadmoor had been the catalyst that had changed him from a serial burglar to a dangerous sex offender. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The following day, he was taken to appear before the magistrate's court, and screaming crowds waited for a glimpse of the man who had terrorized them for so long. He stood silently in the dock with his head down and showed no remorse for any of his actions. One of the magistrates later said he felt he was looking into the eyes of evil, and had he not been stopped, he may well have gone on to kill somebody. At the Crown Court, the horrifying scale of his crimes came to light. He had a collection of keys that could open most of the front doors in Cambridge, allowing him to quietly enter the properties. He had managed to evade the police for so long by planning his next move meticulously. His work as a delivery driver gave him the time to watch the bedsits and know when potential victims would be most vulnerable at home alone. On October 3, 1975, Peter Samuel Cook pleaded guilty to 6 counts of rape. He was handed 2 life sentences for his appalling crimes. The hard work and dedication of the Cambridge police over the 8-month-long campaign of terror had finally paid off. The case captured the public's attention like few others had, and soon became a part of pop culture. Malcolm McLaren was a provocative designer and visual artist, and also known as the manager of the Sex Pistols and the Goo Dolls. He designed a t-shirt featuring the leather mask that Cook had used during his attacks. He and punk fashion designer Vivienne Westwood sold the shirts in the Sex Boutique shop on the King's Road in Chelsea. Cook spent the first 20 years of his sentence at Leicester High Security Prison. In 1995, he made an application for parole, and there were talks of plans to move him to an open prison. The Member of Parliament for Cambridge and Campbell, opposed the moves, arguing he shouldn't be released or have the security surrounding him lowered. Following this, the Home Office Minister Michael Forsyth said that Cook would never be released unless experts could be satisfied that he no longer posed a threat to the public. A year later, he was moved to a low-security prison in Doncaster. On Saturday, the 10th of January 2004, Peter Samuel Cook died in his prison cell of natural causes. He was 75 years old. The horrifying crimes he committed had left a whole community in fear and a trail of destruction and devastation. He never revealed what caused him to commit his dreadful offenses, and those awful secrets died with him. Elizabeth Omataro Santos, aged 37, lived in Wasilla, Alaska, near Anchorage. Originally from Miami, she first visited Alaska a few years earlier and was captivated by its natural beauty. It was a big change from Florida, but she embraced it. Elizabeth initially worked at a club in Anchorage and commuted between there and Miami before deciding to make Alaska her permanent home. Described as loving and caring with a heart of gold, she had a large circle of friends and enjoyed an active social life. Another reason she chose to settle in Alaska was her boyfriend, Dustin. They had started dating around 2011. Elizabeth returned to Miami as much as she could, and the last time she went to Florida was in March 2020, around the time of her brother's birthday. She had come down with her friend Lizette and another friend. All three worked together in Anchorage. Her family reported that during that trip, everything seemed normal. Elizabeth was happy, healthy, and her usual self. In late July 2020, something had changed. Elizabeth and Destin had broken up. More than one coworker described Elizabeth as upset, but relieved about the situation. One coworker said that she had spoken to Elizabeth about the breakup, and she stated that she believed Elizabeth was scared to go and get her stuff and her dog from their house. On August 3rd, Elizabeth had temporarily moved into Lizette's home to clear her head for a few days following the breakup. Based on statements from friends and family, all seemed normal and they were shocked and in disbelief over the events that took place only 5 days later on August 8, 2020. A 911 call came into dispatchers in Anchorage at around 6 a.m. 2 officers arrived on scene at 6 to 10 a.m. They believed they were attending a call for a person in distress. Based on the 911 call, they were under the presumption that the person was having a mental health crisis. They were let into the home by the homeowner, Lizette, and they found Elizabeth upstairs. They described the house as messy and in a state of disarray with knocked-over plants and things scattered everywhere. Elizabeth couldn't speak properly, her speech was slurred, and she didn't appear to be coherent. Officers noted that she only was wearing a thin robe, which was open and revealed what they described to be scratches on her stomach and thighs. Officers asked her what had happened, but she couldn't respond. Lizette also had a few superficial injuries, which consisted of scratches and bruises on her face. An ambulance was called to assist officers, which arrived at 6:46 a.m., half an hour after the officers arrived. Officers handcuffed Elizabeth in the home and walked her down the stairs and placed her in the awaiting ambulance. You can hear the clicking of the handcuffs in this audio clip from audio-only body cam. From the ambulance report, we see that when they were dispatched, they were a code yellow, which according to what I found online means a non-emergency. The ambulance report mentions Elizabeth's last words were the name of the hospital she wanted to go to for permanently losing consciousness. At 7:20, Elizabeth went into cardiac arrest in the ambulance. The paramedics began transport to the hospital at 7:23 a.m. The ambulance report also says they used a stair chair to get her into the ambulance and they used a stretcher to remove her. While they were en route to the hospital, they switched their code to code red, which means full lights and sirens, and headed to the Providence Medical Center. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital 13 minutes later, doctors hadn't been expecting Elizabeth to have such extensive injuries. They counted 11 stab wounds to her abdomen and thighs. Several attempts to stabilize Elizabeth failed during surgery, and she died from excessive internal bleeding at 11:15 a.m. The officers on the scene had claimed that they did not notice the extent of Elizabeth's injuries, although her robe was wide open and the injuries were clearly visible. Months later, Superior officers at the APD overseeing the homicide division would claim that the robe Elizabeth was wearing was drenched in sweat. But in this image, it looks unmistakably like blood. Moreover, the saturation of blood on the robe is even mentioned in the police report. After Elizabeth was taken into the ambulance, officers Tae-yoon and Valerie Estrella, the officers that had first arrived at the scene, left Lizette and her 21-year-old son Desmond alone in the home, in an active crime scene. In the police report, it is noted that Lizette was cleaning blood from the house and during her later interview was asked why she did that, and she said that she didn't want the blood to leave stains. The officers on scene didn't stop her from doing so and she essentially tampered with evidence. Lizette also had access to Elizabeth's iPhone, which she was able to unlock and used it to call Elizabeth's sister in Miami after the officers had left. Officers Ewan and Estrella returned to Lizette's home a little after 8 a.m., and in the police report they say that at that point they arrested both Lizette and Desmond and transported them to the Anchorage Police Department HQ. Desmond is seen not handcuffed and is smiling and waving at people in the cop car. Audio was taken, but there is no way of knowing exactly what objects had been moved around between the time when officers first arrived to when they came back to process the scene. Nor if Lizette and Desmond had changed clothing, since Alaska does not require body cameras on their police officers. Officers also couldn't remember if they saw them change their clothes or if things had moved around from the first time they arrived on the scene to when they came back to process the scene at 8 o'clock. The police report mentions that the clothing that Lizette had worn to the police department was collected for future forensic analysis. DNA swabs and fingerprints were collected from both Lizette and Desmond at that point, but none of this forensic information was ever analyzed, and to date the APD refuses to do so. The following is Lizette's statement to officers about what happened that night. Lizette's story contradicts several times, and in my opinion the officer is using a technique called leading, where he sort of helps the interviewee with leading questions in order to get the narrative to a point. While Lizette has been questioned, officers process the home. They found several knives scattered throughout the house. In the photographs, they all appear to be clean and without any sign of blood. Elizabeth's autopsy and toxicology came back, confirmed that she died from her injuries, but one thing didn't make sense. There had been nothing in Elizabeth's systems, no illegal substances, but there was a medication that the family has confirmed was not used while she was in surgery. It is used in conjunction with anesthesia as a sedative, and there was a lot of it in Elizabeth's system, which didn't make any sense. Versed was usually only prescribed to people who suffered from epilepsy and used only for emergencies. Otherwise, it is only administered by doctors. If someone took this medication, especially in a large unsupervised dose, it would affect their ability to walk, talk, and would cause low blood pressure and sleepiness. And it would cause someone to stop breathing. All of the symptoms from this drug were consistent with the state Elizabeth was in when officers found her, directly contradicting how Lizette had described Elizabeth acting minutes before officers arrived. Lizette said during the first interview that she had given Elizabeth medication, but kept claiming that she only gave Elizabeth Benadryl and that she watched her take it around 3 a.m. If Elizabeth had taken first aid that night, but there was no way Elizabeth could have been marching around the house, slamming things around, walking, going up and down the stairs, banging on doors 1 minute and being essentially catatonic and covered in stab wounds minutes later. Something isn't adding up about Lizette's rendition of events. All that was found in Elizabeth's system were medications consistent with her prescribed medications and cannabis, which in Alaska is legalized. It also didn't appear that Elizabeth had been drinking that night. We can hear on the 911 call that there wasn't anyone banging on Lizette's door. The only thing you can hear is when Lizette is moving from one room to another and you briefly hear a man's voice, which I think we can safely assume is Desmond. This directly contradicts what Lizette had said during her interview. None of this reported noise could be heard in the background. Also, something that should be noted is that Lizette's next-door neighbors were interviewed during the neighborhood canvass. Lizette's home is a duplex that shares walls with the adjoining duplex. For people were home in the other duplex, and none of them reported hearing any of these loud bangings or screaming or otherwise notable noise that caused them concern. Interestingly, during the police canvass, a neighbor mentioned witnessing a disturbance at Lizette's house 2 nights earlier in which a woman matching Lizette's description chased out a man with a truck from the residence. That man was never identified. Officers released Lizette and Desmond, who were allowed to return home later that same day. The crime scene had been processed, but nothing had been tested for DNA or fingerprints. They never determined which weapon, if any of the ones that they had recovered, had been the knife that had injured Elizabeth. Elizabeth's cause of death was noted on her death certificate as undetermined. Lizette had described Elizabeth as acting erratic and out of character. Officers interviewed Elizabeth's co-workers and friends, and nearly all of them said the exact thing. Elizabeth hadn't been acting strangely. They had no reason to believe Elizabeth was in any sort of crisis. Many of them specifically said that Elizabeth was well known for being calm, collected, and poised at all times, and had never been known to be manic. Multiple people also stated that they had been told by Lizette that Elizabeth had slit her own throat, which was completely inaccurate. Elizabeth took antidepressants, which nearly all of her friends knew about. This didn't appear to be something that Elizabeth hid, and she'd been very open about her struggles with anxiety. Her friends also stated that they felt it was well managed. Law enforcement obtained cell phone records for Elizabeth's phone, and it showed several text messages and calls throughout the night. At 2 a.m., Elizabeth was texting a friend, and in the text, she said that she was out walking her dog. Elizabeth was listening to music and ordering items off Amazon in the hours before her stabbing. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., cell phone records show that Elizabeth was placing several calls to several friends, but unfortunately none answered. Records show she briefly spoke to Dustin, but hadn't gotten through to anyone else that she was calling. Dustin claimed that when he spoke to Elizabeth that night, she wasn't making sense. After 3 a.m., the phone activity stops. There had been one particular interview that stood out to me. Dustin's sister reached out to the lead detective on the case at around 9:30 p.m., the day after Elizabeth had died. She had just learned about Elizabeth's passing, and dispatch described her as frantically trying to reach the detective. In the case record, she was described as being very upset when speaking to the detective, unprompted, and I'm not sure why she needed to call and say this. But she told the detective that her brother had epilepsy and was very forgetful, which, and this is, in my opinion, is kind of an odd thing to urgently tell a police officer at 9:30 at night. She asked about the investigation and wanted to know what happened to Elizabeth. The officer told her that he couldn't tell her anything because it was an active investigation, and that was the only time she spoke to law enforcement, according to the police files. Remember what I said versus said was prescribed for. This was never an avenue of investigation that law enforcement took. It is something that stood out to me. By October 2020, the case was suspended. That is how it has been since. And like I said earlier, there was no DNA testing, no fingerprint analysis. They never determined how Elizabeth had come to have 11 stab wounds, nor did they determine what knife caused the wounds. In every single interview conducted by law enforcement, one thing was consistent. They always asked if anyone knew if Elizabeth did drugs. Everyone they spoke to said no. When toxicology came back confirming what people had said, they never went any further to explain the state that Elizabeth had been found in. You can hear on the audio when they arrested her almost the disdain they had in their voices. They weren't treating her like a victim. They were treating her like someone who didn't deserve prompt medical care and an annoyance. Other questions I have is, why had the ambulance sat outside the home for so long? 37 minutes. And didn't prepare the attending doctors what to expect when Elizabeth finally made it to the hospital. Law enforcement has not been forthcoming with the Santos family. Her siblings have been fighting tirelessly to get help. They have gone every avenue they can, and they have had doors slammed in their faces every single time. Based on the extent of Elizabeth's injuries, it was long assumed that the knives on the scene would be covered in blood. Notice how Detective Bell never corrects the brother when he asks about the bloody knives. At no point does Bell correct him and say there were no bloody knives found on the scene. It was as if either Bell had never looked at the photos himself or had assumed the family would never see the photos. He even loosely refers to this case as a homicide. At one point, he says that he is working on 3 other homicide cases. Every reporter and journalist contacted in Alaska has ignored the case, despite them interviewing family members and promising to report it. The only thing published was this short article written the day after Elizabeth died. The family feels that more people might come forward with more information if local news actually reported these strange events, and if people knew the details that had gone on in this case. In my opinion, based on what we see here, it almost looks like law enforcement are just waiting for the clock to tick down and we are running out of time. The statute of limitations is approaching and is set to expire in August. The family has reached out to several lawyers in Alaska and they can't find anyone to take Elizabeth's case. The Santos family needs our help getting Elizabeth's face everywhere, getting justice and holding those responsible accountable. To get law enforcement to do more, it has been too long. #Justice for Elizabeth. Natalie Hemming, a 31-year-old mother of 3, resided on Alderney Avenue in Milton Keynes, England, with her partner Paul. Her eldest daughter, Christy, was from a previous relationship, and she had 2 more children with Paul, a 6-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl. Paul and Natalie had been together since 2007. Natalie was known for being loud and outspoken, yet equally kind and caring, as described by her sister Joanne. Her family emphasized that Natalie's children were her top priority, and she was always willing to lend a helping hand to others. Family and friends of Natalie not only didn't believe she'd have left without telling anyone, or left without her children, but they felt that something much darker had happened. They all believed her partner Paul would be at the center of whatever it was. Everyone that knew Natalie told the police that Paul was mentally and physically abusive, controlling, manipulative, and possessive, and had been since the start of the relationship. Just a few months into the pair dating, Paul had become violent. He once drove her to a woods where he beat her and broke her nose. He embarrassed her and talked down to her in front of friends and family, once even spitting in her face in front of everyone. He made her sleep naked on the bedroom floor, and whenever she turned around or tried to get up, he would kick her. Paul had promised to marry Natalie, but called off the wedding 3 times. Natalie went as far as buying her dress, booking the venue and inviting guests, before Paul canceled all the plans without telling her, leaving her absolutely humiliated. Amidst all the cancellations, Natalie changed her surname and took Paul's by way of a compromise. But after years of abuse, Natalie had geared up the strength to leave Paul twice, once in 2010, and then again 3 years later. Her sister Joanne said she had it all planned. She was going to move into her own place with the children and was excited about starting a new life. "I'm really going to do it this time," she told us. In 2013, with the relationship getting worse, she took her 3 children and went to live in Yorkshire close to her sister. Over the next few months, Natalie started to rebuild hers and her children's lives and start afresh. But she moved back in with Paul 4 months later, and her family were devastated. And in 2016, 3 years later, Natalie Hemming was now missing. What followed was one of the biggest searches in the history of the Thames Valley Police. One of Natalie's close friends said that Natalie had texted her in the weeks before she had disappeared. She told her that she had ended it with Paul for good, and she had met someone at work called Simon who totally doted on her. Natalie's friend told her to be careful, but Natalie assured everyone that the relationship with Paul was finally over. They had both agreed to end it amicably, and she was finally moving on. Paul had even started looking for flats to move into, and she was looking at other places to live with the children. Sunday afternoon, April 30th, Natalie drove to her mom's house and dropped off the children before getting picked up by Simon for their very first date. Later that evening, Natalie and Paul's baby girl wasn't settling down, so Margaret rang Paul to come and pick her up. When he arrived, he noticed that Natalie's car was still parked on the street, but Natalie wasn't in the house. He asked where she was. Natalie hadn't said where she was going, so Margaret assumed that she had been picked up with friends to go for a drink. Natalie and Simon were seen out on their first date before leaving the following day on May 1st. They seemed happy and content, and the pair sent messages to each other later that day. Natalie went back to her mother's house to collect her children and her car, and they all headed back to Alderney Avenue. Simon messaged her on WhatsApp just before 5 p.m. The message was delivered and read, but Natalie didn't respond. Later on, he sent 2 further messages, checking to see if she was okay. These messages were delivered, but never opened. Margaret began ringing Natalie too, but got no answer. Margaret decided to go to the house that she shared with Paul. Paul told her she'd gone to spend time with some friends, but her car was still in the driveway, and Margaret instantly felt that something was wrong. After this conversation with Paul, She rang 999 and reported her daughter missing. Following this, the police went straight to Natalie and Paul's home just after midnight. One of the officers asked to have a look at Paul's phone, but he said he needed to keep it with him in case Natalie called. They then asked to do a routine search of the house, which Paul also pushed back on. Paul said that Natalie had been away the previous day, and upon her return to the house, she said she needed some time alone. She gave no indication as to where she was going, but she left the family home, and that was the last time he had seen her. The morning after she was reported missing, following an evasive interview with Paul, the police placed him under arrest. As he was leaving the house, he turned to officers and said, "Have you found Natalie then?" Paul was interviewed, as was his and Natalie's son. Their 6-year-old son said he had heard a noise in the night that was so loud it sounded like thunder and smashing glass. He snuck downstairs and peered through a gap in the door, where he saw his mom lying down, covered in a blanket, and his dad was cleaning something up. Not wanting to get into trouble for being out of bed, he hurried upstairs and went back to sleep. He then innocently made a passing comment to the child protection officers that alarmed them even more. He said the red rug in the living room had wet patches on it and his dad had taken it to work to clean it, but the rug hadn't returned. He drew a diagram for the police of the living room and pointed out where he'd seen everything. Following this, Paul's car was seized and the police made more appeals. During another interview with Paul, he made a shocking claim. He said that he had been home all day on Sunday when Natalie had returned that evening. She was acting oddly and wasn't her usual self. She then confessed to Paul that she had met up with someone from work and gone back to his house. She then said she had been raped by this man and needed space to process everything. Paul said he then went to bed at around 9 p.m. and when he got up the next morning, Natalie was gone. But police knew from looking at the messages between Simon and Natalie, this just didn't match up with what Paul had claimed. Despite Paul saying he hadn't left the house all day that Sunday, his car was picked up at around 10 p.m. that night, driving miles away from their house. A forensic search of the house found blood on some of the furniture in the living room and in the boot of his car. Paul had said that the blood was probably from himself or Natalie, accidentally cutting themselves on something. Mobile data analysis confirmed that Natalie's phone showed no activity from the 2nd of May onwards, and her digital footprint was totally non-existent. With all the information the team had now gathered, police knew that Natalie was no longer alive, and the investigation was escalated from a missing persons case to a murder inquiry. Looking at the timeline of events, they knew that Paul had killed Natalie on Sunday evening, May 1st. They believed that she had returned that day and told Paul she was now seeing Simon. Following this, in a jealous rage, Paul had beaten her to death in the living room, which was partially heard and seen by their son, before he wrapped her body up and drove out to hide her late that night. Paul returned to the family home where the children were still sleeping. When the kids got up the next morning, Paul told them their mother had left the house in the night. He then took the children to Whipsnade Zoo for a bank holiday day out. At 9 p.m. on May 6th, he was charged with the murder of Natalie Hemming. But police still needed to find Natalie's body, and Paul was giving nothing away, refusing to tell anyone where she was. Everyone believed that this was the last bit of control he was trying to cling on to. In woods near Milton Keynes, police search for a missing mum of 3. Natalie Hemming was last seen on Sunday, the 1st of May. Her partner Paul Hemming, who's 42, is charged with her murder. Police have widened the search to Bedfordshire and Oxfordshire with nearly 50 detectives working on the case. 3 weeks after she had been reported missing, human remains were found 30 miles away in a wooded area called Chandler's Cross by a man who had been out mowing a meadow. It was later confirmed that these were the remains of Natalie Hemming. The pathologist said it was impossible to say what exactly had caused her death because of the state of decomposition, but she did have a skull fracture and a fracture to her left arm. At the start of what would be a 9-day trial, Paul pleaded not guilty to murder and instead tried to make a plea of manslaughter. He said that they had grappled with one another during an argument about her new relationship, and he'd hurled a heavy ornament at her. He said he didn't aim it at her head, but it struck her there accidentally, causing her to fall onto the rug and stop breathing. He said he knew she was dead, and then in a state of panic, he set about covering up what he'd done. But the police didn't accept his plea of manslaughter and instead pushed on with the trial to try and obtain a conviction for murder. In November 2016, everyone got what they had been hoping for. A juror unanimously found Paul Hemming guilty for the murder, and he was handed a life sentence with a minimum term of 20 years. Upon his sentencing, officers in the courtroom saw Paul turn to Natalie's mother and sisters and mouth, "I loved every minute." His children have no direct contact with him. Joanne is raising Natalie's 2 girls, and Carrie is raising her son. Joanne is now an ambassador for advocacy after fatal domestic abuse. They support family and friends who have lost a loved one through domestic violence. Kirsty, Natalie's oldest daughter, later spoke out about the brutal way her stepfather had treated her and her siblings. She took part in a documentary called Behind Closed Doors, Through the Eyes of a Child, and she was one of 4 children that bravely spoke out about the domestic abuse they had witnessed or experienced, and the effect of living in such a frightening home. She is also the patron of a charity called Operation Encompass, which helps protect children from the effects of domestic violence. Kirsty has said she is a much more confident and strong person now, and wants to continue to raise awareness and carry on being her mother's voice. 8-year-old Jamie Aaron Lavis was the second of 5 siblings. Described as cheeky, mischievous, and adventurous, he was smaller than average for his age, standing just 4 feet tall. His mother, Karen, often had to dress him in clothes meant for younger children, typically 5 to 6-year-olds. Jamie and his siblings enjoyed playing together outdoors in their neighborhood, a common pastime for local children. Despite his adventurous spirit, Jamie had a fear of the dark and always made sure to return home early for dinner. On the bank holiday weekend of May 5th at 5 p.m., the Lavis family gathered for their evening meal, but Jamie had not returned home from playing outside earlier that day. His parents thought he had just lost track of time, or maybe he had gone to a friend's house. But as 8 p.m. came and went and he still wasn't home, his family headed out onto the streets to look for him. They searched for hours, but had no luck, and eventually late that evening they phoned the police. What followed was the biggest investigation in Manchester since the infamous Moors murders. Appeals were being broadcast and everyone was out searching for Jamie. His family were begging for his safe return, and many tips and alleged sightings started to come in. Several people said they had seen Jamie catching the 219 bus at around 10:30 a.m. the morning he was last seen. Apparently, he had planned on going to buy his mom a birthday present. Following the sightings of him on the bus, Jamie's sister was approached by a man who said he'd seen someone he thought could be Jamie. The man said he wouldn't happen to be wearing a dark blue Reebok tracksuit, would he? His sister Jane confirmed that he had been. 28-year-old Darren Vickers was a local bus driver who lived just 3 streets away from the Lavis family. He told the family and later the police the boy he now knew to be Jamie had spent virtually all day on his 219 bus. He said Jamie had bought a day-saver ticket and spent several hours riding around and looking out of the window before Darren dropped him off near his home. Over the coming days and weeks, with still no sign of the missing Jamie, bus driver Darren was becoming extremely close to the Lavis family. Everyone was frantic and desperate for answers, and it seemed that Darren Vickers was more than willing and able to help them. He started acting almost as the unofficial spokesperson for the family, conducting press conferences and speaking on their behalf when they couldn't face the media. One officer described him as being like the kingpin of the family. They saw him as a pillar of strength, and he was fighting alongside them to help find Jamie and bring him home. Darren offered to take part in a reconstruction of Jamie's last known movements in the bus station, along with Jamie's brother and his father. But his fixation with the family and the case was starting to be seen as odd and strange. The more he started to insert himself into the family's world, the more the police were questioning why. Even the community was starting to wonder why this random man was so deeply invested. As more time passed, the police started to find his relationship with the Lavers family not only troubling, but downright damaging to the investigation. Sharing facts and updates with the family had become almost impossible because the information would always get back to Darren. One inspector said that Darren had become so involved with the family, the Lavises trusted him more than they did the police. More witnesses on the 219 bus that day were now coming forward, and they were giving a totally different account of the bus journey. Darren's description of Jamie as just another passenger couldn't be further from the truth. Jamie was described as turning the bus into a playground, changing the gears of the bus and giving out tickets to people while standing in the driver's cabin. Terrible, could never dream of it. A young child on the bus like that, just going missing, it's just unbearable to think about. It's just a nightmare for everyone. It's like any child that has a day 7 ticket which you're bored with, it's up to them what they do with it. They pay for the ticket, they can do really what they're pleased with it. Darren had previously said that Jamie had an all-day bus ticket, but this also added more doubt and raised more questions. Children weren't allowed to buy day-saver tickets, and the police started to wonder whether Jamie even had a ticket at all. What the police did know for sure was that Darren was the last known person that admitted to seeing Jamie that day. Police went back to the place where it had all started, the bus station. Hours and hours of footage were analyzed from May 5th, and sure enough, there was Jamie. But the footage also showed Darren Vickers. He could be seen approaching Jamie, ruffling his hair and talking to him for several minutes. Again, this account was very different from what Darren had told the police. At the time Jamie went missing, Darren had only been a bus driver for a mere matter of days. Further investigation into his background led police to look into his work references. All the contacts he had put down were fake, apart from one who turned out to be a convicted pedophile. 3 weeks after Jamie was reported missing, on the 24th of May, officers brought Darren in for questioning. The Lavers family were appalled that he could even be considered a person of interest, let alone a suspect. This was a man they had let into their home, and someone that was spending every waking moment helping them look for their missing boy. Karen, Jamie's mother, said they assumed that the police had drawn a blank and arrested Darren on a whim. "We just got close. It's like one big close family now because we've been out virtually 24 hours a day. All of us involved looking for Jamie." At this point, Darren Vickers was well and truly considered a member of the family, and although the police had their suspicions, they couldn't charge him based on that alone. They needed more and they had to let him go. The Lavers family waited outside the station for him and threw a party when he was allowed home. They were also upset and angry at the implication that he could have been involved. Darren invited a film crew round to the family home to help clear, "I've got nothing to do with the abduction of James Lavis, and I've got the backing of the Lavis family, relations, everybody." After his house was searched, Darren even moved in with the Lavis family. He then asked Jamie's parents if they would be godparents to the baby he was about to have with his partner. In July, Darren, who was still frequently courting the media, phoned up the local radio station. Numerous listeners started calling in to quiz him on his version of events. Everyone agreed something was very off. As the summer drew to a close, police were now convinced that Jamie Lavis was dead, and that Darren Vickers was behind it. But because Darren was so ingratiated with the family, sharing these thoughts with the Lavises proved impossible, and police had to keep their cards close to their chest. Thanks to some outstanding driving offenses, Darren was arrested and jailed for 10 weeks. This kept him away from the family for a short time while the police moved on with their investigation, trying to find more holes in Darren's stories. On the 14th of October, detectives finally felt they had enough circumstantial evidence to arrest Darren Vickers with the abduction of Jamie, but they still didn't have enough to issue a charge of murder. Jamie's family now had no choice but to accept the reality of what had happened. Darren's fixation with being on or in the media had ultimately tripped him up even more. Some teenagers had recognized his face from the news and went straight to the police with some disturbing stories to tell. They said Darren had tried to lead them into some woods late one night. One of the boys said that Darren had shown him a picture of young Jamie, and then pointed ahead saying, "I think that's him." Darren started walking away, and the teen quickly turned and ran. It was also later revealed that Darren had taken Jamie's older brother, 11-year-old John, into some woods and given him a cigarette. He said to John that this was where his brother was, and if he didn't behave himself, this was where he would end up too. Jamie's sister recalled that he had started showing an unusual interest in John, buying him shoes and a new bike, but he didn't seem to care much for the other children. Following all of these accounts, police began an extensive and meticulous search of the wooded area. In the same location the teens described, half a mile away from the path, officers found some tarpaulin which were covering some clothes. Clothes that matched what Jamie had been wearing on the day he had disappeared. The clothes were taken back to the station, and as they were all laid out to be forensically examined, police found a small jawbone wrapped up in the clothing. More human remains were found scattered throughout the woods, but most of the bones were never found. DNA testing of some milk teeth confirmed these were the remains of Jamie Lavis. Due to decomposition, the cause of death could not be officially determined. Darren was arrested and charged with the abduction and murder of Jamie. Police believe that at the end of his shift that day, Darren took Jamie into the woods in his own car, where he sexually assaulted, killed, and dismembered him. He then set about involving himself with the Lavis family, partly to keep the suspicion off himself, and partly because he had a morbid fascination with the case. He even started to use a scanner to monitor police radio calls, and would turn up at places where Jamie was reported to have been sighted. Darren pled not guilty and a 7-week trial ensued. During the trial, Darren made the shocking claim that Jamie's father had been the one to kill his own son. He alleged that he and Karen had been having an affair and she was carrying his child. Karen was forced to take a blood test to prove the baby wasn't his. Darren Vickers' twisted manipulation of the Lavis family and the media seemingly knew no bounds. 2 years since the story broke about the missing Jamie, at Manchester Crown Court, Darren Vickers was unanimously found guilty. Mr. Justice Forbes praised the police and also the teens that had come forward with their stories about Darren. The judge awarded them £150 each from public funds. After the guilty verdict came in, Darren asked to talk to Detective Chief Superintendent. He finally admitted to abducting, sexually abusing, and murdering Jamie. However, just days later, he contacted the media and retracted this confession. Darren Vickers was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 25 years. He was eligible for parole 5 years into his sentence, but the police worked hard to ensure that this was denied. It is said that Darren has since gone on to brag about the heinous crime to fellow inmates in jail, detailing the abuse and murder. Roy Rainford believes that the day he was taken into custody, they had stopped a serial killer in the making. In 2014, Darren Vickers was attacked in prison with a hammer, suffering 3 skull fractures and broken bones in his hand. The Lavis family talk about Jamie every day, and his siblings make sure that their children know everything about their uncle. Photos of Jamie cover the walls of the home, and Karen said she feels his presence every day. On January 6, 1982, a severe winter storm battered Colorado. Sheriff Harold Bray from Denver was on a flight to California, hoping to escape the snowy blizzards below. However, his plans took an unexpected turn when he noticed something out of the ordinary through the plane's window. Flashing lights caught his attention, a familiar SOS distress signal. 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short pulses of light. Bray immediately alerted the pilot, who recorded the coordinates and contacted the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. The FAA dispatched 2 smaller planes to investigate the signal. They were able to quickly find the source of the lights. It was a pickup truck. 2 vehicles equipped to handle the whiteout conditions were sent out. In a string of miraculous events, rescued a man. 30-year-old Alan Phillips had become stranded crossing the Colorado Mountain Pass. He had been traveling without snow chains and his truck became stuck. He had heard a plane flying overhead and used his headlights to flash the distress signal. He had no idea his plan could work. The plane had been flying over 1,000 feet overhead, but it was 20 below and he had run out of options. He had already come to terms with the likelihood of freezing to death in his vehicle. Phillips was asked by law enforcement why he was out there in the middle of the night during a snowstorm, and he claimed that he'd been caught unexpectedly driving from Bailey, Colorado to his hometown in Georgetown. He said he'd spent the evening at a bar and wasn't thinking clearly. The rescue made national headlines, both in applauding Bray's heroic catch, as well as a cautionary tale to remind people to prepare their vehicles for appropriate weather. Phillips was dropped off at home after a long conversation about winter safety, and no one thought much more about it after that. On January 7th, only a day after the Alan Phillips rescue, a grisly discovery was made. The body of a young woman was discovered off of Highway 9 near an overpass at the summit of Hosier Pass. The woman, later identified as Barbara Bobby Jo Oberholzer, had been reported missing by her husband Jeff the previous evening. Bobby Jo had called him after work that evening and let him know that she was going to be home late. A couple of people from work had invited her for drinks and she was going to stay out for a bit. She said she had intended to hitchhike home. This was common in Breckenridge. It was a ski resort town and it was common for people to hitchhike to and from there to surrounding communities. Bobby Jo and her husband lived in Alma, about 30 minutes away. She and her husband had lived in the area for a few years. He was in appliance repair tech, and she worked as a receptionist. It had been widely regarded as a safe community, and this murder case had been quite a shock to the locals. Bobby Jo had been shot twice in the chest. Her cause of death was blood loss from her injuries. She had been found 20 feet from the highway at the bottom of an embankment. Several belongings from her purse were also located, some as far as 20 miles along the highway headed towards Denver. A set of keys was found near Bobby's body, as well as an orange sock. The keys were determined to belong to Bobby, but what confused investigators was that the sock wasn't. Investigators made no secret of who they thought was responsible for the killing, Jeff Oberholzer. There wasn't any evidence tying him to the crime, but the police found it convenient that Jeff had no alibi as he claimed to have been home asleep. When he woke during the night, he got in his truck and headed to the pub that Bobby had been at. Her friends were surprised to see him and told him that she had left hours earlier around 7:38 o'clock. Jeff went to the police that night to report his wife missing, but officers wouldn't file a missing persons report. The next morning, a resident had called Jeff and said that he'd found his wife's driver's license on his property. Jeff drove over there and picked it up. Jeff got some friends together and they started searching along the highway. It was Jeff that spotted a blue backpack in the snow. They pulled over, and with the backpack, they also found Bobby's gloves splattered in blood and several tissues also covered in blood. It was at this point that Jeff was sent home to wait, and the search was put together with locals and law enforcement, and Bobby's body was found. Other evidence collected were shell casings from the presumed murder weapon, one set of footprints that belonged to Bobby, and a plastic cord tied around her wrist. The same day that Bobby Jo's body had been found, law enforcement also received another report of a missing woman. She was a waitress and housekeeper in Frisco, but lived in Blue River, all near Breckenridge. And like Bobby Jo, Annette was also known to hitchhike to and from work most days, and again for this community that was very normal. No additional evidence was found in connection to Annette's disappearance, and unfortunately due to bad weather, it had quickly been determined that if Annette's body was in a remote area like Bobby Jo's had been, it would be very difficult to recover after heavy snowfalls. Jeff was interviewed multiple times. He initially claimed to not know Annette, but later called officers to let him know that he'd met her once. He'd been watching the news and saw more photographs of her and realized he'd given her a ride months before her disappearance. Officers had asked Jeff to take a polygraph test, which he consented to and pass. He had always maintained his innocence as well as annoyance with law enforcement's insistence that he had something to do with his wife's murder. 6 months after Annette's disappearance, her body was located on July 6, 1982. She was found in a rural area in Park County, 20 miles from where she was last seen. She had been shot once in the back and had also died from blood loss from a gunshot wound. Annette had been sexually assaulted, and it appeared that she may have been redressed by her killer or been forced to redress quickly as her clothing was in disarray, noticeably missing an orange sock. Officers put together a framework of what they believed had happened on January 6th. They estimated that Annette had been picked up first, around 5 p.m. The suspect drove her to a remote area, sexually assaulted her, and Annette had escaped the vehicle. Her killer had shot her once in the back and left her to die. The man then went back to Breckenridge, where he found a second victim, Bobby Jo, and abducted her. Bobby Jo had not been assaulted, and she had been shot in the chest twice, which led investigators to believe that Bobby Jo may have been trying to reason with her attacker. Jeff said that Bobby would never have accepted a ride from a stranger. He had always believed it was someone from the area that she knew that had committed these murders. Officers had always believed both murders were committed by the same man. Jeff was cleared years later by DNA evidence. Other suspects had been a cab driver who had assaulted a hitchhiker in 1982, and while in jail he had bragged to a cellmate about committing 2 murders and getting away with it. Another suspect was Henry Lee Lucas. Another serial killer, Tracy Petrelli. All were cleared by DNA. 2 other persons of interest were also cleared by DNA. Was that a woman that had been talking to Annette before her abduction, and a man whose photograph was found in Annette's wallet. Neither were identified or found for questioning. The case eventually went cold. It had been featured in the media several times and was the subject of Unsolved Mysteries in 1991. It had been a case that had been actively worked for decades. They had the killer's DNA both from Annette's body and on the tissues and glove from Bobby's, and what they needed was for technology to catch up. In 2021, the case was put forward by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for Genetic Genealogy. At the time, it was recognized as a relatively new option for solving cold cases, but it seemed like the only hope to solve this case. And nearly 4 decades after the murders, they had a suspect. On February 24th, Alan Lee Phillips was arrested without incident. The 70-year-old mechanic was picked up in Dumont, Colorado, and arrested for 2 counts of kidnapping, murder, and assault. Phillips had lived in the area his entire life and had likely been known to both women. He is also being investigated on other crimes in the area as officers feel that due to the level of violence involved in the killings, these 2 women would be unlikely to be his only victims. When it was made public that Phillips was the killer, a man involved in the rescue operation that had saved Phillips in 1982 made the connection. That finally gave context as to why Phillips had been out on the Guanella Pass all those years ago. He had become stuck while fleeing the scene of the murder. No one had even put 2 and 2 together. In 1982, Phillips had been 31 years old. He had never been a suspect. He went on to marry, have children, and live his life. And I think Annette's sister's statement to the media says it's best. You had 39 years of freedom, and hopefully now it will all be taken away from you. 39 years of freedom too long. Phillips is being held in jail without bond while he waits trial. There have been several delays so far, but it is expected to go forward sometime this year. Christy Lynn Floyd and her sister Kim grew up in foster care. Kim remembers Christy as a kind and quiet girl who loved animals and basketball. As teenagers, they left their foster home to live with their mother on West Gray Street in Richmond, Virginia. By June 1986, Christy had been in Richmond for 2 years, working at a nearby Hardee's. It was there that she met an 18-year-old guy during one of her shifts, and they started dating. The day before Christy disappeared, she and her boyfriend decided to run away together. However, Christy's mother found out and contacted the boyfriend's mother. She threatened to accuse him of statutory rape unless Christy was brought back home. So the next morning, Christy came home. Her sister Kim recalls talking to her that morning as she was running out to get some food. It was the last time she saw her sister. The family filed a missing persons report in Richmond, but according to Kim, the police didn't take her sister's disappearance seriously. Her family submitted her information to America's Most Wanted, put her photo on milk cartons, hired private investigators, and made flyers that they passed out at truck stops. But there was no sign of Christy. 2 months later, on August 7, 1986, workers were unloading trash at the Shoesmith landfill in Chesterfield County, Virginia, when they came across a leg, foot, and torso. They were unable to identify the victim, but suspected it was a white female between 22 and 32 years old. Christy's family was never contacted about the discovery. In 2019, the police sent a portion of the remains to DNA Labs International in Florida, and a DNA profile of the victim was developed. They then sent the profile to Parabon Nanolabs, who were able to use DNA phenotyping to produce a composite image of what the victim could have looked like, which they call a snapshot DNA analysis. That analysis revealed the victim likely had fair or very fair skin, brown or hazel eyes, and brown or black hair. Police revealed she was wearing size 7 or 7.5 shoes, had pink toenail polish on, and a rubber-like bracelet on her ankle. Later on, Kim revealed that Christy regularly wore jelly bracelets on both feet. On March 2, 2020, Detective Chris Humphreys released the snapshot DNA analysis to the public, and he started getting phone calls from across the country almost immediately. One of the first calls he received was from retired Richmond homicide detective Mark Williams, who worked with Christy's family years prior. He recommended Detective Humphreys contact Christy's family to see if it was a match, and he did. Kim's son, Dustin, then used a DNA kit to gather a DNA sample and sent the results to the detectives, and within 24 hours, they were able to confirm a familial match. In March of 2020, the Chesterfield Police Criminal Investigation Division confirmed the remains belonged to Christy, but what happened to her remains a mystery. The police are still seeking information on what happened to Christy and encourage anyone with details to come forward and help bring closure to the family. Unfortunately, the identity of Christy's boyfriend at the time of her disappearance is still unknown, as no one can remember his name and the initial police report can't be located. In one photo, Christy is pictured with her former boyfriend Chris, who she dated prior to dating the boy she was with at the time of her disappearance. The police and family are looking to find and speak with Chris. He's not considered a suspect at this time, but they believe he may be able to help the investigation. In the summer of 1980, 15-year-old Carrie Patterson and her family moved from Cerritos, California to Fullerton, just under 10 miles away. According to her mother, Crystal, they moved there for Carrie's safety. She said that Carrie was getting bullied at her school by other girls, and it was getting physical. "The only reason we moved is because of her," she said. "It was out of pure worry on my part. I wanted to get her into Sunny Hills High." On June 16, 1980, just 2 weeks after arriving in Fullerton, Carrie went missing. She left home to meet a male friend and a few of his friends from her old neighborhood at Ice Cream Castle, approximately a mile from her house. Afterward, she rode on her friend's bicycle handlebars, and he dropped her off near Parks Junior High School, where they parted ways. The school was only a few short blocks from her home, but she was never seen again. Carrie's parents reported her missing and started distributing missing persons flyers throughout the area. Authorities initially labeled her as a runaway, but her parents knew that wasn't the case. In the weeks following, police sifted through various reports of people claiming they saw or talked to Carrie after her disappearance, but they were all deemed false. 6 months later, on December 27, 1980, the upper portion of a skull and 2 arm bones were found by an oil worker in a field near Tunner Canyon and the 57 freeway in Brea, 12 miles from where Carrie was last seen. Her mother, Crystal, read about the discovery in the local newspaper and kept the clipping in her wallet for weeks before finally reaching out to see if it was Carrie. Soon after, investigators were able to match the skull to Carrie using dental records. The police examined Carrie's case in 1980, 1981, 1994, 2011, and 2014, but haven't been able to establish any strong leads. Bob Taft, the Orange County Sheriff's Department cold case detective, said the boys Carrie was with on the day she disappeared were the last people to see her alive, but are not suspects. In 1994, convicted killer David Campbell claimed he murdered a man named William Raber because he suspected Raber killed Carrie. But police believe this was a lie and that Campbell was able to construct the story because he stayed up to date on the news around the case. In December of 2019, a woman read an article about the case in the Orange County Register and reached out to the police in January 2020. She lived in the same area as Carrie and said she remembers seeing a suspicious person on her street the day Carrie went missing. According to the woman, the man stood out so strongly that she could still vividly remember what he looked like. They developed a sketch based on her description and have released it to the public, hoping to identify and speak with this person of interest. In December of 2021, the Orange County Sheriff's Department put out a story on Carrie's case and soon after received a tip that said, "You need to check out the case of Wendy Osborne." In 1987, 14-year-old Wendy was kidnapped while walking to school in Placentia, California. Her body was later found in Carbon Canyon. DNA collected from her remains led police to a man named Raymond Bartlett, who was already in prison for an unrelated kidnapping and rape case. Bartlett was convicted of Wendy's murder and died in prison at the age of 45. A formal connection between Bartlett and Carrie's case has not been made. Carrie's case remains unsolved. Anyone with information is encouraged to contact investigator Bob Taft. or provide an anonymous tip to the Orange County Crime Stoppers. In November of 1989, Wanita Jones was on the cusp of a new and exciting venture. The 32-year-old had just put in her 2 weeks' notice at the Circle K convenience store, where she worked, and she was going to open a restaurant. It was a long time coming for the Houghton, Louisiana resident. She'd always had a passion for cooking and had been working 2 jobs to save enough money to open her restaurant, Down Home Barbecue. But on November 13, 1989, that dream was tragically cut short. Around 10:30 p.m., a customer walked into the Circle K at the corner of Botcow Station Road and Highway 80 to find Wanita behind the counter suffering from a gunshot wound to the head. The customer immediately called the police and Wanita was taken to Bossier Medical Hospital, where she passed away 5 days later. According to the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Office, it appeared Wanita was shot during a robbery as the cash register was open and money was missing. With no cameras on the premises and no witnesses to the crime, police had little to go on. Unfortunately, the leads they did receive weren't consistent and didn't have the information or evidence needed to make an arrest. Wanita's family believes the shooter was familiar with Wanita and knew her schedule. Investigators say the suspect may have ties to the Houghton and Shreveport areas, but they have yet to make an arrest in the case. Wanita's family kept her restaurant open for years after her death as a symbol of their love and respect for her. She is remembered by friends and family as a strong, independent, and driven person. It was 1967 in Syracuse, New York, and summer was coming to a close. Soon, 14-year-old Mary Ann Marzullo and 13-year-old Jacqueline Saunders would be heading back for another year at Roxborough Road Junior High School. But until then, they would enjoy the rest of their summer break. On Friday, August 11th, the 2 friends attended the Mattydale Firemen's Field Days in Mattydale, New York. They had planned to walk home and stopped at a market on Main Street in North Syracuse at around 10:30 p.m., where Marian called her family. She said they were running late, but would be home soon. They were last seen walking northbound on Brewerton Road between 10:45 and 11 p.m. When they didn't return home by the agreed-upon time, their family started searching for them. Early the next morning, they reported the girls missing. Around noon the next day, a fisherman and his 2 sons found the girls' bodies in a marshy field along the Chittenango Creek in the town of Cicero, New York, northeast of Syracuse. Their hands had been tied behind their backs with rope, and an autopsy revealed they'd been strangled to death. Police suspect the girls may have accepted a ride home on their walk, and that they'd been driven to the area where their bodies were found. A witness contacted the police and reported that they saw the girls in a car that day and provided a description of the vehicle, but the case went cold. A similar crime occurred in July of 1966, when the bodies of 2 suburban Rochester girls were found on a deserted lane. The victims were George and Formicola, 14, and Kathy Bernhard, 16. They'd gone missing after not returning home from an afternoon swim, and their bodies were found a month later. Their murders were never solved, and no official connection has been made between the 2 cases. At the time of Jacqueline and Marian's murders, District Attorney Frank Galtieri said he expected to make an arrest within a few days. Police have since received and reviewed several leads, but the case remains unsolved more than 50 years later. Still, New York State Trooper Jack Teller believes there's hope in solving the case, so long as they keep it in the public eye. Vincent Vince Wesselman was a veteran of the United States Army. Even after leaving the Army, he remained dedicated to serving others. While he was employed by a stove company and later a formal wear shop, he was most well known for the work he did on a volunteer basis. He used a week of his vacation time every year to volunteer at a Catholic retreat camp, and he was a longtime volunteer with Habitat for Humanity. He loved to garden and donated the produce he grew to a local food bank. Vince was not married and had no children of his own, but was dedicated to his large family. He had 11 siblings and numerous nieces and nephews. When he built himself a house in Breeze, Illinois in the mid-1960s, he had his parents, as well as several of his younger siblings, move in with him. He took care of his parents until their deaths. In 2011, 75-year-old Vince finally retired. He was just a few weeks into his retirement when Holy Week began. As a devout Catholic and an active member of St. Augustine Church, Vince had plans to attend church on the several days leading up to Easter Sunday. He spent most of Holy Thursday, April 21st, tearing out flooring in his house that needed to be replaced with his brother, Jerry. The last known sighting of Vince was at 5 o'clock that evening, when a neighbor saw him walking down North First Street in front of the Breeze Green Company. Vince liked to stay active, walking or biking every day. Part of his daily routine was also walking down to the post office to buy a newspaper. It is believed that this is what he was doing when he was seen by his neighbor. He has not been seen since. Because Vince was close with his family, they knew that something was wrong when they could not get a hold of him to discuss their plans for Easter. On Saturday morning, 2 of his sisters went over to his house to check on him. His church clothes were laid out on the bed, waiting to be worn for one of the Holy Week services. Vince's car, bike, wallet, and keys were all inside the home, which showed no signs of forced entry or a robbery. The only thing missing was their brother. The community that Vince had given so much to now came together to try to help him. Members of the community went door to door, asking for information and searching small buildings. Others took their boats out on area bodies of water to search. 2 search and rescue teams, a small aircraft, and nearly every fire department in Clinton County were a part of the search for Vince. A pond was drained, and firefighters pumped water out of an old cellar at the grain company. Neither Vince nor any clues indicating what may have become of him were found, despite the massive effort. In July of 2018, Vince was declared legally dead, and his family held a memorial mass for him. They have not given up hope of finding answers, however. A $10,000 reward is still being offered for information in Vince's case. Bill Wasco was a 65-year-old Vietnam War veteran who lived in Marietta, Georgia. He was an avid outdoorsman going on hikes throughout Georgia. He also loved Joshua Tree National Park in California and made a visit there almost every year. On June 23, 2010, Bill flew from Georgia to Los Angeles. He rented a car at the airport and drove to Rancho Mirage, where he would be staying in a vacant condo that belonged to a friend. The following morning, he drove to the park for his first day of hiking. Bill had left a detailed itinerary of the hikes he planned to make on this trip, not all of which were within Joshua Tree National Park, back in Marietta with his girlfriend, Mary Winston. Mary was concerned about the hike Bill was planning to make on that first day. Bill wanted to hike out to Carey's Castle, an old miner's hut. The site is so unstable and in such a remote location that the National Park Service does not include it on most maps in an effort to keep people from trying to visit it. Bill had reassured Mary while he was still in Georgia, and when he spoke to her on the phone during his drive to the park, that he would be fine during his solo hikes. He made plans with her to call her around 5 p.m. that night, when he estimated he would complete the hike. He was then going to go to dinner at Pappy and Harriet's, a restaurant in nearby Pioneer Town. However, Bill did not call Mary by 5 p.m. that evening. She began calling him, but all of her calls went straight to his voicemail. By the time enough time had passed that she was sure something was wrong, the park's headquarters had closed. It would not be until 8 o'clock the following morning that she would be able to get in contact with a park ranger and alert them to the fact that Bill was missing. Park rangers immediately traveled to the trailhead where Bill would have parked in order to hike out to Carey's Castle. But Bill's rented white Chrysler Sebring was not there, and it appeared as though no vehicles at all had been there in some time. The car would not be found until almost 5 p.m. the following day, when a California Highway Patrol helicopter spotted it parked near the Juniper Flats trailhead, which was a 90-minute drive from the Carey's Castle trailhead. This was a common parking area for hikers who were planning to hike up Quail Mountain. Quail Mountain had been listed on Bill's itinerary for his trip, so the search efforts centered on this location. Search and rescue groups from all across Southern California came out to help look for Bill. Volunteers searched on foot and on horseback, and helicopters and small aircraft scanned the area from above. Dogs were brought in to try to track Bill's scent. Databases and algorithms were applied to the case and the terrain in an effort to refine the search area. A major but confusing clue came from Bill's cell phone records. At 6:50 a.m. on June 27th, 3 days after Bill went missing. His phone pinged off of a rise in cell tower just outside of the park. Bill's phone was 10.6 miles from the tower, which was above the town of Yucca Valley to the northwest of the park, when it pinged off of it. However, this location was so far from Quail Mountain that officials doubted that Bill could have reached it on foot in 3 days. Numerous theories about technological or environmental factors that could have skewed the data provided by the cell phone tower have been suggested, but none of them have been confirmed. This ping was the only activity on Bill's cell phone after he entered the park, most likely because of the lack of service in some of the remote areas he was in, or because he turned off his phone to conserve its battery. Despite a meticulous search that seemingly covered every square inch of a massive search area, Bill was not found. The official search was finally called off. On July 5th, while the official search for Bill is long over, unofficial searches for him continue to this day. By 2018, other hikers had cataloged more than 1,000 miles of trails that they had searched for Bill's remains. Despite such extensive efforts, Bill has still not been found. On March 16, 1977, tragedy struck when Richard Bashelle Senior was killed during an attempted burglary while at home with his children and wife. Our next case takes us to Alameda, a city in Alameda County, California, located in the East Bay region of the Bay Area. The city is primarily located on Alameda Island, but also spans Bay Farm Island and Coast Guard Island, as well as a few other smaller islands in San Francisco Bay. Richard Bashelle Senior was born in 1934 in the United States of America. He was known as a kind man who would do whatever he could to help his friends and even strangers if it was possible. In his teens, he decided to join the military and became a U.S. Marine. He served in the Korean War in the 1950s and was respected as a great soldier and one of the finest of his generation. After his service, he retired from duty and worked as a mechanic and lived on the 2500 block of Lincoln Avenue in Alameda with his wife and 3 sons. He was beloved by his community and his family as a great husband and father and a man who was kind and generous to all he met. However, while life seemed to be going well for the Bashelle family in 1977, disaster was just around the corner. In the early hours of the morning of March 16, 1977, there was a break-in and a tip to burglary at the Bashelle home. The thief was unable to escape unnoticed and was chased out of the house by a then 43-year-old Richard and his 17-year-old son. Richard Bashelle Jr., the father and son, chased the intruder onto the street, and as they pursued the thief, the younger Richard fell behind, unable to keep up with his father and the burglar. By the time he caught up with his father, he found him lying on the ground, and the burglar was nowhere to be seen. Richard Jr. found his father in a pool of blood with multiple stab wounds. In a haze, he ran back to the house and called the police and an ambulance. Richard Sr. was rushed to the hospital, but sadly it was too late, and he succumbed to his injuries a few hours later. His family was devastated by these events and were desperate for his killer to be brought to justice. At the time, investigators determined the victim, Richard Bashelle Senior, was stabbed a total of 10 times after confronting an individual who had attempted to burglarize his home, and the motive for the murder was chalked up to a burglary gone wrong. With this motive in mind, investigators looked at a number of possible suspects, including individuals with a past record of burglary, who had been convicted earlier. At the time, the investigation identified Richard Curly Bernard as a possible suspect and even searched his home, where they found a blood-stained jacket after the murder. However, due to limitations in DNA technology, charges could not be filed, and this piece of evidence was locked away in storage in the hopes that it could be used when technology advanced. With a lack of other leads, the investigators eventually hit a dead end, and the case turned cold. Over 4 decades went by, and in 2021, the Alameda Police Department quietly established a cold case unit. It was composed of a small team of retired Alameda police officers and 2 sergeants who were still active on the force. The unit is led by retired Detective Lorenzo Graham. Bashelle Jr. had asked that his father's case be reopened 23 years prior to this in the late 1990s. But at the time, the police force was reluctant to do so, as they were unsure whether the technological resources required to solve this case were available. However, once the cold case unit was started in 2021, the Richard Bashelle murder was one of the first cases they chose to reopen, due to the fact that they had a great deal of evidence from the case stored away. They began by submitting the bloody jacket confiscated from the suspect Bernard's home, as well as other pieces of evidence, to the Serological Research Institute, a non-profit California corporation that provides a broad spectrum of biological testing services. When the blood on the jacket was tested, it came back as a positive match to Richard Bashelle Senior. APD had questioned Bernard shortly after the murder, but the technology at the time did not give them the ability to determine whose blood it was. But that had now changed with the advancement in technology, said the lead detective Lorenzo Graham. With this positive match, along with circumstantial evidence, the detectives had found it was finally proved that Richard Curly Bernard was the killer of Richard Bashelle Senior all those years ago. The detectives immediately began to look for Bernard, hoping to charge and arrest him for the murder. But they were left disappointed. They found out that Bernard was a career criminal who was arrested and convicted for a series of Alameda burglaries and 2 non-sexual assaults in the 1970s. Bernard was also alleged to have committed more than 100 burglaries. He was imprisoned in 1977 after being convicted for a number of burglaries and the 2 counts of sexual assaults, but was released from jail in 1983. Upon his release, Bernard was paroled to the state of Texas. They found that in 1989, Bernard was killed in an act of carrying out another crime. Though justice could not be served to the criminal, the Alameda Police Department announced at a press conference on March 22, 2022, that the department had finally solved the 45-year murder investigation. While Bernard is deceased and therefore cannot face his day in court, we have given the opportunity to provide answers to the Bashelle family, said Lorenzo Graham. At the press conference at the Alameda Free Library, Richard Bashelle Jr., who was with his father all those years ago on the fateful night of the robbery, was also present at the press conference. It's been a long, hard road, but I'm glad we have a final resolution to this. On behalf of my family, my late mother, my 2 younger brothers, I'd like to just say thank you to everyone, Bashelle Jr. said. I don't know if there's any real closure, you know? It doesn't change a whole lot, but we are glad we do have a final positive ID, and we can go from there. Though it is truly sad that justice could not be served to Bashelle Senior's murderer, we hope that his family and friends can find solace and some form of closure in knowing who was responsible for his untimely and tragic death. Demakia Finitzi served in the United States Army for 5 years. In 2007, the 26-year-old mother of 3 was living in Verona, Mississippi. She was going to school to get her degree in criminal justice and was working as a security guard at the Fillmore Center, an alternative school in Tupelo, Mississippi. The Fillmore Center would be the location of the last known sighting of Demakia. On October 12th, she dropped a friend off at the center in her red Pontiac Grand Am. Later that day, she failed to pick up her children from her sister's home, and her sister reported her missing to the Verona Police Department. Demakia's vehicle was eventually found at the Warfield apartment complex on Jackson Street in Tupelo. According to witnesses, the car had been driven into the parking lot at a dangerous speed, and an African-American man in a white t-shirt and blue jeans had run from the car after parking it, disappearing behind one of the apartment buildings. J.E.B. Long became the new police chief of Verona in January of 2008. Because Demakia's case had already gone cold by the time he was put in charge of it, he made the decision to turn the case over to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation in hopes that their more extensive resources would be able to finally move the case forward. In March of 2008, authorities put up a digital billboard with Demakia's picture and case information in hopes of generating new leads, but nothing came of the effort. According to Demakia's family, she would never have abandoned her children. Her disappearance remains unsolved. On July 7, 1994, Blake Patton, who supervises security for the Forest Service, received news that a woman hiking with her family found a human skull near Smokehouse Campground, close to Forest Service Road 402, also known as Divide Road, in Colorado. The campers discovered the skull and jaw at Windy Point. The report was passed to investigator Mike Wiggins and a team trained in forensic investigation to search for more remains. As they searched, they found additional bones belonging to a woman who was about 5 feet, 6 inches tall. The woman's skull had clues to her identity, like gold crowns and signs of temporomandibular syndrome. There were signs of scoliosis in some parts of the spine. They also found the sacrum, the tailbone, parts of the arm and shoulder bones, and most of the right hip. Most of the bones that were found showed signs of being chewed on by carnivores. Various things were found near the body, such as a piece of a belt and a lock of hair that suggested she was either a brunette or a redhead. Investigators thought that some of the remains might have been concealed. What was left showed no signs of injury before death. The report from the autopsy said that a lot of the bones were still missing. Agreed in September 1994 that the woman was at least 35 and possibly over 40, based on how her bones and teeth looked. Her face looked like it belonged to a Caucasian woman. Pickering even found grooves that pointed to a receding gum line, which could have been caused by using a toothpick at the time. He also found damage from carnivores, in the form of pieces being broken off, cracks, and chewing. Pickering said that the person died within a year of when they were found. He told them, "From what I understand, these bones were found on the ground, so it would have started to break down and be eaten by carnivores almost right away." The ID was the most important thing he couldn't figure out. William Rodriguez, who worked as a forensic anthropologist for the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology in 1995, couldn't figure it out either. At the time, Canfield was the forensic pathologist at Montrose Memorial Hospital. He asked for a reconstruction of the face. William Rodriguez did the reconstruction and sent it back to Montrose with the bones and what little information he could get from them. He said that they didn't find any clues that would help with the investigation. They hoped facial reconstruction would help find the person who did this. But in reality, it did not do much. The investigators did their best, but they didn't find anything in the end. The detectives didn't give up hope as they kept working on the case and looking for new clues. But over time, no one could do anything about the case, and it became known as the Windy Point Jane Doe case. Investigators were still doing their best, but just like in the beginning, when they added the victim's DNA to the combined DNA index system, they found nothing. DNA science and technology kept getting better and better. Canfield sent bone, dry tissue, and hair fragments to the CBI to see if they could be used to make a DNA profile. However, he said in 2008 that he had nothing that could be used to compare the samples to identify the dead person. As the years went by, Canfield and the police asked the public repeatedly for any clue, no matter how small, that could lead to the Windy Point Jane being identified. Even though there was a lot of publicity and a second facial reconstruction done in 2012, no new information solved the case. But DNA technology kept improving, and it was used in more places than just law enforcement and medicine. Canfield said that they would keep the proof until science had caught up with it. Before that, people who wanted to discover their possible ancestry could send a DNA sample to a business that did genealogy research. This became increasingly popular because it helped people find relatives and find out their family trees. It was also sometimes used by the police. Even though the investigators had her DNA, they were not able to run it through the genealogy. In 2020, MCSO investigators Dustin Harlow and Brittany Martinez asked Lieutenant Ted Valerio for permission to send a DNA sample to the CBI for a family tree test. Valerio permitted them, and Lillard was happy to pay the $5,000 cost. In 2021, Lillard said that the CBI had chosen Windy Point as one of about 100 cold cases where it would be used. They thought it might be a good idea. Then on April 19th, the CBI called them. Lillard said that they asked me if I was sitting down because they had some excellent news. After working hard and waiting, they finally found a match. He said that submissions to one of the commercial databases for which the CBI made the sample came from the sister and brother of the Hopps family. With the DNA and dental records, forensic scientist Denise Wenzel from the CBI confirmed that the remains were those of Susan Hopps. The Windy Point Jane Doe was finally identified as Susan Hopps. When the investigators met Susan's family, they learned who Susan Hopps was, since she was 11 years old. In the summer of 1991, when she was 41, she moved to Lakewood, Washington with a woman who was said to be a possible roommate. In 1992, when she was 44, she was happy to buy a trailer. It was the first time she had lived on her own. At some point, they would be joined by a male friend. Even though she was far away from where she came from, she stayed in touch with her family. Because Susan's trailer was so important to her, it was strange that she would just abandon it. When the mobile home park owner came to her trailer to collect the rent, the door was wide open and trash was all over the place. The drawers were opened. Susan and her 2 roommates seemed to have left the trailer. Susan's family was from California, but she had an aunt and uncle in Washington who were worried about her. They always talked to Susan and said she lived a pretty calm life. They said she wasn't at high risk for something like this. They were confused about what actually happened to her. They said they started knocking on doors and asking people if they'd seen her. It was said that whatever they found out was strange, including details which had been kept from the public. Susan's family also put an ad in a newspaper saying that her father was very sick and that Susan should call them wherever she was. No call ever came. Susan was 44 years old when she was last seen in Lakewood, Washington on August 9, 1993. It said that she and 2 other people left quickly for some reason. There was a chance that the identity of those 2 individuals was known, but it wasn't released. It looked like Susan had vanished into thin air. In 2003, her family hired a private investigator, but she could not be found. Amy Johnson was the private investigator who had been looking for her, and when Susan's brother or sister's DNA was finally found, she was notified. Amy was the one who put the information on GED Match, which was a good idea. Amy Johnson thought at first that the call from the Colorado number was spam, but when she heard the message, it was precisely what she had been looking for. That the Windy Point's Jane Doe in Montrose County was really Susan. Susan had always been important to her. Amy never got paid for working on this case. Amy told the press that her goal had always been to help Susan get what was right. The best thing that could have happened was for her to be found. She said, "I've never forgotten about her. Even 20 years later, her picture hangs in a place where I see her. I've always wondered, where are you?" Since 2003, she had been looking into possible leads. Amy said that all of it was for Susan. She was a really wonderful person. She fell in with the wrong crowd. No one wanted a member of their family to be found on a hillside. This woman was kind and didn't deserve what happened to her. After years of hard work and dedication, Susan was found after 28 years. But the main point remains that her case is still being looked into, as the cause of death is believed to be murder, and the killer is yet to be found. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On Saturday, December 10th, 1988, the body of a young woman was found on Bayside Drive in Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey. It was on the bike path, and the people who cleaned it were the first to find it. They didn't waste much time and called the police right away. When the police arrived, they started looking around the whole area. When they talked to some people in the area, the police discovered that there was a cleanup event on Saturday along Bayside Drive. After the investigation was over, the police found a skeleton and some pieces of clothes and shoes, but they didn't know who the bones belonged to. Donna Fontana, a forensic anthropologist for the state of New Jersey, then looked at the remains and concluded that they belonged to a young white female between the ages of 15 and 18 who had probably been dead since the mid-1970s. Members of the MCPO and the Atlantic Highlands Police Department first looked into the case together. They used different methods of investigation, but none of them were able to find out the identity of the deceased. In the 1990s, a DNA profile was made from the bones and used to make comparisons, which also didn't work at first. In their investigation of this case, the police always came up with nothing, but they didn't give up looking. They were always talking to people in Atlantic Highlands, but they still couldn't get a break in this case. Eventually, the case turned cold with no new leads. Then in 2020, Lieutenant Andrea Tosi and Detective Wayne Rayner of the MCPO contacted Bode Technology, a Virginia-based DNA analysis company, to look into the case using much more advanced technology than had been available before. The person who had been known only as Jane Doe for a long time was finally found to have a distant relative who lived in Georgia and was a woman. The relative agreed to an interview and then agreed to put DNA from her mother into the Bode's database. which led to the discovery of another lead. A Pennsylvanian woman was thought to be Jane Doe's youngest sister. The woman was talked to in August and agreed to give a DNA sample. The test results meant that there was a 99.9997% chance that Jane Doe was related to the person immediately. The Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner Office's Deputy Medical Examiner, Dr. Lauren Tama, then looked at the new information and made it official that the remains were those of Nancy Fitzgerald. The investigation had been looking for this for decades. After that, Nancy Fitzgerald's relatives who were still alive were told, and her body was sent to them to be buried. Finally, the detectives could get in touch with them and talk to them. They learned more about Nancy Fitzgerald after that. Nancy Carol Fitzgerald was born in New Jersey and grew up in Essex County. Her mother and father had her in 1956. In 1968, her father died. She moved from Crown Street to Moore Avenue in Bloomfield, New Jersey, with her mother and siblings. She went to Berkeley Elementary School and North Junior High School in Bloomfield. She was kicked out of school because of drug use at a young age. A person used to sell drugs to her and other girls in exchange for prostitution. In 1971, she overdosed and was rushed to a hospital by police. When she was taken home, police found barbiturates in her bedroom that she was supposed to sell. On the 2nd of April, 1972, Nancy had Easter dinner with her family at their home in Bloomfield. This was the last time they had seen Nancy, because the next day, on the 3rd of April, she went missing. She was 16 years old at the time. On the night of the 3rd of April, her mother and sister called the police. The police began to look into it. When Nancy went missing, she was wearing knee-high socks, a lace-covered bra, and platform sandals with ankle straps made of leather. She regularly went to the dentist because she had a gap in her upper central incisors. After she had been gone for a year, her mother got a phone call from a strange girl. The girl had begged and screamed for help, saying, "Mom, I made a big mistake. Come get me help." Nancy's mother had thought she was Kathleen, as they had lost hope of finding Nancy by this time. But when Kathleen came home that night safely, her mother realized who it could have been. They contacted the police again, but just as in the past, the police couldn't find anything. Nancy's sister Kathleen traveled the country to search for Nancy over the years, but she also failed to find her sister. Finally, decades later, they got to know what happened to her. In 2020, with the results of DNA testing, Raymond Santiago, the prosecutor from Monmouth County, said in a statement, "Today's announcement results from decades of hard work by a network of people whose collective determination and creativity proved to be unstoppable. It's also a sign of our firm commitment to find the truth and serve the interests of justice, no matter how much time has passed or what obstacles might ever get in the way of an investigation." 50 years later, thanks to modern DNA testings and interviews with far-off relatives in Georgia and Pennsylvania, authorities have confirmed that Fitzgerald's remains were located after all these years. Haley Dunn, a 13-year-old from the small town of Colorado City, Texas, came from a close-knit community of around 4,000 people. Her father, Clint, described her as a tomboy who also enjoyed sparkly and beautiful things. Her mother, Billie Jean, remembered Haley for her infectious laugh, big smile, and sense of humor. Haley was known as a bright and lively teenager. Her friends described her as someone who loved to joke around and wasn't afraid to speak her mind. She was involved in various activities including cheerleading, playing the saxophone, and excelling as an athlete. Haley enjoyed school, cherished her friendships, and admired her teachers. By the time she was in 8th grade, she was actively playing on the volleyball, basketball, and softball teams. Her parents would separate when she was 10 and Haley and her older brother David went to live with their mother and her boyfriend, Sean Adkins, on Chestnut Street in Colorado. Haley and her dad Clint were especially close. Clint lived just across the road from them and Haley would swing by his house every day. Whether it be just popping in to say hi before school or staying over for dinner, she never missed an opportunity to spend time with him. Christmas Day 2010, Haley's grandmother Connie said that Haley was in great spirits that day. She was excited about the gifts she had received that year, especially her new iPod, and spent most of Christmas and Boxing Day with her father. During the evening on Boxing Day, David, Haley's 16-year-old brother, went to a friend's house for a sleepover. Haley stayed at home and played video games into the night. The following morning, December 27th, Sean left for work at 5:30 a.m. Billie Jean also left about an hour later to start a 12-hour shift. She said she checked in on Haley, who was sound asleep in her bed. Everything appeared to be fine. Billie said that Haley would be home alone all day, as she and Sean would be out at work, and she assumed that when Haley got up, she would simply head over to her dad's house as she normally would. Billie also left her cell phone at home so the children could use it if they needed to. Sean arrived at his job in Snyder at around 6 a.m. He then said he got into a bad fight with his boss 10 minutes after he arrived and ended up quitting on the spot, before heading to his mother's house in Big Spring, and then to Colorado City just before 3 p.m. Haley's father Clint was used to seeing his daughter every day, but on December 27th Haley didn't knock his door, and he didn't hear from her all day. At around 2 o'clock that afternoon, a text was sent from the cell phone left at the house to a friend of Haley's saying, "WID, what you doing?" This friend never replied. Later that evening, Sean picked Billie up from work. Billie said that when she got home, she realized Haley wasn't in the house. She asked Sean if he had seen her. He said that Haley had left the house on foot to go to her father's, and then had plans to stay the night at her friend Mary Beth's house. But Clint confirmed this definitely wasn't the case. The next morning came and went, and Haley was still not home. Billie decided to phone Mary Beth's parents, who confirmed they hadn't seen Haley at all, and she definitely didn't spend the night with them. Nothing was missing from Haley's room, and certain things everyone would have expected her to take if she was staying at someone's house were all still there. Billie started going door to door, asking everyone if they had seen her daughter, but no one had. Billie said she was scared that maybe someone had driven past and snatched her while she was walking to a store, and she even wondered if maybe Haley had been in a bad mood, which resulted in her storming out of the house that day. A missing persons report was filed on the afternoon of the 28th of December. Investigators initially classed Haley's disappearance as a runaway, but a short while later, her case was reclassified as a missing child case. This was a decision that the police would later receive immense backlash for making. The community rallied around the family and sprung into action to try and find Haley. The media quickly ran with the story too. Clint was devastated and distraught at his daughter's disappearance, and he spent every waking moment looking for her. He rifled through dumpsters, searched the streets and alleyways and anywhere else he could think of. People reported that this level of concern was not shared by Billie and Sean. As the searches expanded into more vast and open areas, reporters recalled that Billie didn't want to partake in these searches. Billie herself said that whilst she was happy to hand out flyers and talk to the media, she couldn't deal with looking in wooded areas or fields because that made her think they were looking for her daughter's body. Searching these more rural areas was also something that Clint struggled to do. Billie's boyfriend Sean, however, didn't even hand out flyers, let alone participate in the searches, and he was very far removed from the investigation. Numerous people were questioned, including registered sex offenders in the area, but everyone was quickly ruled out. Wednesday, December 29th, Clint and Billie's homes were searched, and a day later, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children got involved in the case. Dogs managed to track Haley's scent throughout the neighborhood, which led them to a nearby motel. But the staff there did not recall seeing Haley, and she wasn't seen on any of the surveillance footage either. A thorough search of all 24 suites in the building failed to produce any evidence that Haley had ever been there. Billie and Sean threw a New Year's Eve party on the 31st, just 4 days after Haley was reported missing, and many people were confused at the timing of this. Billie said she didn't even realize it was New Year's Eve, and that the reason that family and friends came over was to support her. But Clint had a different take. He said that he stood on his porch with binoculars looking for his daughter, watching Billie and Sean party into the night. "I don't see how you can just celebrate the new year when your daughter is missing," he said. "That should be the last thing on your mind." As the new year rolled around, the close community entered it with a somber and subdued feeling. With still no trace, sighting of, or word from Haley Dunn, the lengthy and painstaking searches continued. On January 4th, 2011, Texas Rangers and the FBI came on board to look into Haley's disappearance. More than 100 billboards featuring Haley's picture and information were set up throughout Texas and other states. Haley's case gained even more attention when Nancy Grace reported on it and interviewed Billie Jean Dunn. This took the case to a new national level. The following day, January 5th, Billie asked Sean to leave the home. This was not an uncommon thing, as the pair frequently rolled, often making up a few days later. But as the investigation was now deepening, more about Haley's home life started to come out. Reporters said that although her home life appeared to be simple and carefree from the outside, behind closed doors, it was far more complex and difficult for the 13-year-old and her brother. One reporter said, "We got word about a lot of alcohol, a lot of partying from her mother, and so you get the sense that maybe home life was a little harder than what they let on." Billie Jean Dunn and Sean Atkins had been on the police's radar long before Haley disappeared. Around 10 months before Haley was last seen, calls were made to police regarding a domestic disturbance between Billie and Sean. The pair both called the police to report each other, and when officers arrived at the house, the couple were argumentative and combative. Shortly after this, as was very common, Billie and Sean patched things up, and Sean moved back into the home. Billie herself said that Haley didn't see Sean as a stepdad or father figure, and they were more friends than anything else, but according to others close to Haley, she did not like Sean at all and felt afraid of him. She told her grandmother Connie that she would often see Sean's shadow in the middle of the night outside her bedroom door, and she was terrified that he would enter her room as she slept. Detectives asked Billie and Sean to undertake polygraph tests. They both had to retake the tests due to being under the influence of narcotics at the time of the first one. But Billie said this was simply an anti-anxiety medication that had been prescribed to her by her doctor. Sean Atkins walked out of the test at least twice, and on the third attempt he only completed stage 1. He said he felt it had become a witch hunt and they were trying to force him into admitting to something he hadn't done. But he did give the detective something. When he was asked about where he thought Haley might be, Sean responded in Scurry County. When asked who the police should be looking at as suspects, he simply replied, "Both of us." The test did show these two answers were truthful, but he refused to explain any further before walking out again and not completing stage 2. The results of Billie's second polygraph test and stage 1 of Sean's both showed that deception was indicated on several questions. Over the coming months, vigils and searches continued throughout Colorado City, but the volunteers were often hindered for weeks at a time due to the freezing temperatures. Colorado City Police then held a press conference. They said they were now investigating the case as if Haley was under duress or deceased. Early into the investigation, cell phone and bank records belonging to both Sean Atkins and Billie Jean Dunn were analyzed. Sean's previous place of work was also looked at. It turned out that Sean hadn't been fired from his job after all. His boss told investigators that Sean turned up for work at 6 a.m. on December 27th and bought a drink before handing in his uniform and quitting on the spot. And at 6:10 he drove away. Sean later admitted he had lied about being fired to try and avoid an argument with Billie Jean. Sean told detectives that he went straight from Snyder to his mother's house in Big Spring to use her computer to sign on to unemployment benefits. But cell phone records showed this was simply not possible. Between 6:35 and 6:56 a.m., Sean's phone pinged off of a tower in Colorado City, which was almost 50 miles away from Big Spring. The data did put him in Big Spring, but not until between the hours of 9:38 a.m. and 2:40 p.m. More cell phone tower pings also put Sean in the area of Scurry County that day. Sean told police that after visiting his mother's house, he was back in Colorado City by 3 p.m. and saw and spoke to Haley for the last time at 3:15 before she left to go to her father's. However, more mobile data confirmed that Sean was still in Big Spring at 2:40 p.m., which would have left him with just a 20-minute window to make a 40-mile drive. David, Haley's brother, said when he returned home on December 27th at around 4 p.m., he found the door was locked. He managed to enter the home through a window. David found Sean standing in the hallway, looking like a deer in headlights. In an affidavit, Haley's uncle recalled a conversation he had with Sean regarding her disappearance. Her uncle said he couldn't believe anyone would ever want to hurt a child. Sean replied, "It's like killing a deer." Bank records showed that after Sean picked up Billy from work at around 6 p.m., the couple stopped at 2 ATM machines, where Billy withdrew a total of $140. Billy originally told the police that the money was withdrawn to buy groceries and gas, but investigators later realized the pair used the money to buy narcotics. Concerned that Sean and Billy were potentially using narcotics inside the family home around children, detectives wanted to take a much closer look inside the house. Following this, detectives found that Billy and Sean had printed hundreds of articles found online, all of which profiled and talked about serial killers, sexual sadism, and family member murders. But Billy said this was just something they were interested in, and that plenty of people were into true crime. On January 12, 2011, it was revealed that Sean was now officially being considered a person of interest in the case. He, however, denied any involvement. David was then removed from the home by Child Protective Services. On February 24th, authorities made a shocking find. Over 100,000 images of child pornography on a memory stick were found in Billy's home and on a computer in Sean's mother's house. A laptop was also seized and held at the station. Haley's father, Clint, said that Sean's stepfather went to the police station demanding the laptop be returned to Sean, which it was. Arrests were not made regarding these findings, however, but it was presented to a grand jury. Sheriff Toombs said of this, "You have more than one person in the home in each case, so you have to make sure and verify who is going to be the one responsible." On March 17, 2011, authorities went to Billy and Sean's home to talk to Sean. Billy said he wasn't there, but when officers entered the home using a warrant, they found he was hiding inside the house. Billy was then arrested and charged with lying to the police. In June 2011, Billie Jean Dunn was sentenced to a suspended 90-day jail term and a year's probation for lying about Sean's whereabouts. Billie served her probation over 250 miles away in Travis County, where she had moved with Sean. The couple did eventually break up in 2012 and went their separate ways. After it was confirmed that, as well as local police, the FBI also considered him to be a person of interest. As time went on, searches for Haley began to dwindle. With each vigil that was held, tips and leads would slowly start to trickle in, only for the case to go cold again shortly after. Another year would pass with still no movement in Haley's case. But on March 16, 2013, a hiker found human remains 20 miles away from Colorado City, near Lake J.B. Thomas in Scurry County. Authorities did not confirm the cause of death, but Clint said he was told by investigators that Haley had most likely died from blunt force trauma. A $15,000 reward was offered for any information leading directly to the arrest of the killer or killers of Haley Dunn. Sadly, the family had to wait a painful 4 years until they could finally lay Haley to rest in January of 2017. In 2018, Clint Dunn told the media he believed his daughter was attacked, either by Sean himself or by his ex-wife Billie Jean Dunn, while Sean assisted. "They're both involved," he said. "That's not even up for discussion anymore." Clint was constantly in touch with the police, begging them to make an arrest in his daughter's case. But the investigating team still needed more. Clint Dunn's many appeals on social media caught the attention of an anonymous person who reportedly found several items belonging to Haley Dunn during late spring, early summer of 2011. The person who found the items was in middle school at the time and had no knowledge of Haley or her disappearance. Because of this, they did not tell the authorities about what they had found. In 2019, this person saw one of Clint's social media posts about Haley. It was only then they remembered what they had found. They reached out to Clint to tell him. The items and their location has not been publicly revealed, but Clint said they were found in an area that was searched countless times in the initial stages of the investigation. Private investigator Erica Morse has been working closely with Clint Dunn since his daughter disappeared. Erica said she uncovered evidence and spoke to officials, but said they had been silent since Haley's remains were found. She said they wouldn't return her calls or update anyone on whether there was any movement in the case. In October 2019, Erica said she began receiving messages from women in and around West Texas who were being harassed online by a man going by the name of Casey. Knowing this was Sean Adkins' middle name, she asked them to send the videos and photos to her that he had sent to them. These confirmed that it was him. On October 28, 2019, Erica accompanied one of the women that was being harassed by him to the police department to make a report. But they were turned away by an officer who accused the victim of fabricating the story. This pushed Erica to pen an open letter, urging that if Sean wasn't arrested soon, more victims would undoubtedly follow. But 2 more years would pass, and it wouldn't be until 2021, where the case would take a big turn. In May 2021, Erica did hear back from the Mitchell County District Attorney, and they requested a meeting with her and Clint. Erica said, "During that meeting, we were assured that during the month of June, Haley's killer would be arrested." And with this, more than a decade after Haley Dunn was reported missing, and 7 years after her remains were found, an arrest was finally made. District Attorney Ricky Thompson consulted with the Texas Rangers Unsolved Crimes Investigation Program regarding the case. The Texas Rangers then obtained a search warrant to get a sample of Sean's DNA. On June 13, 2021, a warrant was issued and Sean Casey Adkins was arrested and charged with the murder of Haley Dunn. Billy Dunn said, "I'm not really shocked at the news that it was Sean. Of course you would have hoped it wasn't him because I stayed with him after she left, after Haley went missing, but I'm not surprised, and I thank God that person has been apprehended and is going to pay for what he did here on Earth." Sean Adkins is currently being held on a $2 million bond, and as of July 2021, he has not yet entered a plea. Following Sean's arrest, Erica Morse referred to Haley's dad Clint as the driving force in the case, and said that he was a template for every parent who wants to find justice for their child. Clint said, "This case is still ongoing. The family hopes that this will see that justice for Haley Dunn is finally served." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Philip Peters was born in 1869, and he married Helen Peters, who was born in 1872, during the 1890s. By 1941, they had been living together for over 4 decades in a small brick home at 3335 West Moncrief Place in Denver, Colorado. Philip worked as an auditor at the Denver station for the Denver and Rio Grande Railway from 1891 until his retirement in 1930. They had one adult child, Philip Peters Jr., who was married and lived in Grand Junction, Colorado. Both Helen and Philip shared a passion for music. Philip played the mandolin and was involved in a local Denver group for guitar and mandolin players, where they organized concerts and practiced together. One could say that the couple led a pleasant, quiet, and modest life. Helen Peters fractured her hip in September 1941, and she had to stay in the hospital while recovering, leaving 71-year-old Philip at home alone. He visited his wife in the hospital every day, and his neighbors kept an eye on him, assisting him around the house and inviting him over for breakfast and dinner. His neighbors from across the street on Friday, October 17th, Peter was late on this occasion, which was unusual for him. Mrs. Ross then crossed the street to see what was delaying Peter and to make sure that everything was all right with him. When she went to the front door and saw there were no lights on inside the house, she grew worried. She knocked at the front door but got no response. She thought about breaking in, but she didn't want to do it alone. Suddenly, she saw her neighbor, Doris Burke. She immediately asked for her assistance in getting access to the house and suggested entering through the backyard. The two then climbed over the fence at the back to unlock the door. As Mrs. Ross entered the home and turned on the kitchen light, she discovered a horrifying scene. She saw gory streaks on the ground and shrieked at the sight of blood splattered up the walls. She peeked through the doorway into the front room of the house, but Philip was nowhere to be seen. When she entered the bedroom, Philip Peters was lying face down in front of her. Doris, who had also entered with her, was shocked at the horrifying scene. Both ladies were in a state of shock, but they soon called the other neighbors for help. Then they finally contacted the Denver Police Department to report the murder. Captain James E. Childers, along with 3 patrol cars, arrived on the scene within a few minutes. They first took a look around the property to see if there were any clues that could help them find the murderer. Philip Peters had been struck 37 times with a blunt weapon, leaving blood splattered on the walls of the kitchen, living room, and bedroom where his body lay. Many of his wounds were lacerations to his forearms, indicating that he defended himself against an attacker as best he could. There was a shattered walking stick on the floor near the body, indicating that he had attempted to fight back. During the search, as authorities attempted to piece together a picture of the crime, they got rather perplexed due to a lack of information, particularly on the house's entry points. The neighbors were only able to enter the house through the back door, as all other windows and doors were shut and showed no signs of forced entry. A small 8 by 15-inch fault panel was found in a closet in the back wall of an upstairs storage room, but it couldn't be opened, even though they tried many times. They did find this suspicious initially, but they thought it was too small for anyone to go through, so they ended up dismissing it eventually. In the kitchen, detectives discovered parts of a handgun on the floor and what seemed to be an out-of-place cast iron stove shaker. Assuming that the iron poker was the primary murder weapon, it was submitted to a laboratory for fingerprint analysis and any other possible forensic evidence it may have concealed. The cops initially suspected the motive to be robbery, but when they found $208 in unpaid profits and $24 in cash in the bedroom, they began to doubt this theory. Over the next few days, they found about $400 all around the house, making robbery even less plausible. Instead, they thought it might have been a revenge killing, but neighbors told the police that the Peters had no enemies and were well-liked and respected in the community after living there for so long. Captain James E. Childers and his team were in charge of the investigation, and they were under pressure to find answers quickly. By October 20th, the police had already arrested one suspect and were questioning others, but none of them seemed to be a viable culprit. The first suspect was arrested by Weld County Sheriff Gus Anderson. The man had a record of robbery and breaking and entering. At the time, he had suddenly been seen wearing a high-quality dark blue coat that stood out from the rest of his clothing. But when detectives checked if Peter's jacket collection had something similar to it, they realized it didn't. The man in custody was 64 years old, short, and considered too feeble to have violently attacked Peters. Finally, he was released. The other two suspects were similar too. One of them was a man who went door to door in North Denver begging for money. That man was never seen again after the day of the murder, so the police thought he was just a beggar who had left. The stove shaker was returned from the lab and it had no fingerprints on it, but small spots of blood confirmed to the authorities that it was the murder weapon. In many ways, this investigation took one step forward and two steps back. Police had disproved the robbery theory, but on the other hand, they now had no suspects. The authorities said in a press release that the killer took time to wash his hands and clean the murder weapon, so he had definitely had enough time to rob the house. If he really wanted to rob Peters, they wouldn't have found so much cash and other possessions still in the house. The motive behind the killing still confused them. The investigation had halted by spring. Despite an extensive investigation, the police had no leads. After Mrs. Peters returned from the hospital, things began to escalate. On the 1st of February 1942, Helen Peters returns to Westmont Creek Place. She was alone in her 40-year-old home. Her future was uncertain at 68 years old and recovering from a fractured hip, so she hired 2 nurses to help her around the house. She was helped by Mrs. Edith Clark and Mrs. Hattie Johnson. Helen fell again a few weeks later and was hospitalized yet again with a broken hip. She returned home at the end of April, and the 2 nurses helped her around the house. Edith was the first one who reported suspicious things happening inside the house. She heard noises in the walls, and what she swore were faint footsteps in vacant rooms. Newspapers were missing from the front porch that she had seen earlier, and Mrs. Peters' food trays were moved or rearranged when she maintained she hadn't touched them. Edith wasn't alone in noticing oddities. Mrs. Peters was hard of hearing, but Hattie Johnson, who had nighttime fright, could hear disturbances. Both nurses heard strange sounds on the regular. Mrs. Peters began to suspect that something was off in her home after learning of the nurses' accusations. One day, Edith Clark contacted the police after seeing a person in the stairwell. She also heard tapping sounds coming from over there. She had heard it previously as well, but had believed it was a woodpecker. But this time she went into the kitchen and then to the upstairs stairwell door as it slowly opened. She saw a foot and a thin white hand appear at the door. She screamed in fear as the man ran up the stairs. Despite searching the property, the officers found nothing. 2 police officers stayed in the house for 48 hours and found no evidence of an intruder. Edith Clark resigned after this incident. Within 2 weeks, Hattie Johnson also departed the house, telling the press she wouldn't stay at a haunted house. In May 1941, Mrs. Peters' son, Philip Jr., visited her and tried to convince her to move to Grand Junction. After her nurse's sudden resignations, she moved in with her son and his wife in June 1941. She stopped house utilities and left the home for the police to investigate. 3-3-3-5 West Moncrief Place, that had been Peter and Helen Phillips' home for so many years, was now empty. But the strange occurrences continued after she left. Neighbors noticed the windows' blinds moving. They were lowered and opened at times during the day. People took notice of strange activities, and police received multiple complaints of a shadow walking around at night. Police eagerly responded to calls but found just vacant rooms. 2 officers stood guard outside the house for 5 days, but it was uneventful. The stakeout ended on the 5th day, and they returned to the station with no new information. With Mrs. Peters gone, the patrol checked the property every day, sometimes following up on reports of movement in the windows, and sometimes merely as a matter of habit. The press quickly picked up on the house's peculiar happenings and began referring to the killing as a ghost slaying. The Peters house was now the ghost house of Denver. It stayed in the news for a very long time. The townspeople thought this was just the press making up a headline to sell a story. But the police were investigating a very real mystery. No one had seen or heard the killer. How was Peter slain in a closed house with no forced entry? The investigation was also quickly losing steam as they had no leads and no suspects. On July 30th, 1942, detectives Roy Bloxam and William Jackson were patrolling West Moncrief. They parked in front of the deserted house, as had become customary by this point, and went inside to conduct their routine room searches. This time, however, they both picked up a faint sound coming from upstairs. The 2 men hurriedly climbed the stairs, ran into the bedroom, and entered the tiny back storage space. A pair of legs were climbing up into a small opening in the back of a closet, giving them just enough of a start to frighten them for a brief second. A pale, malnourished man was hauled out by them after they grabbed the dangling feet. He disliked the sunlight, was the color of a mushroom, and behaved like a spider that scurries for darkness when caught hiding under a stone. He was beetle-browed, wide-eyed, and pale as a ghost. String and rope were all that kept his rotting garments from falling apart. They did not try to fire after seeing the condition he was in. The man identified himself as Matthew Cornish and said he had moved to Denver in 1941 from Tonawanda City in New York, where he had worked as an advertiser. Detective Bloxam and Jackson then took him to the station. He stuck to the story for a few hours, right up until he was fed a cheeseburger with coffee. Then, after giving in, he revealed his real identity to be Theodore Edward Coneys, and that led to his acquaintance with and subsequent murder of Philip Peters. On November 2, 1882, Theodore Edward Coneys was born in Petersburg, Maynard County, Illinois. His father, Thomas Coneys, a Canadian immigrant, owned and operated a local hardware store. Isabella, Theodore's mother, was a homemaker. They lived happily as a family until Coneys' father died in 1888. It was a huge shock for his mother, who moved to Beloit, Wisconsin, with her young child. When Theodore was diagnosed with tuberculosis several years later, his life got even more difficult. He had been an ill youngster for a long time. Scared of losing her only family, his mother, Isabella, spoiled her son. He enjoyed sports and aspired to play baseball, but his mother pushed him towards the softer, less physically demanding career of music. While the neighborhood lad swung bats on the school field, he sat at home, wrapped in his overbearing mother's protective blanket, learning to play the mandolin. The physicians had given him the gloomy prognosis that he would not live to reach his 18th birthday, so he dropped out of high school. Isabella Coneys relocated to Denver, where she worked as a housekeeper, and Theodore resumed his music, with a large quantity of money left over from her husband's death. Unfortunately, not long after they arrived, She was duped by a con artist who convinced her to invest her husband's fortune and securities before stealing every last penny. The family was shattered as a result, and Theodore got a part-time job to help put food on the table, but it was a dismal living. Isabella Coneys died in 1911, leaving Theodore both broken and alone. Theodore met Philip and Helen Peters through music. Philip and Theodore were both members of the same mandolin club. The couple noticed his difficulties coping after his mother's death and befriended him, frequently inviting him for dinner and offering him company. One of his friends introduced Theodore to the Denver Gas and Electric Company, where he began as a pipefitter helper and swiftly advanced to the position of a pipefitter himself. He and his friend were doing well in this job, but they formulated a plan to become advertising men and quit the pipefitting game to start their own firm. Theodore Coney was the company's public face while his partner was the operations brains. Unfortunately, neither side fared well in their responsibilities and they quickly went bankrupt, leaving Denver and traveling across many states, working at various jobs such as insurance and advertising sales. Nonetheless, after battling it out, he eventually began to gradually drift away from society. In 1917, he sought to develop cheap gasoline leases in Texas, but failed again, leading him to become a full-time wanderer and drifter. When he eventually made his way back, it was far from triumphant. He was nothing more than a homeless beggar, and his first stop would be at his old friend's place, the Peters. He hadn't seen them in nearly 30 years, but he knew he could always ask for dinner. After all, they'd been so welcoming to him over the years. In September 1941, Theodore Coneys, who was nearly 59 years old at the time, arrived at 3335 West Moncrief Place just in time to watch Philip Peters leave with a neighbor. He was on his way to the hospital to see his wife. Instead of waiting for him, Theodore decided to swing around to the backyard and attempt the back entrance. As luck would have it, it was unlocked, so he strolled inside and helped himself to some food. He spent some time nosing around the Peters house until, in an upstairs storage room, he discovered a little 8 by 15-inch ply wall panel in the top of a closet that functioned as a trapdoor into a tiny coffin-shaped attic that was 37 inches tall at the apex, 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Coneys resorted to the narrow crawl space in the rafters instead of leaving. It appeared to be a suitable place to spend the winter, he later told authorities. And this is exactly what he did for several weeks. When Philip was out seeing his wife in the hospital, he would leave the small space in the attic and move around the house. Mrs. Peters' condition was unknown to Coney, but the scenario worked in his favor. Every night, he would listen through a hole until he heard Philip snoring, then crawl out and go to the icebox, taking just enough food to not be noticed. He said he'd take it back to his nest, where he discovered fragments of an antique crystal set and a pair of headphones in one of the closets. He repaired it so it worked, and he listened to all of the music from the newscast. He used to go down to the restroom and shave with the older gentleman's razor. Slowly, when Coneys was feeling a bit bored, he thought of doing something funny to entertain himself. He began to follow Philip Peters throughout the home, monitoring his movements and hiding behind doors as he passed for pure enjoyment. On the afternoon of Friday, October 17, 1941, things took a drastic turn when he assumed Peters had gone out to visit his wife in the hospital. Coney slipped out of his cramped living quarters around 4 p.m. and headed to the kitchen to get some food. As it turned out, Peters was simply sleeping. The noise from the kitchen woke him up, so he went to investigate. When the two men met, they were stunned to see each other. Coney stated that he was afraid of losing his sanctuary. Peters didn't recognize him due to the fact that he had changed dramatically in the last 30 years. Coney noticed an ancient handgun hanging on the wall and grabbed it, hitting Peter on the head. Peter fell, but he got up and went to the dining room phone. Coneys followed Peter and punched him again when he stated he would call the cops. Peter was looking for the vials in which he has stashed some money. Coneys noticed him unlocking a drawer in the basement bedroom. He says he went in there with the stove shaker and he didn't know how many times he hit him. He just kept punching him till he stopped moving. After that, he cleansed the iron porker and took some food with him. Then he scurried back to his hiding place rather than running away. 2 hours later, he heard activity downstairs when Mrs. Ross, the neighbor from across the street, discovered Philip Peters' death. Later, on his homemade radio, he listened to the news about the crime. Since Mrs. Peters had trouble hearing, he stayed in the house after she got back, which made life better for him overall. His biggest problem, however, was when she was away after injuring herself again. He was nearly frozen to death. Because there was no heat in the house, but he still remained in his nest. He liked to go down and peek out of the windows watching the postman pass by. He stated that no one had written to him in the last 25 years. He despised people on the street and would retreat to the attic whenever he saw them. When the townspeople witnessed blinds moving, papers being removed from the porch, or movements in the windows, Theodore Coney's unwittingly became the ghost of the Denver ghost slaying. Most people would have left the house with constant patrols checking the home, but Coney's felt different. He'd been in the attic for about 10 months and did not want to leave. The following day, weird stories of the ghost slayer who had lived as a spider in the walls were all over the front pages of the neighborhood newspapers. The press was informed of everything by Captain Childers. Coney's told the police that he was sitting on the little false trapdoor when they first found it inside the home on October 17, 1941, and that he had held it shut with his body weight as they knocked on it before they dismissed it, thinking it was too small for a person to fit through. And in a news interview he gave on August 2, 1942, he continued to offer a very detailed account of his existence in the attic of the Peters. In that attic, it was freezing cold in the dead of winter and excruciatingly hot in the summer, but that was all part of the price he was willing to pay. He had only once left the home throughout the 10 months he had spent living in this cramped attic area, and that was in the middle of the night after Mrs. Peters had departed and the utilities were turned off. He used a toy shovel to gather some snow to fill a bucket with water. He stated that everything would have been okay and Philip Peters would still be alive today if he hadn't been caught robbing the icebox. He was 6 feet tall, but barely weighed 75 pounds when he was taken into custody. Police searched the residence where Coney's had been residing after hearing his confession, and one of them reported being knocked out by the foul odor. According to Detective Fred Sarnoff, a guy would need to be a spider to survive up there for very long. In relation to first-degree murder, Theodore Coney's entered a not guilty plea. Foster Klein, the court-appointed attorney who represented him, said that while Coney's would not contest killing Peters, he sought to avoid the death penalty. This had been demanded by the prosecution from the beginning, but Klein was optimistic because the crime had not been planned and because of Coney's mental state at the time of assault. The actual trial took place over the course of 6 days at the end of October 1942. This was because Coney's was admitted to the hospital with pneumonia on September 21, 1942, and the original trial had to be postponed. Coney's got a psychiatric evaluation while he was being held in jail pending trial, and the results showed that he was fit to stand trial. Klein, however, pleaded with the judge to order an impartial investigation to gather proof that might spare him the death penalty. Coney's had to undergo a second examination after the request was granted, and the results were provided to the judge. Coney's was then referred to see Dr. Leo Tapley. Coney's was found once more to be in good enough condition to be tried in court. The county maintained its composure in the courtrooms throughout the trial, which was largely free of drama and theatrics. The jury was given 90 minutes to deliberate before returning its judgment on Halloween in 1942. Coney's was given a life sentence at the Colorado State Penitentiary with hard labor, and he escaped the death penalty. After the decision was announced, Coney looked at Foster Klein and said, "I now feel secure. I'll live in a better house than I have in a long time." The Associated Press selected the now officially known Ghost Man murder as Colorado's top news story for 1942 on January 1, 1943. After finding his nest in the attic, Coney's earns the nickname the Spider-Man of Denver. Additionally, it took some time for him to lose his reputation as the ghost slayer in the media. In the end, Coney's passed away on May 16, 1967 in a prison hospital. He was 84 years old when he passed away, and he was cremated and buried in Mountain Vale Memorial Park in Cannon City, Colorado, in an unmarked grave. Carol and Reggie Sumner first met in school when they were young. They had a short romance but went their separate ways after graduation. Many years later, they reconnected, fell in love, and eventually married. Reggie served in the Navy and later found work with the railroad. Carol, on the other hand, was married twice and had children from her marriages. Her first marriage ended in divorce, and her second marriage was very abusive, leading her to file a restraining order against her second husband. Tragically, despite the restraining order, one day her second husband showed up at her home, pulled out a gun, and shot her 6 times. Carol survived, but her husband was chased by police and cornered. He then pulled the trigger and shot himself. Rhonda, Carol's daughter, took care of her mother after the traumatizing ordeal. She was only 10 years old at the time, but as soon as she could, Carol got back into work, holding down multiple jobs to support her family. 40 years passed before Reggie and Carol met again. In 2000, Carol was working at a cable television company when a phone call came in. On the end of the line was none other than her high school sweetheart Reggie. It was like nothing had changed, and the pair quickly became inseparable. A year later, they married in Carol's home. They soon made the move to Jacksonville, Florida. Reggie decided that moving there would be the best thing for his health. Carol agreed, and they began preparing for it. They sold their Chevrolet Lamina to Tiffany Cole, one of their neighbors. The Sumners were very close to Tiffany, having known her since she was a little girl, and they treated her as part of the family. When Tiffany's father became ill, the Sumners stepped in to help, and many said they supported Tiffany like she was their own granddaughter. Tiffany started making monthly payments to the Sumners for the car they had given to her. Once they moved, she would regularly drive to Florida to give them the money and spend some time with them. In early July 2005, Rhonda tried several times to get hold of her mother and stepfather, but her calls were going unanswered. It wasn't long before Rhonda decided she had to make the 4-hour journey to Jacksonville to find out what was wrong. They all spoke every day on the phone, and after almost a week with no contact, Rhonda knew this was troubling. When she reached the house, the couple were nowhere to be seen. On July 10th, Rhonda made the call to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department to report the couple as missing. When law enforcement arrived, they noticed their car was gone and the front door was unlocked. Food was left on the stove, and plates and cutlery were left out too. It looked as if the couple had just picked up and left at a moment's notice. Carol's phone was still plugged in on charge, and her daily planner she never left without was on the table. The pair had also left their dog Mikey as well as all their medication. Carol and Reggie weren't in good health, and departing without any of their medication was a huge cause for concern. Carol had been undergoing debilitating chemotherapy for liver cancer, which stemmed from hepatitis C, something she had contracted whilst undergoing a blood transfusion after being shot by her second husband. She also suffered from diabetes and osteoporosis. Reggie also suffered badly with diabetes and osteoporosis, and due to a break in one of his legs, was virtually confined to a wheelchair. The couple also weighed very little. Everyone was alarmed, and the media quickly ran with the story to get the word out there. Detectives immediately began an investigation, which started inside the house. Financial statements had been left out, and they contacted the banks to see if anything had been withdrawn. They put out a statewide alert for the couple's missing car, and it wasn't long before they got a hit. Just 2 days later, the abandoned Lincoln Town car was found almost 50 miles away from Jacksonville. The car was unlocked, and there were no keys left in the ignition. 5 hours after the car had been found, the police received a bizarre phone call. Police began trying to locate where the call was coming from and who the number was linked to. Another line of inquiry were the bank records. These showed that the couple's card was also active and being used to withdraw money from various ATM machines. Security cameras had captured the people using the card, and the information garnered from the phone analysis told police exactly who to look at. The phone record showed that the number had been used to call a car rental company. The car that was rented matched the car that was seen on some of the CCTV at the ATM machines. The people posing as the missing couple on the phone were none other than Tiffany Cole, Carol and Reggie's old neighbor, and her boyfriend, Michael James Jackson. Through GPS and the rental of the Mazda, the police were directed to a motel in South Carolina. 2 rooms had been rented out under Tiffany's name, and there were 3 people there: Tiffany, Michael, and another man, 18-year-old Alan Lindell Wade. The trio were questioned straight away. Tiffany admitted to participating in a robbery at the Sumners' home, but she and Michael said they knew nothing about where the couple were. Tiffany then suddenly threw a fourth name into the mix, Bruce Kent Nixon. But how and why had this come to be? And where were Carol and Reggie Sumner? When police finally located Bruce Nixon, he told them a shocking and disturbing story. Carol and Reggie had said that Tiffany was always welcome in their home and told her their door was always open. 24-year-old Tiffany and her boyfriend of 2 months, Michael, who was 23, traveled to Jacksonville to visit their friend, Alan Lindell Wade. While they were there, the Summoners happily agreed to give them a place to sleep. During Tiffany and Michael's stay, the Summoners mentioned that they had recently closed the deal on their South Carolina property for just short of $100,000. This would set in motion a frightening and calculated scheme. Michael took note of all the couple's belongings and furnishings in their home and began plotting a sick and twisted robbery. Michael considered breaking into the home while the couple were out of town, but the plan then evolved to them robbing and then killing the couple. They first thought about injecting the pair with a lethal dose of medication. However, that idea was dismissed and they agreed on what would be an unthinkable plan. A month before the Summoners went missing, Alan rented a car to drive to Jacksonville to visit his friend, 18-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon. He told Bruce he had plans to rob someone's house, but didn't give any more details. Bruce stole some shovels from around his neighborhood. They all drove across state lines into Georgia to a remote, wooded location and dug a hole 6 foot deep and 4 foot wide, while Tiffany held the flashlight. Purchases were also made for disposable gloves, plastic wraps, duct tape, and a fake gun. On July 8th at around 10 p.m., the group of 4 left in a rental car, a Mazda RX-8, and drove to the Summoners' home. Tiffany and Michael waited in the car while Alan and Bruce knocked on the door. Carol answered. The pair said they urgently needed to borrow a phone as they were having car trouble. Carol, wanting to help, let them in straight away. As soon as they entered, they aimed the fake gun at the couple. Carol and Reggie, dressed only in their pajamas, were completely terrified and weak due to their health problems. The Summoners cooperated fully, telling the men they could take whatever they wanted as long as they didn't hurt them. Despite this, Reggie and Carol were restrained with duct tape over their eyes, mouth, hands, and feet. Alan also disabled the telephone lines. While the couple were immobile, Alan and Bruce phoned Michael, who was waiting outside. Michael then entered the home and started searching for financial statements. He also took Reggie's prized coin collection. Both Bruce and Alan forced the Summoners into the trunk of their own Lincoln Town car. After this, Michael and Alan drove the Lincoln out to the woods, to the pre-dug hole. The couple had managed to become free of the duct tape and were clutching each other tightly, holding hands and praying. Michael told Bruce to cover their eyes with the tape again, saying it was only a mind thing. He said he didn't want to see their eyes as he killed them. After forcing Carol and Reggie out of the car, they got the pin to the couple's bank card. Carol then had her jewelry snatched off, before she and Reggie were shoved into the hole next to each other, were then buried alive. Tiffany and Bruce were waiting in the hired Mazda just up the road. The group then drove the Summoners' vehicle to Sanderson, Florida, where they set about removing the evidence and wiping down the inside of the Lincoln before dumping it. They later returned to the couple's home to steal a computer and some more jewelry before checking into a hotel. They spent the night in a limousine, taking pictures with the stolen goods, showing off the cash and drinking bottles of champagne. Through tracking the group via cell phone data and CCTV, on July 14th, just 4 days after Rhonda had reported her mother and stepfather missing, police apprehended Alan, Tiffany, and Michael in a South Carolina hotel. Inside their rooms, they found Carol's car keys, a suitcase containing the financial documents, receipts for items that had been purchased using the couple's money, Reggie's driver's license, credit cards, and checkbooks. Tiffany's car, detectives also found Reggie's coin collection. When Bruce Nixon was located just a day later, he admitted to everything and was more than willing to tell the detectives exactly what had happened and what each individual person's involvement had been. He also told the police he would take them to where the Sumners had been buried. An excavation was carried out and law holding each other. The medical examiner discovered that they had inhaled the dirt until they eventually died of mechanical asphyxiation. The earth they were buried under had compressed their lungs, smothering them. Bruce told the police that he had helped dig the hole, but only found out the following day that the plan was not only to rob the couple, but to bury them alive. Tiffany also claimed that she believed the hole was being dug to hide the stolen goods in, but Bruce said this was nonsense and Tiffany knew exactly what was going to happen to Reggie and Carol. He said that she was the sole connection between everyone involved that night. She also told them all the couple's schedules and she knew they would be home at that time, after a long day at the doctor's. Bruce Nixon was arrested first, and Alan Lindell Wade were subsequently arrested too, and all four were charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, armed kidnapping, and armed robbery. While in jail, Michael made a phone call to his grandmother. She read him a newspaper article about Bruce's cooperation with the police. "Bruce just killed us all." Yes, dear. This only added more to the already strong case against them. In court, Carol's daughter asked them not to sentence Alan to death. She also asked for leniency for Bruce, saying that both men had been manipulated by Michael. She said they were too young and were on drugs at the time of the murders. They were used in the worst way. Solving 2 deaths with more deaths does not make me happy. I know in my heart that my mom and Reggie would have felt the same way. Bruce pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and agreed to testify against the other 3. Following this, he was sentenced to 45 years in prison. Michael and Alan received the death penalty. Tiffany's trial took place in October 2007. During the trial, she stated that she had only agreed to the burglary and was totally unaware of the plot to kidnap and kill the couple. She testified that although she did help dig the hole in the ground, she had no idea what it would be used for. She claimed that even as they drove to the wooded area, she had no knowledge that the summoners were bound in the trunk of the Lincoln. They protested that she was the sole link between the group, and the only person that tied everything together was her. Tiffany didn't believe that she could be guilty of first-degree murder because she didn't personally kill the summoners, but under Florida law, someone who participates in a crime can be found equally culpable for a murder, even if they didn't directly cause the death. Her defense attorney argued that Michael controlled and manipulated Tiffany during their short-lived relationship, and he was the real mastermind behind what had happened that night. The defense argued that her low intelligence level and mental health issues should also be taken into consideration. But despite hers and her defense's pleas of innocence, the jury took just 90 minutes to deliberate and they ultimately found her guilty. Their verdict was 9-3 for the death penalty. Tiffany is one of the youngest women on death row in the United States. One of the prosecutors on the case, Jay Plotkin, recalled, "I was a prosecutor for more than 20 years. There was not any case that I prosecuted where the crime was more vile or cruel than the torture and murder of the Sumners." Judge Weatherby added, "This court has had a hard time in coming up with a manner of death that could be more heinous, atrocious, or cruel, or more painful and vile." Tiffany later asked the families for forgiveness in a letter she wrote to them. Some members of the family say they have forgiven her for their own sense of peace. Alan Wade later revealed to the media he had met a woman online named Sigrid, whom he married and had a child with. Sigrid had been writing to inmates on death row when she started talking to Alan, and this sparked a romantic relationship. Despite conjugal visits not being permitted at uni and correctional institution where Alan is being held, Sigrid somehow managed to get pregnant. A 2016 U.S. Supreme Court ruling found that Florida's prior law permitting non-unanimous jury verdicts and death penalty cases actually violated the Sixth Amendment, prompting Florida to re-sentence more than 150 people. The state court said anyone sentenced after a 2002 ruling could now be eligible for a new hearing and possibly a new sentence. And because of this, in 2017, the Florida Supreme Court ordered a new sentence hearing for Tiffany Michael James Jackson was previously sentenced to death with an 8-4 majority ruling, and Alan Lindell Wade was sentenced with an 11-1 majority ruling. Neither had unanimous verdicts, so they will likely get new hearings as well. Some days when Rhonda's phone rings, she said she often forgets, and for a second hopes her mother is on the line. Reggie and Carol Sumner had found happiness together after years apart and after so many years of pain and troubles in their own lives. They were a kind, generous, and loving couple. All they wanted to do was spend their later years together. Their caring and giving nature will always be remembered by their family. And Rhonda keeps Carol and Reggie's ashes in an urn at her home so that the couple can stay together forever. Noelle was born on June 28, 1991, and in 2017, she was 25 years old. Brian, born on July 7, 1987, grew up in Fort Wayne with his sister, Amber Nicole Lash. As a child, Brian was known for getting into mischief. It's not known exactly when Brian and Noelle met and married, but they lived together in an apartment at 4811 Weiser Park Avenue in Fort Wayne. They had a young son named King Richard. Brian also had 2 daughters named Olivia Joyce Lash and Alexis Marie Lash, but the details of their mother are unclear. Both Noelle and Brian supported their family by selling marijuana. The drug deals were usually done in locations far away from their home. However, these deals were sometimes conducted within their home. It was a risky business, as the drug trades often brought them in contact with all sorts of dangerous people. Brian and Noelle were well aware of the dangers, but the profit they were making from the business kept them going. However, things got really messy when they least expected it. On June 9, 2017, Noelle and Brian decided to organize a party at their home. It wasn't something big, but was more of a get-together. What the couple had in mind was to invite a few family members and friends over for a barbecue and then watch the Cleveland Cavaliers and Golden State Warriors basketball game that was happening that evening. They also planned to use the opportunity to sell marijuana to those who wanted to purchase it. It was a good plan for them, as it would give them a chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They began to make preparations, an expectation of their visitors. Once the evening came around, those that they had invited began to gradually arrive, and pleasantries were exchanged. Amongst those who showed up were Noelle's sister and her boyfriend. A friend of the couple, known as Dustin Neal, was also one of those who attended the party. Noelle and Dustin had known each other since they were kids. At around 9 p.m., the game which they had all gathered to watch began, and they all sat down with plates of barbecue and bottles of drink in hands to enjoy it. The atmosphere became increasingly noisy due to the noise made by the men whenever their favorite team scored. In the end, the game ended with the Cavaliers winning. It was already late by this time, and the guests began to take their leave one after the other. Dustin also announced his departure and bade the couple goodbye. The people who remained were Noelle's sister and her boyfriend. With nothing left to do, someone suggested playing a card game, and the rest agreed to it. They all sat down to the game, and in no time were engrossed in it. Several hours went by, and it wasn't until 3 a.m. that they all decided that they had enough, then took their leave. Due to how exhausted Brian and Noelle were, they went straight to bed, telling each other that they would clean up the next morning. They had also made plans to meet up with Noelle's sister and mother for the New Haven Canals Day, an annual festival with plenty of family fun and entertainment. A few minutes before 10 a.m. on June 10, 2017, Noelle's sister and her mother, Kimberly Gomez, arrived at Brian and Noelle's home to check up on them. They had earlier called the couple's mobile phones to remind them of the plan they had made concerning the festival, but neither of them had picked up. Their thought was the two were likely tired from the previous night's party and had overslept. Noelle's sister and Kimberly knocked on the front door of the house, but got no response. It was dead silent, as well as the sound of vehicles in the distance. After knocking and calling out the couple's name to no avail, they decided to try the door and discovered that it was unlocked. They stepped into the unusually silent home and immediately knew that something was wrong. There was a faint smell in the air, but they could not immediately tell what it was. Noelle and Brian had not yet cleaned up, and this was obvious from how disorganized the living room was. There were bottles lying everywhere, as well as plates that had been used to serve barbecue to the guests the previous night. Amid the chaos, Noelle's sister noticed something odd. The about 50-inch Vizio TV that they had all watched the basketball game on the previous evening was missing. She also noticed that a video cassette recorder was nowhere in sight. A lot of things went through her mind in that instance, but none of it made any sense. She and her mother, Kimberly, made their way to the couple's bedroom, and that was when they saw the blood. The faint smell they had perceived upon entering the house was blood, and as they moved closer to the bedroom, it became stronger. At that point, their anxiety had doubled because they knew that something really bad had happened. When they opened the bedroom door, the blood was even more than they anticipated. On the bed were both Brian and Noelle. They were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they were both dead. They both had what looked like stab wounds all over their body, but it seemed as if Noelle had it the worst. There were empty, bloody holes in the place where her eyes should have been. Upon seeing the gory scene that looked like something out of a horror movie, Noelle and her mother simultaneously gasped in shock and screamed. They couldn't believe what was before their eyes. It was all too much to take. 911 was immediately dialed, and in a matter of minutes, police officers from the Fort Wayne Police Department arrived on the scene. They immediately secured the area and began to do a thorough sweep of the house in the hallway between the bedroom and kitchen. They noticed a black-colored object sitting on the floor. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was a mobile phone that belongs to Noelle. The phone was kept as evidence. Officers took a look at different parts of the house and collected all that they believed would help them in their investigation. After this was done, Noelle and Brian's bodies were transported away for autopsy. 2 days after the murder took place, the autopsies of the dead couple were conducted by Dr. Scott Wonger, and the results showed both had died as a result of fatal stab wounds. The results also made detectives believe that before Noelle died, she had tried to shield herself from her attacker. This was due to the defensive wounds to her hands, arm, legs, and feet. The result of the autopsy allowed the couple's death to be ruled as a homicide, and Detective D. Engelman was one of those placed in charge of investigating the case. The first thing he did was interview the friends and families of the deceased couple. One of those that he interviewed first was Noelle's sister. When asked about what she knew, she told the detective about the party that had been organized the night before the murder and stated the number of people that had been present. In addition to this, she revealed to the detective that her sister, Noelle, was selling marijuana and that the majority of people who had attended the party were there because they wanted to purchase the drug. She also mentioned the missing TV and VCR she had noticed. On the 14th of June, 2017, detectives decided to take a closer look at the items that had been taken from the couple's home. They knew these items could potentially provide the answers that were needed to solve the case. Noelle's black mobile phone, which was found in the hallway, was examined for fingerprints. The process was carried out by latent print examiner Pam Shannon. Noelle's fingerprints were found all over the phone. However, another fingerprint that did not belong to her was also found on it. Even though it was a partial fingerprint, detectives were not discouraged, but began working around the clock to find a match. At first, they speculated that the fingerprint might belong to Brian, but after checking through their database, they quickly discovered that they were wrong. The fingerprint belongs to 30-year-old Dustin, the couple's friend. Detectives realized that Dustin was among the people they had not interviewed and decided to do just that. The interview was conducted on June 17, 2017, which was a day before both Noelle and Brian's bodies were laid to rest. What detectives saw when Dustin sat down for an interview with them was a man who was still mourning the loss of his friends. When questioned, Dustin revealed that he had known Noelle and her sister for about 20 years, and went on to talk about the good times they had spent together. He told detectives that he was often at Noelle and Brian's house due to how close he was with them. When asked about the drug trade the couple was involved in, he responded that he was aware of it. Dustin also said that Noelle had about 2 to 3 pounds of marijuana, which was worth a lot of money. But according to him, no drug deal occurred on the night of the party. He also told Detective Engelman that after leaving the party, he had gone straight to his mother's house, also located within the city. He had not stayed there for long, and had later gone on to a friend's trailer in New Haven, and that was where he spent the night. One final question for him. He looked Dustin in the eyes and asked if he went back to Noelle and Brian's apartment after leaving that night. Dustin responded that he hadn't, and with this, he was allowed to go home. Detectives decided to interview the friend whose trailer Dustin claimed he had spent the night at. On the 20th of June, 2017, which was 10 days after the murder, Dustin's friend was interviewed by detectives, and he was able to confirm that all that Dustin had said was the truth. He told them that he had been at work when Dustin arrived at his home, but he was able to get in because he had a spare key. With this, detectives had no further leads in the case and the heat of the investigation died down. Dustin remained on the police's radar. They strongly believed that he knew more than he was telling them. However, due to a lack of solid evidence, they could only watch and wait. It would take more than a year for the investigation to pick up once again. Detectives were able to locate an individual who had been in contact with Dustin at the time of the murders. The individual, whose identity was not revealed, told detectives that Dustin had called him on the morning of June 10, 2017, saying that he had a large amount of marijuana he wanted to sell. According to the unidentified individual, Dustin sounded uneasy over the phone. The marijuana he was trying to sell was high grade and was about 1 to 2 pounds. He told detectives that he had been surprised by the offer and wondered how Dustin had gotten the drug in his possession. This was because at the time, Dustin was broke and there was no way he could have bought so much. Dustin shot to the top of the detective suspect list. To confirm that what the unidentified individual had told them was the truth, they took a look at cell phone records, and it showed that phone calls had been exchanged between Dustin and the unidentified individual on the morning of the murder. Almost 3 months after this, detectives interviewed Dustin once more. This time around, the interview was not conducted by Detective Engelman, by Detective Brian Martin, also of the Fort Wayne Police Department. Dustin maintained all he had said the last time he was interviewed, but this time around, he added that he drank beer and smoked marijuana upon getting to his friend's trailer house in New Haven, and that was where he had been when he heard about the murder. They did not ask him about the marijuana he had allegedly tried to sell, but allowed him to leave. Detectives spoke with Dustin's friend who resided in New Haven, and he confirmed to them that Dustin was selling marijuana from his trailer on the day of the homicide. After this, detectives sat down to carefully review all the available information, and it suddenly dawned on them that nothing they had was solid enough to link Dustin to the murders or build a case against him. They needed something more that would prove beyond reasonable doubt that he had been Noel and Brian's killer. And without this, there was little that could be done. The pace of the investigation slackened, and things went quiet in the blink of an eye. 5 years had gone by since the murder of Noel and Brian. Then, just when detectives least expected it, another individual came forward and gave them a testimony that helped them finally solve the case. The individual was a man by the name of Tyler. He had not been happy with the way the investigation had dragged on for years, and so he decided to speak to the authorities and tell them everything he knew about the murder. "I just felt like I had to do the right thing," Tyler said. On July 28, 2022, Tyler was interviewed by detectives after telling them that he knew something about Noel and Brian's murders. He revealed that he was friends with a man named Dean, and during one of their conversations, Dean had once informed him that his half-brother had carried out the killing. As it turns out, the half-brother who Dean had been talking about was none other than Dustin. According to what Dean told Tyler, Dustin had gone to the couple's house in the early hours of June 10, 2017 to steal some marijuana. He had believed that no one would be at home. Armed with only a knife, he had climbed through a window into the house and had proceeded to the bedroom to look for what he had gone there to steal. However, the noise he made woke Brian, and upon seeing that his cover was blown, he stabbed him. In the commotion, Noel also woke up and Dustin stabbed her as well. She had, however, put up a fight, and he had responded by stabbing her multiple times. He had bragged to Dean that he stabbed her so hard in the face that the knife got stuck and he had to put a foot on her body and pull to retrieve the knife. After killing the couple, he had stole the marijuana and gone to his friend's place in New Haven, where he burnt his bloody clothes in a fire pit. By the time Tyler finished his narration, detectives could hardly believe their ears. They knew that with the testimony, the case was closer to being solved than ever. But they had to confirm Tyler's word, and for this, they interviewed Dean, Dustin's half-brother. Throughout the interview, his words were consistent with what Tyler had earlier told them. On the 31st of October, 2022, Dustin's cell phone was analyzed by an FBI detective. It was a final and important step that had to be taken to ensure that they were not chasing shadows. Well, as it turned out, the results of the analysis showed that Dustin had been near Noel and Brian's residence between 6:20 a.m. and 6:04 a.m. on June 10, 2017, which was the day of the murder. This was in contrast to what he told detectives about not going back there after leaving the party. In December 2022, officers arrested Dustin in Wells County and charged him with 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of felony murder, and 2 counts of robbery resulting in bodily injury. Detectives are pleased that they had finally brought the case to a close by making the arrest. They were also grateful for the witnesses who came forward and provided crucial information that was helpful to the case. If it was your family, your loved one who was taken from you in a violent way, you would want someone with that information to come forward. You would hope they would do it right away. But if they come forward at all and can provide that information and sit down with us, it usually brings good stuff to the case that we can use and move forward with evidence. Detective Martin told the media following Dustin's arrest. At the moment, Dustin remains in jail, awaiting punishment for his crime. It is a relief that Noelle and Brian's murder has been finally solved. And through this, their families have been able to get the much-needed closure that they deserve. But do you think there is a chance that Tyler's life might be in danger since this testimony was what finally solved the case? Let us know your thoughts. Comments section. Alicia Navarro is known as a bright and caring young girl with dreams of becoming a surgeon someday. Her mother, Jessica Nunez, describes her as loving and compassionate, always showing concern for animals and people alike. Despite facing some challenges in school, Alicia threw herself into her studies and excelled in her subjects. Jessica mentioned that Alicia had developmental delays as she grew up, such as learning to walk and being a picky eater from a young age. Alicia had specific preferences, often wearing the same clothes repeatedly and preferring to wear sweaters regardless of the weather. As Alicia got older and was still facing some challenges, Jessica and her husband took her to the doctors for an evaluation. Alicia was then diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. As of 2013, Asperger's syndrome is no longer given as an official diagnosis, as it became part of the umbrella diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. Alicia was also diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. She had a small but close group of friends she had known since childhood, but Alicia mostly kept to herself a lot of the time. She often found it difficult, sometimes impossible, to leave the family home due to her anxiety. Sometimes Alicia would be so distressed about the thought of leaving home, she would curl up in a ball on the floor and scream. Jessica said she wishes she had picked up on certain things earlier to obtain a diagnosis quicker, as by the time she was diagnosed, Alicia was coming up against the challenges of hormonal changes too. Alicia had a big passion for gaming and spent a lot of time in various online communities, often staying up throughout the night to play and interact with people on games, chat rooms, and servers. Jessica had several conversations with Alicia about internet safety and protecting herself online. It came to her attention that someone was asking Alicia for private information. The person she was talking to then asked her if she liked stuffed animals and said, "I can be your stuffed animal." After this, Jessica took her phone away for a while to monitor things more closely and reported this unsettling encounter to the police, but nothing came of it. Jessica did her best to carry on watching her daughter's online activity as much as she could, but believed that Alicia now understood the dangers of the kind of people that were out there online. Sometime before she went missing, changes in Alicia's personality started to happen. Alicia had asked for makeup and body sprays, another puzzling change, Jessica thought. She had never shown any interest in these things before, especially because of her sensory challenges. Anything that smelled too strong, Alicia would actively avoid. Her taste in music and clothing also started to change too. She was now listening to Pink Floyd rather than the current pop charts and asking for different types of clothing, such as a backless top. This clothing, Jessica considered to be way out of her daughter's comfort zone. She also found this to be quite inappropriate for her age. In the months before she went missing, Alicia became obsessed with getting hold of a particular comic book called Demon in a Bottle, which was from the Iron Man series. It cost around $200, but Alicia was so desperate to own it and Jessica ended up buying it for her. But when the comic book arrived, Jessica was surprised to see her daughter didn't open or read it. In fact, she hardly even seemed to look at it. Alicia also started asking to go out with friends, and everyone recognized what a massive step this was in many ways. One day she went to the mall with 2 male friends from school, staying out with them for a few hours. One of the boys knew that Alicia was skilled in coding and wanted her to join the school robotics club. When Alicia came home that day, she commented to her mom that she liked how one of the boys looked and said that he was very physically fit. After this, Alicia started to focus on health, fitness, and working out herself. Everyone was happy to see such progressive changes in Alicia, and her family was so proud of the leaps she was making socially. She had just started the year at a Catholic high school, but in the few days before she was last seen, her anxiety was very high and she stayed home from school. On Saturday, September 14th, with Alicia's anxiety still high, Jessica wanted to take her out to take her mind off things and spend some quality time together. Alicia got her eyebrows threaded and the pair went to get McDonald's so she could eat one of her favorite foods, McDonald's chicken nuggets. Jessica recalled that Alicia was in good spirits and the pair had a really lovely day together. Around 1 a.m. on what was now September 15th, Jessica was up and waiting for her husband to come home from work. Jessica heard Alicia laughing upstairs before coming downstairs to grab a glass of water. She was chatty and happy and asked her mom why she was still awake and when she was planning on going to bed. After this, she returned to her room. At around 2 a.m., Jessica's husband returned home and he stayed up to watch TV. Jessica then headed to sleep with her youngest 2 children in their room, and her husband eventually fell asleep on the couch, exhausted after working 2 jobs that day. A few hours later at 7 a.m., Jessica was making breakfast for her husband and Alicia's brother and sister. Jessica said that Alicia didn't often join the family for breakfast, and instead liked having a Starbucks at around 11 a.m. on Sunday mornings. But as she was preparing breakfast, Jessica noticed that the back door was slightly open. Assuming that her husband may have forgotten to shut it after letting the dogs out, she initially didn't think much of it. But when he confirmed he hadn't left it open, Jessica became worried that someone had broken in. She sent her husband upstairs to check on Alicia, but Alicia wasn't in her room and she was nowhere in the house. Jessica went outside and saw some chairs stacked against one of the walls at the edge of their backyard. It had rained heavily the night before and there was only one pair of footprints in the mud leading away from the house. It was Alicia's pair of Vans. There was another bit of wall near the gate which had a shovel leaning against it, which looked to have been used by Alicia to climb onto to get over the gate. The gate was unlocked and she could have pushed it open. However, it is thought she jumped over it to avoid making any noise. A note was found on Alicia's desk that read, "I will be back, I swear. I'm sorry. Alicia." Handwriting analysis confirmed this was written by Alicia Navarro. She had taken her small backpack which had cat ears on it, as well as her silver MacBook Pro, her iPhone, her $200 comic book, and some makeup. But her charges for devices and her medication were all left in her room. People think this did indicate to a certain degree that she had every intention of returning home at some point. Others also speculate she may have taken the comic book with her to give to someone as a gift, which is why potentially Jessica didn't see Alicia open or read it. Jessica thinks that her daughter may have been wearing a sweatshirt, a white wash denim skirt, and her black and white Vans. The whole situation was more than just simply out of character for Alicia, and Jessica was petrified. Jessica said that as well as Alicia struggling to leave the house, she couldn't take public transport by herself and would find it impossible to cope with being out in public, alone and fending for herself. She immediately called the police. Jessica had to fight hard to get a silver alert on Alicia's case. A silver alert is a type of public notification system that aims to broadcast information about vulnerable missing persons throughout the United States. For the Glendale police, this was the first silver alert that was issued for a child in Arizona. Looking at the way in which she left the house that morning, Alicia's family thinks she chose to exit through the back door rather than the front to avoid her neighbor's security camera, and to avoid waking her stepdad up, who was asleep on the sofa. Jessica still does not know whether Alicia got outside via hers or her husband's bedroom, or whether she went directly past her stepfather on the sofa, but nobody heard anything and the dogs were not alerted to any noise either. Since the start of the investigation, Jessica has fought tirelessly in so many ways to keep her daughter's case active, and initially, Jessica said it was very much down to her to go door to door and track down things like CCTV footage. Some of the surveillance footage Jessica managed to get from the neighbors' cameras showed a white truck entering and leaving the neighborhood around the time Alicia disappeared. On September 19th, just 4 days later, a reported sighting of Alicia came in. She was allegedly seen with a much older male who was covered in tattoos, and the pair were walking together at around 4 p.m. in La Pradera Park, just over a mile away from her home. Jessica went straight to the park to investigate this tip, and someone that was regularly at this park confirmed they saw the same pair and they believed the young girl to be Alicia. But due to no surveillance footage around the area, sadly nothing came of this potential lead. September 20th marked Alicia's 15th birthday, and her family felt sure she would return for it. But her birthday came and went, and Alicia did not come home or contact her family. Prior to her disappearance, Jessica had found a golf ball-sized hole in Alicia's window screen. Alicia told her mom that a bird had caused it, but after her stepdad inspected it further, he found that the hole had been cut from the inside and not damaged from the outside. Jessica now wondered if Alicia may have been throwing notes to someone out of the window. Alicia had expressed a desire to go to a Comic-Con event, and some wondered if maybe she had met with someone on the basis they would be going to Comic-Con together. This could have possibly been somewhere she could have got her comic book signed. And before her disappearance, Alicia told some friends she had plans to run away, possibly to California. There were Comic-Con events in California and other neighboring states around the time of and shortly after Alicia's disappearance. When the boys she met at the mall that day were spoken to, one of the boys said that Alicia had a burner phone and a backpack on her when she went to meet them that day. But Jessica said this is impossible because she dropped Alicia off and she had nothing on her. The other boy said that Alicia had spoken to him about running away and asked him if he wanted to go too. 10 days after she disappeared, the FBI got involved in the case. As well as talking to people in person, the police and the FBI knew Alicia was very tech-savvy and had a whole separate life online. This was something they were keen to look more closely at, believing that this would hold the answers to her disappearance. But despite the FBI analyzing many conversations she'd had with people online, as well as obtaining warrants and spending countless weeks and months interviewing people, nothing has ever turned up. Joe Santiago with the Glendale Police Department said, "There's nothing that specifically says that she has come in contact with someone or any individuals online." Another person that offered some more insight was a 20-year-old man named Clark who lived in Oregon. Alicia was good friends with him and confided in him a lot, and the pair often spoke over Discord. Alicia had told him that she had recently sold the Xbox she loved so much and that she had a new boyfriend. She also mentioned learning to play the electric guitar and joining a band with one of the boys she went to the mall with, but Clark wasn't entirely sure that she was telling the truth. He said she often made up elaborate stories and it was hard to get to the bottom of what was true and what wasn't. Multiple witness accounts have also suggested that Alicia may have been involved in 2 overlapping relationships, both of which ended in difficult breakups. But again, sadly, nothing has ever come from these tips. Despite her taking her MacBook Pro and iPhone with her, neither of these have been used since the time she disappeared, and the last time Alicia was active and online was the morning she went missing at 3:26 a.m. Jessica and many others fear that she may have unknowingly met a predator online who lured her away after gaining her trust. Jessica said, "I just feel like she's in danger. She would have never been gone this long, not without getting in touch with me. Someone has her." The family has also partnered with the nonprofit organization, the Anti-Predator Project, made up of current law enforcement officers doing their own private investigations into the case. The Anti-Predator Project is dedicated to combating human trafficking in the United States. They specialize in criminal investigations into individuals and organizations that are involved in human trafficking and the location and recovery of American children that may have been kidnapped or sold on the black market. They also help and support with witness and victim protection and missing children. Toby Braun is an investigator with the Anti-Predator Project, and he said, "We at least feel that Alicia met someone online and she left her house that night. When she made contact with that person, she realized the person she made contact with probably wasn't the person she thought he was, which was a friend, and that it clearly wasn't a friend, and that was the last time she has ever been seen or heard of." Jessica still has hope that she will be reunited with her daughter at some point, and fights tirelessly to keep Alicia's story active in the media. The first Alicia Navarro Community Awareness Day was held on Saturday, July 31st at Dream City Church, with various speakers talking about the dangers of what can be out there online, and helping to raise awareness and keep Alicia's case active and alive. Jessica is still trying to raise as much money as possible to continue paying for billboards that show her daughter's face and information about her case. At the time she disappeared, Alicia was 4 feet 5 inches tall and weighed 95 pounds. She has brown hair, brown eyes, and braces. Alicia Navarro will turn 17 in September this year, and her loved ones are still working immensely hard to find her. I've left all the relevant links in the description box should anyone wish to leave information or an anonymous tip that relates to the disappearance or whereabouts of Alicia Navarro. On January 6, 1982, a severe winter storm battered Colorado. Sheriff Harold Bray from Denver was on a flight to California, hoping to escape the snowy blizzards below. However, his plans took an unexpected turn when he noticed something out of the ordinary through the plane's window. Flashing lights caught his attention, a familiar SOS distress signal. 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short pulses of light. Bray immediately alerted the pilot, who recorded the coordinates and contacted the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. The FAA dispatched 2 smaller planes to investigate the signal. They were able to quickly find the source of the lights. It was a pickup truck. 2 vehicles equipped to handle the whiteout conditions were sent out in a string of miraculous events rescued a man. 30-year-old Alan Phillips had become stranded crossing the Colorado Mountain Pass. He had been traveling without snow chains and his truck became stuck. He had heard a plane flying overhead and used his headlights to flash the distress signal. He had no idea his plan could work. The plane had been flying over 1,000 feet overhead, but it was 20 below and he had run out of options. He had already come to terms with the likelihood of freezing to death in his vehicle. Phillips was asked by law enforcement why he was out there in the middle of the night during a snowstorm, and he claimed that he'd been caught unexpectedly driving from Bailey, Colorado to his hometown in Georgetown. He said he'd spent the evening at a bar and wasn't thinking clearly. The rescue made national headlines, both in applauding Bray's heroic catch, as well as a cautionary tale to remind people to prepare their vehicles for appropriate weather. Phillips was dropped off at home after a long conversation about winter safety, and no one thought much more about it after that. On January 7th, only a day after the Alan Phillips rescue, a grisly discovery was made. The body of a young woman was discovered off of Highway 9 near an overpass at the summit of Hosier Pass. The woman, later identified as Barbara Bobby Jo Oberholzer, had been reported missing by her husband Jeff the previous evening. Bobby Jo had called him after work that evening and let him know that she was going to be home late. A couple of people from work had invited her for drinks and she was going to stay out for a bit. She said she had intended to hitchhike home. This was common in Breckenridge. It was a ski resort town and it was common for people to hitchhike to and from there to surrounding communities. Bobby Jo and her husband lived in Alma, about 30 minutes away. She and her husband had lived in the area for a few years. He was an appliance repair tech, and she worked as a receptionist. It had been widely regarded as a safe community, and this murder case had been quite a shock to the locals. Bobby Jo had been shot twice in the chest. Her cause of death was blood loss from her injuries. She had been found 20 feet from the highway at the bottom of an embankment. Several belongings from her purse were also located, some as far as 20 miles along the highway headed towards Denver. A set of keys was found near Bobby's body, as well as an orange sock. The keys were determined to belong to Bobby, but what confused investigators was that the sock wasn't. Investigators made no secret of who they thought was responsible for the killing, Jeff Oberholzer. There wasn't any evidence tying him to the crime, but the police found it convenient that Jeff had no alibi as he claimed to have been home asleep. When he woke during the night, he got in his truck and headed to the pub that Bobby had been at. Her friends were surprised to see him and told him that she had left hours earlier around 7:38 o'clock. Jeff went to the police that night to report his wife missing, but officers wouldn't file a missing persons report. The next morning, a resident had called Jeff and said that he'd found his wife's driver's license on his property. Jeff drove over there and picked it up. Jeff got some friends together and they started searching along the highway. It was Jeff that spotted a blue backpack in the snow. They pulled over, and with the backpack, they also found Bobby's gloves splattered in blood and several tissues also covered in blood. It was at this point that Jeff was sent home to wait, and the search was put together with locals and law enforcement, and Bobby's body was found. Other evidence collected were shell casings from the presumed murder weapon, one set of footprints that belonged to Bobby, and a plastic cord tied around her wrist. The same day that Bobby Joe's body had been found, law enforcement also received another report of a missing woman. She was a waitress and housekeeper in Frisco, but lived in Blue River, all near Breckenridge. And like Bobby Joe, Annette was also known to hitchhike to and from work most days, and again for this community that was very normal. No additional evidence was found in connection to Annette's disappearance, and unfortunately due to bad weather, it had quickly been determined that if Annette's body was in a remote area like Bobby Joe's had been, it would be very difficult to recover after heavy snowfalls. Jeff was interviewed multiple times. He initially claimed to not know Annette, but later called officers to let him know that he'd met her once. He'd been watching the news and saw more photographs of her and realized he'd given her a ride months before her disappearance. Officers had asked Jeff to take a polygraph test, which he consented to and pass. He had always maintained his innocence as well as annoyance with law enforcement's insistence that he had something to do with his wife's murder. 6 months after Annette's disappearance, her body was located on July 6, 1982. She was found in a rural area in Park County, 20 miles from where she was last seen. She had been shot once in the back and had also died from blood loss from a gunshot wound. Annette had been sexually assaulted, and it appeared that she may have been redressed by her killer or been forced to redress quickly as her clothing was in disarray. Noticeably missing an orange sock. Officers put together a framework of what they believed had happened on January 6th. They estimated that Annette had been picked up first, around 5 p.m. The suspect drove her to a remote area, sexually assaulted her, and Annette had escaped the vehicle. Her killer had shot her once in the back and left her to die. The man then went back to Breckenridge, where he found a second victim, Bobby Joe, and abducted her. Bobby Joe had not been assaulted, and she had been shot in the chest twice, which led investigators to believe that Bobby Joe may have been trying to reason with her attacker. Jeff said that Bobby would never have accepted a ride from a stranger. He had always believed it was someone from the area that she knew that had committed these murders. Officers had always believed both murders were committed by the same man. Jeff was cleared years later by DNA evidence. Other suspects had been a cab driver who had assaulted a hitchhiker in 1982, and while in jail he had bragged to a cellmate about committing 2 murders and getting away with it. Another suspect was Henry Lee Lucas. Another serial killer, Tracy Petrelli. All were cleared by DNA. 2 other persons of interest were also cleared by DNA. Was that a woman that had been talking to Annette before her abduction, and a man whose photograph was found in Annette's wallet. Neither were identified or found for questioning. The case eventually went cold. It had been featured in the media several times and was the subject of Unsolved Mysteries in 1991. It had been a case that had been actively worked for decades. They had the killer's DNA both from Annette's body and on the tissues and glove from Bobby's, and what they needed was for technology to catch up. In 2021, the case was put forward by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for Genetic Genealogy. At the time, it was recognized as a relatively new option for solving cold cases, but it seemed like the only hope to solve this case. And nearly 4 decades after the murders, they had a suspect. On February 24th, Alan Lee Phillips was arrested without incident. The 70-year-old mechanic was picked up in Dumont, Colorado, and arrested for 2 counts of kidnapping, murder, and assault. Phillips had lived in the area his entire life and had likely been known to both women. He is also being investigated on other crimes in the area as officers feel that due to the level of violence involved in the killings, these 2 women would be unlikely to be his only victims. When it was made public that Phillips was the killer, a man involved in the rescue operation that had saved Phillips in 1982 made the connection. That finally gave context as to why Phillips had been out on the Guanella Pass all those years ago. He had become stuck while fleeing the scene of the murder. No one had even put 2 and 2 together. In 1982, Phillips had been 31 years old. He had never been a suspect. He went on to marry, have children, and live his life. And I think Annette's sister's statement to the media says it's best. You had 39 years of freedom, and hopefully now it will all be taken away from you. 39 years of freedom too long. Phillips is being held in jail without bond while he waits trial. There have been several delays so far, but it is expected to go forward sometime this year. Laney was born in 1954 in Maryland, but many details about her early life remain unknown. By the age of 28, she was living in an apartment near Owen Brown Village Center and was raising 4 children. The identity of her children's father and whether they were together in the spring of 1982, when tragedy struck, are unclear. Laney's mother described her as a quiet woman who deeply loved her children and worked tirelessly to provide for them. Besides caring for her children, Laney enjoyed walking a lot. She often chose to walk to her destinations instead of using public transportation like buses or taxis. Perhaps she did this to stay fit, or maybe it was a habit she had gotten used to, or it could just have been to save money as a single mother supporting 4 children. But one day, the walk she took would be her last, and she never returned home. On March 29, 1982, Laney needed to go grocery shopping. She decided to go to a store located at the Owen Brown Village Center. She wanted to get what she needed and be back home as soon as possible. After writing a list of all that was needed and making sure that she had not forgotten anything, she stepped out of the house and made for the store. As usual, she was on foot and saw no reason to take a bus since where she was headed wasn't that far. It was a good day, the weather was fair, and there was no sign of rain. It seemed like just another regular day, but she had no idea that it would be her last on Earth. As she walked along Oakland Mills Road, a brown Ford LTD suddenly stopped beside her. She was a bit alarmed but continued walking, perhaps believing that whoever was behind the wheel had too much to drink. In a matter of seconds, the driver of the vehicle stepped out and, much to her surprise, he walked up to her. He was a white male with long hair and he had on a bandana. The strange man ordered her to get into the vehicle, but she remained where she was and stared at him. When he saw she was not obeying, he grabbed her and pushed her inside the vehicle. Her screams did not go unnoticed by those that were in the vicinity at the time, but no one was able to help her. The strange man who had abducted her got into the driver's seat of the vehicle and zoomed off. That would be the last time anyone saw Laney alive. A few hours after this occurred, Howard County Police received a call from an unknown individual. The individual did not state the reason why he had called, but instead provided them with detailed directions to a location. Here is the recording of the mysterious call. "Talk to me, please, emergency. If you were heading northbound on Route 32, you took the first left after Hammond High. Go down the end of that street, take a left. Go down the end of that street and take a right. There's a little court. Look over the side of the curb, please." Before the operator could ask the caller any questions, he hung up. The police had a turn-by-turn description of a place they were familiar with, but they had no idea if something bad had happened there. However, they decided to look into it rather than turn a blind eye. In no time, officers had gotten into their vehicles and were on their way. A few minutes later, they arrived at the location that had been described by the caller. It was a wooded area, and there were no signs of life anywhere. Due to this, the officers began to suspect that the call from the unknown man had been a prank. As far as they could see, nothing seemed out of place. Only the occasional call of birds and the rustling of leaves broke the silence. There was a piece of land nearby that looks deserted from a distance, but officers decided to check it out to make sure they were not missing anything. On reaching there, they saw something they were not expecting. The body of a woman was sprawled on the ground and she was covered in blood. A small pool of blood had also formed around her. When officers moved closer, they realized that she had several stab wounds to her body and her throat had also been cut open. They could hardly hide their shock at the discovery. A dead woman was the last thing they had expected to find in such a place. Apart from the body, the lot was empty, and there was nothing significant that gave a hint as to what exactly happened to the woman. The only item laying around was an abandoned napkin, which the officers presumed belonged to the dead woman. Paramedics were called to the scene, and the body was transported to the hospital. When it was finally identified, it turned out to be Laney, who had been abducted earlier on her way to get groceries. Autopsy results revealed that she had died from multiple stab wounds, and in addition to this, that she had also been sexually molested. Her family were heartbroken by the news of her death, and they wondered who would have done such a cruel thing to her. "All I did was cry and ask. I wanted to know why." Katrina said of her mother's death, "What did she do that was so wrong? That she deserved what she got," she added. Detectives immediately began an investigation to determine exactly how Laney had met her end and who the person behind the killing had been. When they asked around, they learned from eyewitnesses about how she had been forced into a vehicle by an unknown man. A description of the man was given to the police by those who saw him. Detectives knew that the person they were looking for was a white man with long hair. But apart from that, there was nothing tangible that could help them successfully identify him. Then there was also the mystery caller to think about. Detectives knew that if they could find and talk to whoever it was, he might be able to provide answers to some of the questions they had. But they did not know where to begin looking for him. As time went by, detectives were unable to get any tangible information. And due to this, the case went cold. Miss McGadney died a brutal death. Howard County State's Attorney Rich Gibson said, she was raped. Her throat was slashed. She was stabbed over 30 times. And to have no answers to something like that, it's just terrible." Several years passed by and Laney's murder remained unsolved. However, in 2021, a breakthrough was made. Detectives occasionally examined the case to see if any new leads could be identified, and during one of these reviews, a detective discovered that one of the items that was collected from the murder scene back in 1982 was the napkin that they had assumed was Laney's. Not much attention had been paid to the napkin over the years because it seemed like an insignificant piece of evidence. However, an idea struck the detective. He wondered whether it was possible that the napkin had held the answer needed to solve the case all along. And due to this, he decided it was best to test it for DNA. The napkin was sent for testing at the lab, and a few months after this, the result was out. DNA that did not belong to Laney was found on the napkin. The DNA matched that of a 62-year-old by the name of Howard Jackson Bradbury. It was a new lead after over 3 decades, but it was not enough to name Bradbury as the killer right away. Detectives decided to take some additional measures in order to get to the truth. The investigative process remains classified, and so it's not known what additional information detectives were able to uncover concerning Bradbury. But after they were certain, without a doubt, that Bradbury was the man they had spent decades searching for, they decided to strike. May 25, 2021 was almost 40 years since Laney was murdered, and it was the day Bradbury was arrested at his home in Laurel. He was charged with 1 count each of first and second degree murder, first and second degree rape, and 1 count of kidnapping. He was locked up at the Howard County Department of Corrections and held on a $25,000 bond. After this arrest, detectives were praised for the role they played in bringing the case to a close. We hope that after nearly 40 years, Laney McGatney's family can have some kind of peace with this arrest. Howard Police Chief Lisa Myers has said in a press release, "Nothing will ever erase the pain of losing a loved one in such a violent and tragic way. Our cold case investigators are committed to bringing justice for victims and families, no matter how much time has passed," they added. Laney's surviving family members were also relieved after hearing about the arrest. They, however, remained saddened by the fact that Laney had not lived her life to the fullest. "She has a lot of grandchildren she never met," Katrina said to the media. In July 2021, during a court hearing, Bradbury entered an Alford plea to second-degree murder. An Alford plea allows a defendant to maintain his or her innocence, but acknowledges that there is sufficient evidence to secure a conviction. On January 5, 2023, Bradbury was sentenced to 25 years in state prison for the abduction, sexual assault, and subsequent murder of Laney. In a press release after this, Howard County State's Attorney Rich Gibson had the following to say: "The brutal murder of Laney Lee McGadney fractured her family beyond repair, and for 40 years, there were very few leads in the case, with no one being held responsible for her senseless killing. I want to thank Howard County Police and our prosecutors for working so diligently on this case. We know today's sentencing cannot bring back the matriarch of this family, but we do hope it provides some much-needed closure. For her 4 kids, 22 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren, knowing Bradbury will spend the rest of his life in prison for the innocent life he took and the heinous crime he committed. Bradbury might end up perishing in prison, but the hurt he has caused Laney's family will stay with them for a long time. But why do you think Bradbury carried out the crime in the first place? Had he and Laney known each other? Or was this a random attack? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Amore was born in Virginia on January 1, 2006, to Sherry Wiggins and Lamar Vickerstaff. When Amore was born, Sherry was 20 years old. Lamar, who served in the Navy, was in his mid-30s at the time. Sherry described Amore as a blessing, smart and special, which inspired her name, meaning love in Spanish. Shortly after Amore's birth, Sherry and Lamar's relationship began to suffer. Adding to their troubles was disapproval from Lamar's relatives about his relationship with Sherry right from the beginning. And when their affair eventually produced a child, they had more cause to be displeased. They were simply disappointed that Lamar now had a child out of wedlock. With the growing tension, Sherry had no other choice but to take Amore and move out of the apartment she and Lamar shared. This was in 2006. She began to take care of her daughter on her own and got little to no help from Lamar with maintaining their daughter's well-being. Shortly after this, Lamar got married to another woman and moved on with his life. Sherry was hurt and decided to drag Lamar to court in order to at least get child support from him for Amore. But things didn't go as planned. Sherry had some legal troubles of her own, and this proved to be her undoing. At that time, I was making some bad decisions and some bad choices in my life where I did have some run-ins with the law. Due to this, the court system labeled her as unstable and decided that Amore would be better off in the care of Lamar. In addition to this, the court also directed Sherry to begin paying child support to Lamar since he was to begin caring for Amore. And so in 2009, when Amore was about 3 years old, she permanently went to live with her father and his wife Ruth. It did make sense for her to be somewhere more stable, Sherry said. Even though Amore had been taken away from her custody, she ensured that she played an active role in the little girl's life and would occasionally visit her at Lamar's residence. However, this soon came to an end. Lamar was transferred to Hawaii by the Navy and he had to move there with his family. Due to this, Amore was now even farther away from her mother. Sherry was saddened by this unexpected occurrence, and over the years, she went to court to try and regain custody of Amore, but it was all to no avail. At some point, she was told she could no longer appeal the case, and this meant that Amore would continue to remain in the care of her father till she turned 18. I felt like they made me feel so bad about myself. I kept trying and the doors kept being closed. I felt like the best I could do was live out my financial obligation, which I never stopped. I felt like one day I could tell her, I never gave up on you, and all I could do was take care of you financially, and that is what I did. If I couldn't do anything, I could care for my daughter by supporting my child financially, Sherry said. Despite how everything turned out, Sherry kept hoping that one day she would see her child again, but sadly this would never happen. At around 10:47 a.m. on January 28, 2012, the Opelika Police Department received a call from a resident of a mobile home community located at 1775 Hurst Street in Opelika, Alabama. The call was about a discovery that was strange and disturbing. The skull of a human being had been found outdoors. Police officers quickly jumped into their vehicles and made their way to the scene. When they got there, they were met by the person who had placed the emergency call. The individual was a woman named Yvonne Johnson, and she wasted no time in explaining to the officers that her son had been the one who found the skull in their backyard. According to Yvonne, the skull had not been there a day before, and its sudden appearance had been startling. After she told them this, she led officers to the back of the MOA home to see for themselves, and true enough, lying on the ground in plain sight was a skull. It was quite small, and they could tell by just looking at it that it was a child's. In addition to this, officers also noticed that it had a few strands of hair on it. Its presence there was odd, and officers could not help but wonder where the rest of the body was. The area was quickly secured and detectives were notified. When they got to the scene, they immediately did a sweep of the mobile home community. The aim of this was to see if they could find any more skeletal remains, but nothing turned up. With the day getting dark, detectives were forced to give up their search for the day. It wasn't until 2 days after the shocking discovery that detectives were able to locate some human remains. These were found in the woods, several feet away from where the skull had been found. Detectives also found a pink long-sleeved shirt with ruffles and heart-shaped buttons alongside the remains. All of these were collected and then sent to the lab for forensic analysis. Finding out the identity of the child shot to the top of the list of priorities for the detectives. Forensic analysis and autopsies were performed on the remains at an FBI laboratory located in Quantico. There, it was discovered that it belonged to a black female, and she was speculated to have died between 2010 and 2011. Her age was estimated to be between 4 and 7 years old, and in addition to this, the medical examination also revealed something chilling. The deceased girl had previously suffered several broken bones that were already healing before she died. Her bones also indicated that she had been malnourished while alive. That was not all. A fracture was also noticed in her left eye socket, and this made detectives believe that she had been blind in the left eye. They speculated that this facial deformity would have been obvious to anyone while she was alive. In the end, her death was ruled a homicide, and detectives immediately began an investigation. They had no idea who she was, but they were determined to uncover her identity. Since they could not tell what name she had been given, they decided to call her Opalica Baby Jane Doe. Since that day, Baby Jane has been part of our OPD family, said Opalica Police Chief Shane Healy. One of the first things detectives tried to do was develop a DNA profile for the deceased girl, but the conditions of the remains made this impossible. When this failed, detectives began to review thousands of school and birth records, but their efforts yielded no result. There was no record of any missing child around the age of the deceased girl, and no one came forward for a long time to provide any useful information about her. Things would remain silent until 2016. That year, a forensic artist from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children was able to come up with sketches of what Baby Jane might have looked like before her death. The sketches showed her dressed in a pink shirt with heart-shaped buttons. This was similar to the clothing that was found near her remains. These sketches were then released to the public with the hopes that someone would recognize her. Several weeks went by after this and nothing came up. But when they least expected, they got a very crucial piece of information from someone. This was in September 2016. The individual who came forward to provide the information had been a former Bible school teacher at a church known as the Greater Peace Baptist Church. The church was located in Opelika and was less than a 15-minute drive from where the skeletal remains have been found. According to the former Bible school teacher, she had seen a young girl back in 2011 who looked like Baby Jane. The teacher told detectives that the girl had looked slightly unkempt and had been unable to communicate fluently with other children, and because of this, she had mostly kept to herself. When asked if she remembered the girl's name, she told them that she didn't. Detectives went to the church and took a look at the photographs that had been taken back in 2011. After going through several photos, they came upon the picture of the little girl that had been described by the teacher. Detectives could immediately see that her description fitted perfectly with that of Baby Jane. She had an obvious deformity in her left eye, just like they had speculated from examining Baby Jane's remains. The photos that were obtained from the church were a bit blurry, and so they had to use special software to enhance them. These photos were then released to the public. The following year, detectives employed the help of the University of South Florida to perform a procedure known as isotope testing on Baby Jane's remains. This method involves analyzing the number and type of isotopes present in a sample, which can provide information about the age, origin, and composition of materials. After the test was done, it was discovered that the deceased girl had a higher amount of lead in her system, and this indicated that she may have been raised in Alabama or somewhere in the Southeast. Everybody has a certain amount of lead, and it depends on where you are raised, what type of drinking water you've had, said Opelika Police Captain Jonathan Clifton. Several months went by after this and detectives had nothing to go on. However, they never relented and were determined not to leave any stone unturned. To them, the case was like a black cloud that loomed over the community, and solving it was sure to bring a sense of fulfillment. In January 2022, the Opelika Police Department partnered with Othram Laboratories to carry out advanced DNA testing on the remains. They had not been successful in carrying out a DNA test on the bones in the past, but they believed that advances in the world of forensic science would make it possible. They were very difficult skeletal remains to actually create a profile from, especially the kind of profile that you need to do genealogy, said Kristen Middleman, Chief Development Officer at Othram Labs. The lab used a unique technique known as forensic-grade genome sequencing and was able to finally extract DNA from the remains. After doing this, the DNA was then used to build a profile for the girl, and it was then uploaded to the database. With this in place, detectives sought the help of a renowned and experienced genealogist by the name of Dr. Barbara Raventer. Over several weeks, Dr. Barbara and her team, Firebird Forensic Group, worked with the around-the-clock to try and identify close relatives of the deceased girl using the DNA profile that had been created. Their hard work eventually paid off because in October 2022, they were able to determine who the girl's father was. It was a moment of joy for detectives because they had finally made a discovery that had evaded them for more than 10 years. It was a large piece of the puzzle that had finally been resolved. As for the girl's father, he was none other than Lamar, the naval officer who fathered a child with Sherry back in 2006. Detectives would not know until later that baby Jane was actually Amore, Lamar, and Sherry's child. When detectives did a background check on Lamar, they discovered that he was still alive and was in the process of retiring from the Navy. They also found out that he was stationed in Jacksonville, and they decided to visit him there to inform him about the death of his daughter. In December 2022, detectives traveled to Naval Station Mayport in Jacksonville. They hoped that Lamar would provide them with details about his daughter. However, this ended up not being the case. After they met Lamar, he was strangely unwilling to talk about the little girl and avoided every question thrown at him. This immediately raised suspicion in the minds of detectives, but there was nothing they could do at that point. The meeting with Lamar did not go as expected, but this did little to discourage detectives. Instead, they intensified their investigation and also discovered that Lamar had a wife, Ruth. They eventually met with her, but just like her husband, she provided no helpful information. However, she told detectives that she had no idea who Lamar's daughter was, or who the mother could have been. Detectives knew from that moment that they had to find out who the little girl's biological mother was. Dr. Barbara and her team got to work once again, and soon they were able to determine that the woman they were looking for was Sherry. It was also discovered that she was living in Maryland. Detectives traveled down there, and during the course of the meeting they had with Sherry, they got to find out a lot. She told them that she gave birth to a girl back in 2006 and she had named her Amore. However, she expressed shock upon hearing that Amore had been dead for more than a decade. She explained to detectives that she had lost custody of the child to the father Lamar, and when Lamar moved to Hawaii, she no longer had any contact with her daughter. When she had reached out to Lamar, his response had been cold and he had warned her not to call again. During the course of all this, I would still reach out. I would reach out via email over the years and they would block my email accounts, Sherry said. I called Lamar's number that I knew to be his and he told me that if I called again, he would block me from his phone, she added. She continued to call and Lamar stayed true to his words by blocking her. And at some point he even threatened her with the police. Despite the fact that she had not laid eyes on her daughter for years, she told detectives that she continued to pay child support and had till the end of 2022. To back up her claim, she showed them documents that contained detailed information about the child support. The shock written on the faces of the detectives was quite visible after Sherry finished telling her side of the story. They could hardly believe their ears. After getting back to their base, they began to reach out to the school boards, as well as clinics located in the states Lamar and Ruth had resided in after they gained custody of Amore. By doing this, they were able to discover that Amore was never enrolled in any school. There was also no record to show that the couple reported the little girl missing. This was all the confirmation they needed to know that Lamar and Ruth had something to do with her death. On January 17, 2023, the couple was arrested in Jacksonville and held at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Lamar was charged with felony murder and Ruth with failure to report a missing child. 2 days after this, a press conference was organized and Opelika Police Chief Shane provided in-depth details regarding the case. He also expressed his gratitude to all those who had contributed in one way or the other to ensure that the case got solved. The level of dedication to this case I have never seen in my entire career. To see a group of men and women come together searching for a name. Many of us said that we did not want to leave our time at this police department until we had her name. And now we do. Amore Wiggins, Shane had said. Sherry, on the other hand, remains grateful to the detectives for their dedication to the case, and she wants to see justice served. She was just a baby. They deprived her of everything. She was a child, Sherry said. The case remains open and detectives continue to gather additional information in regards to Amore's relationship with Lamar and Ruth. Lamar's and Ruth's fate also remains to be determined. Amore certainly suffered terrible abuse and neglect before her death, but thankfully the long hand of the law has caught up with those involved in such an evil act. It's still yet unknown how Amore died. But how do you think that happened? Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Rochelle Thomas Stubblefield had a passion for running. She attended Portage High School, where she was part of the track and field team. During her senior year, the team reached the state-level competitions, and Rochelle was on a relay team that set a new school record. After finishing high school, she received a track and field scholarship to Calumet College of St. Joseph. At college, she pursued studies in criminal justice with the goal of becoming a police officer in the future. She was also a very active member of the school's Black Student Union. Rochelle was enthusiastic and quick to volunteer to help others. She made friends very easily, in part due to her ability to make everyone around her laugh, and in part due to the loyalty and support she showed them. Rochelle's athletic career was put on hold when she became pregnant. She was due to give birth to her first child, a boy she planned to name Amir, on December 15th, 2015. Her due date was just 10 days before her own 21st birthday, on Christmas Day. On November 10th, 2015, Rochelle attended classes during the day as normal. Later that day, she attended a women's basketball game. The game would be the last place she was seen. Unable to get a hold of Rochelle, her family reported her missing on November 12th. Police would later learn that Rochelle had told some of her friends that she was going to visit the father of her unborn son in Gary, Indiana. It is unknown if she ever actually left town. However, the case has been assigned to the police department in Gary. There has been no activity on Rochelle's cell phone or her bank account since she went missing. Police searched several locations, collected some of Rochelle's personal items, and identified a person of interest in the case. According to police, the person of interest knew Rochelle and did not wish to cooperate with the investigation. Authorities have not publicly disclosed details about their searches or the person of interest in order to protect their investigation. They believe that foul play is involved in Rochelle's disappearance. Police provided most of this information at a press conference on December 18, 2015, 3 days after Rochelle's due date. The room it was held in was almost entirely filled with members of Rochelle's family, many of them holding up photos and flyers of Rochelle for the press to see. Despite the family's best efforts to spread awareness about the case and use the media to ask the public for help, Rochelle remains missing. Family was at the center of Amanda K. Jones' life. She was the middle of 3 children and was especially devoted to looking after her younger sister. She was also very close with her parents, Bertha and Hugh Probst. In 1999, she had married Scott Jones and started her own family. She and Scott divorced in 2002, but their marriage produced the light of Amanda's life, her daughter, Hannah. In December of 2004, Amanda attended an office Christmas party held at the Hillsborough Civic Center, a popular events venue and the site of the Jefferson County Fairgrounds. There, she met Brian Westfall, who worked at the Civic Center. Amanda went home with Brian at the end of the night. According to her family, this was out of character for her, but they attributed the decision to the fact that Amanda had recently ended a relationship. In January of 2005, Amanda learned that she was pregnant. After confirming with her doctor how far along she was, Amanda realized that the father of her child had to have been Brian Westfall and not her former boyfriend. In February, Brian agreed to meet with her back at the Civic Center. Amanda took Hannah with her to meet with him. When she told him that she was pregnant with his child, Brian, who had a long-term girlfriend, denied that the baby was his. He did, however, offer to pay for Amanda to end the pregnancy, which she refused to do. Amanda and Brian had very little contact with each other in the following months. During that time, Amanda learned that she was expecting a little boy and decided to name him Hayden Lucas. She set up his nursery and prepared to raise the little boy on her own. As her due date approached, Amanda decided to reach out to Brian one more time to see if he wanted to be a part of his son's life, and if she should give Hayden Brian's last name when he was born. On Sunday, August 14th, 2005, Brian called Amanda as she was about to leave for church. They arranged to meet at the Civic Center at 1 o'clock that afternoon, with plans to go to lunch together at a seafood restaurant called Off the Hook. Amanda dressed in an all-pink outfit, then attended church services at Calvary Assembly of God in the nearby town of Festus with her parents and sister. She was very happy that morning, and the pastor even commented on the glow she had about she seemed to be optimistic that Brian wanting to meet with her meant that he wanted to be a part of Hayden's life. Amanda's parents agreed to watch Hannah while Amanda went to meet with Brian. Amanda gave her daughter a hug and told her she would pick her up in a few hours. Amanda's younger sister Carrie felt uneasy about the planned meeting and wanted to drive over to the Civic Center with Amanda. Amanda told her that everything would be fine and went to meet Brian alone. Surveillance footage from a local drugstore on the way to the Civic Center shows Amanda purchasing a drink, a can of hairspray, and a keychain. These would be the last known images taken of Amanda. At 3 p.m., Amanda's father Hugh was surprised that Amanda had not yet returned to pick up Hannah. He told himself that this was a good sign, and that Amanda and Brian were working out the details of the role Brian would play in Hayden's life. By 4 o'clock, however, he and Bertha began to worry that something had happened to their daughter. Specifically, they were concerned that she had gone into labor or experienced some other medical emergency related to her pregnancy. They called Amanda on both her cell phone and the landline at her house, but got no response. They also called several of Amanda's friends to see if she had reached out to any of them, but none of them had heard from her. They drove over to Amanda's house to see if she had gone home, but she was not there. Hugh and Bertha did not know how to get in contact with Brian Westfall, and his name was not in the phone book. Bertha therefore began calling every Westfall listed in the phone book, trying to reach him. No one could put her in contact with Brian until she called the last number on the list, and the woman who answered the phone, Brian's mother, handed the phone off to him. Brian told Bertha that he and Amanda had gone to Off the Hook for lunch and parted ways around 2 o'clock. Several hours later, however, he called back to tell Bertha a slightly different story. Amanda had gotten upset while they were eating, and he had left the restaurant while she was in the restroom. Amanda's family then went to the Civic Center to look for her. There, they found her blue 1997 Pontiacs on fire, left unlocked in the parking lot. They did not find Amanda. Amanda's family then called authorities to report her missing. The physical search for Amanda at the fairgrounds began that night. Eventually, volunteers and search and rescue groups from several states would become involved in the effort. The FBI performed aerial searches, and several dog teams came in to try to trace Amanda's scent. Amanda's cell phone records showed that the last activity on her account was an incoming call at 1 to 15. The call was from her former sister-in-law, Rhonda. According to Rhonda, she could tell that there was something wrong with Amanda as soon as she answered the phone. The usually pleasant Amanda answered the phone call abruptly and then told Rhonda that she couldn't talk. Rhonda was so taken aback by how upset and intense Amanda sounded that she asked her if she had gone into labor. Amanda said no. Rhonda had been calling to ask Amanda a question about makeup she was picking up for her. Amanda was unsure of the answer and told Rhonda she couldn't talk right then and would have to call her back. Police contacted Brian Westfall that night, and he provided them with a statement. He told them that he and Amanda had never gone to the restaurant. Instead, they had argued outside the Civic Center. He told her that he was not the father of her child, and that she should not give her son his last name. Amanda was upset. She eventually asked if she could use the restroom inside of the center. He used his keys to let her into the building and locked the door after she came back outside. He then went back to work in the center's horse barn. Brian said that he left the Civic Center around 5:30 that evening. He claimed that as he was leaving, he saw Amanda sitting in her car, talking on her cell phone. There are a few problems with this version of events. First of all, this account varies greatly from both of the accounts Brian had previously given Amanda's mother. Furthermore, cell phone records show that Amanda had neither made nor received any phone calls after the 1 to 15 call from her former sister-in-law. The air conditioning in Amanda's car was also broken, and her family did not believe she would have stayed out in the car in the summer heat. Brian appears to have been honest about whether or not he and Amanda had gone to lunch that day in his account though, as surveillance footage from Off the Hook does not show either of them at the restaurant that day. The Westfall family owned several hundred acres of land in the area. Brian Westfall allowed police to search some areas of his property. However, since authorities did not have a search warrant, and Brian was consenting to the search, they were only allowed to look in areas he allowed them to, and they could not do as thorough of a search as they were conducting at the fairgrounds. Following this original cooperation, Brian and his girlfriend retained an attorney and have not spoken directly to authorities since. When asked for comment on the case, their lawyer has responded by saying that Bryant was not the father of Amanda's unborn son, and that he had nothing to do with her disappearance. Amanda's ex-husband was also interviewed by police shortly after she went missing, and was cleared as a suspect. Amanda's family has spent the years since her disappearance fighting to find her. They have given countless media interviews and have kept pressure on the authorities to keep working on the investigation. They maintain a Facebook group to share information about the case and continue to organize volunteer searches. During one of these searches in May of 2019, cadaver dogs alerted on several locations around the grounds of the Civic Center. In June, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office excavated several of these locations and cadaver dogs alerted on the newly exposed ground. However, nothing was found at any of these locations. Amanda's daughter, Hannah, went to live with her father until his death in November 2007. She then went to live with her maternal grandparents. In 2018, she was a college senior who planned to go to college to study nursing. Amanda Jones and her son remain missing despite her family's best efforts to locate her. They continue to hope that one day they will be able to lay them to rest. The FBI is offering a $20,000 reward in the case. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 24-year-old Bianca Green of Romulus, Michigan, had a lot on her plate in 2011. She was working 2 jobs, one of which entailed working very early mornings as a supervisor at a restaurant at Detroit Metro Airport. She was also going to school at Wayne County Community College to become a nurse. Bianca was also the loving mother to a 4-year-old son, Jameer, who was often called Little J, to distinguish him from his father, who shared his name. Jameer Senior and Bianca had an on-again, off-again relationship. Bianca was not very outgoing, and mainly socialized with her 3 younger sisters and 2 of her cousins. Jameer had been her first boyfriend, and while he and Bianca had periods of time where they did not get along, her family believes that she did love him. Bianca was last seen on March 25, 2011. At that time, she was between 6 and 8 weeks pregnant. The last person to see Bianca was her mother, Lisa. Bianca came to visit Lisa at her place of employment in the 4100 block of Harriet Street in Inkster, Michigan. At that time, Bianca was wearing her work uniform, consisting of a black shirt and black pants. She has not been seen since. Her cell phone and purse went missing with her, but everything else in her apartment was left untouched, and her vehicle was also left behind. At the time of his mother's disappearance, Little J was with his father. Lisa did have contact with her daughter after last seeing her, however. That night, and 2 days later, she received text messages from Bianca. She believes that the messages were truly from her daughter. In the messages, Bianca talked about being overwhelmed by her numerous and growing responsibilities. Lisa took over the payments on Bianca's cell phone bill so that the account would, but there was no activity on it after those final text messages on March 27th, and calls to the number always went straight to voicemail. The Green family does believe it is possible that Bianca may have initially left her apartment on her own accord. Since Bianca never returned, however, they fear that she met with foul play after walking out of her home. While Bianca may have briefly cracked under the pressure of the stressors she was facing, her family does not believe that she would have abandoned her young son. Crime Stoppers of Michigan is offering a reward in the case. In the early hours of November 19, 1997, a Lenawee County farmer went down to inspect his cornfield as he made preparations to cut the stalks down for the harvest. There had been some light snow the previous evening, but not enough to damage any crops. As he made his way closer to the edge of the field, he noticed a bulge on the ground that was covered by a light dusting of snow. As he drew closer, he realized he was staring down at a dead body. However, the body was missing its head and both hands. Extremely shaken by what he had seen, he contacted the police, who arrived at the farm with haste. When forensic teams arrived, they quickly determined the body had been dumped here a while ago, and that it was male. It had already begun decomposing with insect and animal activity, contributing to the further degradation of the body. The area was searched for evidence, but nothing was found. It was becoming clear to investigators that it was a homicide, and a violent one too. It was also clear the crime had occurred in a different place and the remains were dumped in the cornfield, as there were no traces of blood surrounding the body like there would have been if its limbs had been removed in the field. The Section 22 roadway of Blissfield Township was just 50 yards away from the crime scene, giving people easy access to the space. The body was taken to the coroner's office for further examination. There were no distinguishing marks, such as scars, tattoos, or birthmarks anywhere on the body. The medical examiner estimated that the murder occurred within the last 3 months due to the state of decomposition. Looking closely at the wounds made from the dismemberment, the examiner noted that the victim's body parts had been sawed off. There were saw striations around the neck bones and wrist bones. The examiner believed that it was clearly an attempt to hinder investigators in identifying the victim. The coroner was able to gather some basic information based on tissue samples and estimations. He determines the victim to be light-skinned, of Hispanic descent, between the ages of 20 to 40. The estimated height of the victim was between 5 feet 8 inches and 5 feet 10 inches with a weight of around 150 pounds. Investigators set out to find answers. Without a head or hands, there was no way to ascertain the identity of the victim. They searched missing persons databases and questioned people from the area. A theory that did take hold was that the victim was a part of a drug deal gone wrong. A few locals alleged that a drug deal had recently occurred nearby in Toledo, Ohio. Investigators followed up on that lead, but it led nowhere. Another tip was received from an anonymous source early during the investigation in 1997. The caller told investigators that the body may have belonged to a man known only as Roberto. Roberto was described as a Hispanic male between the ages of 20 to 50 with dark hair and a mustache. According to the source, Roberto was from Texas. He was also married and a father. Roberto was allegedly on a trip to Chicago when he disappeared. They were also told that Roberto had a house somewhere between McAllen and Weslaco in Texas, where he raised chickens. Using this information, investigators entered these details into the National Missing and Unidentified Person Systems known as NAMOS. A composite sketch was developed and circulated to local news outlets, but sadly, this lead ended up going nowhere in the end. The pressure of solving the case started to grow on investigators, but unable to locate the head and hands, they were left chasing shadows. Over the years, they looked into the case, trying to find new leads, but nothing seemed to ever actually go anywhere. Eventually, the body was given the placeholder name of Lenawee County John Doe and buried in a pauper cemetery in 1997. 2 years later, in September 1999, a DNA profile of the victim was developed, but it did not lead investigators anywhere at the time. It too was uploaded to the NAMUS database, but there was still no positive identification. For a time, the investigation went cold again, as no one came forward with any new information. In 2016, the case became active once again. Police were investigating drug-related crimes in the area and believed there to be suspected links to the John Doe case. However, nothing panned out at the time. Then, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the John Doe case was put on the back burner for a while. But the development of a new cold case unit in 2022 brought the Lenawee County John Doe case back into the spotlight. The unit was made up of state police detectives, as well as criminal justice students and faculty members from Michigan State University. There finally was a breakthrough in the case. A man found mutilated in a field. For years, there were no answers, and this past week, police made an arrest in the case. 25 years after the murder in 2023, Michigan authorities announced that 2 Ohio men were arrested in connection with the 1997 John Doe case. An arrest warrant was issued on January 17, 2023 for brothers Ricardo Sepulveda, aged 51 from Cincinnati, and Michael Sepulveda, aged 49 from Toledo. The 2 men were arrested on the same day the arrest warrant was issued by U.S. Marshals, who had been assisting with the investigation. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel thanked the teams for their persistence in following up the leads on the case and making the arrests. Michigan State Police worked with multiple local and federal law enforcement agencies and prosecutors to gather evidence and establish a timeline of events. I am grateful for their persistence in pursuing this case. All crime victims deserve justice, regardless of how long it takes to receive it, said Nessel in a news release. No information has yet been released on how investigators narrowed down the search to both Sepulveda brothers, but it is alleged a possible drug-dead incident may have been the contributing factor. Both Ricardo Sepulveda and his brother Michael have been on police radar since early on in the investigation, said Sergeant Larry Rothman, who headed the cold case unit. These guys have been on our radar, so to speak, since early on, based on the dealings that they've had in the Toledo area with narcotics and drugs. That's how they are probably connected to our victim, through the drug trade, said Rothman. One of the leads, said Rothman, had come from a woman in the Upper Peninsula who recalled a slaying that had followed a similar pattern. Both men were extradited to Lenawee County, with Michael waiving his right to extradition, while Ricardo underwent a hearing with the Michigan Attorney General. If convicted, they will face several charges that carry life sentences, including first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The other charges include assault with intent to maim, tampering with evidence, and conspiracy to commit tampering with evidence, which all carry a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison each. Although the 2 suspects are in custody, the investigation remains ongoing. Rothman said it was still early in the investigation, but the arrest could be the key to the case. It's still early in the investigation, so there's not a whole lot I can say. But we feel these 2 guys knew the victim. They were acquaintances at one point. The John Doe still remains unidentified, but investigators are working with crime labs and genealogy databases to find answers. The DNA profile from 1999 has been uploaded to several genealogy websites, with investigators hoping for a positive result. Rothman called genetic genealogy testing a breakthrough in solving crimes. The potential to be able to solve decades-old cases that we didn't have before with genealogy and technology is kind of a breakthrough thing, he said. Sergeant Rothman said there were still a few things out there they were trying to piece together, and there is the possibility that more people could be charged in connection with the murder. We're hoping other people come forward. There's no doubt that other people from the time period know some things, he said. Someone's potentially missing a dad. Someone's potentially missing a husband. There's somebody out there, and we believe this person might be from Texas, and someone's missing their loved one, and they have no clue where they went. They just know they left in 1997 and never returned, said Rothman. With the advancements in technology and the use of genetic genealogy in solving cases that would have otherwise been forgotten, answers to long-lost mysteries are now being found. In highlighting these cases, we hope that we can aid investigations by bringing awareness to a wider audience. Information regarding who to contact in this case will be left in the description box. If you or anyone you know has been missing a loved one, please contact us. Please use the platforms available to contact your local authorities with any information that can help solve a case. Betty was born in 1928 in the small village of Port Williams, Ohio. Life there was uncomplicated, and Betty grew up among people who truly cared for her. After finishing high school, she took on different jobs to get by, working in places like a canning factory, laundry, and a nursing home. At one point, she met Charles, a military man stationed at an Air Force base near Port Williams. They began a romantic relationship, and after dating for some time, Charles proposed to Betty. She could hardly hide her joy at the proposal and did not hesitate to say yes. After the wedding, the two moved to Appleton, Wisconsin, where they settled down and began their life together. In their new environment, the couple took up different jobs. Betty worked in the laundry department of the Country Air, a restaurant that was only 15 minutes walk from her home. Charles, on the other hand, worked as a security guard in Oshkosh, a city about 30 minutes drive from Appleton. Charles and Betty continued to live a very peaceful life, and in no time, their union was blessed with 5 children. Betty was a wonderful mother to her children, and she ensured that the bond that existed between members of her family remained strong. She was a beautiful lady, good cook, great artist. She was a mom, Betty's daughter, Sheila Worms said of her. She was a beautiful soul and the sweetest person you could ever imagine. She had a heart of gold, Betty's granddaughter, Sue Schrank said. Among other things, Betty also loved family gatherings and holiday get-togethers. And during these occasions, members of her family looked forward to the delicious rolls, pies, bread, and other treats she often made. Christmas time was her favorite, Sheila said. There was never a bad time with my mom. Betty was also a familiar face around the neighborhood, and most people who knew her couldn't help but love her warm personality. She was well known around the neighborhood. Even when she went shopping, everyone knew her. She walked everywhere, said Mary von Hucklin, Betty's niece. At the age of 60, Betty was a fulfilled mother and grandmother. At this stage of her life, she was a mother. She spent more time taking walks around the neighborhood, as well as sitting outside to enjoy the peace of her surroundings. For Betty, life was getting better with each passing day, and it seemed as if it would remain that way for a long time. But things took an ugly turn when she least expected it. November 1988 brought with it heavy snowfall, and the residents of Appleton began to prepare for a long winter. It was the coldest time of the year, and most people preferred to remain indoors with their families. But since Betty still had to work at the Country Air restaurant, she had no choice but to venture out into the cold to get to her workplace. She could drive, but she had a fear of driving in the snow, perhaps due to how slippery the roads could get. Due to this, Charlie would often drive her to work, and when he was not around to do that, she would walk. November 6, 1988 fell on a Sunday, and it was a day Betty decided to work. She woke up refreshed and had no idea of the terrible thing that was to come later in the day. It was snowing heavily that morning, but this did not discourage her. She planned on leaving home before 6 a.m. She'd informed Charlie of her plans, and he had told her that he would not be driving her to work since he was not leaving for work until much later in the day. And the only other option that was left was to trek to work, but she wasn't bothered by this since it was only 10 blocks away. After she freshened up, she wore a thick coat, grabbed a black purse, and made for the front door. When she opened it, she immediately felt the full blast of the cold wind and wet snow on her face, but her coat did a good job of keeping her warm. She then stepped outside, slammed the door shut, and headed in the direction of her workplace. That was the last time anyone would see her alive. Betty did not show up at work, nor did she return home. The day quickly went by, and at around 2 p.m., when Betty usually returned from work, Charles, her husband, began to get slightly worried. He knew she should have been back and wondered what was delaying her. After a while, he assumed that she was probably running errands. In the evening, when she had not returned, he speculated that she was at their son's place, babysitting their grandchild, but there was no way to know this for sure, since their son did not have a home phone that he could call. He did, however, reach out to other family members over the phone to ask if Betty had stopped over at their places, but much to his disappointment, he was told that she had not been seen. Charles could hardly sleep all through the night, and he kept listening for the familiar sound of his wife's footsteps. approaching the house, but it never came. The next morning, he knew deep down that something terrible had happened to Betty, but he wasn't certain what it was. He knew he had to inform the police about the situation, and that was what he did. He made his way to the police station and reported that his wife was missing. This was around 10:40 a.m. At around 11 a.m., Appleton police officers entered Betty's neighborhood to search for her, was to retrace her footsteps and check the path she usually walks to her workplace. An officer started from her home and began to walk along the path she normally took. It was a cold and rather dull morning, and the ground was slippery in some parts, but the officer knew he had a duty to perform. After walking for a few minutes, he came to a railroad overpass, which was just outside the city limits on West Spencer Street. Just under the overpass was an 8-foot-tall wall, and something told the officer to look there. He went down under the overpass, and much to his surprise, he found a woman lying there. She was wearing only a coat from the waist downward. She was naked. A purse strap was also wrapped around her neck. With a single look, the officer knew that she was the woman he had set out to find. She was not breathing, and he could tell that she was dead. It was obvious she had been that way for quite some time. One thing the officer noticed was that the body was well hidden, and passengers in passing trains would not have easily spotted it. He immediately radioed the station about the discovery, and in a matter of minutes, police vehicles and an ambulance arrived on the scene. Betty's body was placed in a body bag and taken to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for autopsy. When Betty's family were informed that she was dead, they were beyond devastated. It was a horrible and unexpected blow. I was in shock. Sue recalls of the day she got to know about her grandmother's death. Many friends and well-wishers went to offer their condolences to Betty's family after hearing of her death. She never hurt anyone. She minded her business, Carol Bailey, Betty's sister, said. The autopsy that was carried out on Betty's body revealed that in addition to being sexually assaulted, she had been forcefully hit on the head and face with an object. And that was not all, as whoever the assaulter was had also strangled her. The forensic pathologist who performs the autopsy was able to take swabs from Betty's body. These swabs contained DNA that was left behind by her killer. However, there was a problem. It was a period where the technology to carry out DNA testing was not yet available. As a result of this, the swabs had to be safely stored away, with the hopes that the future would hold better possibilities regarding DNA testing. Betty's death was ruled a homicide, and detectives immediately began their investigation to find out who had killed her. Many members of her family were interviewed over the space of several weeks, but none of these interviews helped detectives get closer to solving the case. They kept going in circles, and soon the case went cold. Meanwhile, Betty's death caused fear within her family. They had no idea who Betty's killer was. However, they suspected that it was probably a family member or someone they knew. This uncertainty did nothing but give way to distrust. It was not until September 2001, almost 13 years after Betty's murder, that DNA analysis would be performed on the swabs that were taken from her body. Detectives were able to create a DNA profile of the killer from the obtained DNA, and the profile was entered into the nationwide CODIS database. With this major milestone that was achieved, detectives knew that they were closer than ever to solving the case. The next thing they did was to begin obtaining the DNA of those connected to Betty and compare them to the DNA profile of the subject. No match was made by doing this, and this allowed members of her family to be ruled out as the killer. After this, the profile was also compared to the DNA of known offenders that were available in the database, but still no match was found. It was a frustrating period for detectives, and the glimmer of hope that they first had when the DNA profile of the suspect was developed gradually faded. Years went by after this, and the identity of Betty's killer remained a mystery. We didn't know if this person was deceased or this person had other crimes, Sue said. By 2015, when the police was interviewed by the media, they had given up hope that Betty's killer would ever be found. "I don't think it will ever be solved," Charlie, Betty's son, had said at the time. Despite the fact that they had accepted that the killer might go unpunished for the crime, they continued to feel anger and anguish caused by Betty's murder. "Why would anyone take her life? The killer has no morals and no conscience," he added. Around the same time, detectives working on the case were also interviewed, and they made it known that although the case was open, it was not actively being worked upon. Anytime we get some information, we try to follow it up. Lieutenant Terry Hammond of the Outagamie County Sheriff's Department said, "The time gets greater and greater between tips. After this, things once again." In 2019, detectives decided to use a whole new approach to find the subject. The tool that was employed was called familiar DNA search. Familiar DNA search allows the DNA profile of an unidentified person to be searched against the database. The process identifies a list of potential candidates who are closely related to the unknown DNA. After detectives carried out the familial DNA search, they were able to zero in on two men. One of them was called Gene Myers, while the other was only identified by his initials, which were CM. As it turns out, the two men were blood brothers, and detectives took it upon themselves to track down the both of them. The first person they made contact with was CM. They wasted no time in explaining to him the reason why he was being investigated, and after hearing it, CM decided to fully cooperate. He was asked to provide a saliva sample, and this was sent to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for analysis. When the result came out, it showed that CM was not the man they were looking for. Since CM was no longer a suspect, the attention was now focused on his brother, Gene. Asked him questions about Gene. According to what CM told them, he had not seen Gene for a long time, and because of this, he believed that his brother was dead. However, detectives discovered something important while questioning CM, and it was that, back in the 1980s, Gene had been living about a mile from where Betty's body was found. With this information, detectives knew they were onto something. Detectives also tracked down a niece of Gene, and when they spoke to her, they were able to make a key finding. Gene's niece told them that back in 1988, around the time of Betty's death, Gene had called her mother, who was Gene's sister, to bid her farewell because he was moving out of Wisconsin. After the phone call ended, she noticed that her mother was agitated, and for this reason, she asked what had happened. But her mother responded by saying that she had a secret and it was going to the grave with her. All her effort to try and get her mother to reveal the secret did not succeed. After this revelation, detectives thanked Gene's niece for her time and decided that it was time to look for Gene himself. Since there was no record to show that he was dead, they strongly believed that he was alive and they were determined to find him. After several weeks, they eventually found him, living a peaceful and quiet life in the state of Washington. He owned a pickup truck, and his residence was about an hour south of Tacoma. Everything about him seemed pretty normal. For some reason, detectives did not approach him, but instead chose to monitor him from a distance. The FBI took up the task of conducting surveillance on him. On November 21, 2022, FBI agents managed to get his DNA. An agent had walked over to his vehicle where it was packed and had taken swabs from the door handle of his truck. These swabs were then sent to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for testing. All that was left was to wait for the result. After a few weeks, the results came out and it was what the detectives had expected. The DNA profile that was developed perfectly matched that of the swab that was taken from Betty's body. Back in November 1988. With this, detectives knew that the case was finally solved. On December 7th, Gene was arrested by the Outagamie County Sheriff's Office, FBI, and Pierce County Sheriff's Office in Washington. At the time of his arrest, he was 66 years of age. He was charged with first-degree intentional homicide and first-degree sexual assault with a weapon. Betty's family were contacted and given the news. They could hardly believe their ears. "We've had to sit and wonder about this every day of our life for 34 years, Betty's daughter Sheila said. "We thought the killer was going to be somebody we knew." They were also relieved that the case had been finally brought to a close and appreciated the detectives for their efforts. "Thank God for DNA testing," Sue said. "Otherwise, we would have never got him and he would have gotten away with it. Everyone's just happy he's been caught," she added. At the moment, Gene is locked up at the Pierce County Jail in Washington and will be transferred at a later date to Wisconsin, where the crime occurred. Sheila hopes that justice takes its course and that Gene gets a punishment that befits the crime he committed. "He took everything from us," she said. "My mom did not deserve this, and this never should have happened, especially not in such a cruel way like that. She was an innocent person. I want to be at the court every time Myers is there. Now they can put him where he belongs. If Jean is found guilty of the charges against him, he could face life imprisonment. There is nothing that can be done to bring back Betty. However, there is assurance that her killer will not go unpunished for what he did. Leon Francis, a 62-year-old Marine veteran, is cherished as both a husband and a father. Known for his friendly demeanor, he easily connects with people wherever he goes. On January 14, 2020, at 6:10 a.m., Leon was last seen by his wife, Daphne, at their home on Wind Drive in Newport News, Virginia. He left carrying only an umbrella, which his family says is very unusual behavior for him. After searching her home, garage, and backyard, Daphne called the police. Leon's disappearance is made even more serious by the fact that he suffers from Parkinson's disease. His condition requires him to take medications every few hours. His physical state most likely has begun to deteriorate after going so many days without taking any medication. His family says that he may appear disoriented, or as though he is having trouble walking. In addition to his cell phone and wallet, Leon also left behind other important items, like his cane and his glasses, that would have helped with his mobility when he left his house. There was initially some confusion over what Leon was wearing when he left his home. Originally, there were reports that he was wearing a New York Knicks starter jacket. Police later stated that he was wearing just a t-shirt, boxers, and one shoe, which is what he was wearing when Daphne last saw him. After reviewing footage from doorbell cameras in their neighborhood, Leon's family says that he was fully clothed when he left home. He was not dressed adequately for the cold weather, however, and footage taken at 6:49 a.m. appears to show him wearing basketball shorts, a t-shirt, crew socks, and sneakers, which may not match. They know he was not wearing his starter jacket, as it was found at the home. Leon may also still be wearing a patient identification band from a recent appointment at the VA. Leon's umbrella was located behind a Wendy's, approximately half a mile from his home. The rain that was falling at the time of his disappearance has complicated efforts to use dogs to track his scent. It is also possible that the dogs lost his scent because he was picked up by someone. Multiple law enforcement agencies, including the Newport News Police and the Virginia State Police, have been involved with the search for Leon, which has included ground searches and utilized drones to look for him from the air. In addition to all of the efforts Leon's family and law enforcement have made to find him, there has also been a massive outpouring of support from his community. Volunteers have covered the area with flyers, leaving them on cars, handing them out in public areas, and posting them around the area. They have also conducted their own searches, including ones in wooded areas near where Leon was last seen. Unfortunately, these extensive efforts so far have not located Leon. 81-year-old Margaret Becker, who goes by the name Helen, has been married to her husband Fred for 42 years. According to Fred, his wife is very friendly and can strike up a conversation with anyone she meets. On January 17th, Helen left the home she shares with Fred to run some errands at stores in the Southgate Plaza on US 27 South in Sebring, Florida, which was less than a 15-minute drive away. She did not come home. Surveillance footage shows that Helen arrived at the CVS at the shopping center at 4:19 p.m. She filled some prescriptions and left the store at 4:48. According to someone else in the store at that time, she appeared confused. Helen has not been diagnosed with any form of dementia or cognitive impairment. Helen is next seen on surveillance footage at 6:05 p.m. when she entered the Publix in Southgate Plaza. She purchased some bananas and left the store at 6:17. She appears unsteady in some of this footage, according to authorities. It is unknown where Helen went after leaving Publix, and it is also unknown where she was during the 77 minutes between when she left CVS and when she entered Publix. There are several other stores within the shopping center, but so far, there is no evidence that Helen went into any of them that day, and an active OnStar account in her vehicle. Neither of these has provided any clues as to where she or the vehicle traveled to. Authorities believe that activity at the nearby Avon Park Air Force bombing range may have interfered with Helen's GPS signals. Helicopters and small aircraft were used to search the area for Helen and her vehicle. A blue 2018 Chevrolet while Helen lived in Florida. Her truck had an Ohio license plate with tag number HOB 8214. The vehicle has not yet been located. Helen's husband and stepdaughter are doing everything they can to find her, but their efforts are hampered by the fact that they do not know where to search. Volunteers are organizing physical searches, but their search area could be more focused if witnesses who saw Helen after 6:17 p.m. on January 17th came forward, or if Helen's vehicle is found. Authorities do not believe that foul play is involved in the case, but it is an open and ongoing investigation. Porter Albert of Fort Myers, Florida is lucky enough to have made it to the age of 78 without having any major medical problems or requiring any medication. Rather than requiring medical care, he instead was helping care for one of his neighbors, Chris Smith, who suffers from muscular dystrophy. For several days in the middle of January, none of his friends knew where he was. According to Chris Smith, Porter would not have abruptly left town without telling him, because he knew how much Chris depended on him. Several of Porter's other friends, as well as his ex-wife, were also concerned that they had not heard from him in a few days, which was unusual. One of Porter's friends entered his home in the tropical trailer park and found Porter's cell phone and keys, but not Porter. He used the phone to call Porter's ex-wife, Diane, who lives in Las Vegas, and the two of them decided to report Porter missing. The last place Porter is known to have been is a Big Lots in North Fort Myers. The last activity on his credit card was at this store on January 15th. Surveillance footage from the store provides the last known images of him and proves that he was there and the person who was using his card. In the early morning hours of January 21st, a police officer in Cape Coral, Florida saw Porter's car, a silver Lexus sedan, driving east on Cape Coral Parkway. The driver made a U-turn, pulled into a parking lot, and turned off their headlights. 18-year-old Tiffany Contestable was driving the car. She told the police officer that she had pulled into the parking lot because she was running low on gas. The parking lot was across the street from a gas station. She claimed to be a friend of Porter's and that she was using the car to search for him. She told the officer that she could not give him her driver's license because she had left it at home. In reality, she did not have a valid driver's license. She was arrested for driving without a license and was released from custody later that same day. She is due in court on the charge on February 10th. Police in Fort Myers interviewed Tiffany, but have neither named her as a suspect nor cleared her of involvement in the case. She would not speak on camera with local media about Porter's disappearance, but told them that she and Porter were friends. She had gone to his home, discovered that he was not there, and took the car keys from the house which he left unlocked so that she could use his car to go look for him. Tiffany's bicycle was found inside of Porter's car. It is now back outside her home in North Fort Myers and Porter's car remains in police custody. The stress caused by his disappearance has exacerbated their son's seizure disorder. Authorities say that they have so far found no evidence suggesting that Porter is no longer alive, but Porter's friends and family fear that the chances of a positive outcome in the case dwindle as the case drags on. 70-year-old Janet Walsh lives on Dolores Drive in Shaler Township, Pennsylvania. Her daughter and son-in-law had plans to have dinner with her there on Monday, January 20th. When they arrived, however, neither Janet nor her vehicle were at the house. They spent a few hours trying to contact her, but when they could not reach her, they called the police at 8:30 p.m. Janet had lunch with her daughter and son-in-law just the day before. She seemed to be in a good mood and gave no indication that she was in distress. The last sighting of Janet was apparently at her church that same day, although the exact time of this final sighting has not been released. Janet's husband passed away just a few months ago, but her family says that she has been coping with the loss well. She had plans to begin volunteering soon. They also say that it would be completely out of character for her to just leave without letting anyone know. Also missing is Janet's vehicle, a silver 2018 Chevrolet Trax. It has a Pennsylvania license plate, number KTW 6007. In addition to the Shaler Township Police, the Allegheny County Police is also investigating Janet's disappearance, which her family hopes will be solved quickly. Michelle Ray Cheney was born in Lakewood, Colorado, in February 1970. After graduating from Lakewood High School in 1988, she initially planned to pursue a bachelor's degree. However, at the age of 18, Michelle decided to take a 6-month break from her studies to prepare for the birth of her first child, a son named Michael, whom she cared for as a newborn. Despite this pause, Michelle was resolute about not delaying her graduation and was determined to catch up on the missed time from school. Through her hard work, she was still able to graduate with a degree in accounting from Regis University on schedule in 1992. 1992 was also marked by other major life events for Michelle. After graduation, she began her career at KPMG Accounting. That fall, she married Brian Vanek, taking his surname after their wedding. The family lived in Littleton, Colorado, and Brian and Michelle had 2 more children, Grant and Alexis, in the following few years. Eventually, the family moved back to Lakewood, and Michelle decided to leave her job with KPMG. She wanted to focus on raising her children and on a new venture helping establish a support group for teen mothers. In 2003, Michelle gave birth to her 4th child, a daughter named Haley. Michelle was also very physically active, training for and competing in marathons and triathlons. However, she also had goals of mastering another physically taxing activity, high-altitude hiking. The state of Colorado is home to 53 mountains with peaks that are at an elevation of at least 14,000 feet, which are colloquially known as 14 airs. Michelle hoped to one day reach the summit of at least one of them. One of Michelle's friends, Eric Sawyer, had climbed 38 out of those 53 mountains. He and Michelle talked extensively about hiking one together. Michelle knew that she could not hike a 14er as a complete novice, so she spent over a year preparing for the endeavor and continuing to speak to Eric about the hike they hoped to one day take together. By September of 2005, Michelle felt prepared and made plans with Eric Sawyer to finally go on their long-discussed hike up a 14er. On September 23, 2005, 35-year-old Michelle and her husband Ben went to a sporting goods store and to a Costco to buy her new equipment for her much-anticipated hike. The following morning, September 24th, Michelle and Eric made another major mistake. The pair had planned to hike up to the mountain summit via the more popular Half Moon Trail on the North Ridge. This route is the more direct and relatively easy way to reach the summit of the Mount of the Holy Cross, making it the obvious choice for Michelle's first attempt at hiking up a 14er. However, Michelle and Eric inadvertently diverted onto the Fall Creek Trail, which meant that they would be traveling to the summit along the Halo Ridge. This route is much more difficult, and the trip to the summit using it takes much longer. It was not an ideal route for a novice hiker like Michelle. Eric eventually realized their mistake but did not turn around, because he and Michelle would not have had enough daylight left to reach the summit if they walked back to get on the correct trail. He knew that they could get on their intended trail at the summit for their descent, and believed that this would still get them off the mountain in time, although it would be at a later time than planned. While Michelle was in good physical condition, her inexperience quickly began to show on the more difficult trail. She lagged behind Eric most of the way up the mountain, at times falling more than 50 feet behind him. Michelle and Eric had anticipated reaching the mountain summit and beginning the hike back down by noon that day, and had packed their supplies accordingly. By 1:30 p.m., they were both out of water, a result of both their longer hike, and being without a water purifier. When the ridge line flattened out some 400 yards away from the summit of the mountain, Michelle told Eric that she could not continue. Eric offered to begin the hike back down with her, but Michelle told him that she would wait while he finished climbing to the summit. Eric told her to either wait there or begin to make her way towards the East Cross Creek Trail, where they could meet to begin their trip down the mountain. Eric reached the summit of the Mount of the Holy Cross at 1:42 p.m. He then called his wife to let her know that he would be home later than he had previously told her, due to how far behind schedule he and Michelle were. A couple, Bill and Julia Taylor, was also at the summit at that time. They spoke to Eric briefly, but would later report that he had been in a hurry to get back to his hiking companion. Eric took a photo of the Taylors and they took one of him. After only 5 minutes at the summit, Eric left to meet Michelle and begin their descent. Shortly after Eric left the summit, the Taylors heard him yelling, They initially believed that he was calling for help. When they got closer to him, they realized that he was instead calling Michelle's name. During the brief time Eric had been away from her, Michelle Vanek had vanished. The subsequent search for Michelle would become the largest search of its kind in the history of the state of Colorado. More than 700 people, a mix of search and rescue professionals and amateur volunteers, would eventually be a part of the effort. Michelle's friends and family volunteered both to search for her and to organize the support efforts needed to feed and supply such a large number of searchers. They were also able to collect enough money to pay for extra resources to look for Michelle. A total of 4 dog teams and 5 helicopters were used in the search for Michelle. Eric had taken a photograph of Michelle during their hike, and when investigators saw it, they were relieved to see that she had been better equipped than they had originally believed. She had been wearing 3 to 4 layers of clothing at the time she went missing. They also knew, however, that Michelle had no water and no water purifier with her, with several nutrition bars and some energy gel. Another woman had survived for 9 days in a nearby wilderness area in 1997. So even as the search dragged on for days, there was still hope that Michelle could be found alive. However, overnight temperatures dropped into the 20s, and even dressed in layers, Michelle was ill-equipped for such temperatures. 4 to 6 inches of snow fell across the area 4 days after Michelle's disappearance. This would have posed an extra challenge for Michelle, but also provided the search teams with the possibility of new clues. They hoped that if they could find fresh tracks on the mountain, they would lead them to Michelle. Unfortunately, no such tracks were found. No trace of Michelle was found by any of the hundreds of people looking for her. 3 days after her disappearance, a group of searchers found a wristwatch hung up on the branch of a tree. They hoped that Michelle had left the watch there to indicate the direction she was traveling in, and that it would be the first clue in the search. However, Michelle's friends and family were able to confirm that the watch was not hers. The lack of physical clues was both perplexing and frustrating. Typically by now, we have some sort of clue or evidence indicating some direction of travel, or where she may have sheltered, Tom Cochran, the search commander from Vail Mountain Rescue, told the press. In these cases, you find a candy wrapper, a dropped glove. This girl had ski poles. Where is that stuff? On October 1st, a full week after Michelle went missing, hundreds of individuals spent the day searching for her. At the end of the day, still with no clues, Michelle's family agreed to the Eagle County Sheriff's Office and the Vail Mountain Rescue Group's plan to end the search for her. We are positive that Michelle's spirit remains in our hearts and in the Vail Valley. She now walks with God, they said in a news release. We are overwhelmed by the numbers of volunteers, their compassion and commitment. It renews our faith in humanity. The most obvious and most likely scenarios that could have caused Michelle to go missing are, of course, her getting lost or having some sort of accident while her hiking partner made his brief trip up to the summit of the Mount of the Holy Cross. Given how thorough and extensive the search for Michelle was, the fact that she, along with every one of the items she had with her on her hike, remains missing is of course frustrating to her friends, family, and those who helped try to find her. Given the fact that Michelle was only alone for such a brief period of time and could not have gotten very far in that amount of time in the condition she was in, the experienced members of the search team were able to start their search in the most likely areas where Michelle could have run into trouble. When she was not located in any of them, or during the expanded searches, the possibility that an unknown factor played a part in her disappearance was considered. There were a few things found during the course of the week-long search that could be viewed as troubling. While none of these items or details have ever been conclusively tied to Michelle's disappearance, they do potentially add to the mystery of it. For days after Michelle went missing, a group of searchers found a duffel bag with a shotgun inside of it off of the Cross Creek Trail. A few hours later, one of the dog teams searching for Michelle discovered several drops of blood in the snow south of the summit of the mountain. It was never determined if the blood came from a human or an animal. There was also an evasive man present on the Mount of the Holy Cross during the search for Michelle, whose behavior could be viewed as suspicious. Members of the search team first encountered him on the first day of the search. He was coming down the trail when they came across him, and they tried to ask him if he had seen Michelle. He refused to acknowledge them or answer their questions, and then hid from them behind a tree before finally sprinting away down the trail. Another group of searchers would later find a tent nearby. It was zipped up with a light on and a person inside. That person would not respond as the searchers tried to ask questions about Michelle from outside. Investigators from the sheriff's office believe they encountered the same man from the trail the following day. They had slightly more luck than the search teams, as they did get him to speak to them eventually. He refused to show them his identification, but gave a name after being questioned further. It is unknown if it was his real name. While this behavior seems odd, given the fact that everyone he interacted with was just looking for information about a missing hiker, authorities say they have no reason to suspect he had any involvement in Michelle's disappearance. The shotgun, the blood, and the elusive man could all be unrelated to the case and have perfectly innocuous explanations. Since there are no answers in Michelle's case, however, there is no way of knowing if these mysterious clues have any relevance to it or not. As the last person to see Michelle before she went missing, Eric Sawyer was interviewed by the authorities during the month-long criminal investigation into her disappearance. He answered questions about their movements that day and addressed concerns about the amount of equipment they had taken with them on the hike, but requested a lawyer when asked if he had anything to do with Michelle's disappearance. Investigators have not tried to interview him again, as they say they have no reason to doubt his account or any evidence suggesting that he had any involvement in Michelle going missing. Michelle's husband Ben, in his own interview with authorities, maintained that Eric would not have intentionally done anything to harm Michelle. He was also positive that Michelle and Eric were not having an affair. He did disagree with Eric and Michelle choosing to split up during their hike, describing Eric going up to the summit alone and leaving Michelle behind as an awful decision. This choice was also severely criticized by other experienced hikers. Michelle was the sister-in-law of a firefighter with the South Metro Fire Rescue Authority. After her disappearance, the South Metro Professional Firefighters Foundation, also known as the 2164 Foundation, began fundraising efforts that resulted in the establishment of the Michelle Vanek Scholarship. Michelle, who knew how difficult it was to finish school as a young single mother, spent much of her adult life trying to support other young women in getting their education while they were also raising their children. The scholarship, created in her name, is awarded to young single mothers in hopes that they will succeed in completing their education as Michelle did. Nova was born in 1957 in Jamaica. She had a younger sister named Valerie. Nova had a joyful and carefree childhood, and she was loved by everyone in her neighborhood. Nova was always happy and smiling, recalled Nova's best friend, Lorna Edmond. When Nova was 10 years old, her mother, Lorna Welsh, made a difficult decision to move to the United Kingdom in search of better opportunities. It was a tough choice because it meant leaving behind their familiar home and loved ones in Jamaica. However, the desire to give her girls the best in life helped her to remain resolved to leave the country. Not long after making the decision, Lorna and her daughters traveled to the UK and began their lives afresh. Life in the United Kingdom was very different from what they were used to, but as time went on, the family adjusted and settled well into their new environment. When Nova was around the age of 16, she met and fell in love with Osmond Bell, a young boy who was also the same age as her. In no time, they both started a romantic relationship. Perhaps Nova was simply blinded by love, or perhaps she only wanted her independence. But a few months down the line, she made known her intention to leave home. She told her mother that she and Osmond had decided to begin living together. It is not clear if Lorna approved of this decision or not, but regardless, Nova eventually moved and went to live with Osmond. 2 years later, Nova and Osmond welcomed their first child. It was a boy, and they named him Jonathan. 4 years later, they had another son, and he was given the name Lee. Loved them wholeheartedly. To provide for themselves as well as their children, the couple took up different jobs. Nova worked as a part-time cleaner, while Osmond was a builder. Life seemed to be going at a pretty good pace, but sadly, things would not stay the same. At some point, the love between Nova and Osmond began to deteriorate. The spark that had been there at the beginning of their relationship gradually faded. The consequence of this was that the couple began to quarrel more frequently. It became common for neighbors to hear the sound of the couple's noisy fights in their apartment located in the Ladywood area. Their disagreements also sometimes escalated into violence, with Osmond hitting her and leaving her with bruises. With each passing day, Nova became increasingly unhappy in her relationship, and she confided about what she was going through. In the end, she made up her mind to give love a chance with someone else. She told Osmond that she was no longer interested in the relationship, but despite her ending things, Osmond was not ready to let her go. In May 1981, Nova met a man by the name of Wayne Newby, and they both got into a relationship. As their romance progressed, Wayne would sometimes visit her at her home. This did not sit well with Osmond, and it gave him more reasons to fight with Nova. In June 1981, Nova's stepsister, Sonia, visited her for a few days. During this period, Sonia witnessed one of their fights and how ugly it could get. On that particular day, Sonia had been in the living room when she heard a scream from the direction of the kitchen. It was unmistakably Nova's voice. She quickly ran to the kitchen to find out what was wrong. What she saw alarmed her. Nova was down on the floor, while Osmond stood angrily over her with a dishcloth wrapped around his hands. In the moments that followed, Sonia made it clear that she would call the police, but Osmond tried to stop her from taking this action. When police officers later arrived at the house, they asked what had happened, and Nova was the one who did the explaining. She told them that she and Osmond had been arguing and she wanted him to leave the house. She never told police that the real reason why they had argued was because she had gone out the previous night and Osmond had not been pleased about this. He had confronted her when she got back from her outing and things had escalated from there, with him grabbing her by the neck and trying to strangle her. After Nova was done talking, officers moved to where Osmond was and spoke to him. He did not argue, but packed his bags and left the house. It was a moment of relief for Nova, and she knew that things would become less heated from that moment. She was right. With Osmond no longer around, she had the freedom to spend more time with her lover Wayne. There was no longer the worry of having to meet an angry Osmond after getting back from a late-night outing. She also had more reasons to laugh and was generally happier. But as it turned out, Nova's newfound joy would be short-lived. On July 24, 1981, Nova took her two sons, Jonathan and Lee, to stay with their father, Osmond. She had earlier made plans to go dancing with Wayne and some of her friends, and because of this, she did not want to leave her two sons all alone in the house. Apart from this, she also felt like taking them over would be a great way for them to bond with their father. After dropping the boys over at Osmond's place, she made for the club, where she and Wayne had agreed to meet. That evening was fun-filled, as she made merry to her heart's content, and with Wayne by her side, she felt once again like a teenager in love. By the time she decided to leave the club, it had already gotten dark. She bade Wayne and their other friends goodbye and left for her apartment. That would be the last time any one of them would see her alive, which was July 25, 1981. Nova's neighbors, Carmen and Wendell Turner, who lived in the flat below hers, were awoken by a noise that was coming from Nova's apartment above, and it was the familiar sound of argument that they had heard many times before. This time around, they could only hear Nova crying. On the evening of that same day, another neighbor saw Nova and would later tell the police that she appeared visibly upset about something. Almost 7 hours later, at around 12:30 a.m., Carmen and Wendell heard a loud bang from above. While contemplating what or who could have made such a noise in the middle of the night, a second bang followed. That particular one sounded like somebody kicked a door. Carmen and Wendell listened for more sound, but it never came. Without any further disturbances, they went to sleep and did not think much of the noise they had just heard until much later. July 27, 1981 was a Monday, and the residents of Birmingham went about their daily activities. However, Nova did not turn up for work on that day or the day after that. Nobody saw her and had any idea where she was. Around that time, Nova's mother Lorna and sister Valerie had permanently moved from the United Kingdom to Miami in the United States. They had hoped that at a later date, Nova would also join them with her two children. Upon getting to Miami, they called Nova but could not reach her. This made them worried. "We were trying to reach her to confirm that we had arrived safely, but we could never get any answer," said Valerie Welsh. Nova's best friend Lorna was one of the first people to notice that she was missing. Lorna knew that it was unlike her friend to refuse to pick up the phone and not show up for several days. She, however, believed there was a tangible reason for all that was happening. After thinking things through, she made up her mind to pay Nova a visit to see what was wrong. Upon reaching Nova's apartment, she discovered that the door was locked, and no matter how hard she knocked or called Nova's name, she got no response. She found it all very strange and wondered if her friend had left the country without telling anyone. But something else caught her attention and made her realize that not all was well. Some clothes which Nova had washed were hanging on the line. It was unlike Nova to leave her clothes out in the open after they had dried, and this was something Lorna was well aware of. As a last resort, and to confirm her fears, she reached out to Osmond to ask if he had seen Nova. But he told her that he had not and that their 2 children were with him. With this, Lorna went to the police station and reported that her friend was missing. This was on August 9, 1981, 2 weeks after Nova disappeared without a trace. Police officers began searching for her immediately. They reached out to her close friends, but none of them had seen her. Osmond was also contacted and asked when he last saw her and why he had not reported her missing earlier. In response, Osmond told them that he thought she had gone off with her new boyfriend or to America with her family. On August 12, 1981, 3 days after Lorna reported Nova missing, she got a letter in her mailbox. At first, she thought it was from her relative. However, after breaking the seal and reading the content, she realized that she was wrong. According to the letter, the boyfriend of whoever had written it had seen Nova fighting around the time of her disappearance. The letter claims that the man had grabbed and hit Nova. Lorna was confused as she had no idea who had written the letter since the person had chosen to remain anonymous. But going by what she had read, she could decipher that the person was a female. Lorna did not waste time in showing the police the letter. After going through the letters, officers focused their attention on Wayne, since he was the man Nova had been going out with before she had disappeared. However, when Wayne was questioned, he maintains that he had no idea where Nova was or had gone to. On August 18, 1981, the police were called upon by Nova's neighbor to investigate a foul odor that was all over the house. Nobody knew what exactly was smelling, but it was really bad and made everyone uncomfortable. When police officers arrived at the house, they quickly realized that the smell was much stronger in a certain area, and this was upstairs at Nova's flat. They made their way there, and after discovering that the door was locked, they quickly broke it down. The stench grew more intense as they entered the house, and the officers held their hands to their noses and grimaced in disgust as they began their search for the source. The house was in disarray, and dust had settled on the furniture. Cobwebs were also visible on the ceiling, and this showed that no one had been living in the house for some time. There were stairs in the apartment, and under them was a cupboard. Officers were attracted to this part of the house because they noticed that the smell was especially stronger there. Strangely, the lock on the door of the cupboard looked broken, and a piece of chewing gum had been used to hold it in place. When officers finally opened it, they saw the decaying body of the woman that they had been looking for. She wore a nightgown and was covered by a blanket and some papers. It was a very horrifying sight, and the officers could hardly hide their shock. Nova had been rotting inside her own house all along while the world was searching for her. An ambulance was called to the scene, and Nova's body was taken away for autopsy. The gum that was found on the cupboard door was collected as evidence by the police and stored away. The news of Nova's death soon spread around the neighborhood like wildfire. Her family in Miami were also contacted and informed about what had happened. They were heartbroken and wept for days. The results of the autopsy that was conducted on Nova's body revealed that she had died as a result of pressure on the neck. To determine how Nova had met her end, the person at the top of the suspect list was Osmond. Detectives felt that there was something fishy about him, and so he was arrested. In the 4 days that he was held in custody, he was made to undergo a series of interrogations, but despite this, detectives got nothing tangible from him. At some point, he was also shown the mysterious letter that Lorna, Nova's friend, had received and was asked if he knew anything about it. He told them that he knew nothing about the letter. Since there was no further reason to continue holding him at the station, he was allowed to go home. After this, Detectives continued the investigation and even went as far as asking the public for information regarding Nova's death. But they got nothing and the case went cold. Nova was soon laid to rest and life went on. But the pain her death brought stayed on with her family, and for a long time, they wondered who had killed her. Years went by, and the world of forensic science became more sophisticated. Complex DNA techniques that seemed like a pipe dream at the time of Nova's death became possible due to advances in technology. In 2014, detectives decided to take another look at the case. This time, they focused on the chewing gum that had been used to seal the cupboard in which Nova's body was found. The gum had been preserved over the years, and detectives knew it would contain the DNA of whoever had used it to hold the cupboard's door in place. They believed that whoever it turned out to be was likely Nova's murderer. A test was soon run on the gum and DNA was recovered. Detectives discovered that it was a match to none other than Osmond. The gum wasn't the only detail that was tested for DNA. The seal of the letter Lorna received back in 1981 was also sent to the lab for testing, and Osmond's DNA was also found on it. This meant only one thing. He had written the letter to divert attention away from himself. Detectives knew that they had finally cornered Osmond. He was soon arrested and charged with the arrest of his Nova. During subsequent interrogations after the arrest, Osmond maintained his innocence and even gave reasons as to why his DNA was on the gum and letter seal. For the gum, he said that he had been running a laundry business in the past and he occasionally used the cupboard where Nova's body was found. Cupboard lock had been broken and he had used the gum to hold it in place. For the letter, he claimed that he had come into contact with it back in 1981 when he was being interrogated for the murder. What I do remember is being left in a room with a letter and envelope on the table for several minutes. I remember thinking at the time, perhaps I am being observed, and they only came back in after I took the letter up and had a look at it. I read it and left it on the table. Osmond had explained as regards to how his DNA had gotten on the letter. Since Osmond kept insisting that he had no hand in Nova's death, the case eventually went to trial. After 6 weeks of trial, he was cleared of murder, since there was no evidence to show that the killing had been premeditated. However, he was convicted of manslaughter and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. This sentencing was on March 22, 2017. Nova's family were satisfied with the outcome of the trial. Finally, after 36 long years, Nova can rest in peace. The family can now have closure knowing the person who took Nova's life has been brought to justice, Nova's mother Lorna said. Nova's sister Valerie also said the family had forgiven Osmond for what he did. We forgive him, but he still needs to pay for what he's done. He never admitted to that, said Valerie. Nova's best friend was also relieved that her killer had been brought to justice. I often think about the old times and the things we used to do. I still miss Nova and only hope that her family can now find peace. Nova can rest in peace knowing that justice has been done. I'll never forget her. Till we meet again, Nova. Love, your friend, Lorna. Nova's case is indeed a sad one. As she never got to see her children grow into adults, there is the relief that her killer has been finally brought to justice despite how long it took. But why do you think Osmond refused to own up to the crime even after all the evidence pointed to him as the killer? Candy was born in 1950 to Elaine and Carl Rogers, who adored her deeply as their only child. At some point, their marriage fell apart for reasons that were not clear, leading to their divorce and separate lives. Despite this, Candy stayed with her mother, who worked as a school teacher and cared for her to the best of her ability. Candy was a popular face in her community, and those who knew her described her as a pleasant and friendly little girl who loved to laugh. By 1959, Candy was 9 years old and was a fourth grader at Holmes Elementary School. Like most girls within her age range, Candy also joined a youth organization known as the Bluebirds. The Bluebirds were younger members of the Campfire Girls, and the organization aims to provide girls with education and recreational activities so as to encourage personal growth, self-reliance, and a connection to nature. Candy got actively involved in the activities of the group, which included camping trips, community services, hiking, and a host of others. She enjoyed every moment and took on every activity with enthusiasm, with a future that looked very bright, and everyone around her could see that. However, No one was expecting that a heartbreaking tragedy would soon take her away and shake the entire community to its core. On March 6, 1959, Candy returned from school to the home she shared with her mother. It was a Friday, and she looked forward to spending time with her friends the following day. However, she also had something else she wanted to do first. The Bluebirds were trying to raise funds for one of their upcoming activities, and as part of the efforts to do so, members were required to sell a variety of chocolates in their neighborhood. Candy had 7 boxes of campfire mints that she planned to sell that day. She asked her mother, Elaine, if she could leave home to do this, and she was given approval. However, Elaine reminded her to not spend too much time outdoors and to return home before dark. It was a rule that Candy had always followed, but Elaine still made sure to remind her of it every time she left home. Had Elaine known that particular day would be different, she would have never let her daughter leave the house. Candy ate a quick snack of an oatmeal cookie and also played with their family dog briefly. Then she grabs the boxes of campfire mints and made her way out of the house. The time was around 4 p.m. There were several girls of her age selling chocolate from door to door that fateful afternoon, and she joins them. Nobody knows what exactly happened afterwards, but Candy never returned home. At around 5:30 p.m., Elaine began to get worried. She knew it was unlike Candy to remain outside this late. As the minutes slowly dragged by, it seemed like hours to Elaine, and she kept listening for the familiar sound of Candy's footsteps approaching the house, but they never came. At around 6 p.m., her anxiety had skyrocketed, and she was sure that something had gone wrong. She quickly informed Candy's grandfather, Stanley Newton, about the situation. Other relatives, friends, and neighbors were also informed that Candy had not returned home, and by 6:30 p.m., a small group of people were out looking for her. They began by asking people around the neighborhood if they knew where she was, and some people confirmed that they had seen her walking around earlier, clutching the boxes of campfire mints she was selling. But nobody seemed to know where exactly she could now be. Around 7 p.m., Candy's grandfather Newton and his friends were almost hit by a speeding car but managed to jump out of harm's way. The close call left them shaken, but their attention quickly returned to finding Candy as the sky darkened. Despite the difficulties of searching in the fading light, the men held on to hope that Candy would be found safe and sound before nightfall. At some point, the authorities were also notified about the missing girl, and soon police officers and sheriff's deputies also joined in the search. At around 9 p.m. that same day, a group of searchers came across some boxes of campfire mints. They were found lying across Pettit Drive, and many believed that they had been the same boxes Candy had been selling. 6 campfire mint boxes were found that night, but Candy had left home with 7. That night's search proved to be futile. There was no sign of Candy anywhere. Elaine could hardly sleep a wink throughout the night. Many thoughts raced through her mind, and she wondered if her daughter was okay. The uncertainty was just too much to bear, and she silently cried and prayed that Candy would return home safely to her. The following morning was a Saturday, and by then almost everyone in the city had gotten the news that Candy was missing. Well-meaning individuals trooped out in large numbers to begin the search for the day. They looked through the woods and along major roads. The Air Force also assisted in the search by providing a helicopter. The aircraft was boarded by 4 trained personnel as well as 1 pilot, and they took it to the air. While flying over Spokane River, the pilot failed to see a high-tension wire until the last moment and ended up flying into it. The effect was immediate. The helicopter spiraled out of control and crashed into the Spokane River, instantly killing 3 of the 5 men on board. Airman Merles D. Ray, Sergeant William A. McDonnell, and Lieutenant Kenneth G. Fotek were the 3 men who tragically lost their lives on that day. Everyone who had joined in the search for Candy was saddened by the tragic event, but it did little to discourage them from searching for her. They remained determined and therefore intensified their efforts. None of them wanted the death of the 3 heroes to be in vain. But despite everyone's best efforts, they had no luck locating Candy for several days. It was as if she had simply vanished without a trace. With each passing day that Candy remained missing, Elaine began to look like a shadow of herself. She refused to touch her meals and would constantly stare into space, Not knowing the whereabouts of her only daughter was slowly driving her insane. The burden on her heart was just too much to bear. March 22, 1956 made it 16 days that Candy had been missing, and it was the day she was found. That afternoon, 2 airmen named Howard Lawrence and Richard Bergen were out hunting woodchucks in a wooded area about 7 miles away from Candy's home. Upon getting to a small clearing in the forest, they noticed a small pair of blue suede shoes, indicated that they belonged to a child. They were baffled and wondered how the shoes had gotten there, so far away from town. After looking around and waiting a while to see if anyone would come out to lay claim to the shoes, they picked them up and made their way back to base. The 2 men could not stop talking about the discovery they made in the woods, and the news soon spread like wildfire. The shoes were handed over to the police, who contacted Candy's grandfather to see if he could identify them. They had a strong suspicion that the shoes belonged to the little girl they had spent several days searching for. When Candy's grandfather saw the shoes, he told the police officers that they indeed looked similar to the ones she had worn in the past. With this confirmation, officers decided to focus their search on the area where the shoes had been found. Since it had grown dark, conducting a search would be difficult that night, and so they agreed to wait until the next morning. The following day was a Sunday, and by dawn, a team of officers and volunteers had arrived at the clearing where the shoes had been found. They immediately began looking through the area, but initially found nothing. After some time went by, one of the officers suddenly came across a small mound made up of brush and pine needles. He found it strange and decided to go back, to take a closer look. To his horror, it did not take him long to see a knee sticking out from under the pile, and he carefully brushed away the leaves to reveal the decomposing body of a child. He instantly recognized her as the little girl they had been looking for. The clothes she was wearing were torn in places, and when the officer looked at her feet, he noticed that they were bound. A torn strip of cloth had been used to do this. Also wrapped around her neck was another strip of clothing. The officer quickly alerted the other searchers, and soon after, the body was taken out of the area for an autopsy. Candy's relatives were immediately contacted and informed about the state in which she was found. Upon hearing that her daughter was dead, Elaine lost consciousness and had to be placed under sedation. More than 1,000 searchers who had volunteered their time, resources, and energy to look for Candy were shocked by the news. There was a general feeling of dread in the air, and from that moment, many people began to fear for their safety as well as their children's. The result of the autopsy that was conducted on Candy's body revealed that she had been abused and then strangled to death. To find out who the culprit was, we'll put every available man on the case and keep them there till the thing is solved. Police Chief Clifford Payne had told the media at the time. "We know what we're looking for now. We're looking for a maniac," he added. A lot of individuals were questioned, but detectives were unable to get any helpful information. The first person the authorities suspected of committing the crime was an imprisoned serial killer by the name of Hugh Morse, and they had good reason for believing that he had something to do with it. When the autopsy was conducted on Candy's body, a strange purple smear that smelled like grape gum had been noticed on her clothes, and Morse was known for having a special liking for grape gum. But when he was asked about Candy's murder, he denied any involvement in it. Since there was no evidence to show that he was the killer they were looking for, charges could not be brought up against him. However, he remained a prime suspect in the case for a long time. Apart from him, detectives also investigated several tips that poured in after Candy's death, but none of them proved to be of any use. Candy was eventually laid to rest, and her devastated family members hoped that her killer would be brought to justice sooner than later. But several months went by after this, and the case remained a tough one for detectives to crack. In June 1963, 4 years after Candy's death, her father, Carl, sadly took his own life, unable to cope with losing his daughter. At the time, he had been living in a hotel in Walla Walla. Years went by, and Candy began to fade from the memories of many. But her family and the detectives of Spokane Police Department never forgot. This is the kind of case that's been the giant logjam for cold cases. And in Spokane, I keep saying it's the Mount Everest of our cold cases, the one that we could never seem to overcome. But at the same time, nobody ever forgot, said Detective Zach Stormont of the Spokane Police Department. Major crimes by 2001. There had been a significant advancement in DNA technology compared to the 1950s, when it was non-existent. Candy's clothes from when her body was found have been carefully stored by the authorities as evidence. These clothes were now submitted to the lab with the hopes that the killer's DNA could be identified. Forensic investigators quickly got to work, and they were able to determine that Candy's underwear had S*** on it. They were able to isolate DNA from this, and it was used to create a DNA profile. It was an exciting period for detectives, as they felt closer than ever to solving the case. The newly developed DNA profile was then uploaded to the database, but unfortunately, no match was found. In 2002, detectives compared the DNA profile to that of Morse, who had remained on their radar for a long time. They discovered that he was not the man they were looking for. Nothing of interest would surface for a long time. In September 2006, Candy's heartbroken mother quietly passed away in her home at the age of 82. She died not knowing who had killed her precious daughter. Around 2017, forensic genetic genealogy came to the limelight as a new scientific method being used to solve several cold cases. The method uses DNA analysis and traditional genealogical methods to solve crimes and identify missing persons. In other words, it combines science with family history research to piece together clues and bring justice to victims and their loved ones. With the method gaining popularity, detectives decided to give it a try and use it in helping them solve Candy's murder. A forensic scientist with the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory Division got assigned to the case around the time. She was able to get her hands on a DNA sample that had been stored in the crime lab freezer since 2001. The next thing she did was reanalyze the sample to confirm that it matched the original perpetrator's DNA profile from 2001, to determine if it could be used for forensic genetic genealogy. The sample was then sent to a private forensic lab. However, this turned out to be a futile effort as, according to the lab, the DNA sample was too degraded to work with. Detectives' hopes were completely dashed when they were given the news, and they could hardly hide their disappointment. A year would go by after this before detectives caught a lucky break. They learned about a particular laboratory that could efficiently work with degraded DNA, like the one in Candy's case. The laboratory was known as Othram, and it was located in Texas. Brittany reached out to them to inquire if Candy's case was eligible. Upon receiving a positive response, she then sent off a small amount of the remaining DNA sample for testing. 6 months later, the lab came back with a result. 3 brothers had been identified as the possible suspects. Their names were John, Andrew, and Terry Hoff. As it turned out, all 3 were long dead. Upon further investigation, detectives discovered that one of the men, John, had a daughter named Kathy. They decided to contact her to let her know that they were investigating her dead father. By that point, I had already looked up. A little girl murdered in 1959, so I knew who it was, Kathy said. She provided detectives with a DNA sample which was then analyzed, and the result was astonishing. It revealed that it was 2.9 million times more likely that Kathy's DNA was related to the suspect DNA profile than the general population. With this, detectives became more certain that John was the killer they had spent decades looking for. They did a background check on him and discovered that in addition to growing up in Spokane, he lived about a mile from Candy's home at the time of her murder. He also had a troubled past. In 1956, at the age of 17, he enlisted in the Army. However, in 1961, 2 years after Candy's death, he was arrested for assaulting a woman. According to reports, he had approached the woman and used force to remove her clothes while she struggled and screamed for help. He then used the clothes to tie her up before trying to strangle her. Luckily, the woman survived the ordeal. For the crime, John spent 6 months in prison, and when he got out, the Army labeled him a deserter and discharged him from service. After this, John led a pretty normal life. He worked as a door-to-door salesman and also in a lumber yard to make ends meet. However, at the young age of 31, he ended up taking his own life. Apart from this, detectives also uncovered a possible connection between John and Candy. Hoff's stepsister was a 10-year-old campfire girl at the time of Candy's murder and had taken on the role of Candy's big sister in the program. Hoff Detectives believed that this was how John might have known Candy. When detectives uncovered all this about John, they decided to take one final step to confirm that he was Candy's killer. With Kathy's permission as well as a search warrant, they traveled to the cemetery where John was buried and exhumed his corpse. A DNA sample was taken from his remains and was then sent to the lab for testing. The result was what detectives expected. John was Candy's killer. "We got extremely lucky in that we got DNA from 1959, said former Spokane police detectives Brian Hammond, who worked tirelessly on the case till he retired in 2021. They had no concept of that at the time, and that's obviously what cracks the case. Otherwise, I don't believe it would have ever been solved," Hammond added. Some of Candy's surviving relatives were contacted and informed about the breakthrough in the case. It's not closure, but at least there's some form of satisfaction knowing that person that did it is at least named. "He may be in a grave, but he's named," said 77 Joan Posse, a cousin of Candy. Candy's relatives, however, remained saddened by the fact that her grandparents and parents never got to know who killed her. They never saw him pay or die for it or whatever. They went to their grave not knowing, and that was hard, Joan said. As for Kathy, the revelation that her father was the murderer shook her to the bones. "It's just really sad to find out that someone, not even just your dad, but someone in your family could do something like that," Kathy said. "John passed away when she was only 9, and she grew up believing that he had done it out of depression. And now I think, no, he was evil," she said. "It wasn't an escape and away from it, but he got to die with people thinking he was an upstanding man." Kathy also rendered a public apology for her father's crime and the pain it caused the murdered girl's family. "I'm very, very sorry for what my dad did, that he took her life horribly," she said. "I hope that it gives peace knowing that even though it's not really justice because he doesn't get any punishment, his name has this on it now, and they can know it's solved," and remained in the dark for more than 60 years. However, the determination and perseverance of several generations of detectives helped to reveal his identity and bring the bereaved family much-needed closure. But do you think John's murder of Candy was pre-planned or was it a random act? Paul Krashik served in the United States Army from 1966 to 1974, with his experiences during the Vietnam War shaping his perspective. When his daughter Darlene expressed interest in joining the Army after graduating high school in 1985, Paul strongly discouraged her from following his path. His wife Betty Lou shared these concerns for Darlene's safety and also urged her not to enlist. Despite their advice, Darlene remained resolute and determined to pursue her plans. In 1987, she joined the Army and was stationed at Fort Carson in Colorado. She had achieved the rank of specialist and was assigned to the 73rd Maintenance Company. On March 16, 1987, 20-year-old Darlene and several other members of her unit went out to Shuffles, a club on South Academy Boulevard in Colorado Springs that was popular with soldiers from Fort Carson. The group spent the evening dancing and having a few drinks together. Because they had work the next morning, most of the group went home early that night, but Darlene stayed later than the rest of her friends. The last known sighting of Darlene was sometime between midnight and 1 a.m. when a witness saw her leave the club. At approximately 5:20 that morning, March 17, 1987, 2 police officers were conducting early morning business checks. Near the dumpster in the alley behind the Korean club restaurant, they discovered a woman's body. The woman was nude, save for her gray pants, which were pulled down to her ankles, and one sock. She had a black rope around her neck and a wire hanger around her head. The officers found a driver's license nearby, and it identified the woman as Darlene Krashik. The location where she was found was on the same road as Shuffles. Approximately a mile south of it, authorities did not believe that the alley was the site of the crime. Rather, they believed that Darlene's body had just been left there. Darlene had been severely beaten, but her autopsy would show that she had died as a result of strangulation. She had also been sexually assaulted. According to those who knew Darlene, she had a heart of gold and was willing to provide help to anyone who needed it. No one could provide investigators with leads about anyone who would have wanted to hurt her or any potential motives for her murder. She was well liked in her community and had a close group of friends, but no known enemies. She had not gotten into any sort of argument or altercation with anyone at the club the last night she was alive that could have escalated into violence. Army CID and the Colorado Springs Police Department interviewed hundreds of people, both soldiers and civilians. They identified a handful of persons of interest, but were unable to make any arrests, and the case ultimately went cold. While they were unable to pinpoint an exact motive for the crime, investigators did speculate, based on the last phone conversation Darlene had with her mother, that her death may have had something to do with the Army. Just weeks before her death, Darlene was excited about her future in the Army and the opportunities it was providing for her future. However, when she spoke to her mother on the phone a week before her murder, Darlene was upset about something that was going on at Fort Carson and wanted to get away from the installation. She told her mother that she could not explain to her why she was so upset at that time. The Krashik family worked hard on their own investigation into Darlene's case and on keeping her story in the public eye. In 1996, they came to Colorado Springs to distribute flyers asking for information in Darlene's voice. I was only 20 years old. They took my dignity, my pride, and my jacket. Then, without mercy, they took my life. If you know something and think it's insignificant, you're mistaken. It's probably the missing link. Betty Lou and Paul Krashik investigated similar crimes from all over the world, filling up their home office with files and newspaper clippings. As the original investigators retired or were reassigned, the couple would call their replacements to make sure that they knew about their daughter and were working on her case. They kept Darlene's picture with them in their Bible. Darlene's case was reopened several times in hopes that new technology would finally identify her killer. In 2004, DNA from an unknown male was identified on several pieces of evidence and on several areas of Darlene's body. Originally, only a partial DNA profile was identified from this evidence, but in 2016, a much stronger profile was isolated. Unfortunately, no match to this profile was found in local or federal databases. That same year, the DNA evidence was submitted to 2 different laboratories for further. It was sent to the United States Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory for YSTR analysis, which focuses specifically on the Y chromosome. The evidence was also sent to Parabon Nanolabs that December. Parabon used their snapshot DNA phenotyping program to create an image of what the contributor of the DNA may have looked like at the time of the murder, and in 2016, based on his DNA. They had no way of knowing the perpetrator's actual age, so they had to assign one. The images were generated to show the unknown male in his mid-20s, as he may have been in 1987, and in his mid-50s, as he may have been at the time the images were created. These images were released to the public in March of 2017, but despite the offer of a $10,000 reward from the Army, no one came forward, correctly identifying the man in the images. In early 2019, Army CID and the Colorado Springs Police Department asked Parabon to submit the DNA profile to GeneMatch, an online genetic genealogy database, and try to use genetic genealogy to identify their suspect. Using this method, Parabon was able to identify several distant relatives of the individual who had left his DNA at the scene. The closest relatives were a woman and her daughter living in Wisconsin, and another woman living in Texas. These women were believed to have a 6th to 9th degree relationship to the contributor of the DNA profile being investigated, meaning they could be as closely related as second cousins once removed, or as distantly related as fourth cousins. By constructing the family trees of the relatives found in the GeneMatch database and comparing them, Parabon was able to narrow down what branch of their family they shared with the unknown male. Parabon was then able to identify a potential suspect found in all of their family trees, who would have shared the same amount of DNA as the person with a DNA profile from the crime scene. That suspect was 58-year-old Michael David White. White had served in the Army from October of 1979 until April of 1998. Working as he had been stationed at Fort Carson from September of 1986 until August of 1987. After leaving the Army, White went to work for CenturyLink. He worked there for the next 2 decades, and eventually he rose to the position of senior network engineer. In 2019, he was living in Thornton, Colorado, just north of Denver, with his wife. He had no criminal record. On May 20th, 2019, 2 detectives went to White's residence and saw him get into his car. They then followed him to work. Later that day, They followed him as he left work on his lunch break and went to a nearby fast food restaurant. There, they watched him drink from a cup as he ate his meal. When White left the restaurant, leaving the cup behind, the two detectives collected it in hopes that a DNA sample could be taken from it. They also surreptitiously swabbed the door handle of White's car as another potential source of his DNA. Testing showed that Michael White's DNA matched that found at the crime scene. On June 13, 2019, 32 years after Darlene Krashik's murder, he was arrested at his home and taken into custody on a no-bond warrant. He is being charged with first-degree murder after deliberation, first-degree felony murder, and aggravated first-degree sexual assault. White's wife told local reporters that her husband is innocent of the charges against him and that their entire family is shocked by his arrest. Darlene's parents traveled to Colorado from their home in West Virginia to attend Michael White's first appearance in court shortly after his arrest. The appearance was only about 5 minutes long, but the trip was still worth it for the Crash OX. They returned to Colorado for a preliminary hearing in the case on October 25th. Paul and Betty Lou have pledged to make the trip to Colorado for every one of Michael White's court appearances. The Crash OX are hoping that after 32 years of freedom, White will live long enough to serve 32 years in prison. He had his probation. Now it's time to do his time, Paul told Fox 21 News. I would just tell him that I feel sorry for his mother, Betty Lou said in the same interview. He took my life away from me when he took Darlene, so I can only imagine what his mother feels knowing what he did. Michael White is currently being held at the Criminal Justice Center in Colorado Springs, and his next court appearance is scheduled for February 18, 2020. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.